Most often the tales were about greedy dwarves that kidnapped spoiled princesses, who were always saved by a dashing prince in the end. But sometimes she spoke about the gazelle. No prince ever saved a princess from them, no matter how dashing. The gazelle were vile creatures of the dark, inhuman monsters, the children of a malevolent god. Nora's tales of the gazelle always included villages burned, warriors killed, and children taken, not to be ransomed, but to be feasted on. The gazelle always ate their victims. When Arista was sitting in her bed, wrapped in blankets, surrounded by pillows, and safe in the warmth and light of a crackling fireplace, Nora's tales were fun. She always imagined dwarves as nasty little men, and fairies as tiny winged girls. But the gazelle she could never conjure entirely, even in the vast imaginings of her childish mind. They were always as they appeared now, distant, threatening shadows, exhibiting fast, jerky movements that no human could make. Nora had always begun her stories the same way. Not all of this story is true, but enough is. Looking out at the ship and the dark figures on the deck, Arista wondered if Nora had realized just how true they were. The Harbinger pivoted under Wyatt's deft hand, sheering away to the left. Arista and Myron lost sight of the gazelle ship. They ran back to the stern, where Wyatt stood, holding the wheel with one hand, while looking back over his shoulder. The gazelle ship had matched their tack and was coming up on their stern. "Everyone to the lee side!" "Oh, now, which side is that?" Arista asked Myron. "Opposite of windward. Right now it's the starboard side." "What in Marabor's name is wrong with left and right?" As soon as they reached the starboard rail, she knew why Wyatt had ordered them there. As he cranked the wheel, the wind pressed the Harbinger's sails and bent the ship over on its beam, forcing it dangerously close to capsizing. The starboard side rose higher and higher. Arista wrapped her arms around the rail to keep from sliding, and Myron did the same. Farther up the deck, Magnus looked terrified as he clutched the side, his feet skidding and slipping on the wet boards. If the ship had flown before, it was doing something unheard of now. They no longer dipped and rose, but like a bar of soap running across a washboard, they hammered the crests as they went. The ship felt like a stone being skipped across a lake. "Ha-ha!" Wyatt jeered, the wind ripping the words from his mouth so that she barely heard him. "Match that with your overweight trow!" She watched Wyatt, with his feet in place against the stock, his arms holding the wheel, hugging it to his chest like a lover, his hair blowing, the spray bathing him. He wore a grin, and she wasn't certain whether she should be happy or concerned. The rest of them hung on in desperation as the race sent them across the luminous sea. Arista noticed the pain in her arm lessening, the ship righting itself, their speed dropping. She glanced at Wyatt and saw a look of concern. "They're stealing our wind," he grumbled. "How are they doing that?" Ulrich asked. "They're putting us in their wind shadow, moving their ship in line with ours, blocking it, depriving us. Hands to the braces! Starboard tack!" The ship was nearly flat now, allowing Hadrian and Eldon to run. They cast off ropes and pulled the yard around again, the big sail flapping as Wyatt turned the ship to catch the wind from the other side. Overhead, Royce moved among the top lines, working the upper sail. "Haul those sheets in!" They caught the wind once more, and the ship set off again. "All hands to port!" Arista was ahead of him, already running across the deck to renew her grip on the rail. She knew what was coming this time, and got her feet planted securely before the side of the ship rose. Beyond the stern, she could see the following ship already turning to mimic their action, the great black sails with the skull-like symbols flapping loose as they came around. They were much closer now. She could clearly see the creatures crawling across the deck, climbing ropes. Dozens of them had gathered near the bow. It frightened her to see them move. They skidded along on all fours like spiders, a shipload of huge black tarantulas, so tightly packed they climbed over each other just to move about. The harbingers skipped the waves again, racing directly at the city, but it was no use. The following ship, with its larger bank of sails, was still eating up the distance between them, and moved to cut their wind again. "Eldon! Hadrian!" Wyatt called. "I will be going about, but when I do, I will then change my mind and go back to my previous tack. Do you understand? The moment you get my signal, run the jib up to port." Hadrian looked at Eldon, who was nodding. "Show him, Eldon. This has to go perfectly or we're dead in the water. Also, get Ulrich and Morven on the lines. More hands will make this easier. The moment we are back on tack and underway, drop the jib. Let's see how good their crew is. They have the advantage of more canvas, so let's turn that against them. With all that sail, it'll take them longer to recover, and if they don't pull back in time, they will stall." "Your Highness," he said, addressing Arista, "I will need to be facing forward to time this just right, so you need to be my eyes astern. I need you to watch the Gazelle ship and tell me the moment you see them starting to come around. Got that?" "Yes," she replied, nodding in case her feeble voice was lost in the wind. "Then get forward and hang on." She nodded again, and began crawling to the front of the ship, moving hand over hand along the rail. "Stand by to come about," Wyatt shouted. He waited. She watched as the Gazelle ship once more glided over, aligning itself, eclipsing their wind. Wyatt flexed his fingers on the wheel and took a deep breath. He even closed his eyes for a moment, perhaps saying a silent prayer. Then he stiffened his back and turned the wheel hard over. The ship sheered back to port. "Tacks and sheets!" Eldon and Hadrian went to work once more, and Morven and Ulrich followed their directions, pulling the yards round. Arista focused her gaze on the Gazelle ship behind them. She could feel the Harbinger shifting, sensed it slowing underneath her as it started to lose the wind. "They're turning!" she shouted, as she saw the Gazelle coming about. The tiny spiders scattered across their deck in sudden fury. They were not just trying to match their turn, they were trying to beat them to it. Wyatt did nothing. "They're turning!" she yelled again. "I heard you," he said. "We need to wait for them to be fully committed." Arista gripped the rail with nervous hands, feeling the ship moving slower and slower. "Avast!" he finally shouted. "Back all braces, raise the jib!" The ship still had some wind, still some forward motion to it, and when Wyatt turned the wheel it responded. The jib out front had the angle and caught what was left of the wind, turning the bow. A wave caught them dead on and broke, washing the deck, but the ship held true. The sails caught the wind and filled. Eldon hauled down the jib as once more the Harbinger flew. Behind them, the Gazelle realized their mistake, but were too late. They tried to mimic the turn, and she watched as their sails went slack. Wyatt looked behind them. "They're lost, stalled in the eye of the wind," he declared, grinning, his chest heaving with excitement. "It'll take them several minutes to catch it again. By then we will—" "Sail!" Royce shouted. "Starboard bow!" Wyatt's grin melted as his head turned. Ahead of them appeared a ship that looked nearly identical to the one behind. It flashed a light, and behind them the other Gazelle ship replied. Wyatt looked fore and aft, and she could see the story written clearly in lines of fear on his face. Through great skill and a bit of luck, they had barely managed to avoid one ship. They would not fare well against two. "Sail, port bow!" Royce shouted, and she could see Wyatt visibly slump against the wheel as if struck from behind. Wyatt lay off the wheel and let the ship slow and level off. There was no need to hasten their approach. Everyone on board looked to him. "What now?" Ulrich asked, coming aft. Wyatt didn't reply. He just turned his head, looking back and forth at the ships. His forehead glistened. He bit his lip, and Arista noticed his left hand starting to shake. "We're out of options, aren't we?" Ulrich asked. This ship doesn't even have nets to impede boarders, Wyatt replied. How will they attack? Hadrian asked. Will they board? Eventually, yes. But first they will clear the deck with arrows. Fire? No, Wyatt replied. They have us. We're boxed in, overwhelmed. They will want the ship. Do we have to surrender? Ulrich asked. Gazelle don't take prisoners, Hadrian told him. They don't even have a word in their language for surrender. What do we do, then? The king asked. We don't really have a lot of options, Your Majesty, Wyatt told him. Those ships hold 60, maybe as many as 100 Gazelle each, and we don't even have a means of shooting back. Their archers will drive us into the cabin. Then they will grapple on and come aboard uncontested. At that point they could lock us in and sail us to their port. Which they will do, Hadrian added. Then they'll drag us into a ring and, well, you get the idea. No sense in spoiling the surprise. I hate ships, Magnus growled. Infernal things. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. We're going to die? Gaunt asked, stunned. I can't die. I'm going to be emperor. Yeah, well, we all had plans, didn't we? Hadrian said. I didn't, Royce said, climbing down from the rigging. Arista noted a modest smile on his lips. I don't think I'll be joining you in the cabin. I don't mind a game of arrow dodging. Actually, only Arista and Myron should go in the cabin, Hadrian said. The rest of us will remain on deck. We'll need shields. Anything of wood about an inch thick will do, or metal even thinner. Trilons don't have much penetration power. We can also use the mast as cover. Arista looked out at the approaching ships, coming at angles to intercept them. The Bahran Gazelle were coming, and there would be no rescue by a dashing prince. The Gazelle always ate their victims. Not this time, she told herself, and letting go of the rail she walked forward. She stepped around Wyatt at the wheel and passed through the group of men in the waist. Arista, Hadrian called, you should get in the cabin. She looked out at the water. Mr. Dementhor, she shouted, take hold of that wheel. Everyone else, hang on to something. Taking a breath, Arista calmed herself and reached out into the dark, into the energy that lay around them, above and below. She could feel the depths of the ocean, the weight of the water, the floor of the sea, the fish, the seaweed, the glowing algae. She felt the breeze and grabbed it tight. The wind, which had been a constant presence since they had climbed out of the shaft to the beach, abruptly died. The sails drooped, the incessant quiver and clank of pulleys and ropes halted. Not a breath remained, and the world became silent. Even the waves perished. The ships stopped as the sea became as tranquil as a bathtub. The silence was deafening. Then, across the water, the hush was broken by gazelle voices. She could hear them, like the barks and howls of dogs. She felt them, too. She felt everything, and held it all in her grip. She raised her hand, holding her fingertips lightly. Fire, she thought. She had played that note before. She knew just how to do it. But as enticing as the thought of 3 flaming pyres against the water was, the light would alert the shore. Wind? She could sense that chord. It was powerful. She could shatter the ships. No, too unwieldy, like trying to pick up a coin with mittens. Water? Yes. It was everywhere. She twisted 3 fingers in the air, and the world responded with movement. The sea swirled. Currents formed, churning, building, rotating and spinning. The 3 gazelle ships began to rotate, revolving as if they were toy boats in a tub she had flicked with a finger. Whirlpools formed. Beneath the goblin ships, circles appeared, large swirling funnels of spinning water. Faster and faster they moved, the centres giving way, dropping lower as the speed of the rotation increased. They widened, spreading out, and grew in strength. Even the Harbinger began to rock noticeably as the maelstroms reached out to pull on the strength of the whole sea. The barks of the gazelle became cries and screams as the ships continued to spin. A crack issued across the water as a mast snapped. Then another, and another. Poles the size of tree trunks popped like twigs. The gazelle shrieked and wailed, their voices blurring into one note, which Arista also held. The sheer enormity of the power she worked was incredible. It was so easy, and all at her command. Everything, every droplet, every breath, every heartbeat, it was all hers. She felt them, touched them, played with them. It was irresistible, like scratching a terrible itch. She let the power run. It was so big, so potent. She didn't just control the power, she was the power, and it was her. She whirled, she frothed, and she wanted to run, to spin and grow. Like a ball sent off a hill, she felt the building momentum. It excited her, and she loved the motion, the freedom. She felt herself letting go, giving herself to it, spreading out and becoming a part of the symphony she played. So grand, so beautiful. All she wanted was to blend with the whole, to become... Stop it. The idea was a discord, an off note, a broken thread. Stop it, pull back. A distant voice called to her, struggling to be heard over the crescendo of the music she played. Regain control. She didn't want to listen. She didn't like the sound. It clashed with the melody. You're killing them. Of course I'm killing them, that's the whole point. The gazelle are gone, that is not who you are killing, stop! No. I can't. You can. I won't. I don't want to. It's too wonderful to stop, too incredible. I have to keep going. I love it so. Arista woke with a wrenching headache. It was so painful, her eyes hurt just from opening. She was in the cabin, lying on the bed where they had found Bernie. A lantern hanging from a hook on the ceiling swayed back and forth, casting shadows that sloshed from one wall to the next. She turned her head, and pain swelled behind her eyes. "Ow," she whispered. Arista raised a hand and found a bandage wrapped around her head. There was stiffness at the back of her head where the bandage pulled at her hair. Drawing her hand away, she found blood on her fingertips. "Are you all right?" Myron asked. He sat beside her on a little stool and took her hand in his. "What happened?" she asked. "My head is killing me." "Excuse me a moment," the monk said, and opened the door to the deck. "She's awake," he called. Immediately Hadrian and Ulrich entered, ducking inside and dodging the lantern. "Are you all right?" "Why does everyone keep asking me that? And yes, I'm fine. Mostly. But my head hurts." She sat up slowly. Hadrian looked pained. "I'm sorry about that." She narrowed her eyes at him, which made her head hurt even more. "You hit me?" He nodded. "Why?" "He had to," Ulrich put in, his expression grave. You lost control or something." "What do you mean?" Arista saw him glance toward the doorway. "What is it? What happened?" She stood up, weaving a bit, her head still not right, and she felt tired to the point of being groggy. Hadrian extended her hand and steadied her. She ducked her head, careful to avoid banging it against the doorframe, and stepped out onto the deck. "Oh, dear Maribor," she gasped. The Harbinger was in shambles. The mast was gone. All that remained was a splintered stump. The beams of the deck were warped. One board was cracked to the point of splintering, and on the starboard side, near the bow, there was a gaping hole that revealed the hull below. The topsail was gone, along with the topsail yard, but the mainsail lay across the bow, torn and tattered. The railing on the port side was missing as well, sheared away. "I did this?" she asked, shocked. "Oh, my. Is anyone—" She looked around, searching for faces. Gaunt, Magnus, Morven, Ulrich, Hadrian. "Where's Royce, Wyatt, and Eldon?" "They're okay. They're working on the ship. Everyone's okay," Ulrich told her. "Thanks to Hadrian. We tried talking to you, shaking you. Wyatt even poured water over your head. You just stood there mumbling and fiddling with your fingers while the ship came apart." Morven was smiling at her and nodding. On his forehead, a deep cut stood out, and his cheek was red and blotchy. "Did I do that?" "Actually, a flying pulley did that. I was just too stupid to duck." He was still smiling at her, but there was something behind it. Something terrible. Something she had never seen on Morven's face before. Fear. Fear of her. She sat down where she was, feeling the strength melt out of her legs. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "It's all right," her brother told her, again with apprehension in his voice. They made a circle around her, but no one came near. "I'm sorry," she repeated. Her eyes filled with tears, and she let them run down her cheeks. "I just wanted—" Her voice gave up on her, and she began to weep. "There's nothing to be sorry for," Hadrian said. He came forward and knelt beside her. "You saved us. The Gazelle are gone." "Yeah," Morven said. "Scariest thing I've ever seen. It was like what they said Ezra Hardin could do, only he never did. It was what we needed," Hadrian broke in over him. "If she hadn't, we'd all be dead now, and trust me, it would have been a very unpleasant death." "Thank you, Your Highness." She looked up at Hadrian. He appeared blurry through her watering eyes. He was smiling. She wiped her face and peered at him again carefully. She studied his eyes. "What?" he asked. "Nothing," she said. His hand reached out and brushed her cheeks dry. "What?" he asked again. I don't want—" She hesitated and took a breath. "I just don't want people to be afraid of me." "That arrow's already flown," Deegan Gaunt said. "Shut it, Gaunt!" Ulrich snapped. "Look at me," Hadrian told her, and putting his hand under her chin, he gently lifted it. He took her hands in his. "Do I look frightened?" "No," she said. "But maybe you should be." "You're tired." "I am. I'm really very tired." "We're going to be drifting here for a bit, so why don't you lie down and get some rest? I'm sure things will look better when you wake up." She nodded, and her head felt like a boulder rocking on her shoulders. "Come on," he said, pulling her to her feet. She wavered, and he slipped an arm around her waist and escorted her back into the cabin where Myron had the bed ready. "Myron will watch over you," Hadrian assured Arista as he tucked the blankets tightly around her. "Get some sleep." "Thank you." He brushed her wet hair from her eyes. "It's the least I can do for my hero," he said. She walked swiftly up the Grand Mare, the broad avenue beautifully lined with flowering trees. The rose-coloured petals flew and swirled, carpeting the ground, scenting the air, and creating a blizzard in spring. It was festival day, and blue and green flags were everywhere. They flew over houses and waved in the hands of passers-by. People clogged the streets. Wandering minstrels filled the air with music and song. Drums announced another parade. This one, a procession of elephants, followed by chariots, prancing horses, dancing women, and proud soldiers. Stall-keepers called to the crowd, handing out cakes, nuts, confections, and fermented drinks called trembles, made from sweet blossoms of the trees. Young girls rushed from door to door, delivering small bouquets of flowers in the imperial colours. Noblemen on their chariots wore their bright-coloured tunics. Gold bracelets flashed in the afternoon sun. Older women stood on balconies, waving coloured scarves and shouting words impossible to hear. Boys who dodged and slipped through the crowd carried baskets and sold trinkets. You could get 3 copper pins for 3 piths, or 5 for a king. There was always a contest to collect the largest variety of pins before the day was out. It was a beautiful day. She hurried past the rivers of people into Imperial Square. To her right stood the stone rotunda of the Censarium, and to the left the more brutish columned facade of the blocked hall of Teshlor. Before her, at the terminus of the boulevard, rose the great golden-domed imperial palace, the seat of the Emperor of the world. She walked past the Ulurium fountain, across the memorial green, to the very steps of the palace. Not a single guard was on duty. No one noticed. Everyone was too busy celebrating. That was part of the plan that Venlin had laid well. She entered the marbled hall, so cool, so elegant, and scented with incense that made her think of tropical trees and mountain tops. The palace was a marvel, large, beautiful, and so sturdy it was hard to imagine what she knew was happening. She reached the long gallery, the arcade of storied columns, each topped with 3 lions looking down from their noble perch at all who passed that way. Yolric was waiting for her. The old man leaned heavily on his staff. His long white beard was a matted mess. "So you have come," he greeted her. "But I knew you would. I knew someone would. I could have guessed it would be you." "This is wrong. You of all people should see that." Yolric shook his head. "Wrong. Right. These words have no meanings except in the minds of men. They are but illusions. There is only what is and what isn't, what has been and what will be. I am here to define that value for you. I know you are. I could have predicted it. My suspicions, it would seem, have weight. This is the 2nd time now. It has taken a long time to find, but there is a pattern to the world. Wobble it, and it corrects, which should be impossible. Chaos should beget chaos. Order should be only one possibility, and drowned by all the other permutations. But if it corrects again, if order prevails, then there can be only one answer. There is another force at work, an invisible hand. And I think I know what that force is. I don't have time to discuss this theory of yours again. Nor do I have need of you. As I said, I have finally worked it out. You see, the legends are true." She was irritated with him. He barred her path but didn't attack. He merely babbled on about unimportant theories. This was no time for metaphysical debates about the nature of existence, chaos versus order, or the values of good and evil. She needed to get by him. But Yalric was the one person she could not hope to defeat. She couldn't take the chance of instigating a battle if it could be avoided. "Do you side with Venlin or not?" "Side with the bishop? No." She felt a massive sense of relief. "Will you help me? Together we could stop him. Together we can save the Emperor, save the Empire." "I wouldn't need your help to do that." "So you will let it happen?" "Of course." "Hi." "I need the wobble. One does not a pattern make. I need to see if it will correct again, and, perhaps, how. I must find the fingerprint, the tracks that I can trace to the source. The legends are true. I know that now, but I still want to see his face." "I don't know what you're talking about." "I know you don't. You couldn't." "Are you going to try and stop me or not?" "The wobble, my boy. I never touch it once I have it going. You go. Do what you must. I am only here now to watch, to see if I can catch a glimpse at the face behind the invisible hand." She was confused, baffled by Yalric's unconcerned attitude, but it did not matter. What did was that he would not interfere. Her greatest obstacle was gone. Now it was just between her and Venlin. "Goodbye then, old master, for I fear I shall never see you again." "No, you won't. I would wish you luck, but I do not believe it exists. Still, I suspect you have better than mere luck on your side. You have the invisible hand." Chapter 14. The Cold. The ceiling of the grand imperial throne room was a dome painted to mimic the sky on a gentle summer's day, and Medina still thought it beautiful. Dressed once more in her formal gown, she sat on the gaudy bird-of-prey throne, with the wings spread into a vast half-circle forming the back of the chair. The throne was mounted on a dais that had 12 steps to climb. She couldn't help remembering the days they had forced her to practice before it. "Do you remember the board you ordered sewn into my dress?" she asked Nimbus, who looked suddenly uncomfortable. "It worked," he replied. "Who's next?" Nimbus studied the parchment in his hands. "Bernard Green, a candle maker from Allburn." "Send him in, and get another log on the fire. It's freezing in here." Unlike the Great Hall, the throne room was rarely used, or at least that had been the case until now. When the Empress had been a mythical creature, the room had been sealed. Now that she existed in the flesh, the room was opened once more, but always felt cold, as if it would take time to recover the warmth after those years of neglect. Nimbus waved to the clerk, and a moment later a short, soft-looking man entered. His eyes were small, his nose narrow and sharp. Medina immediately thought of a squirrel, and recalled how she used to remember the court of Ethelred by similar associations, before she learned their names. "Your Grand Imperial Eminence," he said with a shaky voice, and bowed so low his forehead touched the floor. They all waited. He did not move. "Ah, please stand up," she told him. The man popped up like a child's toy, but he refused to look at her. They all did that. She found it irritating, but understood it was a tradition, and it would even be more unnerving for them to try to change. "Speak." Grand Imperial Eminence, I am from Allburn, and I am a candle maker." "Yes, I know that, but what is your problem?" "Well, Your Grand Imperial Eminence, since the edict, I have moved my family here, but You see, I have little means and no skills other than making candles, but the Merchant Guild refuses to grant me a license of business. I am told that I cannot have one, as I am not a citizen." "Of course," Nimbus said. "Citizenship is a prerequisite for applying to a guild, and only guild members are allowed to conduct a trade within the city." "How does one obtain citizenship?" Modena asked. "Usually by inheritance, although it can be granted to individuals or families as recognition for some extraordinary service. Regardless, one must be a member of a guild to gain citizenship." "But if you need to be a guild member to apply for citizenship, and you need to be a citizen to be a guild member, doesn't that make it extraordinarily difficult to become a citizen?" "I believe that is the point, Your Eminence. Cities guard against invasions from outside tradesmen that might disrupt the order of established merchants and reduce the profitability of existing businesses." "How many citizens are there?" "At present, I believe about 10 to 15% of the city's population are citizens." "That's ridiculous." "Yes, Your Eminence. It's also a drain on the Treasury, because only citizens are required to pay taxes. Also, only citizens have the right of a trial in a court, or are required to serve to protect the city walls in the event of attack." Modena stared at him. "Shall I summon the city's merchant council and organize a meeting in order to review the guild policy, say, tomorrow?" Nimbus asked. "Please do." She looked back down at Bernard Green. "Rest assured, I will address this matter immediately, and thank you for bringing it to my attention." "Bless you, Your Grand Imperial Eminence, bless you." He bowed once more with his head to the floor. Modena waved her hand, and the Master-at-Arms escorted him out. "I don't so much mind the bowing. That's actually nice. It's the scraping I can't stand." "You're not just the Empress," Nimbus told her. "You are a demigod. You must expect a little scraping." "Who's next?" "A fellow by the name of Tope Entwistle, a scout from the north," he replied. "A scout? A scout follows the candlemaker?" "He just has a status report, nothing urgent," Nimbus told her, and the candlemaker had been waiting for 3 days. A stocky man entered wearing a heavy wool tunic with a little copper pin in the shape of a torch on his breast. He also sported wool pants wrapped in leather strips. His face was blotchy, his skin a ruddy leather. The tip of his nose was more than red, it was a disturbing shade of purple. His knuckles and the tips of his fingers were a similar colour. He walked with an unusual gait, a hobbled limp, as if his feet were sore. "Your Imperial Eminence," the man bowed and sniffled. "Sir Marshal Brecton sends word. He reports that there has been no confirmed movement by the elves since the initial crossing. In addition, he sends word that all bridges and roads have been closed. As for the lack of movement on the part of the elven force, it is his estimated opinion that the elves may have gone into winter quarters. He has also sent several quartermaster lists and a detailed report, which I have here in this satchel." "You can give those to the clerk," Nimbus told him. He slipped the satchel off and sneezed as he held out the bag. "And how are things in Colnora?" "Excuse me, Your Highness?" He stuck a finger in his ear and wiggled it. "I've been fighting a cold for a month, and my head is so clogged I can barely hear." "I asked, how are things in Colnora?" she said louder. "They're fine in Colnora. It's the road between that gets a tad chilly. Of course I can't complain. I've been up on the line in the wilderness, and there it's colder than anything. Not even a proper fire allowed, on account of not wanting to give away our positions to the elves." "Is there anything you need?" "Me? No, I don't need much. I already had me a good hot meal and a sit near a hearth. That's all I need.
Course a soft, warm place to sleep a while before I head back would certainly be appreciated.
Medina looked at Nimbus. I will inform the Chamberlain, he told her.
Thank you, Your Eminence,
the scout said, and bowed again before leaving. I never really thought about how it must be out there for them. Waiting, Medina said. Next is Abner Galsworth, the city administrator, Nimbus said, and a tall, thin man entered. He was the best dressed of the lot that morning, wearing long, heavy robes of green and gold draped nearly to the floor. On his head was a tall hat with flaps that drooped down the sides of his head, like a hound's ears. His face was long and narrow, qualities made more noticeable by the sagging of age. Your Imperial Eminence. He bowed, but more shallowly than anyone else so far, and there was no scraping to be seen. While I am pleased to report that all the provisioning you have commanded has been achieved, and that the city is functioning at high efficiency, I nevertheless regret to tell you that there is a problem. We are becoming overcrowded. Refugees are still arriving from the surrounding towns and villages, even more so since the news of troops sealing the roads and passes has leaked into the countryside. We now have several hundred people living on the streets, and with the winter's cold, I have daily reports coming across my desk of frozen corpses in need of disposal. At present, we are carting the bodies outside the walls and piling them in a fallow field to await a spring burial. This solution, however, has attracted wild animals. Packs of wolves have been reported, and those still outside the city walls are complaining. I would like to request permission to dispose of the bodies at sea. To do this, I will require access to a barge. As all ships are presently under Imperial edict, my request has been repeatedly denied. Hence, I am here, appealing to you. I see, Medina said. And what provisions have you made to prevent the future deaths of more refugees? Provisions? He asked. Yes. What have you done to stop the peasants from freezing to death? Why, nothing. The peasants are dying because we have no shelter. They have no shelter because they cannot afford any, or none can be found. I can neither create money nor construct housing, therefore I do not understand your question. You cannot commandeer ships to dispose of bodies either, and yet you stand before me requesting that. True, but a barge is an achievable goal. Preventing future peasants from dying is not. The city has been overcrowded for weeks, and yet just this morning another large group has arrived from Alban. There are perhaps 50 families. If a viable solution is what you desire, I suggest preventing any more displaced people from entering the city. Seal it off and be done with it. Let those that come here looking for charity learn that they must provide for themselves. Allowing them entry will only cause a higher rate of mortality. I suspect you are right, Medina told him. I also suspect you would feel quite differently if it was you and your family standing on the other side of our locked gate. I am the Empress of all the people. It is my responsibility to keep them safe, not the other way around. Then please tell me what you would like me to do, for I can see no solution to this problem. There is simply no place for all these people. Medina looked around her, at the painted dome and the great stone hearth burning the new logs she had ordered. Chancellor, she said. Yes, Your Eminence, Nimbus replied. How many people could we fit in this hall? He raised his eyebrows in surprise, then pursed his lips. Perhaps 100 if we don't mind squeezing together. I think, if faced with freezing to death, they'll not mind. You will open the throne room to the public? Galsworth asked, stunned. How will you conduct the business of the Empire? This is the business of the Empire, and no, I am not going to open the throne room to the public. She looked at Nimbus. I am opening the entire palace. I want the gates opened at once. Line the halls, corridors, even the chapel. I want every square inch used. There will not be a single man, woman, or child left in the cold as long as there is any room to spare. Is that understood? Absolutely, Your Eminence. Furthermore, she said, turning to Galsworth, I want a study done of the city to locate any other sources of shelter that could be utilized. I don't care how hallowed or privileged. This is an emergency, and all space is to be used. You're serious, he said, amazed. I will not have my people dying on my doorstep, she declared in a raised voice that left no room for question. Guards looked up, concerned by her unusual outburst. Servants appeared nervous, and several noticeably cringed. The city administrator did not. He remained straight, his eyes focused on her own. He said nothing for a moment. Then his lips began to move about as if he were sucking on something. And finally he began to nod. Very well, he said. I will begin to look into the matter, but I can tell you right now where there is a large unused space. The Imperial Basilica of Aquesta has the capacity to house perhaps 1,000, and at present is home to no more than 8 individuals. If you knew this, why did you not say something before? I would never presume to fill the house of God with poor, filthy peasants. Then what in Meribor's name is it for? The Patriarch will not be pleased. Damn the Patriarch! Modena barked. Nimbus! At once, Your Eminence. Why are the two of you not asleep? Modena asked, entering her bedroom to find Mercy and Allie wide awake. Modena insisted that Allie stay in her room as part of her initiative to free up as much space as possible. When Allie asked for Mercy to join them, Modena couldn't refuse. Now both girls were in their nightgowns, wrapped in blankets, facing the darkened, frost-covered window. At her question, the girls looked at her and then quickly wiped their cheeks. Too cold, Mercy replied unconvincingly, then sniffled. It's freezing, Allie agreed. We couldn't even play outside today. Even Mr. Rings won't set foot out there. Mercy glanced to where the raccoon was curled up near the fire. It is very cold, isn't it? Modena said, looking out the window at the starry sky. The night was always clear when the temperature was frigid. It freezes the water in your eyes. It makes my ears hurt. Modena put her hand to the frosted glass, the same window she had spent so many hours kneeling before. It was like ice to her touch. Yes, the cold is troublesome, but it might just be the miracle we need. We need it to be cold? Allie questioned. Well, if Mr. Rings won't go outside, I don't suspect anyone else will want to be out either. You mean the elves? Mercy asked. Yes, she replied. She didn't see the point in lying. Why do they want to kill us? Allie is an elf, but she doesn't want to kill us, do you? Allie shook her head. I don't know why, Modena said. I'm not certain anyone knows. The reason is likely very old. Too old for anyone to remember. Will they kill us when it gets warmer? Allie asked. I'm not going to let them. Your father isn't going to let them either. Is that why you were crying? You miss him, don't you? The girl nodded. And you? Modena looked at Mercy. I miss Arcadius and Miranda. She used to put me to bed at night, and he would tell me stories when I couldn't sleep. Well, I think I can help with that. I know a story that a dear friend once told me when I was feeling very bad. So bad, in fact, that I couldn't even eat. How about we get more wood for the fire, curl up in my big bed, and I'll tell it to you. She watched the two padding about in their bare feet, collecting armloads of split logs. The Empress smiled. Everyone commented on how gracious she was for taking them in and sharing her personal chambers, although there were some who thought that it was a political ploy, that her generosity was extended to make it impossible for any duke to suggest such indignities were beneath him. This wasn't the reason, only a convenient secondary benefit. Medina did it because she had promised Wyatt she would look after Ali, and she meant to fulfill that oath. As there was no separating the two girls, Medina inherited twins. Having done so, she realized that even if Wyatt returned that night, and the winter melted to summer and all the problems with her kingdom were swept away by some miracle, she would still want the children to live with her. Carefree laughter was something Medina had not heard in a great while. She had stared out her window, at a free blue sky, to avoid the grey world of grim-faced men. Now, a bit of that sky bounced within her chambers. They reminded her of Maria and Jessie Coswell, childhood friends who had died too soon. She tucked the girls in and lay beside Ali, stroking her hair. This is called Kyle and the White Feather. The father of the gods, Erebus, had 3 sons, Ferrol, Drome, and Merebor. They were the gods of elves, dwarves, and men. He also had a daughter, Muriel, who was the loveliest being ever created. She held dominion over all the plants and animals. Well, one night Erebus became drunk and, well, he hurt his own daughter. In anger, her brothers attacked their father and tried to kill him, but of course, gods can't die. Filled with guilt and grief, Erebus returned to Muriel and begged her forgiveness. She was moved by her father's remorse, but still couldn't bear to look at him. He begged, pleading for her to name a punishment. He would do anything to win her forgiveness. Muriel needed time to let the fear and pain pass, so she told him, "Go to a land to live, not as a god, but as a man, to learn humility." To repent for his misdeeds, she charged him with doing good works. Erebus did as she requested, and took the name of Kyle. It is said that to this day he walks the world of men, working miracles. For each act that pleases her, Muriel bestows upon him a white feather from her magnificent robe, which he keeps in a pouch forever by his side. Muriel decreed that when the day came when all the feathers were bestowed, she would call her father home and forgive him. It is said, when all the gods are reunited, all will be made right and the world will transform into a paradise. "Empress," Mercy said. "Yes?" "When you die, do you meet others who have died?" "I don't know. Who is it you want to meet?" "I miss my mother." "Oh, that's different," she told her. "I am quite certain daughters and mothers are always reunited." "Really?" "Of course. She was very pretty, my mother. She used to say I was pretty too." "And you are." "She told me I would grow up to be a fairy princess one day, but I don't think I will now. I don't think I will grow up at all." "Don't talk like that. If your mother said you would be a fairy princess, you'd trust her. Mothers know these things." She hugged the girl and kissed her cheek. Mercy felt so small, so delicate. "Now, it's late, and time for you to go to sleep." A bright moon was rising. Medina thought of the 58 men outside, pitched on a snowy hillside, ordered by her to remain in the cold. Some would lose fingers, others toes, noses or ears, and some might be dying right then, like her father almost had, the night of the blizzard. They might be huddled in a shallow frozen hole they had chipped out of the snow, trying in vain to keep warm with only a thin wool blanket and a few layers of clothes separating them from the bitter winds. They would shiver uncontrollably, their teeth chattering, their muscles tight as they pulled into balls, snow and ice forming on their beards and eyelashes. The unlucky ones would fall into a deep, warm sleep, never to wake up. She thought of the men, imagined their pain and fear, and felt guilt. They were dying on her command, but she needed them to be there. As much as she wished it could be better for them, as much as she wished she could pray for warmer weather, she looked out at the sparkling stars and whispered, "Please, Maribor, I know I am not your daughter. I am but a poor peasant girl who shouldn't even be here, but please, please make it stay cold." She fell asleep and woke a few hours later. The room was dark, the new logs having burnt low, and everything outside the covers felt chilled. It was Mercy who had woken her. She was kicking and twisting in the covers, her eyes still closed. She wrestled, her arms twitching, her eyes darting fretfully under her lids. From her mouth came fearful utterances like the cries of terror from one gagged. "What's wrong with her?" Ali asked with a sleepy face and matted hair. "Bad dream, I suspect." Medina took hold of Mercy's shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Mercy," she said. "Mercy, wake up." The little girl kicked once more, then lay still. Her eyes fluttered open and then shifted left and right nervously. "It's okay. It was just a bad dream." Mercy clutched at Medina, shaking. "It's all right. Everything is okay now." "No," the little girl replied, with a hitching voice. "It's not. I saw them. I saw the elves coming into the city. Nothing stopped them." Medina patted her head. "It was just a dream. A nightmare brought on because of what we were saying just before you fell asleep. I told you I won't let them hurt us." "But you couldn't stop them. No one could. The walls fell down, and flying monsters burned the houses. I heard the men screaming in the fog. There was lightning. The ground broke, and the walls fell. They poured in, riding white horses, all dressed in gold and blue." "Gold and blue?" Medina asked. She nodded. Medina's heart felt as if it skipped a beat. "Did you see the elves when you escaped the university?" "No, just the flying monsters. They were really scary." "How did you know they dressed in gold and blue?" "I saw them in my dream." "What else did you see? Which way did they come?" "I don't know." "You said they were on horses. Did they arrive here on horses, or did they come by boat?" "I don't know. I just saw them on horses coming into the city." "Do you know which gate?" She shook her head, looking more frightened, as if Medina quizzed her. The Empress tried to calm down, tried to smile, but she could not. Instead, she stood up. The floor was cold, but she barely noticed. She paced, thinking. It's not possible for a child to see the future in a dream. Is it? But that's what the patriarch said when he was quoting at the meeting. They came on brilliant white horses, wearing shining gold and shimmering blue. Still, that ancient account might not apply to these elves. Can you remember where you were when you saw them enter the gate? Mercy thought a moment. We were on the wall, out front of the courtyard where Ally and I play with Mr. Rings. Was it day or night? Morning. Could you see the sun? She shook her head, and Medina sighed. If only she... It was cloudy, Mercy told her. Could you tell which side the sea was on while looking at the gate? Ah, this side, I think, she said, taking her right hand out of the covers and shaking it for her. Are you sure? The girl nodded. You were looking at the southern gate, Medina said. You two get back to sleep, she told the girls, and left them staring as she rushed out of the bedroom, pulling on a robe. The guard outside spun around, startled. Wake up the Chancellor and tell him I want to see that scout Entwistle right now. I'll meet them in the Chancellor's office. Go. She closed the door and ran down the steps to the 4th floor without bothering to get dressed. You there! She caught a guard yawning. He snapped to attention. Get a light on in the Chancellor's office. By the time Nimbus and the scout arrived, she had the map of the Kingdom of Warwick off the shelf and spread out over the desk. What's going on? The Chancellor asked. You're from the south, aren't you, Nimbus? I'm from Venice, Your Eminence. That's down here at the mouth of the Burnham. Yes. Do you know any place south of Culnora to cross the Burnham River? No, Your Eminence. She looked back at the map for a moment, and then the two men waited patiently. So, the elves can't get at us from the west, unless they have seaworthy ships, and they can't approach us from the north because of the mountains? She looked up, this time at the scout. Yes, Your Eminence. We started an avalanche on the Gloucester Road, and it won't be clear until late spring. The bridges in Culnora were destroyed as well. And they can't come at us from the east or the south because of the Burnham. What about the Ryland Valley? Can't they get through there? No, the snow is too deep in the fields. An elf might be able to walk over it with proper shoes, but he won't be able to bring horses or wagons. And even if they did, they would still have to cross the Ferrandal Durat, and those passes are closed. She looked again at the map, studying the little lines on it. If the elven army was to attack us from our southern gate, how best would they get here? They can't, the scout said. The only bridges across the Burnham Gorge were in Culnora, and they've been destroyed. What if they went around Culnora? What if they crossed the Burnham south of there? The river south of Culnora is wide and deep. There's no ford or bridge except those in Culnora, which aren't there any more. Medina drummed her fingers on the desk, staring at the map. What is it, Your Eminence? Nimbus asked. I don't know, she said, but we're missing something. It's not the cold slowing down their advance. Maybe they want us to think it is, but I'm certain they're circling around us. I think they'll attack from the southeast. But that's not possible, the scout said. These are elves. Do we really know what is possible for them? If they were able to get across, what would that do? That would depend on where they crossed. It could wind up dividing us from Brechton's forces in the east, or they could walk in unopposed from the south.
Your Eminence, I know every inch of the Burnham. I used to float goods down it from Culnora to Venice with my brother, as boys. We worked it year-round. There is no place to cross. It is as wide and deep as a lake, and there's a deadly current. Even in summer, without a boat, a man can't get across. In winter it would be suicide.
The decision was too important to base on the nightmare of a child, even though her heart told her she was right. Her eyes fell on the little copper pin in the shape of a torch on Tope Entwistle's chest. "Tell me," she said, "what is that you're wearing on your breast?" He glanced down and smiled self-consciously.
Sir Brechton awarded that to me for successfully lighting the fire signalling the elves' move across the Gale War.
So, you actually saw the elven army?
Yes, Your Eminence.
Tell me, then, what colour are the uniforms of the elves? He looked surprised at the question, and then replied,
"Blue and gold."
"Thank you. You can leave. Go back to sleep. Get some rest." The scout nodded, bowed, and left the office. "What are you thinking, Your Eminence?" the Chancellor asked. "I want word sent to Culnora to recall Brechton and his troops," she said. "We aren't going to survive Nimbus, even after everything we've done. They're going to break through our defences, throw down our walls, and burst into this palace." Nimbus said nothing. He remained straight and calm. "You knew that already, didn't you?" "I have a few illusions, Your Eminence." "I won't let my family be slaughtered. Not again." "There is still hope," he told her. "You have seen to that. All we can do is wait. And pray, if you feel that will help." "You don't believe in the guards, Nimbus?" He smiled wryly. "Oh, I most certainly believe in them, Your Eminence. I just don't think they believe in me." Chapter 15. Persepliquus. The Harbinger limped to shore without much dignity. Wyatt managed to create a small sail from what remained, and hoisted it to a pole he lashed to the stump of the old mast. They no longer flew across the waves. They barely drifted, but it was enough to make the far shore. Farther down the shore, Royce spotted what looked to be a dock, which they avoided, and instead they anchored in a sheltered cove. Here the beach was only a small spit of land surrounded by large blocks of broken stone, each one half the height of a man. They lay tumbled and scattered like the toys of some giant toddler after a tantrum. The stones glistened from the sea spray, and those closest to the water wore glowing beards of what looked like long, stringy moths. "What bothers me is the lack of gulls," Wyatt said, tying off the bowline to a rock that rose out of the sand like a colossal finger. "Only a god-forsaken beach is without seagulls." "Really?" Hadrian asked. "The gulls? I would have figured the glowing green water would have you more concerned." "There's that, too." Magnus was one of the first off the boat. He hit the sand and ran up the slope to the stone blocks, touching them with his hands as if to assure himself they were real. Royce was off next. His face had started to take on a green all its own. His elven heritage made him subject to seasickness, and Hadrian recalled the days of misery his friend had spent aboard the Emerald Storm. Royce climbed to the top of a large, sturdy rock and lay down. Ulrich and Morven arrived on the beach wide-eyed, looking up at the ruined stone with awe. Arista was the last off, accompanied by Myron, who held her hand. She had slept for more than 2 hours and still had deep shadows beneath her eyes. After reaching the beach, she turned around to view the harbinger, and a look of remorse crossed her brow. "She's not in much shape for a return trip," Wyatt stated, looking at the princess. "I was thinking that maybe Eldon and I ought to stay here and work on her while the rest of you fetch that horn. I could rig a few pulleys in these rocks, and with Eldon's help, I might be able to set a new mast if we manage to find something we can use for one. At the very least, I could run a jib line and reinforce the pole we have. I also think the rudder needs some work, and I need to stop the leaks that opened up, or she'll sink on the way back. I have the pitch for that. I just need to make a fire and get the hull out of the water, which the tide should help with." "And if the gazelle spot you?" Arista asked. "Well, I'll do my best to avoid that, but if they come around, I suppose we'll be hiding among the rocks. I'm hoping that after today, we won't be seeing any more of them for a while. Perhaps we have at least a few days before another ship arrives. Thing is, I'm on this trip for my sailing skills, right? I can't handle a sword as well as a Pickering or Hadrian, and I wasn't brought along for that anyway. Neither was Eldon. Besides, you can leave the excess gear here and travel lighter." Arista nodded. She didn't look strong enough to argue. "I really didn't mean to hit you so hard," Hadrian told her as Arista sat down on the sand. "What?" she asked sluggishly. "Oh, no, it's not my head. It's just that I feel exhausted, even after sleeping. I feel like I've walked for miles and been up for weeks. You know better than I do. Do you get that from being whacked in the head?" "No, not really," he replied. "It usually just throbs a while and aches after that. I feel sort of like you do when you come down with a cold. Weak, tired. My mind just wanders and I can't stay focused. It doesn't help that any time I sleep, I have dreams." "What kind of dreams?" "You'll think I'm crazy," she said, embarrassed. "I thought that from the first time we met." She smirked at him. "In my dreams, I'm not me. I actually think I'm Ezra Harden. Only it's years ago, before this city was destroyed, before the Emperor was killed, before he was locked up. That's what you get from wearing that robe." She looked down. "It's a really nice robe, very warm. And have you ever seen one that lights up for you?" "It's a little creepy." "Maybe." They sat in silence for a minute. Eldon and Wyatt walked around the ship looking at the hull. They were wasting no time assessing the damage. Ulrich and Marvin climbed up in the rocks, exploring like children. Myron sat only a few feet away and appeared to be watching them. Hadrian stared at the waves as they rolled ashore, splashing just beyond their feet. They would head off soon, but for now it was good to sit on solid ground. He would nudge Royce in a bit, but he wanted to give him a few minutes. He expected dangers would be greater from that point on, and preferred Royce to be in top form. "I should thank you," Arista said with downcast eyes and a quiet voice, as if it were a confession. He looked at her curiously. "For what?" "For the crack on the head," she replied, raising a hand to rub the spot. She took the bandage off. Ulrich was right. I'd lost control. Her hair fell across her face, an auburn curtain hiding everything but the tip of her nose. It's hard to explain the feeling of it. The power. It's as if I can do anything. Can you imagine knowing you can do anything? It's exciting, alluring. Draws you in, and you want it like a hunger. You feel yourself becoming part of something bigger, joining with it, working with it. You sense every drop of water, every blade of grass, and you become them. Everything. The air and the stars. You want to see how far you can go, where the edges are. Only some part of you knows there are no edges. I never did anything that big before. I spread out too far. I joined with it too much. I was losing myself, I think. It was just so amazing, feeling the world respond to me like it was a part of me, or I was a part of it. I don't know. I wasn't thinking anymore. I was just feeling, and I don't know what might have happened if you hadn't whacked you. Yeah. I'm just glad you aren't mad, he said, and meant it. Most people I hit wake up with a slightly different attitude. I suppose they do. She pulled the curtain of hair back and tilted her head up at him. She had a self-conscious smile on her face. I'd also like to thank you for something else. He looked at her once more, confused and a little worried. I want to thank you for not being afraid of me. Her hair was tangled, her face drawn and weary. She had drooping eyes and thin, pale pink lips. There was a pinch of sand on the tip of her nose. Creases marked her forehead, thin lines of worry. Is there anyone quite like her? He fought an urge to brush the sand from her nose. Who says I'm not afraid of you? He asked her. He saw her turning that comment over in her mind and felt it was best to end the conversation before he said something stupid. He got up, dusted the sand off himself, and went looking for his pack. He had just reached the ship where Wyatt was coiling a length of rope when the two scouts returned. There's a passage up that way, Morven announced, grinning. They came to the side of the ship where they found their packs and, pulling out their water sacks, threw their heads back and guzzled to quench their thirst. It's amazing, Ulrich said, wiping the water from his beard. There are these huge statues of lions. Their paws are taller than I am. This really is Persepliquus. I want to go in. We should get going. Wyatt and Eldon are planning to stay here, Hadrian told him. Why? He asked, concerned and perhaps a bit annoyed. They plan to fix the ship while we're gone and have it ready for us by the time we get back. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Good sense. That's great. Now, let's get our stuff and get going. I've waited all my life to see this. Ulrich and Morven trotted back aboard the Harbinger to find the rest of their gear. Kings, Hadrian said to Wyatt with a shrug. Be careful, Wyatt told him, and keep an eye on Gaunt. Gaunt? You're too trusting, Wyatt said. He nodded to where Gaunt sat near the dwarf on a large stone slab. He spends a lot of time with Magnus, and he was unusually friendly with me and Eldon, like he was buddying up with the drafted members of the party, trying to form a group of dissenters. Remember what I told you on the Emerald Storm. There's always one member of any crew who's looking for a mutiny. And he's our only hope, Hadrian replied with a lilt of irony in his voice. You'd better be careful too. As you know, the Gazelle are no joke. Keep an eye out. Don't sleep on the ship. Don't light any fires. Trust me. I remember the arena at the Palace of the Four Winds. I have no desire to cross swords with them a second time. That's good, because this isn't an arena, and there are no rules. Out here they'll swarm over you like an army of ants. Good luck. Same to you. And make sure this ship is ready to sail when we get back. I've been on enough jobs with Royce to know that while the going in may be slow, the coming out is usually a race. The ruins of the city began at the water's edge. although this was not entirely evident until they left the sand and moved inland, where they had a wider perspective. The large stone blocks were part of the broken foundation of white marble columns that had once stood 100 feet tall. They knew this by discovering 3 remaining columns, still upright. Yet how they had managed to remain this way was bewildering, as the blocks had shifted precariously. They found the passage Ulrich and Malvin had discovered, which began at the feet of 2 huge lions carved from stone. Each was easily 200 feet tall, although one was missing its head, which had fallen away. The remaining lion showed a fierce face with teeth bared and a full, flowing mane. "The Imperial Lions," Myron muttered as they passed under their shadow, and Royce paused to light his lantern. "I've seen these before," Arista whispered, her head back, looking up at the sculptures. "In my dreams." "What do you know of this place, Myron?" Royce asked, lifting his light and peering forward into a vast labyrinth of crumbled stone and silhouetted ruins. "Which author would you like to hear from? Anton Bullard did a wonderful study of the ancient texts, as well as—" "Summarize, please." "Right. Okay. Well, legend has it that this was once a small agrarian village, the home of a farmer's daughter named Persephone. They lived in fear of the elves, who had reportedly burned nearby villages and slaughtered the inhabitants right down to every man, woman, and child. Persephone's village was next, but a man called Novron appeared in the village. He fell in love with Persephone and vowed to save her. He begged her to leave the village, but she refused, so he decided to stay and swore to protect her. He took charge and rallied the men. When the attack came, he defeated the forces of the elves, saving the village. He revealed himself to be Novron, the son of Meribor, sent to protect his children from the greed of the children of Ferrol. Many battles later, Novron defeated the elves at the Battle of Avempartha, and a time of peace with the elves began. Novron wished to build a capital for his great empire and a home for his wife. Although he ruled vast tracts of land, Persephone refused to live anywhere other than her village. So, it was here that Novron built his capital, naming it Persepliquis, the city of Persephone. Over the years it became the largest and most sophisticated city in the world. It's chronicled as being 5 miles across and the seat of a famous university and library. Scholars came from across the empire to study. The grand imperial palace was built here, and it was a place of temples, gardens, and parks. Records report that the city had clean water fountains open to the public and baths where citizens lounged in heated pools. Persepliquis was also the home of the imperial bureaucracy, a vast system of offices that administered the empire, controlling its economy and social and political institutions. There were agents responsible for rooting out potential dissidents, suspected criminals, and corrupt officials. And, of course, it was home to the Teshlor Guild and the Senjar Council, the Imperial Knights and the College of Wizards that advised and protected the Emperor. Through his bureaucracy, the Emperor controlled everything from the forests to mines, farms, granaries, shipyards, and cloth mills. Corruption was held in check by appointing more than one head of each department and by rotating them out frequently. They never appointed local men who might have ties to those they administered to. Even prostitution was regulated by the Empire. Persepliquis was a place of great wealth, the centre of the Empire's trade that spanned all of Apelladorn and reached even into the exotic Westerlands and north into Estrendor. It bustled with richly dressed merchants, and the roads were legendary. They were huge, wide thoroughfares of well-laid stone, perfectly straight, that ran for miles in all directions.
Trees were planted on either side of them to provide shade, and they were well maintained and marked with milestones. Wells and shelters were placed at regular intervals for the comfort of travellers. There was no famine, no crime, no disease or plague. No droughts were ever recorded, nor floods, nor even harsh frosts. Food was always plentiful, and no one was poor.
"I can see why the Imperialists want to recapture that ideal," Ulrich observed. "Which just goes to show how foolish people can be," Gaunt said. "No famine, no drought, no disease, no poor. There's about as much chance of that happening as you becoming Emperor," Royce asked.
Gaunt scowled. "So, what should we be looking for?" Royce asked.
Myron shook his head. "I don't know," he replied, and glanced at Arista. "The tomb of Novron," the princess told them.
"Oh!" Myron brightened. "That would be under the palace in the centre of the city."
"Any way to identify it?" "It's a huge white building with a solid gold dome," Arista answered for him, gaining several surprised looks. She shrugged. "I'm guessing."
Myron nodded. "Good guess."
They moved on as before, with Royce in the lead, fleet of foot as always, investigating shadows and crevices, his light bobbing. Ulrich and Morven followed at a distance, in a manner that reminded Hadrian of a fox hunt. Arista and Myron walked together, both staring up at their surroundings with great interest. Gaunt and Magnus followed them, occasionally speaking in whispers. Hadrian brought up the rear once more, glancing over his shoulder repeatedly. He already missed Wyatt and Eldon. They followed a passage that wove between collapsed rock falls until they reached a street of neatly paved stones, each cut in a hexagon and fitted with stunning precision. Here, at last, the mounds of rubble gave way, allowing them to view the shattered remains of the once magnificent city that rose around them. Great buildings of rose or white stone, tarnished by age and curtained in debris, had lost none of their beauty. What immediately captured Hadrian's attention was how tall they were. Pillars and arches soared hundreds of feet in the air, supporting marvellously decorated entablatures and pediments. Great domes of burnished bronze and stone-crowned buildings with diameters in excess of 100 feet were far larger than anything he had ever seen before. Colonnades supporting a row of arches ran for hundreds of yards as mere decoration, standing out before load-bearing walls. Statues of unknown men were exquisitely sculpted, such that they might move at any minute. They adorned silent fountains, pedestals, and building facades. The grandeur of the city was stunning, as was its rattled state. Each building, each pillar, each stone appeared to have dropped from some great height. Blocks of stone lay askew and shifted out of place. Some teetered beyond imagination, loose, twisted, and misaligned so that it looked as if the weight of a sparrow would topple a structure of 1,000 tons. The devastation was not even or predictable. Some buildings missed whole walls. Most no longer had roofs, while others revealed the shift of only a few stones. Despite the disarray, other aspects of the city were astonishingly preserved. A seller's market stood untouched. Brooms remained standing, stacked on display. A pot stall exhibited several perfect clay urns, their brilliant ceramic glazes of red and yellow dimmed only by a coat of fine dust. On the left side of the street, in front of a dishevelled 4-story residence, lay 3 skeletons, their clothes still on them but rotted nearly to dust. "What happened to this place?" Gaunt asked. "No one knows, exactly," Myron replied, "although there have been many theories.
Theodore Brindle asserted that it was the wrath of Maribor for the murder of his blood. Dico Amos the Stout found evidence that it was destroyed by the Senjar, in particular the wizard Ezra Harden. Professor Edmund Hall, whose trail we are on, believed it was a natural catastrophe. After crossing the salty sea and seeing the state of the city, he concluded in his journal that the ancient city sat upon a cavern of salt, which was dissolved with a sudden influx of water, thus causing the city above to collapse. There are several other more dubious explanations, such as demons, and even one rumour concerning the bitterness of dwarves and how they pulled it down out of spite. "Bah!" Magnus scoffed. "Humans always blame dwarves. A baby goes missing, and it was a dwarf that stole it. A princess runs off with a second son of a king, and it was a dwarf who lured her to a deep prison. And when they find her with the prince, lo, she was rescued. A king is stabbed in the back in his own chapel, and a princess's tower is turned into a death trap," Royce called back to them. "Friends are betrayed and trapped in a prison. Yes, I can see your surprise. Where do they get such ideas?" "Dumb his elven ears," Magnus said. "What?" Gaunt asked, shocked. "Royce is an elf?" "No, he's not," Ulrich said. He looked back over his shoulder. "Is he? Why don't you ask him?" Arista replied. "Royce?" The bobbing light halted. "I don't see how this is the time or place for discussing my lineage." "Gaunt brought it up. I was just asking. You don't look elven." "That's because I'm a mere. I'm only part elven. And since I never met my parents, I can't tell you any more than that." "You're part elven?" Myron said. "How wonderful for you. I don't think I've ever met an elf, although I have met you, so perhaps I have met others and don't know it. Still, it is quite exciting, isn't it?" "Is this going to be an issue?" Royce asked the king. "Are you planning on questioning my allegiance?" No, I wasn't," Ulrich said. "You've always been a loyal servant." Hadrian started walking forward, wondering if he had returned Royce's dagger too soon. "Servant? Loyal?" Royce asked, his voice growing lower and softer. Never a good sign, Hadrian thought. "Royce, we need to keep moving, right?" "Absolutely," he said, staring directly at Ulrich. "What did I say?" the king asked after Royce resumed his advance. "I was merely—" "Stop," Hadrian told him. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but just stop. He can still hear you, and you'll only make matters worse." Ulrich appeared as if he would speak again, but then scowled and moved on. Arista offered her brother a sympathetic look as she passed him. They continued in silence, following the light. On occasion, Royce whispered for them to wait, and they sat in silence, tense and worried. Hadrian kept his hands on the pommels of his swords, watching and listening. Then Royce would return, and off they would go once more. They moved to a much wider boulevard. The buildings became more elaborate, taller, often with facades of chiseled columns. Pillars lined the avenue, tall monoliths covered in detailed engravings, epigraphs, and images of men, women, and animal figures. One very large building was totally shattered, forcing them to climb over a mountain of rubble. The going was treacherous, with slabs of broken rock the size of houses that were loose enough to shift with their weight. Driven to inch along ledges and crawl through dark holes, they all welcomed a rest on the far side. They sat on what had once been a great flight of marbled steps, which now went nowhere, and looked down the city's main road. Each building was tall and made from finely carved stone, usually white marble or rose-coloured granite. Fountains appeared intermittently along the wide thoroughfare,
And as he stared, Hadrian could imagine a time when children ran in the streets, splashing in the pools, and swinging from the spear arm a statue held out. He could almost see the colourful awnings, the markets, the crowds. Music and the smells of exotic food would fill the air, much like in Dagestan, only here the streets were clean, the air cool. What a wonderful place it must have been. What a wonderful time to have lived.
"A library,"
Myron whispered as they sat, his eyes fixed on a tall circular building with a small dome and a colonnade surrounding it. "How do you know?" Arista asked.
"It says so," he replied. "On top, there. Imperial Repository of Tomes and Knowledge. Roughly translated, at least. I don't suppose I could."
He trailed off, his eyes hopeful. "If you go in there, we might never get you out," Hadrian said. "We need to camp, and we still don't know anything about the horn," Arista said. "If Myron could find something—" "I'll take a look," Royce said. "Hadrian, come with me. Everyone else wait here." Just as if he were on a job, Royce circled the library twice, making a careful study of the entrances and exits before moving to the two great bronze doors, each decorated in ornate sculptured relief, depicting a bisected scene of a man handing a scroll and a laurel to a younger man amidst the aftermath of a great battle. Hadrian noticed a river and a familiar-looking tower at the edge of a waterfall in the upper right. The doors were marred badly, dented and bent, bearing marks from a large, blunt hammer. Hadrian slowly, quietly, drew one sword. Royce sat down and hooded the lantern, then pulled the doors open and slipped inside. One of the many rules Hadrian had learned from the start was never to follow Royce into a room. That was how it had all gone so bad in Ervenon. Royce had slipped into the crown tower as delicately as a moth through a window, yet unlike on the previous night, the room was not empty. A priest sat in the small outer chamber. It didn't matter, as he had not seen or heard Royce. But then Hadrian blundered in. The man screamed. They ran, Royce one way, Hadrian the other. It was a coin flip that Hadrian won. The guards came around the tower on Royce's side. While they were busy chasing and wrestling Royce down, Hadrian made it back to the rope. He was safe. All he had to do was climb back down, retrieve his horse from the thickets, and ride away. That was exactly what Royce expected him to do. What Royce would have done in his place. But back then, Royce did not know him. Hadrian heard the 3 taps from inside the library and, grabbing the lantern, crept inside. It was black, and he was met with a terrible confluence of smells. The dominant odour was a thick, burnt wood scent, but a more pungent, rotted meat stink managed to cut through. From the darkness he heard Royce say, "We're clear. Light it up." Hadrian lifted the lantern's hood to reveal a scorched hall. Burned black and filled with piles of ash, the room was still beautiful beyond anything else Hadrian had ever seen. 4 stories tall, the walls circling him were marvellously crafted tiers of marble arcades. Towering pillars ringed the coffered dome and supported the great arches joining the arcades to each other. Around the rim, a colonnade of white marble was interspersed with lifelike bronze statues of 12 men, each of which had to be at least 20 feet tall. From the floor, they appeared life-sized. Great chandeliers of gold hung around the perimeter. The black, cracked remains of tables formed a circular pattern of desks with a great office in the centre. A fresco painting of wonderful scenes of various landscapes formed the lower part of the dome, while the greater portion, made of glass, now lay in shards, scattered across the beautiful mosaic floor. In the centre of the room, near the office bench, was its only inhabitant. Surrounded by a few singed books, papers, quills, 3 lanterns, and an oil can, lay what remained of an old man. He was on his back, his head resting on a knapsack, his legs wrapped in a blanket. Like Bernie, this man was dead, and, as he had Bernie, Hadrian recognized him. "Anton Bullard," he said, and knelt beside the body of the elderly man he had befriended in Calais. He was not as ravaged by death as Bernie. No sea crabs here. Bullard, who had always been pale in life, was now a bluish-grey, his complexion waxy. His white hair was brittle, and spectacles still rested on the end of his nose. "Bernie was right," Hadrian told Bullard. "You didn't survive the trip." But then again, neither did he. Hadrian used the old man's blanket to wrap him up, and together they carried his body out and set it off to the side under a pile of rocks. The smell lingered, but it wasn't nearly as pungent. When the others arrived, they stared with disappointment, Myron most of all. Exhaustion won out, and they threw their packs down, while Royce relocked the door. Myron looked up, his eyes scanning the tiers and countless aisles where books must have once lay, but now they housed only piles of ash, and Hadrian noticed the monk's hands tremble. "We'll rest here for a few hours," Royce said. "Here?" Gaunt asked. "The smell is awful. Charcoal and something else. What is that disgusting?" Gaunt asked. "We found a body," Hadrian told them. "Another member of the last team the Patriarch sent in, from the same group as Bernie, from the Harbinger. And a friend. We took his remains out." "Was he burned?" Myron asked fearfully. "No." Hadrian placed a hand on his shoulder. "I don't think anyone was here when it caught fire." "But it was burned recently," the monk said. "It wouldn't still smell like this after 1,000 years." "Perhaps our resident sorceress can do something about the stench?" Gaunt asked. This brought stern looks from Hadrian, Ulrich, and Morven. "What?" Deegan asked. "Are we to continue to tiptoe around it? She is a magician, a mage, a wizardess, a sorceress, a witch. Pick whatever term you prefer. Beat me senseless if you like, but after our little boat ride, there's no debating the reality of that fact." Ulrich strode toward Gaunt with a threatening look and a hand on his sword. "No," Arista stopped him. "He's right. There's no sense in hiding it or pretending. I suppose I am a... Did you say wizardess? That one's not too bad." As she said this, her robe glowed once more, and a mystical white light filled the chamber with a wonderful brilliance, as if the moon had risen in their midst. "That's fine. Best that it's out in the open. Best that we can all say it. Royce is an elf, Hadrian a Teshlor, Morven a count and a Techchin swordsman, Ulrich a king, Myron a monk with an indelible mind, Magnus a dwarven trapsmith, Deegan the heir of Novron, and I am a wizardess. But if you call me a witch again, I promise you'll finish this journey as a frog in my pocket. Are we clear?" Gaunt nodded. "Good. Now, I'm exhausted, so you'll have to live with the smell." With that, Arista threw herself down, wrapped up in her blankets, and closed her eyes. As she did, the robe dimmed and faded until at last it was dark. The rest of them followed her lead. Some swallowed a handful of food or a mouthful of water before collapsing, but no one spoke. Hadrian tore open another packaged meal, surprised at how few he had left. They'd better find the horn soon, or they might all end up like Bullard. What happened to him? It was the question he drifted to sleep on. Hadrian felt a nudge and opened his eyes to Morven's face and wild hair hanging over him.
Royce told me to wake you. It's your watch.
Hadrian sat up groggily.
How long? And who do I wake?
You're lost.
Lost? But I just fell asleep.
You've been snoring for hours. Give me the chance to get a little sleep. Hadrian wiped his eyes, wondering how he could best estimate the length of an hour, and shivered. He always felt chilled when he woke up, before his blood got running properly. The cool subterranean air did nothing to help. He wrapped his blanket around his shoulders and stood up. The party all lay together like blanket-shrouded corpses, bundles of dark lumps on the floor. Each had swept the broken glass back and had clustered in a ring, marking the border of their camp. The lantern was still burning, and off to one side, near where he had found Bullard's body, huddled in a ball and wrapped in his hooded frock and blanket, sat Myron.
"Tell me you didn't stay up reading,"
he whispered, sitting down next to him among the piles of papers and books which Myron had neatly stacked.
"Oh, no," he replied. "I was beside Morven when Ulrich woke him for his watch. I just couldn't get back to sleep. Not in here."
"These papers," he said, picking up a handful, "they were written by Anton Bullard, a famous historian. I found them scattered. He was here. I think he's the one who died."
"He used to say he couldn't remember anything unless he wrote it down."
"Anton Bullard?" Myron looked astonished. "You've met him?"
"I travelled briefly with him in Calais. A nice old man, and a lot like you in many ways."
"He wrote The History of Apelladorn, an incredible work. It was the book I was scribing the night you found me at the Winds Abbey." Myron lifted the parchments, holding them up to Hadrian. "His legs were broken. They left him here with some food and water and the lantern for light. His notes are sloppy, lines running over one another. I think he wrote them in the dark to save oil for reading, but I can read most of it. He was with 3 others, a Dr. Levy, Burney, who we laid to rest, and Sentinel Thrannic, who I gather was their leader. Anton wasn't very pleased with him. There was also a man named Stall, but he died before they set sail."
"Yes, we knew them too. What happened?"
"Apparently, they acquired the Harbinger from a warlord of some sort called Heir and Dabon. He also arranged for a gazelle guide to take them into the city. All went well, if not a bit tense, until they arrived at this library. Here they found evidence that this had been the last stand for a previous team, and he mentioned the names Sir Graven Dent, Retinol, Math, and Bowles."
"So, it was them."
"They apparently barricaded themselves inside, but the doors were forced open. Bullard's group found their gear, bloodstains, and lots of gazelle arrows, but no bodies."
"No, they wouldn't."
Anton suggested they leave him to sit and read while they went on to explore for the horn.
"So the library?"
"It was fine. Perfect, to use the words of Anton Bullard, filled with thousands and thousands of books. Bullard wrote, 'There is perhaps 100 tomes on birds, just birds, and above those another 100 on the imperial seafaring mercantile industries. I followed an aisle back to a swirling brass stair that corkscrewed up to yet another floor, like an attic, and it was filled to the ceiling with records of the city, births, deaths, land titles, and transfers. Amazing.'"
"What happened?"
"Thrannic burned it," Myron said.
They had to hold Anton down. After that, he refused to go any farther. Thrannik broke both his legs to prevent him from escaping the city and left him here, just in case they had a question he needed to answer. Anton salvaged these from the ash. He pointed to the small stack of 5 books. He lived for nearly 3 months. In the end, with the oil gone, he was trying to feel the words on the page with his fingertips.
Nothing about what happened to the others?
No, but he appeared to realize something of tremendous importance. He began writing about it in earnest, but it must have been after the oil ran out, and I suspect starvation was taking its toll. His quill work was abysmal. He wrote something about a betrayal, a murder, and something he referred to as the Great Lie. But the only thing he wrote clearly was the phrase, Moindule of the Mirrorleaf, which was underlined twice. The rest is indecipherable, although it goes on for 10 more pages, and there are many exclamation points. Only the last line is fully readable. It says, Such a fool was I, such fools are we all.
Any idea what this Mordrule of the Mirrorleaf is?
Moindule and Mirrorleaf, he corrected. The Mirrorleaf is, or was, one of the 7 tribes of elves.
7 tribes?
Yes. Actually, Bullard wrote of them in his first book years ago. There were 7 tribes of elves named from the ancestors that founded them. The Ascendoir, known as the Hunters. The Gwydri, the Farmers. The Aelwyn, the Builders. The Mirrorleaf, the Mages. The Instaria, the Warriors. The Nilland, the Crafters. And the Umalin, the Priests of Fairall. Everyone knows that Fairall created the elves first, and for thousands of years only they and the creations of Muriel existed on the face of Elan. Bullard discovered that there was friction from the beginning. Elves once fought elves, clan against clan. A feud existed between the Instaria and the Mirrorleaf, to where...
Arista quivered in her sleep and let out a muffled cry.
She's been like that all night,
Myron told him. Hadrian nodded. She told me she's been suffering from nightmares, but I think they're more than dreams. Hadrian watched her. As he did, he felt Myron's hand on his. Looking up, he saw the monk offer him a sad smile. Hadrian drew his hand away. I think I'd better start waking people. Myron nodded, as if he understood more than Hadrian had meant to say. Chapter 16. The White River. Mince was convinced that the vast majority of his 10 long years, soon to be 11, had been spent with frozen feet. Even the Empress's gifts of thick wool cloaks, hats, mittens, boots and scarves were incapable of withstanding the biting winds. His fingers kept going numb, and he had to make fists to keep the blood flowing. This must be the coldest winter the world has ever seen. If the water in my eyes freezes, will I be unable to blink? Mince stood with a bucket in hand and stomped on the river with his frozen feet, solid as stone. He heard no cracking, nor the gurgle of liquid lapping beneath the surface. There would be no water again, which meant another miserable day warming cups of snow under their tunics. Hadrian had ordered them not to build a fire, and Renwick was adamant about obeying. The task was unpleasant, but they could make do. Mince wasn't sure how much longer the horses could go without. Lack of water was not the horses' only problem. Even though the boys had tethered them in a tight pack and built a windbreak from pine boughs and thickets, the animals were still suffering from the cold. Ice formed on their backs, icicles hung from their noses, and that morning Mince had seen 2 of them lying down. One was producing a small puff of white mist at frighteningly long intervals. The other didn't appear to breathe at all. The ones lying down were the horses on the outside of the pack, the ones exposed to the most wind. The big freeze, as Kine had named it, had occurred 3 days earlier and come upon them overnight. The previous day, they had run around in warm sunshine, playing tag without scarves or hats. Then the sky had turned grey, and a frigid air blew in. That morning, Elbright had returned from fetching the water, reporting that only a narrow stream ran down the centre of the river. The day after, the river was gone completely, replaced by a smooth expanse of white. That afternoon, when the snow started to fall, the flakes were no larger than grains of sand. The 5 boys had been living in a snow cave beneath the eaves of a holly tree, and when the freeze came, they dug their shelter deeper and built a windbreak by covering the opening with lashed pine boughs. Time passed slowly after the big freeze. With the temperature so bitter, they no longer went out except to relieve themselves. The only fun they had had was when Bran discovered the trick. He got up, miserable, shivering and cursing, and in a fit of frustration he spit. It was so cold that the liquid cracked in the air. They spent the next few hours trying to see who could get the loudest snap. Kine was the best, but he had always been the best spitter. As fun as cracking spit was, it pushed away the boredom only temporarily, and they tired of the game. As the cold wind blew, and the temperature continued to drop, Mince could not help wondering how long they would have to stay. He should have headed back to the hovel, what they began calling their snow cave, but instead scanned the length of the broad white trail that ran north and south like a shining crystal road. Mince was trying to see if some portion was clear. Perhaps there was a place where the current prevented the ice from forming. He looked for a change in colour, but there was nothing but a never-ending expanse of white. Still, something caught his eye. Far to the north, he saw movement. A long grey line crossed the river. There were people, tall and slender, wearing identical cloaks. He stared, amazed at the sight, and wondered if perhaps they were ghosts, for in the stillness of the winter's morning he heard no sound of their passing. Mince stood staring, but it wasn't until he saw a glint of armour that it occurred to him what he was actually seeing. The revelation froze him as instantly as if he were spit turning solid in the morning air. Elves! As he watched the spectral cavalcade, they marched 3 abreast in the muted light, passing like phantoms on the ridge. They rode on steeds that even at a distance Mince could tell surpassed any breed raised by men. With broad chests, tall ears, proud arched necks, and hooves that pranced rather than walked, these animals were ethereal. Their bridles and equestrian gowns were adorned in gold and silk, as if the animals were statelier than the noblest human king. Upon them each rider wore a golden helm and carried a spear with a streaming silver banner licking the air. The sound of music reached his ears, a wild, capricious, but beautiful euphony that haunted his spirit and caused him to unwillingly take a step forward. Joining the sound was the wonderful lilt of voices. They were light and airy, and reminded Mince of flutes and harps speaking to one another. They sang in a language Mince could not understand, but he didn't need to. The melody and plaintive beauty of the sound carried him with it. He felt warm and content, and took another step forward. Before long, the music faded, as did the sight of them, as they finished crossing the river and disappeared into the foothills.
"Mince!"
He heard Elbright and felt hands shaking him.
"He's over here. The little idiot fell asleep on the ice. Wake up, you fool!" "What's he doing way up here? I found the bucket 1/2 mile back."
Kyne's voice was more distant and out of breath.
"It's almost dark. We need to get him back. I'll carry him. You run ahead and tell Renwick to get a fire started."
"You know what he'll say."
"I don't care. If we don't get him warm, he'll die."
There were the sounds of feet on snow, sounds of urgency and fear, but Mince didn't care. He was warm and safe, and still remembered the music lingering in his head, calling to him. When Kyne returned to camp, only Brand was there. Brand the Bold, as he liked to call himself. It was a bold boast for a kid of 13, but no one questioned it. Brand had survived a knife fight, and that was more than any of them could claim.
"We need to get a fire started,"
Kyne said, returning to the hovel.
"We found Mince, and he's near dead with cold."
"I'll get kindling," Brand replied, and ran out into the snow. Kyne got the tinderbox from the supplies they had not touched and cleared a space near the front of the shelter. Brand was back in minutes, with a sheet of birch bark, a handful of brown grass, tiny dry twigs, and even a bit of rabbit fur. He dropped the treasures off and set back out. As he did, Kyne spotted Elbright carrying Mince on his back. The boy's head rolled with each step. It reminded him of how deer looked when hunters brought them in. Elbright said, "Make a bed. Put down lots of needle branches. Pile them up. We want to keep him off the snow." Kyne nodded and ran out of the shelter past the horses. 2 more were lying down. He entered a grove of spruce trees, where he tore the branches from the trunks, getting his mittens sticky from the sap. He made 4 trips, and when he finished, Mince had a thick bed to lie on. Elbright had a small, delicate flame alive on the birch sheet. His mittens were on the snow beside him. His bare fingers were red, and he frequently breathed on them or slapped his thigh as he squatted in the snow.
"Fingers go numb in seconds."
"What are you doing?" Renwick said, coming up the slope from the south. When Mince had not returned after going for water, they all went searching in different directions. Renwick took the southern river bank and returned only now that the sky was darkening and the temperature plummeted. Although he was also an orphan, Renwick wasn't one of their gang. He lived at the palace, where his father used to be a servant. While really no more than a page, the boy had served as squire to Sir Hadrian during wintertide. All the boys were impressed by Hadrian's spectacular success during the games, and his admiration spilled over to Renwick. The boy was also older, perhaps a year or 2 Elbright's senior. Unlike those of the rest, Renwick's clothes fit him properly, and even matched in colour. "We have to get a fire going," Elbright told him, even as he fed the tongues of flame little sticks. "We found Mince on the ice. He's freezing to death." "We can't build a fire. Hadrian, do you want him to die?" Renwick looked at the growing fire and the tendrils of white smoke snaking from it, then at Mince lying on the spruce bed. Kyne could see the debate going on inside him. "He's my best friend," Kyne told him. "Please." Renwick nodded. "It's getting dark. The smoke won't be visible, but we need to contain the light as much as we can. Let's bank the snow walls higher. Damn, it is cold." Brand returned with more wood, larger branches, and even a few broken logs. His cheeks and nose were red, and ice crystals formed around his nose and mouth. "You need to keep him awake," Elbright told him, as he tended the fire as if it were a living thing. "If he stays asleep, he'll die." Kyne shook Mince, and even slapped him across the face, but the boy didn't seem to notice. Meanwhile, Renwick and Brand boosted the windbreak wall, which not only contained the light, but also reflected the heat. Elbright coaxed the fire, cooing to it like it was a child he had brought into the world. "Come on, baby. Eat that branch. Eat it, that's right. There you go. Tastes good, doesn't it? Eat all of it. It'll make you strong." Elbright's baby became a full-grown fire, and soon the frigid cold fell back. It was the first time in days any of them had known real warmth. Kine's feet and fingers began to ache, and his cheeks and the tip of his nose burned as he thawed out. Beyond the mouth of their snow cave, darkness fell, made deeper by the bright light of the fire. Renwick grabbed a pot from the supplies, filled it with snow, and set it near the fire to melt. Elbright refused to let him put it on his fire. They sat in silence, listening to the friendly sound of the flames. Soon the shelter was warm enough that Elbright took off his hat and even his cloak. The rest of them followed his lead, with Kine laying his over Mince. "Can we eat now?" Brand asked. Renwick had established a firm rule that they ration their food, and they all ate together to make certain no one had more than his share. Like the cups of water, they kept their meals inside their shirts, up against their skin, since it was the only way to keep the food from freezing solid. "I suppose," Renwick said passively, but looked just as hungry as any of them. Brand pulled out his stick of salt pork and set it near the fire. "I'm having a hot meal tonight." The rest of them mimicked him, and before long the smell of hot meat filled the cave. They all waited to see how long Brand could hold out. It wasn't long, and soon everyone was ripping into the pork and making exaggerated smacks of ecstasy. In the midst of their revelry, Mince sat up. "Supper? You're alive!" Kine exclaimed. "You're not eating my share, are you?" "We should," Elbright yelled at him. "You little idiot! Why did you decide to take a nap on the ice?" "I fell asleep," Mince asked, surprised. "You don't remember?" Kine asked. "We found you curled up on the river, snoring." "You should thank Maribor for your life," Elbright added. "And what were you doing so far north?" "I was watching the elves." "Elves?" Renwick asked. "What elves?" "I saw the elven army crossing the river, a whole line of them." "There were no elves," Elbright declared. "You dreamed it." "No, I saw them, on horseback, and they played this beautiful music. I started listening and—" "And what?" "I don't know." "Well, you fell asleep, is what," Elbright told him, "and if I hadn't heard you snoring, you'd be dead by now." "He would, wouldn't he?" Renwick muttered, looking out of the dark. "The elves. You said they were all on horseback, none on foot. How about wagons?" "No, no wagons. Just elves on horses. Beautiful horses." "What is it?" Elbright asked. He didn't see the elven army. "I know that," Elbright replied with a chuckle. "It was a dream." No, it wasn't," Renwick corrected. "He saw elves, but it wasn't the army. It was only the vanguard, the advance patrol. I heard the knights talking. The elven army travels at night, but hardly anyone has ever seen them, and no one knows why. But I think I do. I do now." They all looked at Mince. "He'd be dead," Elbright said, nodding. "But that means the army is—" "It's night!" They all looked at the fire, which had melted down a half-foot into the snow, so that it burned in its own little well. Elbright was the one who kicked it out. It made a dying hiss as the snow swallowed the flames. They all worked to bury the embers until it was a small mound of dirty brown, with sticks and grass sticking out. No one said a word, as they felt around in the faint light for their cloaks and mittens. Silence hung in the air. Since it was winter, they didn't expect the sounds of birds or frogs, but now not even the wind breathed. The constant rustle of naked branches was absent, as were the random cracks and snaps. They poked their heads out of the cave, lifting them attentively above the blind and around the bundle of pine boughs. They couldn't see anything. "They're out there," Renwick whispered. "They're crossing the frozen river and sneaking up on Aquesta from the south. We have to warn them." "You want us to go out there?" Elbright asked incredulously. "Where they are?" "We have to try." "I thought we had to stay here and watch the horses." "We do, but we also have to warn the city. I'll go. The rest of you stay here. Elbright, you'll be in charge. You can explain to Hadrian why I left." As he spoke, he moved to the gear and began picking supplies. "Keep the fire out. Stay inside and—" He paused a moment, then said, "Cover your ears if you hear any music." No one said a word as he slipped out. They all watched as he inched nervously to the horses. He picked the one closest to the middle of the bunch and saddled it. When he was gone, all that remained was the deep silence of a cold winter's night. Chapter 17. The Grand Mar. The party had stopped again. Since they'd left the library, their progress through the ancient city had been tedious, as Royce was pausing frequently. Sometimes he forced them to wait for what felt like hours as he scouted ahead, the rest of them sitting among the rubble. This time he had left them in the middle of what appeared to be an alley with tall buildings towering on either side. Arista sighed and leaned against one wall. Someone ahead of her had stepped on a piece of fabric, the boot print revealing the faded colours of blue and green. She bent down and picked a small flag from under a thick coating of dust and dirt. This one was a hand-held version, the sort people waved at celebrations. Looking up, she spotted a window, and hanging from that was an old and faded banner that read, "Festivius Founderionis." "What does that say?" she asked Myron, but she was certain she already knew. "Happy Founders' Day," the monk replied. Next to where she found the flag, she noticed a small object. Reaching out, she found a copper pin in the shape of the letter P. Now, more than ever, she wished she could remember the dream from the night before, but the more she tried to recall, the more it slipped away. Royce returned, waving them forward, and then he led them in a circle back to the boulevard. Here they began to see skeletons. They were in groups of 2s and 3s, lying crumpled to the ground as if they had died right where they stood. The only way to tell how many there were was by the number of skulls in the piles. As they progressed, the bone count increased. Skeletons lined either side of the road with skull counts of 10 deep. They entered a small square, a portion of which was flooded where the ground was cracked and sank away at a dramatic angle. The same green light that illuminated the sea lit the square and revealed a raised platform on which was a great statue of a man. He stood 20 feet tall with a strong, youthful physique. A sword was in his right hand and a staff in the other. Arista had seen similar statues several times throughout the city, and in each case the head was missing, broken at the neck and shattered. Royce stopped again. "Any idea for getting close to the palace?" he asked, looking at Myron. "I only know that it's near the centre," the monk replied. "The palace is at the end of the Grand Mar," Arista told them. "That's what they used to call the boulevard we're on now, so it's just up ahead." "The Grand Mar," Myron said, more to himself than to her, and then nodded. The Marchway. "What are you babbling about?" Ulrich asked. There was said to be a great avenue in Persepolis called the Grand Imperial Marchway, so called as it was often the site of parades. Ancient descriptions declared it to have been wide enough for 12 soldiers to walk abreast, and that it was made up of 2 lanes divided by a row of trees. Imperial troops would march down the right side to the palace, where the Emperor would review them from his balcony, and then they would return down the other side. They were fruit trees, Arista said. The trees that grew in the centre of the Grand Mare, fruit trees that blossomed in spring. They used to make a fermented drink from the blossoms called trembles. How do you know that? Myron asked. She looked at him and pretended to be surprised. I'm a wizardess. They paused to have a short meal on the steps of an impressive building off the main boulevard. Stone lions, similar to those that guarded the entrance to the city, sat on either side. A fountain stood in the street, at the centre of an intersection. The water no longer sprayed, and the pool was filled with a black liquid. "What books have you got there?" Ulrich asked, seeing Myron sift through his pack and pull out one of the 5 that Bullard had saved. "This one is called The Forgotten Race, by Dubrion Ash. It deals mostly with the history of the dwarves." "What's that now?" Magnus asked, leaning over to look closer at the pages. "According to this, mankind is actually native to Calais. Isn't that interesting? And dwarves started in what we know as Delgos. The elves, of course, are from Erevan, but they quickly occupied Avron." "What about the gazelle?" Hadrian asked. "Funny you should ask," he said, flipping back several pages. "I was just reading about that too. You see, men appeared in Calais during the Eurytanathin Doran, and would have—" "Huh?" Morven asked. "It means the great struggle with the children of Drome. You see, the dwarves warred with the elves for centuries, nearly 600 years, in fact, until the fall of Drumondor in 1705. That's pre-imperial reckoning, of course, about 2,000 years before Novron built this city. The dwarves went underground after that. As it turns out, the early human tribes would have failed, perished, if not for the contact they had with the exiled dwarves who traded with them." "Aha!" the dwarf said. "And how do they treat us for our kindness now? Ghettos, refusals of citizenship, bans on dwarven guilds, special taxes, persecution. It's a sad reward." "Quiet!" Royce suddenly told everyone, and stood up. He looked left and then right. "Get ready to move," he said, and leaving the lantern he climbed down the steps, heading back the way they had come. "You heard him," Hadrian said. "But we just sat down," Ulrich complained. "If Royce says get ready to move, and he has that look on his face, you do what he says if you want to live." They gathered their belongings back into their bags. Arista took one more mouthful of salt pork and a swallow of water before stashing the rest in her pack. She was just pulling the straps over her shoulders when Royce reappeared. "We're being tracked," he told them in a whisper. "How many?" Hadrian asked. 5. "A hunting party." Hadrian drew his swords. "Everyone get moving. Royce and I will catch up." "But they're just 5, Arista protested. "Can't we avoid them?" "It's not the 5 I'm worried about," Hadrian told her. "Now go, just keep moving up the avenue." He and Royce moved back down the road at a trot. She watched them go, as a sinking feeling pulled at her stomach. Ulrich led them forward at a run, past the fountain and on up the Grand Mare. This part of the city was familiar to her. This road, these buildings. She had seen them before. Gone were the brilliant white alabaster walls and brightly painted doors. Now they were dingy and brown, cracked, fractured, chipped, and, like everything else, covered in a layer of dirt. As in the rest of the city, the columned halls stood on misaligned stones. Ulrich led them around a massive fallen statue whose head had severed at its neck and lay on its side, its features bashed and broken. They then leapt a fallen column, and as soon as she cleared it, Arista stopped. She knew this pillar. It was the column of de stone. She turned left and saw the narrow road, Ebonydale. That was the way Esarhaddon had gone to meet Jerish and Navrik. She looked forward down the Mar. She should be able to see the dome, but it was not there. Ahead was only rubble. "Arista!" she heard Ulrich calling to her, and she ran once more. Royce and Hadrian paused near the headless statue, where the algae in the water cast an eerie green radiance to the underside of all things. Royce motioned with two spread fingers that a pair were coming up one side of the street and two on the other. While the two pairs were mere shadows to Hadrian, the fifth was quite visible as he loped up the centre of the boulevard like an ape hunched over and travelling on three limbs. His massive claws clicked intentionally on the stone as signals to the others. Every few feet he would pause, raise his head, and sniff the air with his hooked, ring-pierced nose. He wore a headdress made from the blackened fin of a tiger shark, a mark of his station, a token he would have obtained alone in the sea, with no more than his claws. He was the chief warrior of the hunting party, the largest and meanest, and the others looked to him for direction. They all carried the traditional satchel blades, curved scimitars, narrow at the hilt and wider at the tip, where a half-moon scoop formed a double-edged point. Like all gazelle, he also carried a small trilon bow with a quiver slung over one shoulder. Royce drew out Alverstone and nodded to Hadrian as he slipped into the darkness. Hadrian gave him a minute, then, taking a breath, he also moved forward. He closed the distance, keeping the statue between him and the gazelle. To his surprise, he was able to reach the platform before the warrior noticed him, and let out the expected howl. Immediately arrows whistled and glinted off the stone. The warrior rushed him, his satchel slicing the air. Fighting a gazelle was always different from fighting men, but the moment the two swords connected, Hadrian no longer needed to think. His body moved on its own, a step, a lunge. The fin-owed warrior responded exactly as Hadrian wanted. Hadrian caught the warrior's next stroke with his short sword, and saw the momentary shock in the gazelle's eyes when his bastard sword came around, removing his arm at the elbow. A short spin, and Hadrian took the warrior's head, fin and all. A high-pitched shriek announced the charge of two more gazelle. Hadrian always appreciated how they announced their attacks. He was able to step out from his shelter now, the rain of arrows having ended. The two bared their pointed teeth and black gums, cackling. Hadrian shoved the length of his short sword into the stomach of the closest. Dark blood bubbled up from the wound. Without looking to see the reaction of the remaining gazelle, he swung his other blade behind him and felt it sink into flesh. Hadrian heard fast-moving footsteps and looked up. Across the open square, Royce ran at him, carrying a gazelle bow and quiver of arrows. The thief was making no attempt at stealth, his cloak flying behind him. "What's up? Did you get the others?" "Yep," he said. As he ran by, he tossed the bow and quiver to Hadrian and added, "You might need these." Hadrian chased after him as he ran back up the Grand Mar. "What's the hurry?" They weren't alone. Hadrian glanced back over his shoulder but saw nothing. "How many?" "A lot." "How many are a lot?" "Too many to stand around and count." The party reached the end of the boulevard, which looked nothing like what Arista remembered from her dream. The Ulurium fountain, with its 4 horses bursting out of the frothing waters, was gone, crushed by giant stones. To the right, the rotunda of the Censarium still stood, but it was a faded, broken version of its former self, the dome gone, the walls blackened. To the left, the columned facade of the Hall of Teshlor remained intact. While it had weathered the years better, the building was just as grime-covered as the rest. Most importantly, the great golden dome of the magnificent palace, in fact, the whole palace, was missing. Before her, only a hopeless mountain of rubble remained. All around the perimeter, every inch of space was carpeted with bones of the dead. Reaching the end of the road, Ulrich spun around and held the lantern high. "Arista! Which way?" She shook her head and shrugged. "The palace. It should be just ahead of us. I think it's destroyed." "That's just great," Gaunt bellowed. "Now what do we do?" "Shut up," Morven barked at him. "Is this as far as Hall got?" Ulrich asked Myron. "No," the monk replied. "He wrote that he entered the palace." "How?" "He found a crevice." "Crevice? Where?" "He wrote, 'Fearful of the drums in the darkness, and afraid to sleep in the open, I sought refuge in a pile of rocks. I found a crevice just large enough for me to slip through. Expecting nothing more than a mere pocket to sleep in, I was elated to discover a buried corridor. On my way out, I was careful to mark it so that I might find it should I return this way again.'" They began searching, crawling among the boulders and broken stones. The collapse of the building covered the entire breadth of the broad boulevard with a mass of fallen stones, containing hundreds of crevices, each of which might hide an entrance. They'd only begun looking when Royce and Hadrian returned, their weapons still drawn and slick with dark blood. "That's not good," she heard Hadrian say the moment he saw the pile. "There's a crevice somewhere that leads inside," Arista said. "There's a horde of gazelle right behind us," Royce told her. "Everyone inside that building on the left," Hadrian shouted. They ran across the square, struggling over the piles of bones and rocks that blanketed the walk and steps up to the Hall of Teshlor. Yelps and cries erupted behind them. Looking back, Arista spotted goblins skidding across the stone, scratching their claws like dogs on a hunt. Their eyes flashed in the darkness with a light from within, a sickly yellow glow rising behind an oval pupil. Muscles rippled along hunched backs and down arms as thick as a man's thigh. Mouths filled with rows and rows of needle-like teeth spilled out the sides as if there wasn't enough room in their mouths to contain them. "Don't watch, run!" Hadrian shouted, grabbing hold of her arm and pulling her across the loose mounds of bones. Ulrich and Morven sped up the steps, heaving themselves simultaneously against the great doors. Hadrian threw Arista to the ground, where she fell, scraping her knee and bruising her cheek. "What?" Her protest was silenced as a hail of arrows peppered around them, sparking off the stones. He hauled her to her feet once more and shoved her forward. "Go!" Hadrian ordered. She ran as fast as she could, charging up the steps. Myron and Magnus, who had just slipped inside the big double doors, waved at her to hurry. She glanced behind her. Gaunt was just reaching the base of the steps. Arrows flew again. Arista heard the hiss, and Hadrian pulled her behind the pillars, but Gaunt had no such protection. An arrow caught him in the leg, and he fell, sliding to a stop. He rolled over to his back and cried out as the first goblin reached him. "Deegan!" Arista screamed. A white dagger slit the gazelle's throat, and the princess spotted Royce straddling the fallen Gaunt. 3 more gazelle rushed forward. 2 fell dead almost instantly as Hadrian joined Royce, taking one with each of his swords. Distracted, the third turned toward the new threat just as Roy stepped behind him, and the goblin fell. "Get up, you fool!" Roy shouted at Gaunt, grabbing him by his cloak and pulling him to his feet. "Now run!" "Arrow in my leg," was all Gaunt managed to say through gritted teeth. "Look out!" Arista shouted, as nearly a dozen more gazelle charged. Hadrian's swords flashed as he threw himself into the fight. Royce vanished, only to reappear and vanish again, his white dagger flashing like a sparkling star in the night. "Back into your holes, you beasts!" Ulrich shouted as he suddenly ran out with a lantern in one hand and his sword in the other. Morvin chased after his king as Ulrich leapt into the fray fearlessly, cleaving into the nearest goblin. Her brother took an arm off his opponent and then ran him through. Arista's heart stopped as Ulrich failed to see the blade of another gazelle swinging from the side at his head. Morvin saw it. A lightning-quick flash of his sword blocked the attack, sliced through the blade, and killed the goblin in one stroke. Gaunt was up and hobbling forward. Arista hiked up her robe and ran back down the stairs to him. "Put your arm around me," she shouted, moving to his wounded side. Gaunt put his weight on her. From behind them, more goblins entered the square. 20, perhaps as many as 30, ran forward, shrieking and yelping, their claws clicking the stone, and a drone came from them like the sound of a swarm of locusts. "Time to go," Hadrian declared. Reaching Ulrich, he pulled the lantern from the king's hand and smashed it on the stone before the attacking gazelle. A burst of flame rose along with more cries and squeals. "I've got him," Hadrian told her. "Run!" They all bolted for the doors that Magnus and Myron held open. As soon as they entered, the monk and the dwarf pulled them shut. Royce slid the latch. "Get that stone bench in front of the door," Royce shouted. "What bench?" Morvin asked. "It's pitch black in here." Arista barely thought about it, and her robe glowed with a cold blue light that revealed the entrance hall. Musty and stale, it was much like the library, covered in cobwebs and dust. The white and black checkered floor was cracked and uneven. A chandelier that had hung from the ceiling rested in the centre of the floor. Braziers lay toppled, stone moulding was scattered, and plastered chips littered the ground. Great tapestries still clung to either wall. Faded and dirty, they were otherwise unmarred, as were long curtains that draped the walls. Stairs led up from either side of the front doors and past two tall, narrow windows that looked out onto the square. It was then that Arista realized how much like a small castle fortress the Teshlor Guild was. Boom! Boom! The goblins hammered against the door, shaking the dust off the walls. Having laid Gaunt down near the centre of the room, Hadrian pulled the goblin bow from his shoulder and ran up the steps. He made use of the arrow slits to fire on the goblins outside. She heard a cry for every twang of the tiny bow, and soon the hammering stopped. "They've moved off," Hadrian said, leaning heavily against the wall. "Out of bow range at least, but now that they know they have guests, they won't leave us alone." Royce looked around, scanning the stairs, the ceiling, and the walls. Question is there another way in here? And perhaps more importantly, another way out? He pulled the remaining lanterns from Myron's pack and began lighting them. Arista moved to Gaunt's side. The short, foul-looking arrow had penetrated through his calf with both ends sticking out. "I can see why you're having such trouble running," she told him as she pulled her dagger and started to cut his trouser leg. "At least someone gives me credit," he growled. "You're lucky, Mr. Gaunt," Hadrian said, coming down the stairs and approaching them. He grabbed the first lit lantern and knelt down beside him. "If the tip was still inside your leg, this next process would hurt a lot more." "Next process?" Hadrian bent down, and before Arista or Gaunt knew what was happening, he snapped off the arrow's tip. Gaunt howled in pain. "Get some bandages ready," he told Arista. Myron was already there, holding 2 rolls out to her. "Now, this will hurt some." "This will?" Gaunt asked incredulously. "What you did before—" Hadrian pulled the shaft from his leg. Gaunt screamed. Blood flowed from the wounds on either side of the leg, and Hadrian quickly began wrapping and pulling the cloth. "Put your hands on the other side and squeeze tight, real tight," he told Arista. Blood soaked through the white linen, turning it red. "Squeeze harder," he told her as he unrolled a second length of cloth. As she did, Gaunt cried out again, throwing his head back. His eyes went wide for a moment, and then squeezed shut. "I'm sorry," she told him. Gaunt groaned through gritted teeth. Blood seeped through her fingers. It was warm and slicker than she had expected, almost oily. This wasn't the first time she had found her hands covered in blood. In the square of Ratibor, with Emery in her arms, there was much more, but she didn't notice it then. "Okay, let go," Hadrian told her, and he redressed the wound. Once again, he had her squeeze as soon as he was finished. More blood soaked the bandages, but it was spotty this time, and didn't consume the whole linen. Hadrian wrapped another length and tied it off. "There," he said, wiping his hands. "Now you just have to hope there was nothing nasty on that shaft." Royce handed him a lantern. "We should look for other entrances." "Morvin, Ulrich, keep watch out the windows. Shout if they return." "I need water," Gaunt said, his face dripping with sweat. Arista slipped a pack under his head and grabbed his water pouch. It appeared more of it dribbled down his chin than went in his mouth. "Rest," she said, and brushed the hair from his brow. He gave her a suspicious look. "Don't worry, I'm not going to enchant you," she said. When she entered, her robe illuminated the grand hall with a cold azure light. A great stone table stood in the centre, with dozens of tall chairs surrounding it. A few had fallen to their sides, as had a half-dozen metal goblets that rested on the table. The chamber was 4 stories tall, with great windows lining the high gallery, and skylights in the ceiling. She imagined that they had once filled this room with a wonderful radiance of sunlight. Painted on the upper walls and parts of the ceiling were astounding scenes of battle. Knights rode on horseback with streamers flying from long poles. Vast valleys were filled with thousands of soldiers, and castle gates, defended by archers, were assailed by machines of war. In one scene, 3 men battled on a hilltop against 3 Gilarabrin. Those same men were seen in other images, and in one they were pictured in a hall with a throne, where one sat with a crown, and to either side stood the other 2. Below the paintings, a varied array of weapons lined the room. Swords, spears, shields, bows, lances, and maces. The one thing they all had in common, even after 1,000 years, they still gleamed. Words were engraved in a band encircling the room, and could also be found on recessed plaques, yet Arista's training in the old speech was verbal, not written. Unable to decipher the meanings, she did spot the words Teshalor and Senslor. A majestic stair gave access to the gallery above, and she climbed it. At the top were a series of doors. Some rooms lay open, and she spied small chambers, living quarters with beds, shelves, and closets. Lantern light spilled from one. She found Hadrian standing near the bed, staring up at the opposite wall as if entranced. He was looking at a suit of armour, a shield, and a set of weapons. The armour wasn't at all like the traditional heavy breastplates, pauldrons, vamp braces, and tassets of typical knight attire. This was one piece, and appeared as a long, formal coat, but made from leaves of gold-coloured metal. It hung from a display with a great plumed helm like the head of an eagle resting on top. "Planning on moving in?" she asked. "I got a little worried when you didn't come back." "Sorry," he said, embarrassed. "I didn't hear any shouts. Is everything all right?" "Gaunt is sleeping, Myron reading, Magnus is arguing with Ulrich, Royce still hasn't returned, and Morvin wandered off." "And what are you doing?" She sat down on the bed, which promptly collapsed under her weight, issuing a cloud of dust. "You all right?" he asked, helping her up. "Yes," she said, coughing and waving her hand before her face. "I guess the wood rotted over the years." "This is it," he said. "What?" She brushed the dust from her robe. "This is Jerish's room, Jerish Grelad, the Teshlor knight who went with the Emperor's son into hiding." "How do you know?" "The shield," he said, and pointed across the room at the heater shield hanging on the wall. On it was an emblem of twisted and knotted vines around a star supported by a crescent moon. Hadrian reached back and drew forth the long spadone sword. He held it up so that she could see the small engraving at the centre of the pommel that matched the one on the shield. Then he stood up and crossed the room. As he did, she noticed for the first time that the suit of armour had no sword, but there was a sheath of gold and silver. Hadrian fitted the tip into the opening and let the great sword slide home. "You've been parted a long time." "Doesn't quite match any more," Arista said, noticing how the sword was marred to a dull finish. "It has seen 1,000 years of use," Hadrian said, defending it. He looked back at the armour. The sword was the only thing he took. I suppose he couldn't expect to hide very well dressed in shiny gold armour. His fingers played over the gleaming surface of the metal. "Looks like it would fit," she said. He smirked. "What would I do with it?" She shrugged. "Still, it seems like you should have it. Goes with the sword, anyway." "It does, doesn't it?" He lifted the coat. "So light," he said, stunned. Arista looked back down at the bed and, as she did, noticed a small object, a figurine carved from a bit of smoky quartz. She picked it up and rubbed it clean. It was a statuette of 3 people, a boy flanked by 2 men, one in leaf armour and the other in a robe. The likeness of Esarhaddon was remarkable, except that his figure had hands. Whoever the artist was had a rare gift. "Interested in what he looked like?" she said, and held out the figurine. "He was young," Hadrian replied, taking the statuette and turning it over in his hands. "A good face, though." Then his eyes shifted, and he smiled, and she knew he was looking at Esarhaddon. "So, this must be Nevrik, the heir. Doesn't look like Gaunt, does it?" "How many generations are there in 1,000 years?" she asked. "Funny that he left this. It's so beautiful, you would have thought he'd taken it with him. Or at least—" She paused and glanced around the room. Except for the expected silt of 1,000 years, the room was neat and ordered, the bed made, drawers and cabinets closed, a pair of boots standing side by side at the foot of the bed. "Did you straighten up in here at all?" she asked. He looked at her curiously and appeared as if he might laugh. No, he told her. It's just that it's so tidy. What? Because it was a night you think, OK, so there is Elgar, but he's more of an exception. No one is as messy as he is, but that's not what I meant. It's just that after Jerish left, after he took Navrik and ran, I would have thought they would have searched this room, tore it apart, looking for clues. But nothing looks out of place. And this figurine, don't you think they would have taken it? Why didn't they ransack the room? It's been 1,000 years. You'd think they would have gotten around to it by now. Unless... maybe they never got the chance. What do you... The blare of a horn, blowing from somewhere outside the guild hall, reached them, followed by the distant beat of drums. What's happening? Hadrian asked, returning with Arista to the front of the hall, where Ulrich was once again at the windows. He carried the armour in a bundle and the shield over his back. Ulrich shrugged. I don't know. I can't see a thing out there. Did you find an exit? No. Everything is sealed by rubble. So, on the one hand, we're safe, but on the other, trapped. I think more are arriving out there, Ulrich mentioned. Get your head back from the window before you catch an arrow, Royce told him, returning from a side hall Arista had not taken. He knelt down beside Gaunt and looked over his wound. The bleeding had finally stopped, but his face was still moist, despite the chill in the air. Anything? Hadrian asked. Royce shook his head. Then he looked around, concerned. Where's Myron and Morven? This is the Teshlor Guild, Ulrich said. Morven has wanted to explore this since he was 10. And Myron? Ulrich glanced at Gaunt, who looked up painfully, blinking. Then all of them turned to Magnus. Don't look at me like that. I don't know where he went. He wandered off. I'll look for him, Royce said. Wait. Ulrich stopped him. How are we going to get out of here? Don't know, Royce replied. Ulrich slumped against the front wall with a miserable look on his face. He's not serious, is he? You're the king, Gaunt said. You tell us. You wanted to be in charge. What does your family heritage and blue blood breeding say now? What insight has it provided you that we commoners can't see? Shut it, Gaunt, Morven ordered, trotting down the stairs. There you are, Royce said. I'm just saying that he's the king, Gaunt went on. He's in charge. So far, all that he's managed is to get me bleeding to death and all of us trapped. This is a perfect chance for him to shine and prove his worth. All the other teams that came in here didn't have a noble king to lead them. Surely he'll not leave us to the same fate as they. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? I said, shut it, Morven repeated in a lower, more threatening voice. Have you forgotten he just risked his life to help save yours? Ulrich looked at each of them as they sat around the entrance hall in the flickering light of 4 lanterns, each casting 4 separate shadows of everything. I don't know, he said. He peeked back out the window. You heard the horn and the drums. There could be dozens of goblins out there by now. I doubt that, Hadrian replied, and Ulrich looked hopefully at him. I would say there were hundreds by now. Gazelle prefer uneven battles. The more one-sided, the better, as long as it's in their favour. Those horns and drums are calling all goblins within earshot. Yeah, I would say a couple hundred at least are gathering. Ulrich stared at him, shocked. But how are we going to get out, then? No one replied. Even Gaunt gave up his taunting and lay back down. And I was going to be emperor.
The imperial hunts were massive.
They heard Myron's voice echo as Royce led him back.
You can see by that tapestry. Hundreds participated. Thousands of animals must have been killed. And did you see the chariots?
He was looking at the art, Royce told them.
They were master bronze craftsmen. Did you see? The monk asked. And this building, this is the Guild Hall, the Knights' Guild Hall. This is the very place mentioned in hundreds of books of lore, often thought to be a myth. The Hall of Teshalor. Isn't that amazing? Not Teshlor at all. It's astounding, really. In all the years of reading about the old empire, I never found anything about it, but clearly it was true. Teshalor is not a combat discipline or martial art, any more than Senslor is a discipline of mystical arts. They're names. Names! Teshalor and Senslor were the names of people who were with Novron at the first battle of the Great Elven War. The Teshlor Knights were literally the knights trained by Teshlor, or actually, Teshalor.
This is hardly the time for studying history, Ulrich snapped. We need to find a way out before they find a way in. I need a light, Morven announced. There's a fire, or a torch, or some...
Uh-oh.
What? Gaunt asked. Well, two things, really, the young Count Pickering began. Hadrian was right. I can only see silhouettes, but... Oh, yeah. There's a lot out there now. A whole lot. Second? Hadrian asked. Second, it looks like they're setting up for flaming arrows. What good is that? Ulrich asked. This place is stone. There's nothing to burn. Smoke, Hadrian replied. They'll smoke us out. That doesn't sound good, Gaunt said. Another locked room, Hadrian said to Royce. How many is this? I've lost track. Too many, really. Ideas? Only one, the thief said, and then looked directly at Arista. She watched Hadrian nod. No, she said instantly. She stood up and backed away from them. I can't. You have to, Royce told her. She was shaking her head so that her hair whipped her face, her breath short and rapid, and her stomach tightening, starting to churn. I can't, she insisted. Hadrian moved toward her slowly, as if he were trying to catch a spooked horse. Her hands were starting to shake. You know what happened last time. I can't control it. Maybe, Hadrian told her, but outside that door are anything from, I'm guessing, 50 to a few hundred, bar on gazelle. All the bedtime stories, legends, and fables are true. I know firsthand, and actually, they don't tell even half the story. No one would dare tell the real stories to children. I served as a mercenary for several years in Calais. I fought for warlords in the Gur Dal, the jungle on the eastern end of the peninsula that the goblins took back. I've never spoken about what happened there, and I won't now. Honestly, I work very hard not to think about it. Those days that I lived under the jungle canopy were a nightmare. The gazelle are stronger than men, faster too, and they can see in the dark. They have sharp teeth and, if they get the chance, will hold you down and rip into the flesh of your throat or stomach. The gazelle want nothing better than a meal of human meat. Not only are we a delicacy to them, but they also use their victims as part of their religious ceremonies. They'll make a ritual out of killing us, take us alive if they can, eat us while we still breathe. They'll drink their black cups of Gurlin bog and smoke Tulan leaves while we scream. That door
is the only way out of here. We can't sneak out. We can't create a diversion and hope to catch them off guard. We can't hope for a rescue. Either you do something, or we all die. It's as simple as that. You don't know what you're asking me to do. You don't know what it's like. I can't control it. I don't know what will happen. The power is... I don't know how to describe it, but I could kill everyone. It just gets out of control. It just runs away. You can handle it. I can't. I can't. You can. It caught you off guard before. You know what to expect now. Hadrian, if I go too far... She tried to imagine, and realized she did not want to. There was an excitement in the thought of the power, a thrill like standing on the edge of a cliff, or playing with a sharp knife. The exhilaration came from the risk, the very real fear that she could step too far. It lured her like the still beauty of a deep lake. Even as she spoke about it, she remembered how it felt. The desire, the hunger. It called to her. If I reach beyond, if I go too far, I might not come back. She looked at Hadrian. I'm scared what would happen. I don't think I would be human anymore. I'd be lost forever. He took her hands. Until he touched her, she had not realized she was shaking. His hands felt warm, strong. You can do it, he told her firmly. He stared into her eyes, and she could not help looking back. There was peace there, a gentle understanding familiar to her now, comforting, reassuring. How does he do it? Her hands stopped shaking. An arrow whizzed through Morven's window, just missing him. It streaked a thick, dark smoke that stank of sulphur. It flew to the far wall and bounced off the stone, continuing to smoulder and burn. Two more managed to find their way into the narrow slits, while outside it sounded as if it were raining. Then a line of smoke began to leak in through the cracks of the door. You have to try, Hadrian told her. She nodded. But I want you with me. Don't leave me, no matter what happens. I swear, I will not leave you. His voice and the look in his eyes were so sincere, so resolute. Deegan began to cough, and Morven and Ulrich climbed down from the stairs. Everyone gather, she told them in a soft voice, trying to keep her eyes on Hadrian. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. Just try and stay as close as you can, and don't you let go of me, Hadrian. Chapter 18. Dust and Stone. The smoke was growing thick, and it was becoming hard to breathe as Arista remained standing still, muttering, her eyes closed, her hands twitching. Is she going to do something? Gaunt asked, and followed this with a series of coughs. Give her a second, Hadrian told him. As if in response, a light breeze moved within the room. Where it came from, Hadrian couldn't tell, but it moved around the chamber, swirling and stealing away the smoke. The wind grew stronger, and soon it ruffled the edges of their cloaks, slapping their hoods and spinning the dust into little whirlwinds that twirled, dancing about. All at once, the flames in the lanterns went out, and the wind stopped. Everything was deathly still for a heartbeat. Then the front wall of the Guildhall exploded. Arista's robe flared brilliantly as if from beyond the missing wall. Hadrian heard cries of goblins like a million squealing rats. The square, cast in darkness for 1,000 years, lay revealed, illuminated as if the sun had returned to the Grand Mar. They could finally see the beauty that had once been,
The city of Novron, the city of Persepliquis, the city of light. "Gather your things," Arista shouted, opening her eyes, but Hadrian could tell she was not fully with them. She was breathing deep and low, her eyes never focusing, as if blind to what was around her. She wasn't seeing with her eyes anymore. Morven and Ulrich hoisted Gaunt between them. He grunted but said nothing as he hopped on his good leg. "Come," she told them, and began to walk toward the collapsed pile that had once been a palace. "You're doing great," Hadrian told her. She showed no sign of hearing him. The goblins stayed back. Whether they retreated from the explosion of stone, the harsh light, or some invisible sorcery that Arista was manifesting, all Hadrian could tell was that they refused to approach. The party walked as a group clustered around Arista. "This is crazy," Gaunt said, his voice quavering. "They'll kill us." "Don't leave the group," Hadrian told them. "They're fitting arrows," Morven announced. "Stay together." Struggling to shield their eyes as they bent their bows, the gazelle launched a barrage. All of the party flinched except Arista. 100 dark shafts flew into the air, burst into flame, and vanished into streaks of smoke. More howls arose from the gazelle ranks, but no more arrows flew, and now, more than ever, the goblin showed no willingness to advance. "Find the opening," she shouted, out of breath, her tone impatient, like someone holding up heavy furniture. "Magnus, try and find the hollow corridor," Hadrian barked. "To the left, up there, a gap. No, over farther. There." Royce was on it, throwing rocks back. "He's right. There's an opening here." "Of course I'm right," Magnus shouted. "Something," Arista said dreamily. "What was that, Arista?" Hadrian asked. She mumbled, and he didn't catch the last few words. He kept his hands on her shoulders, squeezing slightly, although he wasn't certain if by doing so he was reassuring her or himself. "Something. I feel something. Something fighting me." Hadrian looked up and stared out over the Grand Mar at the colony of goblins, a writhing mass of insidiously twisted bodies with dripping teeth and brilliant claws clacking along the length of spears and swords. He spotted what he looked for beyond them, moving in a ring around the Ulurium fountain. The small, slim figure of the Oberdaza, dressed in a skirt and headdress of feathers, shaking a Tulan leaf and dancing his methodic steps. He spotted 2 more joining the first. "We need to get in, now," Hadrian shouted. Royce threw Myron and a lantern inside the dark hole and then shoved Magnus after him before following them inside. Gaunt, Morven, and Ulrich followed. "We need to go," Hadrian told Arista. Across the span of the square, he could hear chanting as 2 more witch doctors joined in the dance. "Something," Arista muttered again. "Something taking shape. Something growing. That's why we need to get moving." A light appeared in the center of the square. No more than a candle flame, it wavered, hovering in midair. Then it began to grow. The light swirled, flared, popped, and grew to the size of an apple. The host of the Gazelle army joined in the chant of the 3 Oberdaza as the hovering ball of fire continued to grow and take shape. Hadrian began to see what looked like limbs and a head emerging from the withering fire. "Okay, we really have to go," Hadrian said, and grabbed hold of the princess. The moment he did, she staggered back, looking shocked and frightened. The glow of her robe went out. "What's happening?" Arista asked. He didn't answer, but merely grabbed her tightly by the wrist and drew her up the rubble to the opening, where he shoved her head first into the hole. Behind him, he heard the thrum of 100 arrows taking to the air and dove into the hole after her. "Go! Crawl!" he shouted to Arista, as he did his best to shove rocks up against the opening. She obeyed, and somewhere in the darkness, he heard her scream. "Arista!" He turned and scrambled forward, only to fall. Dropping 10 feet, he landed next to her, and the two found themselves lying in a corridor illuminated by a lantern in Myron's hand. "You two all right?" Royce asked. "That drop is a bit of a surprise." "I'm sorry," Arista was saying, rubbing her back. "I couldn't hold them. There was something fighting me, something I've never felt before. Another power." "It's okay," Hadrian told her. "You did great. We're in." "We are?" the princess asked, looking around, surprised. "What about getting back out?" Gaunt asked. "I'd be more concerned about them following us right now," Hadrian told him. "The narrow passage will slow their progress, but they'll be coming." "Talk as you walk," Royce said. "Or run if you're up to it. Give me the lantern, Myron. I don't want to fall into any more holes." "Maybe we should stay behind and kill them as they come down," Morven said to Hadrian. "You'll run out of strength before they run out of goblins," Hadrian told him. "And then there's that thing the Oberdaza was making." "Thing?" Arista asked. They jogged down the corridor with Royce out front, holding the lantern high. To either side were white marble walls, and beneath them a dark polished floor of beautiful mosaic design. "I don't suppose you saw a map of this place," Royce said to Myron. "Actually, yes, but it was very old and parts were missing." "Better than nothing. Any idea where we are?" "Not yet." At first Hadrian thought they stumbled into a room, a great hall by the size of it, but soon it became clear that it was a corridor, but far larger than any Hadrian had ever before seen. Suits of armour, each similar to the one he had found in Jerish's room, stood on either side. The walls were sculptured relief images of men, scenes of battles, scenes of remembrance. They flashed, frame by frame, as the party raced past. Hadrian saw a long succession of men being crowned, with the cityscape in the background. In each one, the city was smaller, the crowning ceremony less lavish. Two things caught his notice as they ran. The first was that in every instance the head of the man being crowned was scratched out, deliberately chipped away. The second was that in each depiction, although the crowd always appeared different, Hadrian could swear the artist used the same model for one figure, a tall, slender man who appeared in the forefront in each scene. And while in the dim, fluttering candlelight it was difficult to tell, Hadrian was certain he had seen the man before. They came to a four-way intersection. To the left was an incredible door, 5 stories tall, made completely of gold and inlaid with stunning geometric designs of such artistry, each of them expelled a sound of awe. "The Imperial Throne Room," Myron said. "In there once sat the ruler of the world." "You know where we are, then?" Royce asked. Myron nodded, looking at the walls. "Yes, I think so." "Which way to the crypts?" The monk hesitated, closing his eyes for a second. "This way." He pointed forward. "Down 2 doors, then we take a stair down on the left." They quickly reached the stair, and Royce led them down. Gaunt grunted, limping along with one arm around Myron's shoulders, his fist holding onto the monk's rope belt. "Oberdaza," Arista said to Hadrian, as they chased the end of the line. "You mentioned them before, when we were in Hintendar, didn't you? You said they were witch doctors who used gazelle magic. Scary little buggers. What was that thing they were making?" "No idea, but it was on fire and growing." "I could sense something disrupting the rhythm, breaking my pattern, my connection. I've never encountered anything like that before. I didn't know what to do." "You did great," he told her. "You controlled it real well, too. Didn't even get close to losing you this time." In the dim light, he managed to catch a little smile on her face. "I did control it better, didn't I? You helped. I could sense you near me. This warm light I could cling to. An anchor to keep me grounded. You were probably just afraid I'd hit you again. Behind them, down the corridor, echoed a tremendous boom. The ground shook under them, and dust blew off the walls. Uh-oh. They reached another stair. We keep going down, right? He heard Royce ask. This tomb thing is at the bottom. Yes, Myron replied. The Imperial crypt is on the lowest level. The palace was actually built over the tomb of Novron as a shrine to glorify his memory. It became a ruling palace long after. They came to still another stair, and raced down it, Magnus grunting with each drop. At the bottom lay corridors, smaller and narrower, with shorter ceilings. They moved single file now, gaunt, struggling, hopping. A three-way intersection stopped them. 3 statues of long, bearded men, holding shields, stood before them, staring back. "Well?" Royce asked the monk. "This is where the map was torn," he replied apologetically. "The rest is just white space." "Great," Royce said. "But we should be close. There wasn't much room left, so it has to be. Look!" The monk pointed at the wall on the right corridor, where an E-H was scratched. "Let's hope the gazelle can't read," Royce said, pushing on. "They don't need to. They can smell," Hadrian explained. They ran as best they could, chasing the bobbing lantern. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit grew as the gazelle gained on them. They passed doors on either side of the corridor, which Royce ignored as he rushed forward. Some were partially open. Hadrian tried to look inside, yet the interior of each was too dark to see anything. Drums echoed, and the blast of a horn rang down the stone corridors. Gaunt was bleeding again. Hadrian could see dark drops on the floor behind them. If the gazelle had had any trouble tracking them before, they would have none now. Again they stopped, this time at a T intersection, at the center of which stood a large stone door beside a stone table. They all saw letters above it, carved deep into the arch. "Myron, translate," Royce ordered. "This is it," he said excitedly. "Tread lightly, with fear and reverence, all ye who enter these halls, for this is the eternal resting place of the emperors of Elan, rulers of the world." Before Myron finished reading, Hadrian heard the chilling sound of claws on stone. "They're coming!" Royce pulled on the door and struggled with it. Hadrian and Morven pushed forward. Together they grabbed hold of the edge and pulled to the sound of heavy stone grinding. The sharp clacking of hundreds of 3-inch nails grew louder as behind them a fiery red light appeared and grew. They all passed through the opening and together pulled the door shut. As they did, as the door closed, Hadrian peered out the closing crack and glimpsed the sight of a giant, stooping figure made of flame striding down the corridor at them. "There's no way to lock it!" Ulrich shouted. "Out of my way!" The dwarf fell to his knees and, drawing his hammer, pounded on the hinges. There was an immediate crack. "That'll slow them." Ahead was another very narrow downward stair. Here the stone was different. It cast a bluish hue and was carved in fluid, curving lines. Boom! The gazelle reached the door and struck it hard. "Run!" Hadrian called forward, and Royce reached the bottom of the stairs in seconds, waiting for the rest to join him. Boom! Hadrian glanced over his shoulder, watching Myron help Gaunt down. There was a loathsome clicking on the far side of the door, and he imagined all those claws scratching. Magnus remained on his knees, picking up wedges of broken stone and hammering them into cracks to hold the door tight. Boom! A red glow was visible, seeping in around the edges. Licks of flame curled through like long fingers, reaching, searching. "The door won't stop them," Arista said. She, too, remained on the landing, standing before the door, and Hadrian could see tension in her face. "And we can't keep running. They'll eventually catch us. I have to stop them. Go on ahead." "You tried that," Hadrian told her sternly. "I didn't understand then. I'll do better this time." Her little body was breathing fast as she started unblinking at the door, her hands clenching and unclenching. "There's 3 of them, and only 1 of you. And there's this fire thing. You... Go," she shouted. "It's the only way." Boom. Cracks appeared across the face of the door. Bits of stone chipped off and fell on the dwarf's head. "Go on, all of you." She closed her eyes and began to mutter. Myron and Gaunt were finally at the bottom. Magnus followed quickly, vaulting down the steps. Morven and Ulrich hesitated part way down, but Hadrian remained, reluctant to leave her. Boom! The door fractured, the hands of flames bending around, gripping tight, ripping at the stone. Arista's robe burst forth a brilliant white light. The stairs illuminated so harshly, everyone shielded their eyes. Boom! The door buckled. "No, you don't!" Arista shouted above the thunder of the stone. White light rushed to the door, circling it and forcing back the red fire, filling the gaps. The flaming fingers recoiled and fought. Writhing and twisting, sparks erupted where the 2 met. From the far side, they all heard an unnatural howl of pain that shook the bowels of the stone. A loud crack shuddered through the walls, and, like a candle she blew on, the fiery light went out with a snap. Arista remained on the landing, her face slick with sweat, her arms up, her fingers weaving in the air as if she were playing an invisible harp. The stone of the doors glowed with a blue light, brightening and ebbing like a luminous heartbeat. Her movements became faster, her hands jerking. She grunted and cried out as if in alarm. "No!" she shouted. A wind filled the space around her. Arista's hair whirled and snapped, her robe blowing, billowing out, shimmering like the surface of a moon-struck lake. "Arista?" he called to her. There. She was clearly struggling, fighting something. The pulsing light on the door sped up, growing faster and faster. She screamed, and this time her head dodged to one side. She took a step backward, and, with another grunt, struggled to throw her weight forward. "They're fighting me!" She cried out again, and Hadrian felt a powerful gust of wind burst through the door. It staggered both of them. Hadrian placed a hand on the wall to keep from falling. "More than 3, she said. "Oh, dear, Maribor, I can't." Her face was straining, her jaw clenched. Her eyes watered and tears fell down her cheeks. "I can't hold them. Run! Run!" The door exploded. Bits of stone flew cracking across the walls, splitting and whizzing. Dust blossomed in a cloud. Arista flew back, crumpling to the floor, her light all but out. The robe managed only a quivering purple glow. "No!" Hadrian shouted. He grabbed hold of her and lifted just as, through the door, the goblin horde charged. They broke through the fog of dust with snarling teeth and glowing eyes. They attacked with satchels held high, fanged mouths, spitting curses, and dripping with anticipation. Ulrich drew forth the sword of Tolan Essendon. "In the name of Novron and Maribor!" he shouted fiercely as he charged up the steps with Morven close behind. The shimmering blade of Count Pickering slid free of its sheath. "Back!" the king cried. "Back to Oberlin, you mangy beasts!" Hadrian ran down the steps, clutching the princess to his chest. Behind him he could still hear Ulrich's cursing the goblins, the blades ringing, and the gazelle's screams. As Hadrian reached the bottom, Arista was stirring, her eyes fluttering open. He handed her to Myron. "Keep her safe." He turned, drew his swords, and ran back up the steps with Royce right behind him. Above him, Morven and Ulrich fought as dark blood splattered the walls and spilled down the steps. Already a mound of bodies lay on the landing. He was still 3 steps away when Ulrich cried out and fell. "Ulrich!" Morven shouted. He turned to his fallen king just as a satchel blade stabbed out. Morven cried out in pain, but managed to cleave the head from the goblin's shoulders. "Fall back, Morven!" Hadrian shouted, stepping over Ulrich. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the two filled the width of the corridor and fought like a single man with 4 arms. The whirl of their blades was daunting, and after 3 attempts, the goblins hesitated. The goblins paused their assault and stood beyond the broken door, staring at them across a pile of gazelle bodies. "Morven, take Ulrich and go," Hadrian ordered, breathing hard. "You can't hold them yourself," Morven replied. "You're bleeding, and I can hold them long enough. Get your king away." Morven glared at the grinning teeth across from him. Hadrian could see at least 2 of the Oberdaza lying face down on the stone table and thought, she gave as good as she got. "Take him, Morven. Your duty is to him. Ulrich may yet live. Take him to Arista." Morven sheathed his sword, and, stooping, he lifted Ulrich and retreated down the steps. The goblins moved a step forward, then hesitated once more as Royce appeared beside Hadrian. "Ugly little buggers." He appraised the faces across the threshold. Pressure from the back was pushing the goblins reluctantly forward. "How long before they remember they have bows?" Royce whispered. "They aren't the brightest, particularly when scared," Hadrian explained. "In many respects, they're like a pack of herd animals. If one panics, they all follow suit, but yeah, they'll figure it out. I'm guessing we got maybe a minute or 2. Looks like we should have been winemakers after all, huh?" "Oh, now you think of it," Royce chided. "We'd be in our cottage, around a warm fire right now. You'd be sampling our wares and complaining it wasn't good enough. I'd be making lists for the spring." "No," Royce said. "It's 5 in the morning. I'd still be in bed with Gwen. She'd be curled up in a ball, and I'd be watching her sleep and marvelling at how her hair lay upon her cheek as if Maribor himself had placed it there in just that way for me. And in the crib, my son Elias and my daughter Mercedes would be just waking up." Hadrian saw him smile then, for the first time since Gwen's death. "Why don't you go down with the others and leave me here?" Royce said. "You might be able to get a little farther, a little closer to the tomb. Maybe there's another door, a door with a lock. You've spent enough time with me already." "I'm not going to leave you here," Hadrian told him. "Why not?" "There are better ways to die." "Maybe this is my fate, my reward for the life I lived. I wish these bastards had been at the bridge that night, or at least that Merrick had fought better. I regret it now. Killing him, I mean. He was telling the truth. He didn't kill Gwen. I guess I'll just tack that on to all the other regrets of my life. Go on. Leave me." "Royce! Hadrian!" Myron called to them from the bottom. "Run!" "We can't," Hadrian said, when he noticed a white light growing below them and felt a rising wind. "Oh, son of a—" The stairs trembled and rock cracked. Bits of stone shattered and flew in all directions, hitting them like stinging bees. Hadrian grabbed hold of Royce and leapt headlong down the steps. A loud roar issued from above them as goblins screamed and the ceiling collapsed. "Hadrian!" Arista cried out. Her robe brightened, and Myron held his lantern high, but she couldn't see through the cloud of dust. She staggered on her feet, light-headed and dizzy. Her legs were weak and her thoughts muddy. Swaying with her arms reaching out for balance, she stared into the gloom of swirling dirt, her heart pounding. "Oh, God, don't let them be dead!" Cut that a little close, didn't you?" She heard Hadrian's voice emerging out of the murk. The fighter and the thief crawled out of the haze, covered in what looked to be a fine coating of grey chalk. They waved their hands before their faces and coughed repeatedly as they climbed over the rubble to join the others in the narrow corridor. Behind them, the way was sealed. Royce looked back. "Well, that's one way to lock them out. Not a good way, but a way." "I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what else to do," she said, while her hands opened and closed nervously. Arista felt on the edge of losing control. She was exhausted and terrified. "You did great," Hadrian told her, taking her hands and holding them gently. Then, looking past her, he asked Morven, "How is he?" "Not good," the Count replied, with a quavering voice. "Still alive, though." The new Count Pickering was on his knees, holding Ulrich and brushing the king's hair from his face. Ulrich was unconscious. A large amount of dark blood pooled on the ground around him. "The fool," Morven said. "He put his arm up to block like he had a shield, 'cause he always practiced with a shield. The blade cut his arm open from the shoulder to the elbow. When he tried to turn, they sliced open his stomach." Morven wiped tears from his eyes. "He fought well, though. Really well. Better than I've ever seen. Better than I thought he could. It was almost like I was fighting beside Fannin again." The tears continued to run down Morven's cheeks, faster than he could brush them away. Ulrich's chest was moving, struggling up and down. A terrible gurgle bubbled up his throat with each raspy breath. "Give me the lantern." Hadrian rapidly bent down over the king. He tore open his shirt, revealing the wound. The moment Hadrian saw it, he stopped. "Oh, dear Novron," he said. "Do something," Arista told him. "There's nothing I can do," he told her. "The sword, it went through. I've seen this before. There's just nothing. The bleeding won't stop. Not the way he's... I can't. Damn. I'm so sorry." His lips sealed together and his eyes closed. "No," Arista said, shaking her head. "No!" She fell and crawled to Ulrich's side. Placing her hand on his head, she felt he was hot and drenched in sweat. "No!" she repeated. "I won't allow it." "Arista?" She heard Hadrian, but she had already closed her eyes and began to hum. She sensed the dull, solid forms of the old walls, the dirt and the stone, the air between them, their bodies, and the flow of Ulrich's blood as it spilled on the ground. She could see it in her mind as a glowing river of silver, and the glow was fading. "Arista!" The sound of Hadrian's voice echoed, but it was faint, as if coming from a distance. She saw a sliver of darkness that appeared as a tear, a dark rip in the fabric of the world. She reached out and felt the edges, pulling them wider until she was able to pass through. Inside, it was dark, darker than night, darker than a room after blowing out a candle. It was the darkness of nothing. She peered deep into the void, searching. Ulrich was there, ahead of her, and drifting away, pulled by a current like some dark river. She chased after him. "Ulrich!" she called. "Arista!" she heard him say. "Arista, help me!" Ahead she saw light, a single point that glimmered white. "I'm trying. Stop and wait for me." "I can't." "Then I'll come and get you," she said. and pushed forward. "I don't want to die," Ulrich told her. "I won't let you. I can save you." Arista struggled forward, but progress was hard. The river that pulled Ulrich away pushed her backward and confounded her legs. She fought, driving against the wash even as Ulrich glided across the surface. Despite the difficulty, she was getting closer. Her brother looked back at her, his face frightened. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sorry I wasn't a better brother, a better king. Arista, you should have ruled instead of me. You were always smarter, stronger, more courageous. I was jealous. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." She reached out and almost caught hold of him. Their fingertips touched briefly. Then he slipped away. She watched as he picked up speed. The current grew stronger, pulling him away, rushing him forward, stealing him from her. Ahead, the light was closer, brighter, and in it she thought she saw figures moving. "Ulrich, you have to try and slow down. You're moving too fast. I can't grab you. Ulrich, you're speeding up. Ulrich, reach out to me. Ulrich! Ulrich!" She dove forward, but her brother rushed away, washing toward the light at a speed she couldn't match. She watched as he grew smaller and smaller, until he was lost in the brilliance of the light. "No! No!" she cried, staring forward, blinded by the whiteness. "Arista," she heard a voice call. Not Ulrich's, but familiar. "Arista, your brother is here with us now. It's okay." "Daddy!" "Yes, dear, it's me. I'm sorry I have no hairbrush to give you at this meeting. But there is so much more than a hairbrush waiting. Come, join us." I shouldn't," she told him, although she was not certain why. The light did not hurt to look at, but it made it impossible to see more than vague shapes, all blurred and hazy, as if they moved on the far side of a frosted glass. "It's all right, honey," her father said. "And it's not just us waiting. You have other friends here, others who love you." "My burns are gone," Hilfred told her. "Come, see." She saw their wispy outlines before her. They were growing clearer and more defined. The current was no longer fighting against her, and she was starting to pick up speed. She needed to stop. She needed to go back. There was something that... "Arista, my love." This was a voice she had not heard for a long, long time, and her heart leapt at the sound. "Mother?" "Come to me, honey. Come home. I'm waiting for you." There was music playing, soft and gentle. The light was growing all around her, such that the dark of the void was fading. She let herself go, let herself drift on the current that carried her forward faster and faster. "Arista!" another voice called. This one was faint and distant, coming from somewhere behind her. She could almost make out the faces in the light. There were so many, and they were smiling with outstretched arms. "Arista, come back!" The voice was not in the light. It was calling to her from the darkness. "Arista, don't leave!" It came as a cry, a desperate plea, and she knew the voice. "Arista, please! Please don't leave! Please come back! Let him go and come back!" It was Hadrian. "Arista," her mother called. "Come home." "Home," Arista said, and as she said it, she stopped. "Home," she repeated, and felt a pulling in her stomach as the light diminished. "I'll be waiting for you always," she heard her mother's voice as it drifted away. "Good luck," Ulrich called, his voice almost too faint to hear. She felt herself flying backward. Then her eyes snapped open. Arista lay on the stone, gasping and struggling to breathe. She inhaled long and hard, but still could not manage to get enough air. The world was whirling above her, dark except for a faint purple glow. In this dim haze, she saw Hadrian crouched over her and felt him squeezing her hands. His own were shaking. Suddenly his strained look was replaced with a burst of joy. "She's okay! See? She's looking around!" Morven shouted. "Can you hear me?" Hadrian asked. She tried, but couldn't speak. All she could manage was a slight nod, and her eye caught sight of Ulrich. "He's gone," Hadrian told her sadly. Again she managed a shallow nod. "Are you sure you're all right?" Hadrian asked. "Very tired," she whispered, as her eyes closed, and she fell asleep. As both Arista and Gaunt slept, Hadrian worked on Morven. The Count's side was drenched in blood. A stab wound cut through the meat of his arm behind his upper bone. He'd been holding it shut with his hand, without complaint, such that Hadrian hadn't noticed until Morven staggered. Together, Hadrian and Magnus, with Myron holding the lantern, sewed Morven's wound. Hadrian was forced to push muscle back in as he stitched, yet Morven made no cry, and soon passed out. When they finished, Hadrian wrapped his arm. It was a good, clean job, and they had stopped the bleeding. Morven would be fine, even if his left arm would never be as strong as it once had been. Hadrian checked Gaunt's leg and changed that bandage as well. Then, in the utter silence of the tombs, in the dim light of the lantern, they all slept. When he woke, Hadrian felt every bruise, cut, scratch, and strained muscle. A lantern burned beside him, and with its light he found his waterskin. They all lay together in the narrow corridor, flopped haphazardly in dirt and blood like a pile of dead after a battle. He took a small sip to clear his mouth and noticed Royce wasn't with them. He lifted the lantern and glanced at the pile of rubble where the stairs had once been. The way was blocked by several tons of stone. "Well, I'm guessing you didn't go that way," he whispered to himself. Turning, he noticed the corridor bent sharply to the left. Along the walls he discerned faint, ghostly images etched in the polished stone like burnished details on glass. The images told a story. At the start of the hall was a strange scene. A group of men travelling to a great gathering in a forest, where a ruler sat upon a throne that appeared to be part of a tree, yet none of the men had heads. In each instance, they were scraped away. In the next scene, the king of the tree throne fought one of the men in single combat. Again, no heads. Hadrian raised the lantern and wiped the dust with his hands, looking closer at the images of the men fighting. He let his fingertips trace the weapons in their hands, strange, twisted poles with multiple blades. He had never seen their like before, and yet he knew them. He could imagine their weight, how his hands would grasp, how to scoop the lower blade in order to make the upper two slice the air. His father had taught him to use this weapon, the pole arm, for which he had no name. In the next scene, the king was victorious, and all bowed to him save one. He stood aside with the rest of the men who had travelled together in the first scene, and, in his arms, he held the body of a fallen combatant. Still no heads, each one carefully scratched out. On the ground lay bits of chipped stone and white dust. Hadrian found Royce at the end of the hall before a closed and formidable-looking stone door. "Locked?" Hadrian asked. Royce nodded as his hands played over the door's surface. "How long you been here?" The thief shrugged. "A few hours." "No keyhole?" "Locked from the inside." "Inside? That's creepy. Since when do dead men lock themselves into their own graves?" "Something is alive in there," Royce said. "I can hear it." Hadrian felt a chill run down his back, and his mind ran through all the possibilities of what might lie beyond the door. Who knew what the ancients could have placed in their tombs to protect their kings? Ghosts, wraiths, zombie guards, stone golems. "And you can't open the door?" "Haven't found a way yet." "Tried knocking?" Royce looked over his shoulder incredulously. "What would it hurt?" Royce's expression eased. He thought a moment and shrugged. He stepped back and waved toward the door. "Be my guest." Hadrian drew his short sword and, using the butt, tapped 3 times on the stone. They waited. Nothing happened. He tapped 3 more times. "It was worth a—" Stone scraped as a bolt moved. Silence. A snap, then another bolt was drawn. The stone slab shuddered and shook. Royce and Hadrian glanced nervously at each other. Hadrian handed the lantern to Royce and drew his bastard sword. Royce pushed on the door, and it swung inward. Inside, it was dark, and Hadrian held up the lantern with his left hand, probing forward with his sword. The light revealed a small, square room with a vaulted ceiling. At the center was a great, headless statue. The walls were filled with holes, filled with piles of rolled scrolls, several of which lay ripped to pieces, their remains scattered across the floor. On the far side was another stone door, closed tight. Hadrian could see large bolts holding it fast. The ground also contained clay pots, clothes, blankets, and the melted remains of burned candles. Not far away, the room's only occupant was in the process of sitting back down on his blanket. When the man turned, Hadrian recognized him immediately. "Thrannic," Hadrian said, stunned. Sentinel Dovin Thrannic moved slowly, painfully. He was very thin. His normally pale face was drawn and ghostly white. His dark hair, which had always been so neatly combed back, hung loose in his face. His once narrow moustache and short goatee were now a full, ragged beard. He still wore his black and red silks, which were now mere shades of their former glory, torn and filthy. The sentinel managed a strained smile as he recognized them through squinting eyes. "How loathsome that it is you that finds me." He focused on Royce. "Come for your revenge at last, elf." Royce stepped forward. He looked down at Thrannic and then around the room. "How could I possibly top this? Sealed alive in a tomb of rock. My only regret is that I had nothing to do with it." "What happened?" Hadrian asked. Thrannic coughed. It was a bad sound, as if the sentinel's chest was ripping apart from the inside. He reclined, trying to breathe, for a moment. "Bullard went lame. The old man was a nuisance, and we left him at the library. Levy was killed. Bernie ran out on me. Deserted." Thrannic shifted uneasily. As he did, Hadrian noticed a blood-stained cloth wrapped around his left thigh. "How long have you been here?"
"Months," he replied.
He glanced across the room at a pile of small humanoid bones and grimaced.
"I did what I must to survive."
"Until the wound," Hadrian added. The sentinel nodded.
"I couldn't sneak up on them well enough anymore."
Royce continued to stare.
"Go ahead," Thrannik told Royce.
"Kill me?
Doesn't matter anymore. It's over, and you'll fare no better. No one can get the horn. It's what you came for, isn't it? The horn of Novron, the horn of Glyndora. It lies through there."
He pointed at the far door.
"On the other side is a large hall, the Vault of Days, which leads to the tomb of Novron itself. But you'll never reach it. No one has. And no one will. Look, there."
He pointed to the wall across from him, where words lay scratched.
"See the E.H.? This was as far as Edmund Hall ever got. He turned back and escaped this vile pit because he was smart. I stayed, thinking I could somehow solve the riddle, somehow find a way to cross the Vault of Days. But it can't be done. We tried. Levy was the slowest. Not even his body remains. Bernie wouldn't go back in after that."
"You stabbed him," Royce stated.
"He refused orders. He refused to make another attempt."
"You found him?"
"Dead."
Thrannik showed no sign of pleasure or remorse. He merely nodded.
"What is it about this Vault of Days?" Hadrian asked. "Why can't you cross it?"
"Look for yourself."
Hadrian started to cross the room, and Thrannik stopped him. "Let the elf do it. What can you hope to see in there with your human eyes?"
Royce stared at the sentinel.
"So, what kind of trick is this?" "I don't like it," Hadrian said.
Royce stepped to the door and studied it.
"Looks okay." "It is. What's on the other side, however, is not."
Royce touched the door and closely inspected the sides.
"So distrusting," Thrannik said. "It won't bite you if you open the door. Only if you enter the room."
Slowly, he drew the bolts away.
"Careful, Royce," Hadrian said.
Very slowly, Royce pushed the door inward, peering through the gap. He looked left and right, then closed it once more and replaced the bolts.
"What is it?"
Hadrian asked.
"He's right," Royce said dismally. "No one is getting through."
Thrannik smiled and nodded until he was beset by another series of coughs that bent him over in pain.
"What is it?"
Hadrian repeated.
"You're not going to believe it."
"What?"
"There's a thingy."
"A what?"
"You know, a thingy thing."
Hadrian looked at him puzzled.
"A Gilarablin," Thrannik said.
Chapter 19. Sealing off the gate. Renwick stood on the 4th floor of the Imperial Palace. In front of him, the registrar shuffled and rolled parchments, occasionally muttering to himself and scratching his neck with long, slender fingers dyed black at the tips. A little rabbit-faced man with precise eyes and a large gap between his front teeth, he sat behind his formidable desk, scribbling. The sound of his quill on parchment reminded Renwick of a mouse gnawing at wood. Members of the palace staff hurried by, entering the many doors around him. Some faces turned his way, but only briefly. At least the administration wing of the 4th floor was free of refugees. Every other inch of the castle seemed to be full of them. People lined the hallways, sitting with knees up to allow people passage, or sleeping on their sides with bundles under their heads, their arms wrapped tight around their bodies. Renwick guessed the bundles contained what little was left of their lives. Dirty, frightened faces looked up whenever anyone entered the corridors. Families mostly. Farmers with sets of children, who all looked alike, had come from the countryside where homes lay abandoned. He tapped his toes together, noticing that the numbness was finally leaving. The sound caused the scribe to look up in irritation. Renwick smiled, but the scribe scowled and returned to his work. The squire's face still felt hot, burned from the cold wind. He had ridden non-stop from Amberton Lee to Aquesta and delivered his message directly to Captain Everton, commander of the southern gate. Afterwards, starved and cold, he went to the kitchen, where Ibis was kind enough to let him have some leftover soup. Returning to the dormitories, he found a family of 3 from Fallenmeyer sleeping in his bed, a mother and 2 boys, whose father had drowned in the Gale War a year earlier, trying to cross the Wykend Ford during the spring runoff. Renwick had just curled up in a vacant corner of the hallway to sleep when Bennington, one of the main hall guards, grabbed him. All he said was that Renwick was to report to the Chancellor's office immediately, and he berated the boy about how half the castle had been looking for him for hours. Bennington gave him the impression that he was in trouble, and when Renwick realized that he had left Amberton Lee without orders, his heart sank. Of course the Empress and the Imperial staff already knew about the Elven advance. An army of scouts watched every road and passage. It had been arrogant and short-sighted. They would punish him. At the very least, Renwick was certain to remain no more than a page, forced back to mucking out the stable and splitting the firewood. Dreams of being a real squire vanished. At the age of 17, he had already peaked with his 1 week of serving Hadrian, the false squire and the false knight. His sad and miserable life was over, and he could hope for no better fortune to befall him now. No doubt he would also get a whipping, but that would be the worst of it. If Saldor and Ethelred were still in charge, the punishment would be more severe. Chancellor Nimbus and the Imperial Secretary were good, kind people, which only made his failure that much harder to bear. His palms began to sweat as he imagined. The door to the Chancellor's office opened. Lord Nimbus poked his head out. "Has no one found—" His eyes landed on Renwick. "Oh, dash it all, man! Why didn't you let us know he was out here?" The scribe blinked innocently. I... Never mind. Come in here, Renwick." Inside the office, Renwick was shocked to see Empress Modena herself. She sat on the window ledge, her knees bent, her body curled up so that her gown sprayed out. Her hair was down, lying on her shoulders, and she appeared so oddly human, so strangely girlish. Captain Everton stood on one side, straight as an elm, his helm under one arm, water droplets from melted snow still visible on the steel of his armour. Another man in lighter, rougher dress stood in the opposite corner. He was tall, slender, and unkempt. This man wore leather, wool, and a thick, ratty beard. Lord Nimbus took a seat at the desk and motioned to Renwick. "You are a hard man to find," he said. "Please, tell us exactly what happened." "Well, like I told Captain Everton here, Minns, that's one of the boys with me, he saw a troop of elves crossing the Burnham." "Yes, Captain Everton told us that, but—" "Tell us everything," the Empress said. Her voice was beautiful, and Renwick was astounded that she had actually spoken to him. He felt flustered, his tongue stiff. He couldn't think, much less talk. He opened his mouth, and words fell out. Start at the beginning. From the moment you left here, she said. Tell us everything that has happened. We must know the progress of the mission, Nimbus clarified. Okay. Well, we rode south to Rattlebore, he began, trying to think of as much detail as he could, but it was difficult to concentrate under her gaze. Somehow, he managed to recount the trip to Amberton Lee, the descent of the party into the shaft, and the days he and the boys had spent in the snow. He told them of Mince and the sighting, and of his long, hard trip north, racing to stay ahead of the Elven vanguard. I'm sorry I didn't stay at my post. I've no excuse for abandoning it, and willingly accept whatever punishment you see fit to deliver. Punishment? The Empress said, with a tone of humour in her voice, as she climbed down from her perch. You will be rewarded. The news your daring ride has brought is the hope I've looked for. Indeed, my boy, Nimbus added. This news of the mission's progress is very reassuring. Very reassuring, the Empress repeated, then let out a sigh of relief, as if it allowed her to take one more breath. At least we know they made it in safely. She crossed the room to him. He stood locked in place, every muscle frozen, as she reached out. She took his face in her hands and kissed him, first on one cheek and then on the other. Thank you, she whispered, and he thought he saw her eyes glisten. He couldn't breathe or look away, and thought he might die. The very idea that he would collapse right there at her feet and pass away didn't trouble him in the least. The lad is going to fall, Everton said. I haven't... He hasn't had a chance to rest, Nimbus said, saving him. Renwick shut his mouth and nodded. Then see to his needs, she said. For today, he is my hero. Medina left the office feeling better than she had in days. They found the way in. Nimbus was right. There was still hope. It was a mere sliver, a tiny drop, but that was the way with hope. She had lived without it for so long that she was unaccustomed to the feeling, which made her giddy. It was the first time in what felt a century that she looked to the future without dread. Yes, the elves were coming. Yes, they were not in winter quarters. Yes, they would attack the city within the week, but the party was safe, and she knew where the enemy would strike. There was hope. She reached the stair and sighed. People filled the entire length of the steps. Families clustered together along the sides, gathering like twigs on a riverbank until they created a dam. They had to stop doing that. Sergeant, she called down to a castle guard on the main floor who was having a dispute with a man holding a goat. Apparently the man insisted on keeping it in the palace. Your Eminence, he replied, looking up. Upon hearing this, the crowd went silent and heads turned. There were whispers, gasps, and fingers pointed toward her. Medina did not roam the castle. Since her edict to grant shelter to the refugees, to quarter them anywhere possible, she had returned to her old habit of being a recluse. She lived in her chambers, visiting the fourth-floor offices and the throne room only once a day, and even then by back stairways. Her appearance in the halls was an uncommon sight. "Keep these stairs clear," she told him, her voice sounding loud in the open chamber. "I don't want people falling down them. Find these good people room somewhere else. Surely there are more suitable quarters than here." "Yes, Your Eminence. I'm trying, but they... well, They're afraid of getting lost in the palace, so they gather within sight of the doors. And why is that goat in here? All livestock was to be turned over to the quartermaster and recorded by the Minister of City Defence. We can't afford to have families keeping pigs and cows in the palace courtyard. Yes, Your Eminence. Well, this fellow, he says his goat is part of his family. The man looked up at her, terrified, clutching the goat around its neck. She's all the family I have, Your Greatness. Please don't take her. Of course not. But you and your family will have to stay in the stable. Find him room there. Right away, Your Eminence. And get these steps clear. Thrace? The word rose out of the sea of faces. The faint voice was nearly swallowed by the din. Who said that? She asked sharply. The room went silent. Someone coughed. Another sneezed. Someone shuffled his feet, and the goat clicked its hooves, but no one spoke for a full minute. Then she saw a hand rising above the crowd and waving slightly side to side. Who are you? Come forward, she commanded. A woman stepped through the throng of bodies, moving across the floor of the entry hall below. Modena couldn't tell anything from looking down at the top of her head. A handful of others followed her, pushing through the pack, stepping around the blankets and bundles. Come up here, she ordered. As the woman reached the stairs, those squatting on the steps rose and moved aside, granting her passage. She was thin, with light brown hair, cut straight across the bottom at the level of her earlobes, giving her a boyish look. She wore a pathetic rag of a dress made of poor, rough wool. It was stained, hanging shapelessly from her shoulders, and tied at the waist with a bit of twine. She was familiar. Something in her walk, in the way she hung her head, in the weak sag of her shoulders, and the way she dragged her feet. She knew this woman. Lena? Modena muttered. The woman stopped and raised her head at the sound. She had the same sharp, pointed nose, speckled with freckles, and brown eyes with no visible brows. The woman looked across at Modena with a mixture of hope and fear. Lena Bothwick? The Empress shouted. Lena nodded and took a step back as Modena rushed toward her. Lena! Modena threw her arms around the woman and hugged her tight. Lena was shaking as tears ran down her cheeks. What's wrong? Nothing, Lena said. It's just... I didn't know if you'd remember us. Behind her were Russell and Tad. Where are the twins? Lena frowned. They died last winter. I'm so sorry. She nodded, and they hugged once more. Russell stood beside his wife. Like Lena, he was thin, dressed in a frayed and flimsy shirt that hung to his knees and was tied around the waist with a length of rope. His face was older, cut with more lines, and his hair was greyer than she remembered. Tad was taller and broader. No longer the boy she remembered, he was a man, but just as haggard and gaunt as the rest. Empress, Russell stated. Oh, you're your father's daughter, all right. Stubborn as a mule and strong as an ox. The elves are foolish to even think about crossing paths with one of the woods of Dahlgren. Welcome to my house, she said, and hugged him. Dylan MacDurn had come here with us during wintertide just a few months ago. We watched Hadrian joust, Russell told her. She had brought them back to her bedroom, where she sat on the bed with Lena while Russell, who was never one to sit while telling a story, stood before her. Tad was at the window, admiring the view. It was a great day, he went on, while there was regret in his voice. We tried to see you, but they turned us away at the gate, of course. Who's going to let the likes of us in to see the Empress? So we went back to Alburn. After Dahlgren, Vince found us all plots on Lord Kimball's land. We was grateful to get it at the time, but it turned out not to be such a good idea. Kimball took most of the yield and charged us for seed and tools. He took Dillon's sons for his army. They was both killed. When they came to take Tad here, well, I didn't see no reason to stay for that. Dillon and I were drinking one night, and he told me, he says, "Russ, if I had to do it over again, I'd have run." I knew what he was getting at, and we said goodbye to each other like tomorrow would never come. We packed that night, and we ran out. Thing is, we was only running 'cause we didn't want Tad to be pressed into Kimball's army. We got as far as Stockton Bridge when we heard the elves had invaded Alburn. We heard they torched the place. Dillon, Vance, even Lord Kimball are all dead now, I suppose. We come here 'cause we didn't know where else to go. We hoped, but we never expected, to see you. The door to the bedroom burst open, and the girls and Mr. Rings came bounding in. All three halting short when they saw the Bothwicks. They stood still and silent. Medina held out an inviting arm, and the girls shifted uneasily toward her, the raccoon climbing to the safety of Mercy's shoulder. "This is Mercy and Allie," Medina told them. Lena smiled at the two curiously, then stared at Allie's pointed ears. "Is she—" Medina cut her off. "They're as dear to me as daughters. Allie's father is on a very important mission, and I promised I would watch over her until his return. Mercy is—" She hesitated briefly. She had never said it in the girl's presence before. "She's an orphan from the north, and one of the first to see the elves attack." "Speaking of elves," Russell continued where his wife had left off. "Yes, Allie is of elvish descent. Her father saved her from a slave ship bound for Calais." "And you've got no problem with that?" Russell asked. "Why would I? Allie is a sweet little girl. We've grown quite fond of each other, haven't we?" Medina brushed a loose strand of hair behind a pointed ear. The girl nodded and smiled. "Her father may have to fight me for her when he gets back." Medina smiled at them both. "And where have you two mischief-makers been?" "In the kitchen, playing with Red." Medina raised an eyebrow. "With Mr. Rings?" "They get along fine," Mercy said. "Although—" "What?" Mercy hesitated to speak, so Allie stepped forward. "Mercy is trying to get Red to let Mr. Rings ride on his back. It's not going so well. Mr. Thinley chased us out after Red knocked over a stack of pans." Medina rolled her eyes. "You are a pair of monsters, aren't you?" Lena began to cry, and put her arms around Russell, who held her. "What?" Medina asked, going to Lena. "Oh, it's nothing," Russell spoke for her. "The girls. You know, she misses the twins. We almost lost Tad, too, didn't we, boy?" Tad, who was still looking out the window, turned and nodded. He hadn't said a word, and the Thaddeus Bothwick Medina remembered had never been quiet. "We survived all those terrible nights in Dahlgren," Lena said, sobbing. "But living in Alburn killed my little girls, and now... "You're going to be all right," Medina told her. "I'll see to that." Russell looked at her, nodding appraisingly. "Damned if you ain't your father's daughter. Theron would be real proud of you, Thrice. Real proud." Renwick had no idea what to do. For the third day in a row, he was confused and uncomfortable. He wanted to return to Amberton Lee, but the Empress forbade him. The elven army would be between them now. He tried to resume his castle page duties, only to discover he wasn't wanted, once more due to an edict from the Empress. Apparently, he had no assigned duties. He wore a new tunic, far nicer than any he had ever had before. He ate wonderful meals, and slept right under Sir Elgar and across from Sir Gilbert of Lye, in a berth in the knights' dormitories. "You'll get work plenty soon enough, lad," Elgar told him. He and Sir Gilbert were at the table, engaged in a game of chess that Gilbert was winning easily. "When those elves arrive, you'll be earning your keep." "Hauling buckets of water to the gate for the soldiers," Renwick said dismally. "Hauling water?" Elgar questioned. "That's page work." "I am a page." "Ha! Is that a page's bed you sleep in? Is that a page's tunic? Are you eating page meals, slopping out the stables? You were a page, but the Empress has her eye on you now." "What does that mean?" "It means you are in her favour, and you won't be hauling no water." "But what—" "Can you handle a blade, boy?" Gilbert asked, while sliding a pawn forward and making Elgar shift uneasily in his seat. "I think so." "You think so?" "Sir Malnus never let me—" "Malnus? Malnus was an idiot," Elgar growled. "Probably why he broke his neck falling off his horse," Gilbert said. "He was drinking," Renwick pointed out. "He was an idiot," Elgar repeated. "It doesn't matter," Gilbert said. "When the fight begins, we'll need every man who can hold a blade. You might have been a page yesterday, but tomorrow you will be a soldier. And with the eye of the Empress on you, fight well, and you may find yourself a knight." "Don't fill his head with too much nonsense," Elgar said. "He's not even a squire." "I squired for Sir Hadrian." "Hadrian isn't a knight." A horn sounded, and all three scrambled out of the dormitory and raced past the droves of refugees to the front hall. They pushed out into the courtyard, looking to the guards at the towers. "What is it?" Elgar called to Benton. The tower guard heard his voice and turned. "Sir Brecton and the army have returned. The Empress has gone to welcome them home." "Brecton," Gilbert said miserably. "Come on, Elgar. We have a game to finish." The two turned their backs on the courtyard and returned inside, but Renwick ran out past the courtyard and through the city toward the southern gate. The portcullis was already up by the time he arrived, and the legion bearing Brecton's blue and gold checkered standard entered. Drums sounded, keeping beat with the footfalls of men. As the knight marshal rode at the head of his army, the sun shone off his brilliant armour. At his side rode the Lady Amelia, wrapped in a heavy fur cloak, which draped across the side and back of her mount. Renwick recognized other faces: King Armand, Queen Adeline, Prince Rudolph and his younger brother Hector, along with Leo, Duke of Rochelle, and his wife, Genevieve, who composed the last of the Alban nobility. With their arrival, it was official. The eastern provinces were lost. Sir Merthus, Sir Brent, Sir Andiers, and several others he knew from the rosters formed ranks in the armoured cavalry. Behind them, neat rows of foot soldiers marched. These were followed by wagons of supplies and people. More refugees. Modena ran to embrace Amelia the moment she climbed off her horse. "You made it," she said, squeezing her. "And your family?" "They're on the wagons," Amelia told her. "Bring them to the great hall. Are you hungry?" She nodded, smiling. "Then I'll meet them and we'll eat. I have people for you to meet as well." "Nimbus," Medina called. "Your Eminence." The Chancellor trotted to her side, and Amelia hugged the beanpole of a man. Renwick couldn't see any more as the army filled the street. He moved to the wall and climbed steps to the top of the gate, where Captain Everton was once more on duty, watching the progress of the army's return below him. "Impressive, isn't he?" Everton said to him, as they watched the column from the battlements. "I, for one, will sleep easier tonight, knowing Sir Brecton is here, and none too soon, I suspect." "How do you mean?" "I don't like the sky." Renwick looked up. Overhead, a dark haze swirled, a strange mix of brown and yellow, a sickly soup of dense clouds that churned and folded like the contents of some witch's brew. "That doesn't look natural to me." "It's warmer, too," Renwick said, having just realized that he was outside without a cloak and not shivering. He breathed out and couldn't see his breath. He rushed to the edge of the battlement and looked southeast. In the distance, the clouds were darker still, and he noticed an eerie green hue to the sky. "They're coming!" "Blow the horn," Everton ordered, as the last of the troops and wagons passed through. "Seal the gate." Chapter 20. The Vault of Days. Running through the corridors, she heard the clash of steel and the cries of men. She had done her duty, her obligations complete. Descending to the tombs, she entered the Vault of Days. The Emperor lay on the floor as the last of his knights died on the swords of those loyal to Venlin. A rage boiled in her as she spoke. The room shuddered at the sound of her words, and the would-be killers of her emperor, 10 Teshlor knights, screamed as their bodies ripped apart. She fell to her knees. "Emperor!" she cried. "I am here!" Nerion wept as in his arms he clutched the dead bodies of his wife, Amethes, and Fanquilla, their daughter. "We must go," she urged. The Emperor shook his head. "The horn. I placed it in the tomb. My son. He is with Jerish. They have left the city. Then we will end this here." Nerion drew his sword. "Enchant it with the weaving letters." She knew what he meant to do. She wanted to tell him not to. She wanted to assure him there was another way, but even as she shook her head, she placed her hand on the blade and spoke the words, making the blade shimmer and causing letters to appear. They moved and shifted, as if uncertain where they should settle. "Now go meet him. I will see to it that he never enters the tomb." The Emperor looked down at his dead family and the shimmering sword. "I will make certain no one else will." She nodded and stood. Looking back just once at the sad scene of the Emperor crying over the loss of his family, she left the Vault of Days. She no longer rushed. Time was unimportant now. The Emperor was dead. But Venlin had not killed him. He had missed his chance. Venlin would win the battle, but lose the war. "He is dead, then." She heard the voice, so familiar. "And you are here to kill me?" "Yes," she replied. She was in the corridor just outside the throne room. He was inside, his voice seeping out. "And you think you can?" "Such is the folly of youth. Even old Yolric is not so foolish as to challenge me." "And you? You are the youngest of the council. A pup. you dare bring your inexperience and meagre knowledge of the art against me. I am the art. My family invented it. My brother taught Sen's law. The entire council flows from the skills and knowledge of the mirror leaf. You have ruined much. I did not suspect you. Jerish was obvious. But you wanted power. You always wanted power. All of you did. You hated the Teshlor more than anyone. Above all, I thought I could count on your support. That was before Avampartha, before I discovered who you are. Murderer. You will not succeed. I already have. The Emperor is dead. I know this. I have just one loose end to tie up. Tell me, where is Novrik? I will die before telling you that. There are worse things than dying. I know, she told him. That's why I choose death. Death for me, death for you. She looked down the corridor to where the sunlight was streaming in. She could still hear the parade marching past the cheering crowds. Death for everyone. It ends here, and Novrik will return to his throne. It is time to bury the dead at last. She looked out at the sun one more time and thought of Elinia. Maribor take us both, she said, and closing her eyes, began the weave. He did it. Rista woke up sweating, her heart pounding. She lay in a small dark room lit by a single lantern. A thin blanket separated her from the cold floor. Another was placed over her, and a bag supported her head. The room was not much bigger than her old bedroom in the tower. It was a perfect square, with a vaulted ceiling, the arches forming a star shape as they joined overhead. On either side of the room, two doors faced each other. One opened to the corridor, the other was shut tight and locked from their side. Nooks with brass latticed doors covered the walls, each alcove filled with piles of neatly placed scrolls, round tubes of yellowed parchment. Many of the little grates were open. Several scrolls lay spilled on the floor, some of them torn to pieces. In the center of the room was a statue. She recognized it as a version of those she had seen in churches and chapels throughout her life. It was a depiction of Novron. Only this one was missing the head. Its remains lay shattered and beaten to powder on the floor. Hadrian's was the first face she saw, as he sat beside her. "You're awake at last," he said. "I was getting worried." Myron was just to her left. He was the closest to the light, sitting in a mound of scrolls. The monk looked up, smiled, and waved. "You're all right?" Hadrian asked, with concern in his voice. "Just exhausted." She wiped her eyes and sighed. "How long have I been asleep?" 5 hours, Royce said. She only heard his voice, as he was somewhere just outside the ring of light. 5? Really? I feel like I could sleep another 10, she said, yawning. Arista noticed in the corner an unpleasant-looking man, pale and withered, like a sickly, molting crow. He sat hunched over, watching them, his dark marble eyes glaring. "Who's he?" "Sentinel Thrannik," Hadrian told her, "the last living member of the previous team. I'd introduce you, but we sort of hate each other, seeing as how he shot Royce with a crossbow last fall. Nearly killed him." "And he's still alive?" Arista asked. "Don't look at me. I haven't stopped him," Hadrian told her. "Hungry?" "I hate to say it, given the circumstances, but I'm famished." "We thought you died," Morven told her. "You stopped moving and even stopped breathing for such a long time. Hadrian slapped you a few times, but it did nothing." "You hit me again?" She rubbed her cheek, feeling the soreness. He looked guilty. "I was scared, and it worked last time." She noticed the bandage on Morven's arm. "You're wounded?" "More embarrassed than anything. But that's bound to happen when you're a Pickering fighting beside Hadrian. Doesn't really hurt that much. Honest." Let's see." She heard Hadrian rummaging around in a pack. "Would you like salt pork? Or perhaps... Let's see now. How about salt pork?" he asked with a smile, handing a ration to her. She tore it open with shaking hands. "You sure you're all right?" he asked, and she was surprised at the concern in his voice. "Just weak. Like a fever broke, you know." Hadrian didn't indicate whether he knew, but sat watching her, as if she might drop over, dead, any minute. "I'm fine. Really." Arista took a bite of the meat. The heavily salted and miserably dry pork was a joy to swallow, which she did, almost without chewing. "Ulrich?" she asked. "He's in the corridor," Hadrian told her. "You haven't buried him yet, have you?" "No, not yet." "Good. I would like to take him back to Melangar to be laid in the tomb of his fathers." The others looked away, each noticeably silent, and she saw a disturbing grin stretch across Thranek's face. The sentinel appeared ghoulish in the lantern light. His malevolence chilled her. "What is it?" she asked. "It doesn't look like we'll be getting back to Melangar," Hadrian told her. "The horn isn't here?" "Apparently it's through that door, but we haven't—" "Through that door is death," Thranek told her. He spoke for the first time, his voice a hissing rasp. "Death for all the children of Maribor. The last Emperor's guardian watches the Vault of Days, and will not suffer anyone's passage." "Guardian?" she asked. "A Gilarabrin," Hadrian told her. "A big one." "Well, of course it's big, if it's a Gilarabrin." Hadrian smiled. "You don't understand. This one is really big." "Is there a sword? There has to be a sword to slay it, right?" Hadrian sighed. "Royce says there's another door on the far side. Maybe it's over there. We don't know. Besides, you realize there's no reason for the sword to be down here at all." "We have to look. We have to—" "The sword." "What is it?" Hadrian asked. "Is the Gilarabrin bigger than the one in Avampartha?" "A lot bigger." "It would be," she said, remembering her dream. "And the sword is there, on the far side of the room." "How do you know?" "I saw it. Or at least, Esarhaddon did. Emperor Nerion created the Gilarabrin himself. Esarhaddon enchanted the blade of the king's sword with the name, and Nerion conjured the beast. Only he did it with his own blood. He sacrificed himself in the making, adding power to the Gilarabrin and assigning it the task of guarding the tombs where Esarhaddon hid the horn. The sentinel eyed her curiously. "The Patriarch was not aware of its existence. Nor did we realize it was there until we opened that door." No spell, no stealth, no army, no wishful thinking will grant anyone access to the room beyond. The quest for the horn ends here. And someone seals the way out, Gaunt reminded her. He reclined on his pack. His fur-lined houppelande, pulled tight to his chin, was torn and stained. His chaperone hat was a rumpled mess, the folds ripped and pulled down over his ears. The liripipe was missing altogether, and Arista only then realized the same black cloth of Gaunt's headdress wrapped Morven's arm. Which means we're trapped in this room until we die of thirst or starvation. At least this bugger was able to live off goblins. What are we going to do? Carve up each other? Don't be so optimistic, Mr. Sunshine, Morven told him. You might just get our hopes too high, and then we'll be disappointed in the end. We have to try something, she said. We will, Hadrian assured her. Royce and I don't give up that easily, you know that. But you should rest more before we do anything. We might need you. By the way, what did you mean by he did it? What? When you woke up, you said, he did it. It sounded important. Another one of your dreams? Oh, that. Yeah, she said, confused for a moment, trying to remember. Already the memory was fogged and blowing away. It was Ezra Harden. He did this. Did what? All this, she said, pointing up and whirling her hand around. He destroyed the city, just like they said he did. You remember what I did at the stairs? Well, he was a bit more powerful. He collapsed the entire city, sunk and buried it. So, he wasn't kidding when he said he was better with hands, Royce observed. And the people? Morven asked. They were having a Founders' Day celebration. The city was packed with people, all the dignitaries, all the knights and censors, and... yes, he killed everyone. Of course he did, Thranich shouted as best he could. Did you think the church lied? Ezra Harden destroyed the Empire. No, she said. He tried to save it. It was Patriarch Venlin who betrayed the Emperor. He was behind it all. Somehow he convinced the Teshlor and the Senjar to join him. He wanted to overthrow the Emperor, kill him and wipe out his entire family. I think it was his intention to become the new ruler. But Ezra Harden stopped him. He got the Emperor's son, Navrik, out, then destroyed the city. I think he was trying to kill everyone associated with the rebellion, literally crushing all the enemies of Navrik in one stroke. He expected to die along with them. But Ezra Harden survived, Hadrian said. So did Venlin, she added. I don't know how. Maybe Ulrich, or... no. Venlin may have done something. Cast some spell. The Patriarch was a wizard? Hadrian asked. She nodded. A very powerful one, I think. More powerful than Ezra Harden. That's blasphemy, Thranich said accusingly, and then fell into a coughing fit that left him exhausted. He was so powerful that Ezra Harden never even considered fighting him. He knew he'd lose, and Ezra was capable of destroying this entire city, and nearly everyone in it. Arista paused and turned her head back the way they had come. They were all out there, lining the streets. I think they were having a parade. Each of them singing, cheering, eating sweets, dancing, drinking trembles, enjoying the spring weather. Then it all ended. I can still feel the chords Esarhaddon used. The deep chords, like the ones I touched on the ship just before you hit me. I barely touched those strings, but Esarhaddon played them loudly. His heart broke as he did it. A woman he loved lived in the city, a woman he planned to marry. He didn't have time to get her out. This is larger than your loss. It is larger than the loss of 100 kings and 1,000 fathers. Do you think I enjoyed it? Any of it? You forget. I lost my life as well. I had parents of my own, friends, and... Arista finally knew the unspoken words from their last meeting in the Ratibor mayoral office. Her hand touched the material of the robe as she remembered the way she had treated him. She had had no idea. As a wizard, you must understand personal vengeance and gain are barred to you. We are obligated to seek no recognition, fame, nor fortune. A wizard must work for the betterment of all, and sacrifices are always necessary. She stared at the floor, recalling the memory of the dream and the memories of the past, feeling sadness and loss. Beside her, Hadrian began humming a simple tune, and then sang softly the words to the old song. Gala halted, city's doom, spring warmth chilled with dust and gloom, darkness sealed, blankets all, death upon them, fall the wall. Ancient stones upon the lea, dusts of memories gone we see. Once the centre, once the all, lost forever, fall the wall. I grew up believing it was all just nonsense, something kids made up. We used to join hands, forming lines, and sing that while someone tried to pull the others down or break the line. If they did, they could take their place. We'd no idea what any of it meant. Lies! All of it. Lies! Thrannik shouted at them, straining to his knees. He was shaking, but Arista couldn't tell if it was from weakness or rage. Perhaps both. I don't think so, Myron said from within the pile of scrolls. You shouldn't be reading those, the sentinel snapped. The church placed a ban on all literature found here. It is forbidden. I can see why, Myron replied. You are defying the Church of Novron by even touching them. Luckily, I am not a member of the Church of Novron. The monks of Maribor have no such canon. You're the one who ripped up these other scrolls, Hadrian said accusingly. They are evil. What was on them? What was so terrible? You were the one that burned the library. What are you trying to hide? Hadrian thought a moment, then gestured toward the statue. And what's with the heads? You did that too. Not just this one, but all throughout the city. Why? When Thrannik remained silent, Hadrian turned to Myron. What did you find out? Many things. The most significant is that elves were never enslaved by the Empire. What? Royce asked. According to everything I've read since we've entered, elves were never enslaved. There's overwhelming evidence that the elves were equal citizens, even revered. I demand that you stop, Thrannik shouted. You will bring down the judgment of Novron upon us all. Careful, Myron, Morven said. We wouldn't want matters to take a bad turn. Blasphemers! Wretched fools! This is why it was wrong to allow those outside the church to learn the old speech. This is why the Patriarch locked up Edmund Hall and sealed off the entrance, because he knew what could happen. This is why the heir had to die, because one day you would come down here I failed to reach the horn, but I can still serve my faith. Thranich moved with a speed unexpected from his withered appearance. He reached out and grabbed the lantern. Before even Royce could react, he threw it at Myron, smashing it. The glass burst with a popping sound. Oil splashed across the parchments, across the floor, across Myron. Flames rushed forth, low blue tongues licking along the glistening oil pool. Fire blazed over the scrolls and raced up Myron's legs, chest, and face. Then vanished. With an audible crack, the room went black. "That wasn't very nice," Arista said in the dark. Her robe began to glow, revealing the room in a cold, bluish radiance. She was glaring at Thranich. The pulsating light shining up from underneath lent her a fearful image. "Are you all right, Myron?" The monk nodded as he sat wiping the oil from his face. "Just a little warm," he replied, "and I think my eyebrows are gone." "You bastard!" Morven shouted at Thranich, getting to his feet and reaching for his sword. "You could have killed him! You could have killed all of us!" Even Gaunt was on his feet, but Thranich took no notice. The sentinel did not move. He slouched backward, resting against the wall in an odd, twisted position. Thranich's eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, but he wasn't breathing. "What's wrong with him?" Gaunt asked. Morven reached out. "He's dead." Heads turned. "I only extinguished the flames," Arista told them. Heads turned again. Royce was sitting in a different place than he had been before the fire. Arista looked back at Thranich's body. Blood dripped from a thin red line at the neck. Morven let go of his sword and sat back down. "You sure you're all right, Myron?" "I'm fine, thank you." Myron stood up. He walked to the sentinel's side and knelt down. He took a moment to close Thranich's eyes, and taking the sentinel's hand, he bowed his head and softly sang, "Unto Maribor I beseech thee, into the hands of God I send thee. Grant him peace, I beg thee. Give him rest, I ask thee. May the God of men watch over your journey." "How can you do that?" Gaunt asked. "He tried to kill you. He tried to burn you alive. Are you so ignorant that you don't see that?" Myron ignored Gaunt and remained beside Thranich, his head bowed, his eyes closed. Silence passed. Then Myron folded Thranich's hands over his chest and stood up. He paused before Gaunt. "More valuable than gold, more precious than life, is mercy bestowed upon he who hast not known its soft kiss." Gerard Hilly, Proverbs of the Soul. The monk took another lantern out of Morven's pack. "Starting to run low on these," he said, opening it and reaching for the tinder kit. "Better let me," Hadrian said. "A stray spark could light you up instead." The monk handed the lantern over and looked at the rest of them. "Will anyone help me bury him?" Deegan made a sound like a laugh and limped away. "I will." Magnus spoke up from where he still sat on the far side of the room. "We can use the stones from the cave-in." Without a word, Hadrian got up and lifted Thranich's body, which folded in the middle like a thick blanket. His arms splayed out to either side, white and limp. Arista watched as he left a trail of dark droplets on the dusty stone. She looked back at the space behind, at the clutter in the corner where Thranich had lain. Pots, cups, torn cloth, soiled blankets, trash. It reminded her of a mouse's den. How long was he here? How long did he lie in this room, alone, waiting to die? How long will we? Arista stood up and, turning away from the trash and the puddle of blood, moved to the sealed door. She touched the stone and the metal rods that held it closed. The door was cold. She pressed her palms flat against the surface and laid her head close. She heard nothing. She reminded herself that it was not a living creature, and did not grow restless. She could feel it, a power radiating, pushing against her like the opposite pole of a magnet. Her encounter with the Oberdaza made her sensitive to magic. The new smell that had confused her before the palace was no longer a mystery. Beyond the door lay magic, but not the vague, shifting sort that defined the Oberdaza. The gazelle witch-doctors appeared in her mind as shadows that darted and whirled, pulsating irregularly. But this was greater. The power on the other side was clear, intense, and amazing. In it, she could detect elements of the weave. She could see it with her feelings, for there was more than magic that formed the pattern. An underlying sadness dominated and endowed the spell with incredible strength. An incomprehensible grief and the strength of self-sacrifice were bound together by a single strand of hope. It frightened her, yet at the same time, she found it beautiful. Outside in the hallway, she could hear the clack of stones being stacked. Hadrian returned, wiping his hands against his clothes, as if trying to wipe off a disease. He sat beside Royce in the shadows, away from the others. She crossed the room, knelt down before them, and sat on her legs with the robe pooling out around her. "Any ideas?" she asked, nodding toward the sealed door. Royce and Hadrian exchanged glances. "A few," Royce said. "I knew I could count on you." She brightened. "You've always been there for us. Ulrich's miracle workers." Hadrian grimaced. "Don't get your hopes up." "You stole the treasure from the Crown Tower and put it back the next night. You broke into Avampartha, Gutara Prison, and Drumondor twice. How much harder can this be?" "You only know about the successes," Roy said. "There have been failures?" They looked at each other and smiled painfully. Then they both nodded. "But you're still alive. I should have thought a failure—" "Not all failures end in death. Take our mission to steal DeWitt's sword from Essendon Castle. You can hardly call that a success." "But there was no sword. It was a trap. And in the end it all worked out. I hardly call that a failure."
"Alban was," Royce said, and Hadrian nodded dramatically.
"Alban? We spent more than a year in King Armand's dungeon," Hadrian told her. "What was that, about 6 years ago? 7? Right after that bad winter. You might remember it, real cold spell. The gale war froze for the first time in memory." "I remember that. My father wanted to hold a big party for my 20th birthday, only no one could come."
"We stayed the whole season in Medford," Royce said. "Safe and comfortable. It was nice, actually. But we got soft and out of practice. We were just plain sloppy."
"We'd still be in that dungeon right now, if it wasn't for Leo and Jenny," Hadrian said. "Leo and Jenny?" Arista asked. "Not the Duke and Duchess of Rochelle?"
"Yep."
"They're friends of yours?"
"They are now.
Royce said. We got the job through Albert, who took the assignment from another middleman. A typical double-blind operation, where we don't know the client and they don't know us. Turns out it was the Duke and Duchess. Albert broke the rules in telling them who we were, and they convinced Armand to let us out. I'm still not certain how. They were scared we'd talk, Royce added. Hadrian scowled at him, then rolled his eyes. About what? We didn't know who hired us at the time. Royce shrugged, and Hadrian looked back at Arista. Anyway, we were just lucky Armand never bothered to execute us. But yeah, we don't always win. Even that Crown Tower job was a disaster. You were an idiot for coming back, Royce told him. What happened? Arista asked. 2 of the Patriarch's personal guards caught Royce when we were putting the treasure back. Like the 2 at the meeting? Exactly. Maybe the same 2. We could have gotten away, Royce explained. He had a clear exit, but instead, the idiot came back for me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him fight, and I have to say it was impressive. And the 2 guards were good. Very good, Hadrian added gravely. They nearly killed us. Royce had been beaten pretty badly and took a blade to the shoulder, while I was stabbed in the thigh and cut across the chest. Still have the scar. Really? Arista asked, astounded. She couldn't imagine anyone getting the better of Hadrian in a fight. We just barely got away, but by that time the alarm was up. We managed to hide in a tinker's cart heading south. The whole countryside was looking for us, and we were bleeding badly. We ended up in Medford. Neither of us had been there before. It was the middle of the night, in this pouring rain, when we crawled out nearly dead. We just staggered down the street into the lower quarter looking for help, a place to hide. News hit the city about the Crown Tower thieves, and soldiers found the cart. They knew we were there. Your father turned out the city guard to search for us. We didn't know anyone. Soldiers were everywhere. We were so desperate that we banged on doors at random, hoping someone would let us in. That was the night we met Gwen Delancey. I still can't understand why you came back, Royce said. We weren't even friends. We were practically enemies. You knew I hated you. Same reason why I took the DeWitt job, Hadrian replied. Same reason I went looking for Gaunt. He looked across the room at Deegan and shook his head. I've always had that dream of doing what's right, of saving the kingdom, winning the girl and being the hero of the realm. Then I'd ride back home to Intendar, where my father would be proud of me, and Lord Baldwin would ask me to dine with him at his table. But what? Arista asked. It's just a boy's dream, he said sadly. I became a champion in Calais. I fought in arenas where hundreds of people would come to cheer me. They chanted my name, or at least the one they gave me. But I never felt like a hero. I felt dirty, evil. I guess since then, I just wanted to wipe that blood off me, clean myself of the dirt, and I was tired of running. That's what it came down to that day in the tower. I ran from my father, from Avron, even from Calais. I was tired of running. I still am. They sat in silence for a minute. Then Arista asked, So, what is the plan? We send Gaunt in, Royce replied. What? She looked over at Deegan, who was lying down on his blankets, curled up in a ball. You yourself said that he needed to be here. But why? Hadrian asked. He's been nothing but a pain. Everyone on this trip has had a purpose except him. You said he was absolutely necessary to the success of this mission. Why? Because he's the heir.
Exactly. But how does that help?
I think because he needs to use this horn thing.
That's obvious. But that doesn't explain why we need him here. We could just have brought it to him. Why does he have to come with us?
We think that, being the heir, he can cross that room, Hadrian told her. What if you're wrong? She asked. We also need him to blow the horn. If he dies...
He can't blow it if he doesn't have it, Royce interjected.
But that's where you come in, Hadrian said. You need to shield him, just in case. Can you do that? Maybe, she said, without the slightest hint of confidence. Everything with me is try and see. What are your other ideas?
Only have one other, Roy said. Someone walks in and diverts his attention while the rest make a mad dash for the far side, in the hopes that at least one of us makes it. Hopefully, blowing the horn can somehow stop the beast.
Seriously?
They nodded. She glanced over her shoulder.
I guess I'll break the bad news to him.
Absolutely not, Deegan Gaunt declared, rising to his feet, his hat tilted askew and flat on one side from his lying on it.
When Myron and Magnus had returned, Arista had gathered the group in a circle around the lantern. While they ate sparingly from their remaining provisions, she explained the plan. You have to, Arista told him.
Even if I do, even if I succeed, what good is that? We're still trapped.
We don't know that. No one has ever crossed this room. There could be a means to escape on the far side, another exit. Or the power of the horn could be such that we could escape with it. We don't know, but an unknown is far better than a certainty of death.
It's stupid. That's what it is. Stupid.
Think of it this way, Hadrian told him. If you fail and that thing eats you, it'll be over like that. He snapped his fingers. Don't do it, and you linger here starving to death for days.
Or smother, Royce put in.
Everyone looked at him.
He rolled his eyes. The air is getting stale. We have a limited amount.
If you're going to die, why not die doing something noble? Hadrian told him.
Gaunt just shook his head miserably.
That's just it,
Morven said, disgusted.
He held his wound, a pained look on his face. Hadrian, you've got it right there. Gaunt is not noble. He doesn't even know what it means. You want to know the real difference between you and Ulrich? You made fun and lurid speeches about nobility, about blue blood and incompetence. But while you might have the blood of the Emperor in you, it must be diluted until it is practically non-existent. Your lineage has long forgotten its greatness. Your base side is firmly in control. Your wanton desire is unchecked by purpose or honour. Ulrich might not have been the best king, but he was courageous and honourable. The idea of walking through that door, of facing death, must terrify you. How terrible it must be to give up your life when you've never taken the chance to live it. How cheated you must feel, like losing a coin before spending it. To what can you hang on to and feel pride? Nothing. Ulrich would have walked through that door, not because he was king, not even because he was noble-born, but because of who he was. He wasn't perfect. He made mistakes, but never on purpose, never with an intent to do harm. He lived his life the best way he knew how. He always did what he felt was right. Can you say that?
Gaunt remained silent.
We can't force you to do this, Arista told him. But if you don't, Hadrian is right. We will all die. because there is no going back, and there is no going forward without you.
Can I at least finish my meal before I answer?
Of course, she told him. She ran a hand through her hair and took a deep breath. She was still so tired, so exhausted, and everything was so hard now. She knew it would be difficult to convince Gaunt, but worse than that, she had no idea what to do if he tried and failed. Gaunt raised a bite to his lips, then stopped and frowned.
I've lost my appetite.
He looked up at the ceiling, his eyes drooping, his lips quivering, his breathing coming out loudly through his nose.
I knew this would happen.
His hand rose absently to his neck, as if searching for something.
Ever since I lost it, ever since they took it, nothing's been the same.
Took what? She asked.
The good luck charm my mother gave me when I was a boy.
A beautiful silver medallion.
It warded off evil and brought me the most marvellous luck. It was wonderful. When I had it, I could get away with anything. My sister always said I lived a charmed life. And I did. But he took it.
Who did? Guy? Arista asked.
No, another man. Lord Marius, he called himself. I knew nothing would be the same after that. I never had to worry. Now it's all falling on me.
He looked at the door to the Vault of Days.
If I go in there, I'll die. I know it.
Hadrian reached into his shirt and pulled a chain over his head. Gaunt's eyes widened as the fighter held it up. Ezra Harden made the medallion you wore, just as he made this one. Just as you received yours from your mother, my father left me this. I'm certain they're the same. If you agree to go in, to try and cross the room, I'll give it to you.
Let me see it.
Hadrian handed the necklace to him. Gaunt fell to his knees next to the lantern and studied the amulet's face.
It is the same.
Well? Hadrian asked.
Okay,
Gaunt replied.
With this I'll do it, but I'll keep it afterward, right? It's mine for good now, yes? I won't do it otherwise.
I'll let you keep it, but on one more condition. Medina keeps the crown. Gaunt glared at him. Tear up the contract you had with her. If you agree to let her remain Empress, then you can keep it. Gaunt felt the medallion between his fingers. He rubbed it, his eyes shifting in thought. He looked back at the door to the vault and sighed.
Okay,
he said, and slipped the chain over his head, smiling. The agreement? Gaunt scowled, then pulled the parchment from his clothes and gave it to Hadrian, who tore it up, adding the scraps to the pile on the floor. How about you? Hadrian asked Arista. Still a bit tired, but I won't get any sleep now. Hadrian stood up and walked to the door. Myron, you might want to start praying. The monk nodded. Tegan? Arista called. Tegan? Gaunt looked up from his new necklace with an annoyed expression. When you get across, Arista told him, look for the horn in the tomb. I don't know where it'll be. I don't even know what it'll look like, but it is there. If you can't find it, Hadrian said, look for a sword with writing on the blade. You can kill the Galarabrin with it. You just have to stab it doesn't matter where. Just drive the word written on the blade into its body. If something goes wrong, run back, and I'll try to protect you, Arista said. Hadrian handed Gaunt the lantern. "Good luck." Gaunt stood before them, clutching his new medallion and the light. His long cloak was discarded in tatters on the floor, his hat dishevelled, his face sick. Hadrian and Royce slid the latches and drew back the bolts. The metal made a disturbing squeal. Then the door came free. Hadrian raised his foot and kicked the door open. It swung back with a groan, a large, hollow sound that suggested the vast volume of the chamber beyond. Gaunt took a step, raised the lantern, and peered in. "I can't see anything." "It's there," Royce whispered to him. The thief stood behind Gaunt, right in the middle of the room. "It looks like it's sleeping." "Go on, Deegan," Arista said. "Maybe you can sneak by." "Yeah. Sneak," he said, and stepped forward, leaving Arista and Royce standing side by side in the doorway, with Hadrian looking over their shoulders. "Stop breathing so hard," Royce snapped. "Breathe through your mouth at least." "Right," he said, and took another step. "Is it moving?" "No," Royce told him. Gaunt took 3 more steps. The lantern in his hand began to jingle a bit as his arm shook. "Why doesn't he just scream, 'Come eat me'?" Royce hissed in frustration. Arista watched as the lantern bobbed. The light revealed nothing of the walls or ceiling, and illuminated only one side of Gaunt as he appeared to walk into a void of nothingness. "How big is this room?" she asked. "Huge," Royce told her. She tried to remember the dream. She vaguely recalled the Emperor on the floor of a large chamber with painted walls and a series of statues that represented all the past emperors. A memorial hall. "He seems to be doing pretty good," Hadrian observed. "He's halfway to it," Royce reported, "walking real slow." "I think I can see it," Arista said. Something ahead of Gaunt was finally illuminated by his light. It was big. "Is that it? Is that... Oh my God, that's just its foot." "I said it was big," Royce told her. As Gaunt approached, his lantern revealed a mammoth creature. A clawed foot lay more than 10 feet away, yet its tail stretched too far into the darkness to see. Its 2 great leathery wings were folded at its sides, as towering tents of skin stretched out on talon-endowed poles. Its huge head, with a long snout, raised ears and fanged teeth, lay between its forefeet, making it seem as innocent as a sleeping dog. Only it was not sleeping. 2 eyes, each one larger than a wagon wheel, watched him, unblinking. The moment it raised its head, Deegan stopped moving. Even across the distance, they heard his laboured, rapid breath. "Don't run!" Arista called, stepping forward into the room. "Tell it who you are. Tell it you are the heir. Order it to let you pass." The Galarabrin rose to its feet. As it did, its massive wings expanded. They sounded like distant thunder rolling, and Arista felt a gust of air. "Gaunt, tell it!" I am Deegan Gaunt, the heir of Novron, and I... Damn it! Royce rushed forward. Arista saw it too. The beast lifted its head and opened its mouth. Closing her eyes, she pushed out with her senses. There it was, the beast. In her mind's eye, she could see its massive size, its overwhelming power, and it was pure magic. She could see it as such, hear its music, feel its vibration, and everything she sensed told her it was about to kill Deegan. "Run!" Hadrian shouted. In that same instant, panic gripped her. The creature wasn't a force she could act upon. It was like smoke. She couldn't grasp, push, burn, or harm it. It was magic, and acting upon it with magic would have no more effect than blowing at the wind or spitting in a lake. She opened her eyes. "I can't stop it." The beast arched its back to strike. In one tremendous burst, Arista's robe exploded with the brilliance of a star. Light filled the room, flooding every corner of the great vault. Gold and silver reflected the light, creating dazzling effects that blinded and bewildered. Even Arista couldn't see, but she heard the beast groan and sensed it recoil. The light went out as quickly as it had appeared, but still she couldn't see. She heard footfalls, running toward her. They brushed by and she was pulled through the doorway. Still blinking, her eyes still adjusting, she could barely make out Hadrian throwing back the bolts, sealing it out, and them in. From the other side, they heard a roar that shook the walls. Then silence. Royce and Gaunt lay on the floor, panting. Hadrian collapsed near the door, and Arista found herself sliding down a wall to her knees. Tears filled her eyes. It was over. Thrannik had been right. No one was going to cross that room. Ever. Chapter 21. The Sacrifice. Hadrian raised the lantern and looked up at the collapse. Shattered rock and broken stone crushed into a solid wall blocked the corridor and obliterated the stair. He looked at Magnus at his side. "Well?" The dwarf shook his head with a scowl. "If I had a month, perhaps 2, I could tunnel it." "We have 6, maybe 7 days' worth of food and perhaps 3 days of water," Hadrian told him. "And who knows how much air. I'm also guessing Wyatt and Eldon won't wait much beyond 5 days before setting sail home." "And don't forget the gazelle," Magnus reminded him. "By now, how many do you think there might be? 500? 1,000? 2,000? How many more Oberdazza have they brought up to deal with the princess? They'll be watching the other end of this for some time, I think." Hadrian sighed. "It's not looking good, is it?" "No," Magnus replied sadly. "I'm sorry." When they returned to the room, Arista was still sitting in the corner by herself. Since the attempt to cross the Vault of Days, she slept a lot, and he wondered if she was looking for answers in her dreams. Morven lay on the floor, not bothering to use a blanket to cover the stone. He stared up at the ceiling blankly. Gaunt lay curled in the opposite corner from Arista, holding the amulet with both hands, his eyes closed. By contrast, Royce and Myron sat chatting next to the last remaining lantern. To Hadrian, the two appeared surreal. Myron spoke excitedly, sitting cross-legged on the floor, sifting through the piles of parchments he gathered around him. Each one had been carefully wiped clean of oil. Royce leaned comfortably against the wall, his feet up on Gaunt's pack, his boots off as he flexed his toes. They could have been in the dark room at the Rose and Thorn, or any cosy pub. "The Gazelle conquered Calais," Myron was saying. "They came out of the east on ships and attacked. Neither the men nor dwarves had ever seen them before. The men called them the spawn of Uberlin, but it was the dwarves that named them the Bar-on Gazelle, sea goblins. They overran Calais and drove the clans of men west into Averon, while the dwarves returned underground.
the elves warned men not to cross the Burnham River, and when they did, the elves declared war.
Myron stopped speaking as Hadrian and Magnus approached, both of them looking up expectantly.
"No luck, then?"
Royce asked, reading his face, which Hadrian was certain was no great feat.
"No,"
he replied with a sigh. He was aware his shoulders were slumped, his head hanging. He felt beaten, defeated by stone, dust, and dirt. Exhausted, he lay down and, like Morven, stared at the ceiling.
"There's no way out of here."
Magnus nodded.
"The stone they used is solid, and the princess did an excellent job as well. The collapse is hundreds of feet deep. I think she took out the entire stair and a good deal of the corridor beyond. Perhaps with a crew of 20 dwarves and a month to work with, I could clear the wreckage, build supports and reinforcements, and form a new stair. But, as it is, we'll be dead before I could tunnel a foot-wide hole."
The dwarf sat down amidst the scrolls and, picking up one, glanced at it.
"Can you read old speech?"
Myron asked.
"Not likely," Magnus replied. "Dwarfs aren't even scholars in our own language. Are you finishing that story? The one about how the dwarves saved mankind?"
"Ah, well, yes, I suppose."
"Well, go on. I liked that one."
I was just saying that when the goblins arrived, it drove men west. They had little choice, and those who crossed the river were mostly women and children, refugees of the goblin push. According to what I read, the elves knew this, and some argued to allow the humans to stay, but there was more to consider. Elves had already entered into agreements with men that had proved disastrous. The problem was that humans only live for a few decades. A treaty made with one chieftain would be forgotten in just a few hundred years. More than this, though, was the rate of reproduction. Elves had only one child over the course of their long lives, spanning hundreds, sometimes thousands of years. But humans reproduced like rabbits, and the king, a chieftain of the Mirrorleaf at that time, thought that men would choke the world with their number and be more plentiful than ants. It was decided to wipe mankind out to the last woman and child before they grew too numerous to be stopped. At that time, the Gazelle were attacking the eastern coast of Avron and the southern coast of Erevan, taking control of what we know as the Goblin Sea.
"Where did you get all this?" Hadrian asked. Myron pulled out a red leather-bound book.
It's called Migration of Peoples by Princess Ferelane, daughter, incidentally, to Emperor Nerion, who reigned from 1912 to 1989 of imperial reckoning. It has wonderful charts and maps showing how the various clans of man shifted out of Calais and into Avron. There were originally 3 main clans. Bullard theorized that these distinct groups, both in tradition and linguistic foundations, temporarily homogenized by the Empire, created the ethnic divisions and the basis for the 3 kingdoms after the fall of the Empire.
"Nothing in those books about the horn, then?"
Myron shook his head. "But I'm still reading."
"Speaking of linguistics," Royce began, "the names you found in the Teshlor Guildhall, Teshlor and... what was it?"
"Senzlor?"
"Yeah, him. I knew a man once, a very smart man, who told me words like that and others, like Avron and Gaelwar, were Elven in origin."
"Oh, absolutely," Myron replied. "Teshlor is actually swift of hand in Elvish, and Senzlor is swift of mind."
"Is it possible that Teshlor and Senzlor were actually elves?" Royce asked.
The
monk thought for a bit.
"I don't know. Until we got here, I never even knew they were people. Myron looked at Magnus. "Is there really no way of digging out? I would so much like to get back to that library again. If Mr. Bullard found these, there may be other books that survived the fire."
"That's why you want to get out?" Gaunt exclaimed, sitting up and casting his blanket back. "We're dying here. You know that, right? Your little bookish brain isn't so dense as to not realise that, is it? We'll be dead bodies lying on this stone floor soon, and all you can think of are books. You're crazy." "This is going to sound really strange," Morven began, "but I have to agree with his airness on this one. How can you just sit there yapping about ancient history at a time like this?"
"Like what?"
Myron asked. Even Arista was taken aback. "Myron, we're going to die here. You understand that, don't you?" The monk considered it a moment, then shrugged.
"Perhaps."
"You don't find that disturbing?" Myron looked around.
"Why? Should I?"
"Why?" Gaunt laughed. "He's nuts."
"I just mean, well, how is this different from any other day?"
They all looked at him incredulously. Myron sighed.
"The morning before the Imperialists arrived and burned the abbey was a lovely fall day. The sky was blue, and the weather surprisingly warm. On the other hand, it was a horribly cold and wet night when I met the King of Belengar, Royce and Hadrian, who opened my eyes to untold wonders. When I travelled south through the snow with the awful news about Mr. Lancy, I had no idea that journey would save my life from the elven invasion. So, you see, it's impossible to tell what Maribor has in store for us. A beautiful day might bring disaster, while a day that begins trapped inside an ancient tomb might be the best one of your life. If you don't abandon hope on pleasant days, why do so on those that begin poorly?"
"The odds of death are a bit better than usual, Myron," Magnus pointed out.
The monk nodded. "We may indeed die here, that's true, but we will all die anyway. Is there any denying that? When you think of all the possible ways you might go, this is as fine a place as any, isn't it? I mean, to end one's life surrounded by friends, in a comfortable, dry room with plenty to read. That doesn't sound too awful, does it? What's the advantage of fear, or the benefit of regret, or the bonus of granting misery a foothold, even if death is embracing you? My old abbot used to say, 'Life is only precious if you wish it to be.' I look at it like the last bite of a wonderful meal. Do you enjoy it? Or does the knowledge that there's no more to follow make it so bitter that you would ruin the experience?"
The monk looked around, but no one answered him.
If Maribor wishes for me to die, who am I to argue? After all, it is he who gave me life to begin with. Until he decides I am done, each day is a gift granted me, and it would be wasted if spent poorly. Besides, for me, I've learned that the last bite is often the sweetest.
"That's very beautiful," Arista said. "I've never had much use for religion, but perhaps, if I had you as a teacher rather than Saldor—"
"I should never have come," Gaunt complained. "How did I ever get involved in this? I can't believe this is happening. Is anyone else finding it hard to breathe?"
He lay back down, pulled his blanket over his head, and moaned. In the silence that followed, Myron got up and looked around for more unopened scrolls, still resting in the many holes.
"Who was he?" Magnus asked Royce. "The one who taught you Elvish."
"What's that?"
"A bit ago you mentioned a man who taught you about Elvish words. Who was he?"
"Oh." Royce said, wriggling his toes again. I met him in prison. He was, perhaps, the first real friend I ever had. This caught Hadrian's attention. Royce had never spoken of his time in Manzant before, and because he knew everyone Royce had ever called a friend, except one, he took a guess. He was the one who gave you Alverstone? Yes, Royce said. Who was he? The dwarf asked. How did he come by it? Was he a guard? No, an inmate like me. How did he smuggle a dagger in? I asked him the same thing, Royce said. He told me he didn't. What? He found it? Digging in the salt mine? You uncovered that treasure down there? Maybe, but that's not what he told me. And he wasn't the type to lie. He said he made it himself. Made it for me. He told me I would need it. Royce looked off thoughtfully. When I was locked away, I swore to myself never to trust anyone again. Then I met him. I would have died in my first month if I hadn't. He kept me alive. He had absolutely no reason. No reason at all. But he did. He taught me things. How to survive in the mine. Where to dig and where not to. When to sleep and when to pretend to. He taught me some mathematics, reading, history, and even a bit of Elvish. He never once asked for anything in return. One day, I was hauled out before Ambrose Moore to meet an old man named Arcadius, who called himself a wizard. He offered to buy my freedom if I did a special job for him. The Crown Tower robbery, as it turned out. Royce looked at Hadrian. I said I'd do it if he also paid for the release of my friend. Arcadius refused. So I pretended to go along, just to get out. I told my friend that when I got clear of the prison I would slit the old man's throat, steal his money, and return to buy his freedom. What changed your mind? Hadrian asked. He did. He made me promise not to kill Arcadius or Ambrose Moore. It was the only thing he ever asked of me. It was then that he gave me Alverstone and said goodbye. You never went back? I did. A year later I had plenty of coin and planned to buy him, but Ambrose told me he died. They threw his body in the sea like all the others. Royce flexed his hands. I never had a chance to thank him. Hours went by. Like the others, Hadrian lay on the floor, drifting into and out of sleep. He dreamed he fought beside his father against shadowy creatures who were trying to kill the Emperor, who looked vaguely like Ulrich. In another dream, he sat in the burned-out shell of the Rose and Thorn with Gwen and Albert, waiting for Royce, but Royce was late. Very late. Gwen was frightened something awful had happened, and he assured her Royce could take care of himself. Nothing, he told her. Absolutely nothing can keep Royce from your side. Not even death. He woke up groggy and tired, as if he hadn't slept at all. The cold floor punished his muscles, leaving him stiff and sore. The air grew thin, or at least Hadrian thought so. It wasn't hard to breathe, but it did feel as if he were sleeping with his head under a blanket. How much is real, and how much imagination? Is the flame in the lantern dwindling? Everyone was sleeping, Gaunt in his corner, Magnus against the wall. Even Myron was asleep, surrounded by scrolls. The princess lay curled up on her side near the centre of the room. She too was asleep, her eyes closed, head on hands, her face revealed by the lantern light. She wasn't as young as she once had been, and no longer looked like a girl. Her face was longer, her cheeks less round, and there were small lines around her mouth and eyes. Smudges of dirt streaked her face. Her lips were chapped, and dark circles formed under her eyes. Her hair was a mess. The lack of a brush left her with snarls and mats. She was beautiful, he thought, not despite these things, but because of them. Looking at her made him feel terrible. She believed in him, counted on him, and he had failed her. He had also failed Thrace, and even her father. Hadrian had promised Theron that he would watch after his daughter and keep her safe. He had even failed his own father, who had left him this one last chance to bring meaning to his life. He sighed, and as he did, he noticed Royce was not among the sleeping. The thief wasn't even in the room. Getting up, Hadrian stepped into the hallway and found him sitting in the dark a few feet from the mound of stones piled over Thranac's body. He could barely see Royce, as so little of the lantern light spilled into the corridor. Hadrian let his back slap against the corridor wall and slid down to the floor to sit beside his friend. "I finally figured it out," Royce said. "What? The perfect career for us? Not spelunking, I hope?" Royce looked at him and smirked. Hadrian could see his friend only by the single shaft of light that crossed the bridge of his nose and splashed his left cheek. "No. I realize that the key is you. You can't die." "I'm liking this so far. I've no idea what you're talking about, but it's starting out good." "Well, think about it. This can't be the end because you can't die. That's the whole thing right there." "Are you planning on making sense anytime soon?" "It's Gwen, remember? She said I had to save your life, right? She was adamant about it. Only I haven't. Ever since she sent us out to search for Merrick, I've never once saved your life. So either she was wrong, or we're missing something. And, as you know, Gwen has never been wrong. We must be missing something, and now I know what it is. This is it. This is where I save your life." "That's wonderful. Only how are you going to do that? Pray tell." "Our second plan. I'm the diversion." "What?" Hadrian said, feeling like Royce had just hit him. "I'll draw the beast's attention just like Millie did in Dahlgren, and you run, get the sword, and slay it. I don't know why I didn't think of it sooner. It makes perfect sense." "You do remember what happened to Millie, right?" "Yes," he said simply. The single word issuing out of the darkness sounded like a verdict. "But don't you see? This is what I'm supposed to do. I've even considered if this was why she died. Maybe Gwen knew everything. She knew we couldn't go off and make a life together because I needed to be here, to sacrifice myself. Maybe that's why she was on the bridge that night. Maybe she went to her death for me, or rather, for you and everyone else. But at least so that I could have the strength to die for you." "That's a whole lot of ifs and maybes, Royce." "Maybe," he said. There was a pause. "But it has to be," Royce went on. "We know she had the sight. We know she knew the future. We know she planned for it, and that she said I would save your life. She knew that without me you would die, and from your death a horrible thing would occur. So, if I save you now, we still have a chance to get the horn." "But what if the future changed? What if we did something in the meantime to alter it?" "I don't think it works that way. I don't think you can alter the future. If you could, she would have seen that." "I don't know," Hadrian replied, finding it hard to discuss rationally the virtues of Royce's killing himself. "Okay, let me put it this way," Royce said. "Can you think of any other way out of here?" Hadrian was starting to feel a little sick. the air harder to breathe than before.
So, your plan is to draw it away and keep it occupied while I run for the sword?
Yep. You get the sword and kill it. I think I can buy you at least 2 minutes, but I'm hoping for as much as 5. More than that, I think, is dreaming. After 5 minutes of dodging it, I will get tired, and it'll get frustrated to the point of using fire. I can't dodge that. Still, even 2 minutes should be plenty of time to cross that room and find the sword.
What if it's locked?
It's not. I saw it when I was in there getting gaunt. It's standing open. Hadrian, you know I'm right. Besides, it's not just you I'm thinking about. There are 5 other people who will die unless I do this. Granted, their lives don't mean as much to me, but I know it matters to you.
And you're sure you want to do this?
I want to do it for Gwen. Hadrian, what else do I have to live for? The only thing I have is to fulfill her last request. That's all. After I do that... Hadrian closed his eyes and rapped his skull against the wall behind him, creating a dull thud. There was a pressure behind his eyes, a throbbing in his head. You know I'm right, Royce said.
What do you want? You want me to say, "Hooray, thanks, pal, for saving us"?
I don't want anything except for you to live. You and the rest of them. Even Magnus and Gaunt. It's what I can give you, and the only thing I can give her. If I manage to save you, and you do get this stupid horn, and it saves everyone, it'll make her death mean something. Mine, too, I suppose. That's more than either of us could have hoped for. A prostitute and a no-good thief saving the world. It's not a bad epitaph. You can see I'm right, can't you? Hadrian let his head rest and stared out at the black.
Don't you get tired of always being right?
We made a good team, didn't we? Royce replied. Arcadius wasn't such a fool putting us together, after all.
Speak for yourself.
Watch it. I'm about to die to save your ass, so be nice.
Thanks for that, by the way.
Yeah, well, you'll be happy to be rid of me. You can go back to blacksmithing in Hintendar and live a quiet, happy life. Do me a favour, marry some pretty farm girl and train your son to beat the crap out of Imperial Knights.
Sure, Hadrian told him. And with any luck he'll make friends with a cynical burglar who'll do nothing but torment him.
With any luck? Yeah, Hadrian said. With any luck. The two sat in silence for a moment. In the room, Hadrian could hear Gaunt snoring. We should do this sooner than later, Royce told him, just in case the air is running out and while you still have plenty of water and food to escape with, right?
I suppose.
You know, when I'm dead, and it's dead, assuming there's anything left of me, it wouldn't be such a bad thing if you laid me to rest in the tomb of Novron. Can't ask for better accommodations, really. And tell Myron to say something nice. Something poetic. Something about Gwen and me.
What? No!
Arista shouted. She was standing against the wall, a blanket pulled around her shoulders, her fingers white where they clutched the dark wool. Her head was shaking from side to side in a low, constant motion, like the ticking of a pendulum clock. Magnus and Morven flanked her. Neither said a word as Royce explained the plan. In their eyes, Hadrian could see concern, but also resignation. Gaunt was up and looking hopeful, his eyes bright for the first time since they had entered the room. It's the only way, Royce assured her, as he sat down on his pack, where he had left his boots. And it will work. I know it will.
You'll die, she shouted. You'll die, and I won't be able to save you.
Royce pulled his boots on. Of course I will. And I don't want you to, he said. then paused a moment before adding, "It'll all be over. Finally." "No, you'll both die, I know it." Arista looked up at Hadrian with the same expression of terror on her face. "Don't do this. Please." Hadrian turned away and unbuckled his belt, dropping his swords. He'd be able to run faster without them. "Which way are you going to go, Royce?" "Right, I think," he said, throwing off his cloak. "That'll put me on its left. Maybe it's right-handed. I'll try to keep it busy as long as possible, but we'll see how fast it is. I'm going to try to sneak to the right corner and get as far in as possible before I draw its attention, so wait for me to yell. With luck, you'll have an open field to run across." "You're doing it now?" The princess's head was shaking even faster. Hadrian leaned against the wall and stretched his legs, then jogged in place for a few seconds. "No sense putting it off." "Please," Arista begged in little more than a whisper. Taking a step toward Hadrian, she reached out and then stopped. Royce approached Magnus, who took a step back. The thief reached into his cloak and pulled out Alvastone, still in its sheath. He held it out to the dwarf. "I was wondering if you could watch after this for me." "Are you serious?" the dwarf asked. Royce nodded. Slowly, warily, Magnus touched the weapon gingerly with both hands, cradling it like a newborn. "You're really going to do this?" the dwarf asked, nodding at the Vault of Days. "It's all that's left to try." I could go," Magnus said, still looking at the dagger. "I could take a lantern." "With your little legs?" Royce laughed. "You just get Hadrian killed." Magnus looked up, his brows running together, his lips shifting as if he were chewing something. "I should be the last person." The dwarf stopped. "Let's just say, recent events have made me realize I've done a number of things I shouldn't have. Bad things. Worse, I suppose, than what you've done. Right now, hating you seems stupid." Roy smiled. The dwarf nodded. I'll hold on to it for you. Take good care of it, but just until you need it again." Royce nodded and moved to the door. He reached up and drew back its seals. "Shall we, partner?" "See you on the other side, pal." Hadrian threw his arms around the thief and, surprisingly, felt Royce hug him back. With one final smile, Royce pushed open the door and disappeared into the darkness of the Vault of Days. Hadrian waited at the doorway. He couldn't see anything, nor could he hear a sound, but he didn't expect to. "Do you want the lantern?" Myron whispered. "No," Hadrian replied. "I'll run faster without it, but maybe the princess could stand here and make her robe bright when I start to run." He said this without turning, without looking at her. "Of course," he heard her say, her voice strained, stalling in her throat. They all waited, staring into the black room, listening carefully. Hadrian peered into the dark, trying to guess where it was, where either of them was. "Hadrian, Arista began in a whisper, and he felt a light hand on the small of his back. "Over here, monster!" Royce shouted, his voice booming across the great, darkened expanse, echoing off the distant walls. "Come get me before I find the sword with your name on it and drive it through your foul excuse for a heart." Royce watched as Arista's robe lit up, throwing white light in the room at the sound of his voice. It wasn't nearly as bright as before, but enough to reveal the far wall, the open door, and the great beast in the middle of the room. The Galarabrin was looking right at him. Royce braced himself, trying to decide whether it would strike with its mouth or a taloned foot. How fast is it? How quickly can it cover the distance between us? Royce was far enough away that even as big as it was, the beast would have to take at least 10 steps to reach him. He wondered if it would lumber due to its size. He reminded himself it was not a real creature. It was magic, and perhaps the same rules might not apply. It was possible that it could sprint like a tiny lizard, or lash out like a snake. He stayed on the balls of his feet, shifting his weight back and forth, waiting for the lunge. "Come on," he shouted. "I'm in your lousy room. You know you want me." The beast took a slow step toward him, then another. "Go!" Royce shouted. Hadrian ran out the door. He had cleared only 5 strides when the monster whirled on him. Hadrian dug in his heels and slid to the ground as the giant head snapped around with amazing speed. "Get back!" Arista screamed. Royce ran forward. "Over here, you stupid thing!" he shouted, waving his hands over his head. The Galarabrin ignored Royce and charged Hadrian, who scrambled back toward the light of Arista's robe, which once more brightened. "Galarabrin!" Royce called. The beast stopped its pursuit. "Over here, you stupid thing! What? Don't you like me? Am I too thin?" The beast looked toward Royce, but didn't move away from the door. "By Mar!" Royce exclaimed in frustration. "Minith Dar," the Galarabrin said, and its voice rumbled the chamber like thunder. "It spoke," Royce said, stunned. "That's right. They talk in old speech." He heard Arista. "What did it say?" "I'm not sure. I don't know the language well. I think he said, 'Comprehension is missing.' But I don't know," she shouted. "I do." It was Myron's voice coming into the darkness. "It said, 'I don't understand.'" "It doesn't understand what?" "Royce can't hear a shrug, Myron," Hadrian said. "I don't know," the monk replied. "Ask it," Aristus suggested. There was a pause. Then Myron spoke again. "Binith Moneri, Minith Dar." The creature ignored Myron and continued to stare at Royce. "Maybe he didn't hear you." Myron shouted louder. Still the beast ignored him, his eyes fixed on Royce. "By Mar," Royce said again. "Minith Dar," the Galarabrin replied. "That's it!" Myron shouted. "By Mar! By Mar means hungry in old speech." "Yeah, that's right," Arista confirmed. "But it only seems to hear Royce." "He's Elvish," Hadrian said. "Maybe—" "Of course!" the princess shouted. "It's just like Avampatha. Say something to it in old speech. Ask it a question. Say, 'Irin Kir Abaniti.'" "Irin Kir Abaniti," Royce repeated. "Mon beer is de neareth, poor mon, da haven ermain," the Galarabrin replied. "What did I say? And what did it say?" "You asked its name, and it said—" Arista hesitated. "It said," Myron started, taking over, "'My name is written upon the sword of my making.'" "You can talk to it, Royce," Arista told him. "Wonderful. But why isn't it eating me?" "Good question," the princess replied. "But let's not ask that. No sense in giving it any ideas." Royce stepped forward. The Galarabrin did not move. He took another step, then another, staying on the balls of his feet. He knew the beast was clever, and this was just the sort of ploy it might use to get him off his guard. Another step, and then another. He was within striking distance. Still the Galarabrin did not move. "Careful, Royce," Hadrian told him. Another step, then another, and the Gilarabrin's tail was just inches away. "I wonder how it feels about having its tail pulled." Royce reached out and touched it. Still the Gilarabrin did not move. "What's wrong with it, Myron? How do you say, 'move away'?"
"Varnith Donal."
Royce stood before the giant creature and in a strong voice ordered, "Varnith Donal." The Gilarabrin backed up. "Interesting," Royce said. He closed the distance between them. "Varnith Donal." Again the Gilarabrin retreated. "Try coming out," Royce said. The moment Hadrian set foot outside the door, the Gilarabrin advanced once again. Hadrian retreated into the room. "How do you say stop?"
"Ibith."
Royce ordered it to halt, and it froze. "Myron, how do you say, 'do not harm anyone'?" Myron told him, and Royce repeated the phrase. "And how do you say, 'allow their passage through this room'?"
"Melantonaria en vina brenneth da Vincinti."
"Really?" Royce said, surprised.
"Yes, why?"
"I know that one." Ezra Harden had taught him Melantonaria en vina in Avampartha. Once more Royce repeated Myron's words, and for a third time Hadrian stepped out of the room into the vault of days. This time the Gilarabrin did not move. "Varnith Donal," Royce shouted, and the Gilarabrin stepped back, granting them passage.
"This is amazing,"
Arista said, entering the room with Hadrian.
"It's obeying you."
"I wish I'd known I could do this back in Avampartha," Royce said. "It would have been real handy." Royce herded the Gilarabrin back against the far wall, the great beast stepping backward before the tiny figure of the thief, its head glaring down at him, but showing no signs of violence.
"Almanul means stay,"
Myron said. "Almanul," Royce said, and backed up. The Gilarabrin remained where it was. "Everybody cross. Just stay spread out a bit, just in case." One by one, they ran the expanse. Arista waited in the open beside Royce to provide light until Gaunt, the last to leave, made the crossing. Chapter 22. Novron the Great. The stone door on the far side of the Vault of Days was partially open, and taking the lantern from Myron, Hadrian was the first to enter. Inside, tall columns held up a high ceiling. The room was musty and stale. Large painted pots, urns, chests, and bowls lined the walls, as did life-sized statues, braziers, and figures of various animals, some easily identified, others he had never seen before. A colonnade lined both sides with arches framing openings, chambers within which lay stone sarcophagi. Above the arches, words were carved, and above them, paintings of people. Hadrian heard Arista gasp behind him as the lantern revealed the floor at the center of the room, where 3 skeletons lay, 2 adults and a child. Beside them rested 2 crowns and a sword.
"Nerian,"
she whispered, "and his wife and daughter. He must have pulled them in here after Ezra Harden went to meet Venlin." Hadrian wiped the blade with his thumb, revealing a fine script. "This is the sword, isn't it?" Arista nodded. "Which one is Novron's coffin?" Marvin asked. "The largest," Gaunt guessed. "And it would be on the end, wouldn't it?" Arista shrugged. Myron had his head back, reading the inscriptions on the walls above the arches, his lips moving slightly as he did. "Can you tell which it is?" Gaunt asked. Myron shook his head.
"Up there."
He pointed at text on the ceiling.
"It says, 'This is the tomb of all the emperors.'"
"We know that, but which one is Novron?"
"The tomb of all the emperors, but—"
Myron looked at the coffins, counted them with his index finger.
"There are only 12 coffins here. The empire lasted for 2,124 years. There should be hundreds."
Hadrian moved around the room, looking at their sarcophagi. They were made of limestone and beautifully carved, each one different. A few had details of hunting and battle scenes, but one depicted nothing but a beautiful lake surrounded by trees and mountains. Another showed a cityscape and buildings being raised. Several of the archways were empty. "Could they have been moved?" Hadrian asked Myron.
"Perhaps. Still, there are only 20 alcoves allotted here. Why so few?"
"The rest are probably behind this door," Magnus suggested.
He was at the far end of the crypt, appearing even smaller than normal against the backdrop of the great pillars and statues.
"There's an inscription."
The rest of them moved to the rear of the tomb, to a plain wall with a single door and, over it, a single line of words.
"What does it say, Myron?" Royce asked.
"Here lies Nephren the Great, first emperor of Elan, saviour of the world of man."
"There you are," Magnus said. "The first emperor is inside."
Royce moved forward. The door was cut from rock. A set of stone pins held it fast, and a lever hung recessed in the wall beside it. Royce took hold of the arm and rotated it, drawing out the pins, which ground loudly, until at last they came clear. With a gentle push, Royce opened the tomb of Novron. Hadrian held the lantern high as everyone stood behind Royce, who was the first to enter. Hadrian followed directly behind, along with Arista, whose robe helped illuminate the chamber. The first thing Hadrian saw was a pair of giant elephant tusks standing to either side of the door. They were arranged such that the points arched toward each other. Black marble pillars supported the four corners of the crypt, and within the space between them, treasure filled the tomb. There were golden chairs and tables, great chests and cabinets. To one side stood a chariot made entirely of gold. To the other, an elaborately carved boat. Spears lined one wall, and a group of shields another. Statues of men and animals cast of gold and silver, draped with jewellery, stood like silent guards. In the centre of the room, raised high on a dais, rested a great alabaster sarcophagus. On the sides were divided frames similar to those etched on the walls. The story of a council, a battle, and a war. Nowhere was there the scene of Maribor bestowing the crown, which Hadrian thought odd, as it was the quintessential image found in every church.
"This is it,"
Morven muttered in awe.
"We've found it. The crypt of Novron himself."
The Count touched the chariot, grinning.
"Do you think this was his? Was this what he rode into battle?"
"Doubt it," Hadrian said. "Gold is a bit heavy for horses to pull."
Arista moved around the room, her eyes searching.
"What is the horn supposed to look like?" Royce asked.
"I don't know exactly," she said, "but I think it's in the coffin. In fact, I know it is. Ezra Hardin placed it there for Nevrik. We need to open it." Magnus wedged his chisel under the stone lid, and Hadrian, Gaunt, and Morven took up positions around the lid. Myron held the lantern high as the dwarf struck his hammer to the spike. The men heaved the lid off. Inside lay the coffin. Wrought of solid gold, it was body-shaped and sculpted to depict a face, hands, and clothing. They all stared at the image of a small, slender man with angled eyes and prominent cheekbones, wearing an elaborate helm.
"I don't understand," Gaunt said. What are we seeing?" "It's only a case," Morven said. "Just decoration. We need to open this one too."
The nimble fingers of the dwarf found latches and popped them, and everyone helped lift the lid. Once more they all peered in. Before them lay the remains of Novron the Great. Hadrian had expected a pile of brittle, decaying bones, perhaps even dust, but instead they found a body complete with skin, hair, and clothes. The cloth was grey and rotted such that their breath caused it to flake. The skin was still intact, but dry and dark like smoked beef. The eyes were gone, only cavities remaining, but the corpse was remarkably preserved.
"How is this possible?"
Gaunt asked.
"Amazing,"
Myron said.
"Indeed," Magnus put in. "It can't be," Morven declared.
Hadrian looked at the face in fascination. Like the outer lid, it was sharp and delicate in feature, with angled eyes and unmistakably pointed ears. The hands were elegant, with long, thin fingers still graced with 3 rings, one of gold, another silver, and one of black stone. They were neatly folded over a metal box on which were scraped the words, "To Navrik, from Ezra Harden."
"Careful," Royce said, studying the hands.
"There's something there," Arista told him. "I sense magic."
"You should if it's the horn, right?"
Hadrian asked. "It's not the horn. It's something on the box. A charm of some kind."
"It'll strike dead anyone but the heir," Magnus guessed.
They all looked to Gaunt.
"Can't I just poke it with a stick or something?" he asked.
"Ezra Harden wouldn't have done anything that could hurt you," Arista told him. "Go on, take it. He left it for you, more or less." Gaunt took hold of his medallion and rubbed, then reached out and grabbed hold of the box, pulling it free of Novron's hands. Sconces around the walls burst into blue flame. A cold breeze coursed around the tomb, and Gaunt dropped the box. "Welcome, Navrik, mine old friend," a voice said, and they all spun to see the image of Ezra Harden standing before them. He was dressed in the same robe Arista wore, except it was perfectly white. He looked the same as when Hadrian had last seen him in Ratibor. "If thine ears to these words attest, then terror's shadow hast fled, and thou art emperor. Wish I but knew if Jerish stood at thy side. On chance that dreams abide in mortal spheres, I offer to him that which I withheld in life, my gratitude, my admiration, and my love. Stained upon my hands, the blood of innocence brands my soul with such a crime forgiveness gapes appalled. 'Tis my sin that shattered stone and rent flesh. 'Twas I who laid waste to our beloved home. Though to speak of it now feels like folly, for yet hath spark been struck. Still committed am I, for not a breath nor heartbeat flutter can be granted unto a single Senjar or Teshlor when the morrow comes. Their evil with me shall I take, the threat resolved, the night consumed, that thou may walk beneath the sun of a better day. Convinced stand I, here within these hallowed halls of thy father's reckoning and their solemn rest, certain that Mondule yet lives. Their whispers become a wail as mine eyes focus upon a murder left 2,000 years unavenged. Foul is the spirit that haunts these walls, for beyond imaginings are the depths to which his depravity strains. We knew but half. Banned by horn and God alike, 'tis my belief the fiend aims with intent to outlast the law. A crevice hath he found, and stretched to slip, for no restriction blocks his way should, after a trio of 1,000 years, he survive. I go now to ensure he does not. While master beyond my art will end him. To slay a fiend I must become. Murderer of thousands I will be stained, and accept this as price paid for extinguishing this flame that seeks consumption of all. The horn be thine. Render it safe. Deliver it unto thine children with warning against the day of challenge to present same of Avempartha. Look to Jerish as champion. The secrets of the Instaria remain the thread upon which all hope dangles. Fare thee well, Emperor's son, mine emperor, my student, my friend. Know that I go now to face Moindulé, honoured to die that you might live. Make me proud. Be a good ruler. Ezrahadin's image vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and the fires in the sconces died, leaving them once more with only the light and the lantern between them and the darkness. "Did everyone catch that? I wish I had something to write it down with," Hadrian said. Then, noticing Myron, he smiled. "Even better." Royce knelt down and examined the box. There was no lock, and he carefully lifted the lid. Inside was a ram's horn. It was plain, without gold, silver, gems, or velvet. The only adornment it possessed were numerous markings that ringed the surface, letters in a language he couldn't read, but that he recognized. "Not much to look at, is it?" Magnus observed. Royce placed the horn back in the box. "What does this all mean?" Morven asked. Looking doleful, he sat down on a gold chair in a pile of treasure. His eyes moved from one to another, searching. "Novron was an elf," Royce said. "A pure-blooded elf. The first true emperor, the saviour of mankind, wasn't even a man," Magnus muttered. "How can that be?" Morven asked. "He led the war against the elves. Novron defeated the elves." "Legends tell of Novron falling in love with Persephone. Perhaps he did it out of love," Myron offered, as he wandered around the room looking at the objects. "Teshalor and Senjlor were elves, then," Hadrian said. "They may even have been Novron's actual brothers." "That explains the small number of sarcophagi," Myron pointed out. "The generations were longer. Oh, and old speech isn't old speech at all. It's Elvish, the native language of the first emperor. Imagine that. The language of the Church is not similar to Elvish. It is Elvish." "That's why Thranich was lopping heads off statues," Royce said. "They were accurate depictions of the emperors, and perhaps Senslor and Teshalor." "But how could it have happened?" Morven asked. "How could an elf be the emperor? This has to be a mistake. Novron is the son of Meribor, sent to save us from the elves. The elves are—" "Yes?" Royce asked. "Oh, I don't know," Morven said, shaking his head. "But this isn't how it's supposed to be." "It isn't what the Church wanted to be known," Royce said. "That's why they locked up Edmund Hall. They knew. Suldor knew. Ethelred knew. Braga knew." "Braga!" Arista exclaimed. "That's what he meant. Before he died. He said something about Ulrich and me not being human, about letting filth rule. He thought we were elves, or that we had retained at least some elven blood. If the Essendons were heirs to Novron, then we would have. That's the secret. That's why they've hunted the heir. The Church has been trying to wipe out the line of Novron so that elves would no longer rule mankind. That's what Venlin was trying to do. That's how he persuaded the Teshlor Guild and the Censor Council to unite against the Emperor for the greater good of mankind, to rid them of elven rule.
In Staria,
Myron muttered from the corner, where he looked at a worn and battered shield that hung in a place of prominence. "What's that?" Hadrian asked.
"The markings on the shield here," he said. "They're of the elven tribe in Staria, the warriors. Novron was from the Instaria clan."
Arista asked, "Why was it that Novron fought his own people?" "None of this matters," Gaunt told them. "We're still trapped. Unless one of you spotted a door I didn't see. This treasure-filled tomb is a dead end unless, of course, blowing on this does something." Gaunt looked down at the horn. "No! Wait!" Arista shouted, but it was too late. Everyone cringed as Gaunt lifted the horn to his lips and blew. Nothing happened. Not even a sound emanated from the instrument. Gaunt merely turned red-faced, his cheeks puffed out silently, as if he were performing a pantomime of a trumpeter. He looked down at it, frustrated. He put his eye to the mouthpiece and peered inside. He stuck his pinky finger in and wiggled it around, then tried to blow again. Nothing. He blew again, and then finally he threw it to the floor, disgusted. Without a word, he walked to the chariot and sat down, putting his back against a golden-spoked wheel. Arista picked up the instrument and turned it over in her hands. It was just a simple horn, a bit over a foot in length with a pleasant arc. It was dark, almost black, near the point, and faded rapidly to near white at the wide end. Several rings of finely etched markings circled it. There was nothing special about it. The horn just looked old. "Myron," she called, and the monk looked up from the treasures. "Can you read any of this?" Myron took the horn near the lantern and peered at it.
"It's old speech, or Elvish, I suppose now, isn't it?"
He looked at the horn and squinted. His mouth and nose crinkled up as his eyes worked and his fingers rotated the horn.
"Ah!
What?"
"It says, 'Sound me, O son of Ferrol, spake argument with thine lord. By mine voice wilt thee challenge, no longer by the sword.'"
"What does that mean?" Morven asked. Myron shrugged. "Is that all?" Arista asked.
"No, there's more. It also says, 'Gift am I of Ferrol's hand, these laws to halt the chaos be. No king shall die, no tyrant cleaved, save by the perilous sound of me. Cursed the silent hand that strikes, forever to his brethren lost. Doomed of darkness and of light, so be the tally and the cost. Breath upon my lips announce, the gauntlet loud so all may hear. Thine challenge for the kingly seat, so all may gather, none need fear. But once upon 1,003, unless by death I shall cry, no challenge, no dispute proceed, a generation left to die. Upon the sound the sun shall pass, and with the rising of the new, combat will begin and last until there be but one of two. A bond form betwixt opponents, protected by Ferrol's hand,
from all save the blade, the bone, and skill of the other's hand. Should champion be called to fight, evoked is the hand of Ferrol, which protects the champion from all, and champion from all, save one, from peril. Battle is the end for one, for the other all shall sing. For when the struggle at last is done, the victor shall be king. "It's not a weapon at all," Hadrian said. "It's just a horn. It's used to announce a ceremonial challenge for the right of leadership, like throwing down a gauntlet or slapping someone's face. Myron, remember you told us that the elves had troubles in the old days with infighting between clans? This must have been the solution. How the elves decide who rules them. It said that they're allowed only to challenge once. What did you say? 1,003 years?
I actually think that means once every 3,000 years.
Right. Well, Novron must have used it to challenge the king of the elves to combat and won, ending the war and making himself king of both elves and men. "I don't see how this helps us," Gaunt said. "Why did we bother coming down here? How is this supposed to stop the elven army?" "By blowing it, Gaunt just announced his challenge for the right to rule them," Arista said. "So all may gather, none need fear. My guess is they have to stop fighting now and await the outcome of the one-on-one combat between Gaunt and their king." "What?" Gaunt looked up, concerned. "Only Gaunt didn't blow it," Hadrian said. "It's like it's busted or something." "So, the horn isn't getting us out of here?" Gaunt asked. "No," Arista said sadly. "No, it's not." "Well, let's see what a dwarf can do, then," Magnus said, and taking out his hammer, began examining the walls, tapping here and there, placing his ear to them, even licking the stone. He circled Novron's tomb and then moved out into the larger crypt of kings. The rest of them wandered around, looking at the contents of the tomb, while Hadrian looked through the packs. "There's probably thousands of pounds of gold here," Gaunt said, picking up a vase and staring at it miserably, as if it were mocking him by its mere existence. "What good is it?" "I'd trade it all for a nice plate of Ella's apple pie right now," Morven said. "I wouldn't even mind her stew, and I never really liked her stew."
"I never had her stew, but I remember her pie," Myron said.
He was crouched against the wall, still studying the horn.
It was very nice.
They all listened quietly for a time to the tapping of the dwarf's hammer in the other room. Its faint tink jarred Arista's nerves. "I pretended to be Ella when I worked at the palace," Arista said, "but I just scrubbed floors. I didn't cook. She did make great apple pie." "Did she?" Morven shook his head. "She was killed during the flight."
"Oh,"
Arista nodded. "What do you think this is?" Gaunt asked, holding up the statuette that looked to be a cross between a bull and a raven. Arista shrugged. "Pretty, though." "How much?" Morven asked as Hadrian sat down on the wheel of the chariot. 3 days, he said, "if we can serve." The sound of the dwarf's hammer stopped, and Magnus returned. His long face said everything. He entered and sat on a pile of gold coins which jingled gaily. "There are worse places to be buried, I suppose." "Ulrich," Arista said suddenly. "I suppose we should put him to rest properly, then?"
"He'll be well buried," Myron told her, "and in a king's tomb."
She nodded, trying to appear comforted. "Royce and I will get him," Hadrian said. "I think I should be one of his pallbearers as well," Morven said, and followed them out. They returned with his body and gently laid it on a golden table. Arista draped a blanket over him, and they gathered around it in a circle.
"Dear Maribor, our eternal father," Myron began, "we are gathered here to say farewell to our brother, Ulrich Essendon. We ask that you remember him and see him across the river to the land of the dawn."
He looked to Arista, whose eyes were already tearing again.
"Ulrich was my brother—"
She stopped short as tears overtook her. Hadrian put his arm around her shoulders.
"Ulrich was my best friend," Morven continued. "My third brother, I always said. He was my rival for women, my fellow conspirator in plans of adventure, my prince, and my king. He was crowned before his time, but we didn't know then how little time he had left. He ruled in an era of terror, and he ruled well. He showed valor and courage befitting a king right to the end." He paused and looked down at the blanketed form and laid a hand on Ulrich's chest. "The crown is off now, Ulrich. You are free of it at last." Morven wiped the tears from his face. "Does anyone else—"
Myron began, when Gaunt stepped forward, and all eyes turned cautiously toward him.
"I just wanted to say—" He paused a moment. "I was wrong about you."
He hesitated for several seconds, as if he might say more, and then glanced awkwardly at the others before stepping back.
"That's all."
Myron looked to Arista again.
"He's fine," she said simply while nodding. "At least I know that."
"And so, Lord," Myron continued with a bowed head, "we say farewell to our king, our brother, and our good friend. May the light of a new dawn rise upon his soul."
Myron then began the song of final blessing, and all of them, even Magnus, joined in. "Unto Maribor I beseech thee, into the hands of God I send thee. Grant him peace, I beg thee. Give him rest, I ask thee. May the God of men watch over your journey." Morven stepped out of the tomb into the crypt and returned with a dusty crown, which he lay upon Ulrich's chest.
"Sometimes the price of dreams is achieving them."
Arista couldn't stay any longer. She felt like she was suffocating and walked out into the crypt. Entering one of the alcoves, she crouched down and hid behind one of the sarcophagi. She sat with her back in the crooks of the corner. Her knees were up, and once settled, she let herself cry. She shook so hard that her back bounced against the wall. Tears ran down her face. She let them run, unabated, dripping onto the robe which dimmed until it went out. She wanted to believe that when Gaunt blew the horn, it had stopped the elves, that perhaps they had heard and were coming to dig them out. But it felt like a lie. She was deluding herself because there was nothing else to hope for, nothing to expect beyond despair. In the darkness, she laid her head down on her arms and cried until she fell asleep. Chapter 23. The Sky Swirls. The booming thunder continued shaking the walls and the floors beneath their feet as the metalsmith hammered the last rivet into the helm. The old man's face was etched with deep lines, partially hidden behind a mass of grey bristles, a beard he had no time to shave away.
"There you are, lad. As fine a helm as you'll find. It'll take care of you. Protect that noggin of yours right well. War is upon us, my boy, but don't worry. That's only thunder you're hearing."
"It's their thunder," Renwick replied. The metalsmith looked at him curiously for a moment. Then Renwick saw fear cross the man's face, as he put the pieces together. "You're the boy, aren't you? The one who warned us. The one who rode up ahead of the elven army. You've seen him, haven't you?"
Renwick shook his head. "Not me. But yes, my friend did."
"Did he tell you what the devils look like? Rumour has it anyone seeing an elf turns to stone."
"No, but I wouldn't turn an ear to their music."
"You're Brechton's squire now, eh? Aide-de-camp to the Marshal at Arms."
Renwick shrugged. "I don't even know what an aide-de-camp is."
The old smith chuckled, wiping the sweat from his face with a filthy cloth as overhead an especially loud roll of thunder boomed. Renwick felt it in his chest. "An adjutant," the smith told him.
Renwick shrugged again.
"You're like his butler, messenger, and squire all rolled into one, except you're more like an assistant than a servant, which means you'll get some respect."
"But what am I supposed to do?"
"Whatever he says, lad. Whatever he says."
Renwick placed the helm on his head. It fit snug around the forehead, and the thick batten felt soft and cushioning. He banged his head with the heel of his fist. The helm absorbed the blow. He felt almost nothing. "It's good."
"You'll be all right. Now get back to Brechton. I've more work to do, as I suspect you do too."
Outside, the streets were wet. Warmer air had melted some of the snow. Icicles dripped, sounding like rain, as overhead the sky swirled and thunder crashed. He jumped a large puddle, but didn't account for the added weight of the armour. He had never worn any before. It was only a breastplate and helm, but with the shield and sword added, it was enough to throw off his balance. He came up short and splashed in the middle, soaking his foot with ice-cold water. He felt foolish holding the shield, as if he expected to be attacked at any moment. The other soldiers wore shields slung on their backs. He paused in the street, examining the straps and trying to determine how to do that, when a flash of lightning arced across the sky and he heard a terrible crack. People on the street ducked into doorways, their eyes skyward. This got him moving again, and he jogged the rest of the way to Imperial Square. Men filled the open area. Soldiers and knights sat on the dry sections of cobblestone or stood in puddles. He worked his way in, trying not to hit anyone with either his shield or his sword. Renwick felt conspicuous. Men with missing teeth and scarred faces glared at him as he picked his way through the crowd. He felt a heat building on his skin, his face flushing with embarrassment as he realized how ridiculous he must look. Renwick knew he didn't belong there, and so did they.
"Renwick! Over here, lad!"
He heard a familiar voice and saw Sir Elgar waving from the centre of the square. Never before had he been happy to see him.
"Make room!" Elgar bellowed, and kicked Sir Gilbert and Sir Merthus until they shifted over.
Renwick quickly sat down, trying to become invisible.
"Here, lad!"
Elgar took the shield from him.
"Carry it like this."
He pulled his arm out roughly and slipped the long strap over his shoulder.
"A lot easier that way."
"Thanks," he said, making sure his sword lay flat behind him and wasn't in anyone's way. Suddenly he felt a jolt as Elgar struck him hard in the chest with his fist like a hammer. Renwick rocked back and looked up, stunned.
"Good armour!"
The knight grinned at him and nodded. A moment later, Merthus drew his dagger and hit him hard with the pommel. The sound rang, and again Renwick rocked back, shocked but unharmed.
"Excellent!"
"Stop!" Renwick shouted, looking at them fearfully. The two laughed.
"Tradition, boy," Elgar told him. "It's good luck to have new armour tested by friends before enemies. Just praise Novron we're sitting down."
"Aye," Sir Gilbert said. "When I got my first helm,
Sir Bifford rang it so hard I passed out, but I woke up in the care of Lady Bethany, so I can attest to the good look of a sound beating on new armour." The knights all laughed again. "Who is this pup?" the man seated across from Renwick asked. His blonde hair came nearly to his shoulders, his blue eyes as bright as sapphires. He wore ornate armour inlaid with gold designs of ivy and roses. Over his shoulders he wore a purpled velvet cape, held by a solid gold brooch. "This is Renwick, your Highness," Merthus replied. "I don't know if he has any other name. He was a page in the palace until recently. Now he's aide-de-camp to Sir Brecton." "Ah," the man said, "the fearless rider." "Indeed, your Highness, the same." "You've done a great service for us, Renwick. I shall be pleased to fight beside you." Thank you. You have no idea who I am, do you?" He chuckled, and the rest followed him. "This is Prince Rudolph of Alburn, son of King Armand," Merthus told him. "Oh," Renwick said. "I am honoured, your Highness." "And well you should be," Merthus said. "There are precious few princes willing to fight beside their knights these days, much less sit with us before the battle." "Ha!" Rudolph laughed. "Don't flatter me, Merthus. I'm here only to get away from the smothering chatter of women and children. There's a stuffiness to the castle these days. She has them filling the corridors, packed like sausage. You can't piss without a child or woman passing by, and they don't appreciate fine liquor." The prince drew forth a crystal decanter of amber liquid, which he sloshed about merrily. He took the first swallow, smacked his lips loudly, then passed it to Sir Elgar on his right. "From the Empress's private stash," the prince told them in an exaggerated whisper. "But I hear she doesn't drink, and I'm certain she'll not begrudge her knights a bit of warmth on this day." Elgar took a mouthful and handed Renwick the bottle, which he held but did not drink from. "Ha-ha!" Elgar said, looking at him. "The lad is afraid of getting drunk before his first fight. Drink up, lad. I guarantee that won't be a problem. You could down 2 such bottles and the fire in your belly would burn up that liquor before it ever reached your head." Renwick tipped the bottle, swallowed, and felt the liquor burn its way down his throat. "That a boy!" Elgar cheered. "We'll make a man of you today, that's for sure." He passed the bottle on to Merthus, as overhead huge black clouds swirled, and the sky grew dark until it appeared as if dusk had fallen at midday. What light remained cast an eerie green radiance. Lightning continued to flash and thunder cracked, yet sitting shoulder to shoulder among the stable of men, smelling their sweat, listening to their carefree laughter and the sounds of their belches, curses, and dirty jokes, Renwick felt safe. The liquor warmed him, relaxed him. He placed his hand on the grip of his new sword and squeezed. He thought they could win this battle. He felt that they would win, and he would stand among the victors. "Hide the bottle," the prince shouted, and Sir Gilbert guiltily stowed it under his shield with a comical look on his face, just as Sir Brecton arrived and walked into the centre of the circle. "So there you are," he said, spotting Renwick. "Got your armour and sword, I see. Good." He raised his hands to quiet the crowd. "Men, I've called you together here on behalf of the Empress. Everyone take a knee." The soldiers made a loud shuffling of feet and swords. Renwick saw the small, slender figure of the Empress Medina, dressed all in white, enter the mass of men like a flake of snow amidst a mound of mud and ash. She stepped up on a box placed at the centre and looked around her, smiling. Several of the men bowed their heads, but Renwick couldn't. It was impossible to take his eyes off her. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever beheld, and he still felt the kiss she had left on his cheeks. Before that day, he had seen her only once, when she had addressed the city from the balcony. That day, he had stood in awe like the rest, marvelling at her, so impressive, so powerful. Now, like in the fourth-floor office, what he saw before him was a woman, the picture of innocence, wrapped in a pristine white dress that hung from her as if she were bathed in light. Medina wore no coat or cloak. Her unbound hair, shimmering like gold, fell to her shoulders. She appeared so young, not much older than him, and yet in her eyes was the aging from years of pain and hard-won wisdom. "The elves are coming," she began, her voice soft and faint against the wind. "Reports tell of a host moving up the road from the south. No one has yet provided an accurate number or assessment of troops." She looked to the sky and took a breath. "We are the last stronghold of mankind. You are the last army, the last warriors, the last defenders of our race. If they should take this city—" She hesitated, and the few bowed heads looked up. She looked back as if taking in each face. "None of you know me," she said, her voice changing, losing its formal tone. "Some have seen me on a balcony, or in a corridor. Some have heard stories about me, of me being a goddess and the daughter of Novron, your savior. But you don't know me." She raised her arms out at her sides and slowly turned around. "I am Thrace Wood of Dahlgren village, daughter of Theron and Addy. I was but a poor peasant from a family of farmers. My brother, Thaddeus, Pad, was going to be a cooper until one night I left the door to my home open when I went to find my father. The light—" She hesitated, and the pause gripped Renwick's heart. "The light through the open door attracted an elven monster. It ripped my home apart and killed my family. It killed the boy I hoped that I might one day marry. It killed my best friends, their parents, even the livestock. Then it killed my father, the last reason I had to live. But it did not kill me. I survived. I did not want to. My family, my life, was gone." She looked out at them, and he watched as her soft chin hardened as she gritted her teeth. "But then I found a new family, a new life." She held her hands out to them, and tears glistened in her eyes even as her voice grew stronger, louder. "You are my family now, my fathers, my brothers, my sons, and I will never leave the door open again. I will not let the beast in. I will never let it win again. It has taken too much from me, from you, from all of us. It has destroyed Dunmore, Ghent, Mellingar, Trent and Alburn. Many of you have lost your homes, your land, your families, and now it comes here. But it shall go no farther. Here we stop it. Here we fight. Here we face our enemy without running, without flinching, without bending. Here we stand our ground, and here we kill it." The knights cheered. The soldiers rose to their feet and beat their swords on their shields. "The enemy comes, Sir Brecton," she shouted over the clamour. "Sound the alarm." Brecton waved a hand, and men on the roofs of shops stood up and blared fanfares of long brass horns. The sound was repeated throughout the city as other horns echoed the call. Soon Renwick could hear the bells of the churches ringing. People in the streets quickly heeded the signal and headed for the shelters. "To the walls, men!" Brecton ordered, and they all rose. Lightning cracked again. This time Renwick saw the crooked finger of light strike the grain silo on Causewall Avenue. There were a flash and then flame as the roof exploded in fire. "Everyone, into the dungeon!" Amelia shouted, standing on top of the wagon in the centre of the courtyard as, overhead, lightning flashed and tower roofs exploded. Only minutes before, a strike had hit something not too far behind her in the city. She felt a strange tingle on her skin, and her hair rose as if lifted by dozens of invisible fingers. There was the taste of metal in her mouth. Then a blinding light was followed instantly by a deafening crack. Something exploded and nearly threw her from the cart. Shaking, like a bird on a rock in the middle of a surging river, she remained on the wagon, shouting to the throng of people exiting the castle. She pointed them toward the north tower and the entrance to the old dungeon. They all had the same expression, terror imprinted over bewilderment. Poor and rich, peasant and noble, they filed out, pushing and crowding, heads tilted toward the sky, cringing with each flash, screaming with each boom of thunder. "Inside the tower! Move to your left! Don't push!" She swept her arms to the side in frustration, as if this would somehow move the crowd where she wanted them to go. The attack came all too suddenly. They had expected horns. They had expected drums. They had expected to see an army coming up the road. They had expected plenty of time to move the population of the city underground. They had never expected this. At least Amelia's family was already in the dungeon. They had all been lingering in the courtyard, having just seen Medina off to her troop address, when the storm began and the alarm sounded. But now she worried about Medina and Brecton. The Empress would be gone only a short time, she knew, but Brecton would be going to the fight. She ached the moment he had left her side, and she worried for his safety all the time. Even while they were together, even when he had stood before her father, asking for her hand in marriage, there was a shadow, a fear. It hovered and spoke to her of dangers that awaited him, dangers she wouldn't be allowed to share. Fate had a way of making men like him into heroes, and heroes did not die quietly in bed while holding their wife's hand after a long and happy life. Crack! She cringed as a flash blinded her. The silver necklace, an engagement gift from Sir Brecton, buzzed around her throat like a living thing, and then the roof of the south tower exploded. Chips of slate rained on the ward. The tower became a flaming torch. A sea of screams surrounded her as people scattered or fell to their knees, throwing hands over their heads and wailing at the sky. Amelia watched a young boy collapse under the push of the crowd. A woman, struck in the face with a slate shingle, fell in a burst of blood. All around the city, lightning struck as if the gods themselves made war upon them. Smoke rose and flames terrified people who struggled to reach the safety of the shelters. "Amelia, it's no good," Nimbus called to her as he forced his way with a pair of soldiers against the human current, pushing out of the tower toward her. "The dungeon is filled." "How can that be? Are you sure?" Yes. All those refugees, we didn't account for them. The cells and corridors are packed solid. We have to send the rest back inside." "Oh, dear Novron," she said, and began waving her arms over her head. "Listen to me! Listen to me! Stop and listen! You need to go back inside!" No one responded. Maybe they couldn't hear her, or maybe it didn't matter as they continued to be swept forward by the current. Another loud boom of thunder sounded, and the people pushed all that much harder. A thick forest of bodies pressed up against the tower and the stables. She could see women and old men being crushed against the stone. "Stop! Stop!" she cried, but the mob was deaf. Like a herd of mindless sheep they pushed and shoved. A man tried to climb over the woman in front of him in an attempt to get past the mass of people. He was thrown down and didn't come up again. Bodies pressed against the sides of the cart and shook it. Amelia staggered and gripped the side in fear. A hand grabbed her wrist. "Help me!" An elderly woman with bloody scratch marks down the side of her face screamed at her. A trumpet blared, and a drum rolled. Amelia spun to look back at the courtyard's gate. There she saw a white horse, and on it was Modena in her equally white dress. She was a vision, riding straight and tall. Her hair and dress billowed behind her. Arms reached out of the swarm of bodies with fingers pointing, and Amelia heard shouts of, "The Empress! The Empress!" "There is no more room in the dungeon," Amelia shouted to her, and saw Modena nod calmly as she urged her mount forward, parting the crowd. She raised a hand. "Those of you who can hear my voice, do not fear, do not despair," she shouted. "Return quietly to the castle. Go to the great hall and await me there." Amelia watched in amazement at the magical effect her words had on the mob. She could feel a collective sigh, a relief pass across the courtyard. The tide changed, and the herd reversed direction, moving back into the palace, moving slower, some pausing to help others. "You should come inside too," Modena told Amelia, and soldiers helped the Empress dismount, and Amelia climbed down from the wagon. "Recton? Is he—" "He's doing his job," she said, handing her reins over to a young boy. "And we need to do ours." "And what is our job?" "Right now, it's to get everyone inside and keep them as calm as possible. After that, we'll see." "How do you do it?" Amelia slapped her sides in frustration. "How?" "What?" Modena asked. "How can you remain so calm, so unaffected, when the world is coming to an end?" Modena smirked. "I've already seen the world end once. Nothing is ever as impressive the second time around." "Do you really think it's coming to an end?" Nimbus asked as the three of them moved, far too slowly for Amelia, toward the palace doors, where the last of the crowd disappeared. "For us, perhaps," Amelia replied. "And just look at that sky. Have you ever seen clouds swirl like that? If they can control the weather, call down lightning and freeze rivers, how can we hope to survive?" "We can always hope," Nimbus told her. "I never give up hope. And I've seen that spark perform miracles." The lightning storm that ripped through the city stopped. Even the wind paused, as if holding its breath. Renwick stood on the battlement of the southern gate between Captain Everton and Sir Brecton, at the centre of a line of men with armour glinting in shafts of light that moved across the wall. They stood bravely with grim faces, holding shields and swords, waiting. "Look at them, lad," Sir Brecton told him, nodding down the length of the wall. "They're all here because of you. Every man on this wall is prepared because of your warning." His hand came down on Renwick's shoulder. "No matter what else you do today, remember that. Remember you are already a hero who has given us a fighting chance." Renwick looked beyond the battlements to the hills and fields. In his left hand, he held on to a bit of wax he picked off a candle at breakfast, which at that moment felt like a month earlier. He played with it between his fingers, squeezing it, moulding it. He could still taste the liquor on his tongue, still smell it, but the warmth was gone. Outside of the city, the world was melting. The road was dark brown, even though the hills remained white. In the stillness, he could hear the drizzle of water. Streaks of wetness teared down the face of the stone and soaked into the earth. Water streamed in the low places, gurgling in a friendly, playful manner. On the trees, buds grew large on the tips of branches. Spring was coming, warmer days, grass, flowers, rain. In another month or so, they would welcome the first caravans to visit the city, bringing fresh faces and new stories. A few weeks after that, vendors would open their street stands in the squares, and farmers would plough the fields. The smell of manure would blow in, pungent and earthy. Girls would cast aside their heavy cloaks and walk the streets once more in bright-coloured dresses. People would speak of coming fairs, the new fashions, and the need for more workers to clear the remains of winter's debris. Renwick found it strange that he hadn't realized until that moment just how much he loved spring. He did not want to die that day, not while the promise of so much lay before him. He looked at the line of men again. Are we all thinking the same thing? He felt comfort in their numbers, a consolation in knowing he was not alone. If they failed, farmers would not plough their fields, girls would not sing in the streets, and there would be no more fairs. Spring might still come, but only for the flowers and trees. Everything else, all that he loved, would be gone. He thought of Elbright, Brand, Mince, and Kine back under the holly tree in the hovel. Do they wonder what happened to me? What will they do once Aquesta is gone? When I'm gone with it, will they remember me? Movement to the south broke his thoughts, and Renwick looked out along the road. A column of riders approached slowly, like a parade. No, a funeral procession. He spotted only glimpses of them through the shutter of dark trees and grey stones, blue and gold on white horses. Accompanying them was the sound of music. "Wax your ears!" Brecton shouted. The command relayed down the line, and everyone, including Renwick, stuffed the soft substance in his ears. Brecton turned to him, nodded, and smiled, sharing their secret. Renwick smiled back. The troop of elves came into full view and fanned out in the field before the southern wall. Mince had been right about them. The elves were dazzling. Each rider wore a golden helm in the shape of a wolf's head and carried a golden spear. The foremost riders bore streaming silver banners. They wore strange armour, shirts of leafed metal that looked light and flexible, and greaves that seemed no more than soft satin, all of which shone brilliantly beneath a column of sunlight that followed them. They sat on animals that Renwick called horses because he had no other word, but they were unlike any he had seen before. These noble creatures pranced rather than walked. They moved in unison with such grace as to mesmerize and bewitch. They wore bridles and caparisons of gold and silk that glistened as if made of water and ice. They formed up and waited with only their banners moving in the breeze, and Renwick wondered if they made the wind for just that purpose. Renwick counted 100. No more. 100 in light armour could be defeated. Perhaps they won all their other battles by putting their enemies to sleep. Renwick's heart leapt at the possibility, but as he watched, trying to look into their eyes, he saw more movement on the road. Another column was coming. Foot soldiers with heavier banded mail, large curved shields as bright as mirrors, and long spears with strange hooked blades. Their helms were the faces of bears. These troops moved in perfect unison, like a school of fish or a flock of birds. They banked and turned. Their movements were graceful beyond anything Renwick had ever seen of men. They formed up in rows, and once in position, not one shifted or so much as adjusted a helm or coughed. 3 deep, they stood in a line that ran the length of the wall. And still more came. These new troops, in light armour like the cavalry's, wore bows with tips that swirled like the tendrils of ivy, and strings that glimmered blue when the sunlight touched them. Their helms were in the shape of hawks' faces. Still more issued into sight, and even with waxed ears, Renwick could feel the march of these new elements drum against his chest. Great beasts, the likes of which he had never seen, approached. Powerful animals, twice the size of any bull or ox, with horns on their heads. They hauled great devices 2 and 3 stories tall, built of poles and levers of white, silver, and green. 10 such devices emerged from the brown bristle-tops of barren trees to take position at the rear. When the last troop was in place, there were at least 2,000 elves waiting before the wall. Then more riders appeared. There were no more than 20, and yet to Renwick they were the most frightening yet. They rode black horses, wore no armour, and were dressed only in shimmering robes that appeared to change colour. On their heads were masks of spiders. Behind them came 20 more riders. These wore chest plates of gold and long sweeping capes of rich purple. Their helms were the heads of lions. As Renwick watched, those on the black horses raised their arms in unison, and all made identical motions of a complicated pattern that seemed like a dance of arms and hands. He stood fascinated by the fluid gestures. The dance abruptly ended, as the 20 clapped their hands, and even through the wax, Renwick heard the boom. The ground quaked, and a tremor shook the wall. He felt it sway and saw the men beside him stagger. Cracks formed, fissures opened, chips of stone splintered and fell. Beyond the wall, trees shook as if alive, and the earth broke apart. Hills separated from each other, one rising, the other lowering. Great gulfs appeared, ravines forming, jagged cracks that sundered the land and raced at them. Another jolt struck the wall. Renwick felt the stone snap, the shudder shooting up his legs, making his teeth click. More cracking, more tremors, and then, between the 4th and 5th towers, the curtain wall collapsed. Men screamed as they fell along with 1,000-pound blocks of stone into a cloud of exploding dust. The tower to the left of the southern gate slipped its footing, wavered, and toppled, raining stone on a dozen men. The tremor, having passed through the wall, continued through the city like a wave. Buildings collapsed, streets broke apart, and trees fell. Imperial Square divided itself in 2. The platform the Empress had recently stood on was swallowed by a jagged crevasse. In the distance, the Imperial Cathedral's tower cracked and fell. The shaking of the earth stopped, but the elves did not move. They did not advance. "We need reinforcements on that shattered wall now!" Sir Brecton shouted down the line as he reached for his horn, his voice muffled, sounding like Renwick was hearing it underwater. "Wave the red flag!" Renwick turned to see Captain Everton, lying dead, crushed by a block of stone. He didn't think. He took up the flag, dropped on the stone, and waved it above his head. Beside him, Brecton blew on his trumpet until another flag responded. The mist of dust had only just begun to settle when Renwick heard a cry that no amount of wax could block out. The screech came from overhead, and he felt a burst of air as a great shadow flashed across the ground. Looking up, he caught sight of a horror that seized him with fear. A great serpent beast with a long tail and leathery wings flew above him. Clearing the wall, the creature dove with claws that cleaved roofs and walls. Then, like a barn swallow, The monster swooped upward, hovered for just a moment, and as Renwick watched, let loose a torrent of flame that bathed the homes and shops below. The creature was not alone. Renwick spotted others. Dozens of winged serpents swept out of the swirling clouds and descended on the city. Like a swarm of bats, they swooped, banked and dove, crushing, clawing, and burning. Within minutes, the whole city was ablaze. Renwick felt tears on his cheeks. Smoke filled his nostrils, and even through the wax he could hear the screams. Brechton's hand grabbed him roughly and shoved him back hard. He cried out, but it was too late. Renwick lost his balance and fell off the battlement, plummeting and crashing through the thatch roof of the guardhouse stable. He hit the soft, manure-warmed ground on his back, and every bit of air was driven from him. He couldn't move or breathe. The wax was out of his ears, and sounds flooded his head. The hammering of hooves and the cries of horses were the loudest. Farther away, screaming, snapping, splintering wood, cracking fire, and always the screeching shrieks from the flying beasts. Renwick managed short, shallow breaths as he worked to fill his lungs again. His arms and legs moved once more, and he rolled carefully to his side. It hurt. His head throbbed, his neck ached, and his back was sore. Just as he got to his knees, the stable's roof was ripped away, and 3 horses were stolen from their stalls. They were pulled into the air by 2 great talons. He ran, his feet struggling to stay out ahead of him. Fire was everywhere. He was looking toward the gate, searching for Sir Brechton and his post. But everything was gone. The entire southern gate was missing. Only rubble and a shattered bit of slivered wood remained. Under the pile he saw hands and feet. The massive stone wall that had ringed the city was gone. Renwick stood on the street, looking out at the elven forces, feeling naked. Then the front row of hawk-helmed archers bent their bows, and the sky darkened with a flight of arrows. It felt like someone else controlled his body, as his hands reached behind him and pulled his shield free of his shoulder. He slid one arm through the straps and raised it over his head. The sound was like hail, as the arrows peppered the ground, glinting off the cobblestone around him and lodging in the wood of buildings. 3 punched through his shield, safely caught, but one went through the back of his hand. He saw it before feeling the pain. Blood sprayed his face. He stared at the shaft protruding through his palm, as if it were another person's hand. "You're alive!" Sir Elgar shouted, his hulking frame casting a shadow over him. "That a boy! But get your ass up! This is no time to rest!" "My hand!" Renwick screamed. Sir Elgar looked under the shield and grinned. Without a word, he snapped off the arrow's point and pulled the shaft out. The pain made Renwick's legs weak and his breath shudder. He fell to his knees. "Up, boy!" Elgar shouted at him. "It's only a scratch!" As absurd as it seemed, Renwick nodded, knowing Elgar was right, and marvelled at how little it hurt. Pushing off the ground with the edge of his shield, still ornamented with the 4 white-feathered shafts, he got to his feet. Elgar's own shield held 2 similar decorations. Another arrow was embedded in the knight's shoulder, and Renwick grimaced when he saw it. "Ha-ha! A bee sting is all!" the knight laughed. His right cheek bled from a deep gash along the bone. "Marthas, Rudolph, Gilbert, all dead. The wall is gone. There's nothing for it. It's back to the palace for us. We have but one task remaining, one defence left to make." "Brechton?" "Alive." "Where? I must go." "His orders are to defend the Empress." Elgar grinned and drew his blade. "Break that stick off me, will ya?" Everyone in the great hall sat looking up, watching the progress of the crack that formed along the ceiling of the room. It started at the eastern side and rapidly traced a jagged path to the west. Bits of plaster fell, flakes and chips. Then whole clumps dropped, and people dove aside as the pieces shattered on the marble floor, scattering white chalk in all directions. The robin's egg blue sky was falling. Medina ignored the ceiling. She moved slowly through the crowd, taking note of each person, each face, making eye contact and offering a reassuring smile. Mostly, women and children were there. A few peasant families, like the Bothwicks, sat on the floor in small, packed groups. They rocked and prayed, whispered and wept. All those who didn't find room in the dungeon gathered around the great chamber, where only a few months earlier knights and ladies had dined on their wintertide meals. Tables that had once served venison and duck for kings now provided protection from falling debris for cobblers, midwives, and charwomen. Even the man and his goat found a space under one of the oak tables. The castle guards, servants, and kitchen staff also came when the tremors began. Knights and soldiers entered the hall, torn and bloody, blackened from fire, telling tales of destruction and flight. Duke Leo of Rochelle was carried in on a stretcher by the Viscount Albert Winslow and a man called Bryce the Barker. They set him down before the Duchess, who took her husband's hand and kissed his bald forehead, saying, "You've had your fun. Now stay with me. Do you hear me, old man? It's not over. Not yet." Bryce pushed through the crowd to his family, huddled near the statue of Novron, and joined them with tears filling his eyes. His wife looked up, searching the crowd. Her eyes met Medina's, but she wasn't who the woman was looking for. The Pickerings, Belinda, Lanier, and Dennick, sat with Elenda and her maid Emily, as well as Julian, the Chamberlain of Melangar. Not far away, Cosmos Delure and his father, Cornelius, sat against the east wall under the tapestry of ships returning from a voyage. The two fat men sprawled in their fine clothes and jewelled rings. A group of thin, gangly men circled them, crouching like nervous dogs at the foot of their master's feet during a thunderstorm. Medina walked by a cluster of women in low-cut gowns. Their tears left dark trails through heavy makeup. One looked up with curious eyes and nudged another, who scowled and shook her head. It wasn't until Medina was several steps past the group that she recalled the faces of Clarice and Maggie from Colnora's bawdy-bottom brothel. She returned to Ali and Mercy, who sat with Amelia, Nimbus, Ibis, Cora, Gerald, and Anna. They formed a ring within which the two girls sat. Mr. Rings was taking shelter on Mercy's shoulder, while Red, the elk-hound, sat beside Ibis, the big cook holding him close. "Will they kill me, too?" Ali asked. "I don't know," Anna told her. "I don't want to be left," the little girl said, burying her head in Anna's lap. Sir Elgar and Renwick entered, both bleeding. Amelia spotted them and stood up, looking beyond them toward the door. "Sir Blecton," Amelia asked as they approached. "Is he—" "Alive the last time I saw him, milady," Elgar replied. "The wall is gone. The line broken, your eminence," he said to Medina. "A whirlwind ripped apart the flanking cavalry Brecton had hidden to the north. I watched it throw a 2-ton stone around like a feather. Then the elves came. They moved like deer and struck like snakes, blades swinging faster than the eye could follow. The encounter lasted just minutes. They even killed the horses. Then the flying beasts came, and the arrows. Our troops are mostly dead. Those that live are scattered, wounded, blinded by smoke and blocked by fire. The elves already have the city. They'll be coming here, next." Medina did not respond. She wanted to sit, to fall down, but she remained standing. She had to stand. Around her everyone was watching, checking to see if she was still with them, still unafraid. She was afraid. Not for herself, Not a thought of her own welfare crossed her mind. She couldn't recall the last time she worried for her own safety. She worried for them. The scene was all too familiar. She had been here before, with a family to protect and no means to do so. A weight in her chest made it difficult to breathe. A loud boom thundered outside, followed by screams. Heads turned toward the windows in fear. Then, from across the room, near the glowing hearth, an elderly woman with grey hair and a torn dress began to sing. The song was soft, a lilting lullaby, and Medina recognized the tune immediately, although she hadn't heard it in many years. It was a common tune among the poor, a mother's lament often sung to children. She remembered every word, and like the others in the hall, she found herself joining in as 100 whispered voices offered up the prayer. In the dark, when night's chill cuts, cold as death they climb the hill, breaking door and window pane, they come to burn, slash, and kill. Shadows pounding on the door, they beat the drums of fear. Place your faith in Maribor, and loudly, so he hears. Waves they crash upon the bow of withered ship at sea. Wind and weather rip the sails, there's little hope for thee. Shadows pounding on the hull, they beat the drums of fear. Place your faith in Maribor, and loudly, so he hears. Within darkling wood you walk, so foolish after all. Footsteps follow, catching up, you run until you fall. Shadows pounding on the path, they beat the drums of fear. Place your faith in Maribor, and loudly, so he hears. When man stood upon the brink, Novron saved us all. Sent by God above he was, in answer to our call. Shadows pounding on the gate, they beat the drum so near. If your faith's in Maribor, he's with you, never fear. Another tremor shook the room. The marble floor snapped like a thin cracker, splitting as one side rose sharply and the other fell. The room exploded with screams. The maid, Emily of Gloucester, fell over the side of the forming chasm and was caught at the last moment by Linnea Pickering and Elenda Lanachlin, who each managed to grasp a wrist. Another shudder rocked the hall, and all three slid toward the edge. Tad and Russell Bothwick lunged out, grabbing ankles and pulling back, hauling the ladies to higher ground. "Hang on to each other for Novron's sake," the Duchess of Rochelle shouted. Cold air was blowing. Medina could feel it against her cheek. A great fissure had ripped apart the windowed side of the hall. The wall wavered like a drunken man. "Get away!" Medina ordered, motioning with her hands. Bodies scurried as the partition collapsed amidst cries and screams cut horribly short. Stone and ceiling came down, exploding in bursts that cracked the floor. Medina staggered as she watched 30 people die, crushed to death. Those nearby pulled the wounded from the debris. Medina saw a hand and moved forward, digging into the rubble, scraping at the stone, hurling rocks aside. She recognized him by his ink-stained fingers. She lifted the scribe's limp head to her chest, wondering painfully why it was by his hand and not by his face she knew him. He wasn't breathing, and blood dripped from his nose and eyes. "Your Eminence!" Nimbus spoke to her. "Medina!" Amelia called, her voice shaking. Medina turned and saw everyone watching her, the room silent. Every face frightened, every pair of eyes pleading. She stood up slowly, as she might within a flock of birds. Panic was a moment away. She could hear the frantic breathing all around her, the cry of children, the tears of mothers, the hum of men who rocked back and forth. She took a deep breath and wiped the scribe's blood on her gown, leaving a streaked handprint. She faced the open air of the missing wall and walked the way Nimbus and Amelia had once taught her to, her head up and shoulders back. Modena waded through the room of stairs like a pond of murky water. Only the sight of her checked their fear. She was the last remaining pillar that held up the sky, the last hope in a place that hope no longer called home. When she reached the courtyard, she stopped. Half the great hall was gone, but the courtyard was in ruins. The towers and front gates lay on the ground like so many scattered children's blocks. The bakehouse and chapel collapsed along with one side of the granary, barley spilling across the dirt. Oddly, the woodpile near the kitchen was still stacked. Without the outer wall enclosing the ward, she could see the city. Columns of fire rose from every quarter. Black smoke and ash billowed like ghosts across the rendered landscape. Men lay dead or dying. She could see bodies of soldiers, knights, merchants, and labourers lying in the streets. Missing buildings formed gaps across a vista she knew so well. Old friends once framed by her window, gone. Others stood askew, tilted, missing pieces. In the dark air, familiar shapes flew, circling. She saw them turn, wheeling in arcs, banking like hawks, coming around toward her. A thunderous shriek screamed from above the courtyard, and a great winged Gilarabrin landed where once there had been a vegetable garden. She looked behind her. "Do you believe in me?" she asked simply. "Do you believe I can save you?" Silence, but a few heads nodded. Amelia's and Nimbus's among them. "I am the daughter of the last emperor," she said, with a loud, clear voice. "I am the daughter of Novron, the daughter of Merabor. I am Empress Modena Novronian. This is my city, my land, and you are my people. The elves will not have you." At the sound of her voice, the Gilarabrin turned and focused on her. Modena looked back at those in the great hall. Russell Bothwick had his arms around Lena and Tad, and Nimbus had his arms around Amelia, who looked back at her and began to cry. Chapter 24. The Gift. It is as silent as a tomb, Hadrian thought, as he sat in the darkness. The last lantern had died some time ago, as had the last conversation. Royce had been quizzing Myron on linguistics, but even that stopped. He was in the tomb of Novron, the resting place of the saviour of mankind. This place was thought to be mythical, a fable, a legend. Yet here he was. Hadrian was one of the first to reach it in 1,000 years. Truly a feat, an astounding achievement. Hadrian rested against a wall, his right arm on what was most likely an urn worth 10,000 gold tenants. His feet were up on a solid gold statue of a ram. He would die a very rich man, at least. "Look what you've come to." He heard his father's voice ringing in his head, deep and powerful, the way he always remembered it being when he was a boy. He could almost see his old man, towering above him, covered in sweat, wearing his leather apron and holding his tongs. "You took all that I taught you and squandered it for money and fame. What has it brought you? You've more riches at your feet than any king, and they still chant Galenti in the east. But was your life worth living now that it has come to its end? Is this what you sought when you left Hintendar? Is this the greatness you desired?" Hadrian took his hand off the urn and pulled his feet off the ram. "You told me you were going to be a great hero. Show me then. Show me one thing worth the life you spent. One thing wrought. One thing won. One thing earned. One thing learned. Does such a thing exist? Is there anything to show?" Hadrian tilted his head and looked out toward the crypt. There in the distance, he saw the dim blue glow. He stared at it for some time. In the darkness, he couldn't tell how long. The light grew and fell slightly. With her breathing, he guessed. He had no real idea how it worked, whether the shift was of her making or the robe's. Is there anything to show? He asked himself. Hadrian stood up and, reaching out with his hands, moved along the wall to the opening into the crypt. There was no one out here but her. She was in one of the alcoves, sitting behind a sarcophagus, the one with the scenes of natural landscapes carved on the sides. Her head was resting on her knees, her arms wrapped around her legs. He sat beside her, and as he did, the light from her robe brightened slightly, and her head lifted. Her cheeks were streaked from tears. She blinked at him, and wiped her eyes. "Hi," she said. "Hello," he replied. "Dream?" Arista paused, then shook her head sadly. No, I didn't. What does that mean, I wonder?" "I think it means we're done." Arista nodded. "I suppose so." "Everyone is in the tomb. Why did you come over here?" "I dunno," she said. "I wanted to be alone, I guess. I was reviewing my life. All the things I regret. What I never did, what I should have, what I did that I wish I hadn't. You know, fun, entertaining stuff like that. That kind of thinking is best done alone, you know." "What about you? What were you thinking?" "Same sort of thing." "Oh, yeah? What did you come up with?" "Well," he said, clearing his throat, "funny you should ask. There's a whole list of things I wished I hadn't done, but, as it turns out, there's really only one thing I wish I had done, but didn't." She raised her eyebrows. "Really? You're a fortunate man. Almost as good as Myron."
Yeah," he said uncomfortably.
"What is it? This thing you haven't done?"
"Well, it's like this. I'm actually envious of Royce right now. I never thought I'd say that, but it's true. Royce had the kind of life that mothers warn their children they'll have if they don't behave. It was like the gods had it out for him the day he was born. It's little wonder he turned out as he did. When I first met him, he was quite scary."
"Was?"
"Oh, yeah. Not like he is now. Real scary. The never-turn-your-back brand of scary. But Arcadius saw something in him that no one else did. I suppose that's something wizards can do. See into men's souls. Notice what the rest of the world can't about a person."
Hadrian shifted uneasily, feeling the cold stone of the floor through a thick layer of fine dust. He crossed his legs and leaned slightly forward.
"It took Royce a long time to trust anyone. To be honest, I'm not even sure he fully trusts me yet. But he did trust her. Gwen changed Royce. She did the impossible by making him happy. Even now, the idea of Royce smiling, in a good way, is, I don't know, like snow falling in summer or
sheep curling up with wolves. You don't get that kind of thing from just liking a girl. There has to be something special there, something profound. He only had her briefly, but at least he knows what that feels like. You know what I mean? Yes, she said. I do. That's what I regret. You can't regret that, she said, nearly laughing. How can you regret never having found true love? That's like saying you regret not being born a genius. People don't have control over such things. It either happens or it doesn't. It's a gift, a present that most never get. It's more like a miracle, really, when you think of it. I mean, first you have to find that person, and then you have to get to know them to realize just what they mean to you. That right there is ridiculously difficult. Then... She paused a moment, looking far away. Then that person has to feel the same way about you. It's like searching for a specific snowflake, and even if you manage to find it, that's not good enough. You still have to find its matching pair. What are the odds? Hilfred found it, I think. He loved me. Did you love him? Yes, but not the way he wanted me to. Not the way he loved me. I wish I had. I feel I should have. It was the same with Emery. I actually feel guilty that I didn't. Maybe with time I could have loved Emery, but I hardly knew him. And Hilfred? I don't know. He was more like a brother to me, I suppose. I wanted to make him happy, the way I wanted to see Ulrich happy. But you see, that's just what I'm talking about. Most people never come near their true love. Or if they do, it's one-sided. That's perhaps more tragic than never finding love at all. To know joy lies forever just beyond your reach. In a way, it's a kind of torture. So you see, if you don't have control, if it's not a choice, then not finding the one you love is really nothing to regret, is it? Well, that's just the thing. I did find her, and I never told her how I feel. Oh, that is awful, she said, then caught herself and raised a hand to cover her mouth. I'm so sorry. That was terrible of me. No wonder I was such a lousy ambassador. I'm just the embodiment of tact, aren't I? Here you're... Oh, she suddenly exclaimed, as a look of revelation came over her face. I know who she is. Hadrian suddenly felt very warm. His skin prickled uncomfortably under his shirt. She's very pretty, by the way. Ah. Hadrian stared at her, confused. Her name isn't actually Emerald, is it? I heard someone call her that. Emerald? You think I'm talking about... Aren't you? She appeared embarrassed, and cautiously said, I saw her kissing you when we left. Hadrian chuckled. Her real name is Felina, and she's a nice girl, but no. I'm not speaking of her. No, the woman I'm talking about is nothing like her. Oh, the princess said softly. So, why have you never told her how you feel? I've a list somewhere. He patted his shirt with his hands, trying to be funny, but he just felt stupid. She smiled at him. He liked seeing her smile. No, really. Why? I'm not kidding. I really do have a list. It's just not written down. I keep adding items to it. There's so many reasons on it now. Give me a few. Well, the big one is that she's noble.
Oh, I see, she said gravely. But that's not impossible. It depends on the girl, of course, but noble ladies have married common men before. It's not unheard of.
Rich merchants, perhaps, but how many ladies do you know that ran off with a common thief?
You're hardly a common thief, she chided him sternly. But I suppose I can see your point. You're right that there aren't many noble women who could see past both a common background and a disreputable career. Lenair Lanachlin, for one. It's not her, is it? She cringed slightly. No, it's not Lenair. Oh, good, she sighed, pretending to wipe sweat from her brow. Don't get me wrong. I love Lenair like a sister, but she's not right for you. I know. Still, some women, even noble women, can be attracted to outlaws. They hear tales of daring, and they can get swept away by the intrigue. I've seen it.
Well, what about obligations? Even if she wanted to, she couldn't turn her back on her responsibilities. There are titles and land holdings at stake.
Another good point.
Is that what kept you from getting married?
He asked. Me? Oh, dear Maribor, no. She smiled bitterly. I'm sure Ulrich wanted to marry me off to a number of prominent allies for that very reason. If my father hadn't been killed, I'm sure I'd be married to Prince Rudolph of Alban right now. She shivered dramatically for effect. Thankfully, Ulrich was a kind man. I never would have expected it from him when we were younger, but he never would force me. I don't know of too many others who would have done the same.
So, why didn't you?
Marry, you mean? She laughed, a little uneasily. You might find this hard to believe, Hadrian, given my immense beauty and all, but Emery was the first man to show an interest. At least, he was the first to actually say anything to me. I'm not like Lenair or Elenda. Men aren't attracted to me, and the whole witch thing doesn't help. No. Emery was the first, and I honestly believe that if he'd gotten to know me better, he would have changed his mind. He didn't live long enough to figure out it was just infatuation. It was the same with Hilfred. She paused and looked away from him, a sadness overtaking her. I suppose I should be happy that so few have ever showed an interest in me, or I might have more blood on my hands.
I don't follow.
Only Emery and Hilfred expressed feelings for me. She hesitated a moment. And each time, within something less than a week, they died.
It wasn't your fault.
It was my idea to stage the revolt that killed Emery, and it was my plan to save Gaunt that killed Hilfred. My plans. Always my plans.
Emery would have died in the square if it wasn't for you.
And Hilfred? She taunted.
Hilfred made his own choice, just as you did. I'm sure he knew the risks. It wasn't your fault.
I still feel cursed. Like I'm not supposed to be happy. That way. He thought she might speak again, and waited. They sat in silence for several minutes. He watched her close her eyes, and he took another breath. This was harder than he had expected.
The real reason I never told her,
Hadrian went on, his own voice sounding awkward to him, odd and off-key.
If I'm honest with myself, is that I'm scared.
She rolled her head and looked at him with a sidelong glance. Scared? You? Really?
I guess.
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
Yes, I was afraid she'd laugh at me. Or worse, become angry and hate me. That's the worst thing I can think of, that she would hate me. I'm not sure I could live with that. You see, I'm very much in love with her, and I'd rather be drawn and quartered than have her hate me. He watched as Arista's shoulders sank. Her eyes drifted from his face and her mouth tightened. Sounds like a lucky woman. It's a shame she's not here now. There's not much to lose at this point. It could give you the courage to tell her, knowing that if she hates you, you'll not have to endure the pain for long. Hadrian smiled and nodded. Arista took a breath and sat up. Do I know her? She cringed again, as if expecting to be struck. Hadrian sighed heavily. What? She asked. I do know her, don't I? You would have told me her name by now if I didn't. Oh, come on. It hardly seems worth keeping the secret at this point. That's it exactly, he said. The reason I was thinking all this is because... He paused, looking into her eyes. They were like pools he was preparing to jump into without knowing the temperature of the water. He braced himself for the shock. The one thing I regret the most in my life is the one thing I can still change before it's too late. Arista narrowed her eyes at him. She tilted her head slightly, the way a dog might when it heard an odd sound. But how are you going to... She stopped. Her mouth closed, and she stared at him without speaking, without moving. Hadrian wasn't certain she was still breathing. Slowly, her lower lip began to tremble. It started there, and he watched as the tremor worked its way down her neck to her shoulders, shaking her body so that her hair quivered. Without warning, tears spilled down her cheeks. Still, she did not speak. She did not move. But the robe changed from blue to bright purple, surrounding both of them with light. What does that mean? Arista, he whispered fearfully. The look on her face was unfathomable. Fear? Shock? Remorse? What is it? He desperately needed to know. He had just thrown himself off a cliff and could not see the bottom. Are you upset? He asked. Please don't be mad. Don't hate me. I don't want to die with you hating me. This is exactly why I never said anything. I was afraid that... Her fingers came up to his lips and gently pressed them shut. Shh, she managed to utter as she continued to cry, her eyes never leaving his face. She took his hands in hers and squeezed. I don't hate you, she whispered. She bit her lip. What? Hadrian said in desperation, his eyes wide, trying to see everything, searching for any clue. She was torturing him on purpose, he knew it. This is going to sound really stupid, she told him, shaking her head slowly. I don't care. Say it. Whatever it is, just say it. She laughed a little. I don't think I've ever been happier in my entire life than I am right now. It was his turn to stare. His mouth opened, but his mind could not supply words. He was lost in her eyes and realized he could breathe once more. If you knew that how much I hoped... She tilted her head down so that her hair hid her face. I never thought that you saw me as anything more than a job. She raised her head and sniffled. And the way you and Royce talked about nobles... Hadrian noticed his heart was beating again. It pounded in his chest, and despite the chill in the crypt, his shirt was soaked with sweat, his hands trembling. "We're going to die here," she told him, and abruptly started laughing. "But suddenly I don't care anymore. I never thought I could be so happy." This got him laughing too. Somewhere inside him, relief and joy were mixing together to create an intoxicant more powerful than any liquor. He felt drunk, dizzy, and, more than ever before, alive. I feel so—" She laughed once and looked embarrassed. "What?" he asked, reaching up and wiping the tears from her cheeks. "It's like I'm not buried alive in a crypt anymore. It's like I just came home." "For the first time," he added. "Yes," she said, and tears began anew. He reached out. She fell into him, and he closed his arms around her. She felt so small. She had always been such a force that he had never imagined she could feel so delicate, so fragile. He could die now. He laid his head back on the stone, taking in a breath and feeling the wonderful sensation of her head riding up and down on his chest. Then they heard the rock begin to shatter. No one could see anything, and they gathered around the light of Arista's robe as she and Hadrian came out of the alcove. The bright purple light shifted to white, revealing everyone's faces, making them look pale and ghostly. "What's going on?" Hadrian asked, as another sound of thunderous ripping occurred. The noise came from the direction of the Vault of Days, the sound bouncing around the stone walls. "I don't know. Maybe the Gazelle are tunneling in," Morven replied. Then he narrowed his eyes at Arista. "Are you all right?" "Me?" Arista said, smiling. "Yeah, I'm great." Morven looked confused, but shrugged. "Should we barricade?" "What's the point?" Hadrian replied. "If they can cut through that rubble, a few golden chairs aren't going to stop them." "So, what are we going to do?" Gaunt asked. Hadrian looked around, mentally tallying the faces. "Where's Royce?" Around the circle of light of Arista's robe were Myron, Magnus, Gaunt, Morven, Arista, and Hadrian. Royce was nowhere to be seen. Hadrian turned towards the sound and began walking. Behind him the others followed. When he reached the Vault of Days, he paused, and together with Arista, he carefully entered the room. "Where is it?" Hadrian asked, no one in particular. "Where's what?" Morven said. "The creature. It's not in the corner anymore." "It's not?" Gaunt said fearfully. "It ate him!" "I don't think so," Hadrian said, and taking Arista by the hand, he led them all across the open room. Partway there, the air grew foul with dust. A cloud obscured the door ahead like a fog. The grinding and breaking sounds grew louder. When they reached the far side, they found the door to the scroll room was missing, along with a good portion of the wall separating the two. The scroll room itself had also been destroyed. The far wall was down, and stones lay scattered across the floor. Ahead, where there had once been a corridor leading to the collapsed stairs, was a giant tunnel from which came the thunderous noise and clouds of dust. They found Royce sitting on his pack, his feet outstretched, his back against the wall. "I was wondering how long it would take," he greeted them. Hadrian looked at him for a moment, then started to move past him toward the tunnel. "Don't go in there," Royce warned. "The thing isn't careful about where he tosses the stones." "Marabor's beard!" Hadrian exclaimed, and started to laugh. "By Drome," Magnus muttered. "We thought the Gazelle were coming through," Morven said, waving a hand before his face, trying to clear the air. "I'm sure they will be," Royce replied. "That's right," Morven said. "There's armour in the tomb. Shields. We should—" "I wouldn't worry about it," Royce told him. "I told Gilly to deal with them too." Hadrian started to laugh, which brought a smile to Royce's lips. "Aren't they going to be surprised to see what comes out?" The thief chuckled. "We're going to get out of here?" Arista said, shocked. "It's a distinct possibility." Royce nodded. "It took a while to master the right phrases, but once I got him going, old Gilly, boy, he took to it like a knife to a soft back." "Gilly?" Hadrian asked, laughing. "A pet has to have a name, doesn't it? Later I'm planning to teach it fetch and roll over, but for now, dig and sick 'em will do." Another loud collision of stone rattled the floor and shook dirt from the ceiling, causing all of them to flinch. A thick cloud billowed out of the tunnel. "Loosens the teeth when he really gets going like that," Roy said. "Wait here while I check on his progress." The thief stood, wrapped his scarf around his face, and walked into the dark cloud. The ground continued to shudder, and the sound was frightening, as if gods were holding a war in the next room.
"How is it fitting through the corridor?"
Myron asked.
"I'm pretty sure it's making a whole new one," Magnus replied.
"Better pack up," Royce told them when he emerged. "Gilly's got a rhythm going, so it won't be long." They gathered their things and returned to the tomb, where Arista placed the horn in her pack. They replaced the lids on Novron's coffin, and Gaunt, Morven, and Magnus picked up a few small treasures, which they called souvenirs. Royce, much to Hadrian's surprise, didn't touch a thing, not even a handful of gold coins. He merely waited for the rest of them. They all bid one last farewell to Ulrich before heading back to the tunnel. Hadrian was the last out of the tomb, and, as he was leaving, he caught sight of something small lying on the floor just before Arista's light faded. Picking it up, he stuffed it into his pack before trotting out to join the others. The dust had settled by the time Royce led them through the tunnel. It was no longer a corridor, but a gaping passage, like something a monstrous rabbit might burrow. It was round, and at least 50 feet in width. The walls were compact rock and stone, held together by weight and pressure. The passage ran level for several feet, then angled upward. There was no sign of the Gilarabrin, but ahead they heard the familiar beat of drums. "Gazelle! How nice," Hadrian said miserably. "They waited." The tunnel ended at the great wide hallway with suits of armour and sculptured walls that they had passed through on the way in. While large enough for the Gilarabrin to walk through, there was no sign of it. "Where's your pet, Royce?" He shrugged. "Perhaps I need to get him a leash." "What did you tell him to do?" Morven asked. "Well, that's the thing. I don't know exactly. I hope I told it to clear the way of all debris and danger up to the square outside the palace, but who knows what I really said. I might have told it to clear the world of all decency and rangers up to the lair outside the ballast." Magnus and Morven both chuckled. Even Hadrian smiled. Then Myron spoke up. "He's not joking. That's actually what he said the first time he repeated the phrase back to me. And of course, we're assuming I got it right to begin with." The sounds of yelps and cries cut through the empty hallway. Hadrian and Morven drew their swords. They waited a moment, but there was only silence. Royce shrugged and led them onward, always several dozen feet in front. His head turned from side to side. Royce always reminded Hadrian of a squirrel when he had his ears up. He had the same twitchy behavior. They passed by the doorway to the throne room, the ornate entrance still closed. Royce halted, raising a hand and tilting his head. The rest of them heard it too, a horn, drums, shouts, cries. It all came from ahead of them, faint and muffled. "Blood," Royce mentioned, pointing up ahead. As Arista approached, they could see a disturbing splatter that sprayed across the far wall, creating a ghastly painting that still dripped. A dozen arrows lay widely scattered like fallen branches after a storm. They proceeded until they reached the end of the corridor, where another Gilarabrin-sized tunnel ran upward. Through it, they felt fresh, salt air and began climbing. They reached the end, and Royce poked his head out first before waving for the rest to follow. They stood in the square between the Censarium and what Arista had left of the Teshlor Guildhall. In the centre, where the fountain used to be, the Gilarabrin lay on a shallow lake of blood, its tail shifting lazily from side to side, hitting the ground with moist slaps. Bodies of gazelle littered the square, forming mounds like shadowy snowdrifts running out beyond the range of Arista's light. Swords, bows, headdresses, arms, clawed hands, and heads speckled the stone in a macabre collage of death. "There must be hundreds of bodies," Morven whispered.
"And those are the ones it didn't eat,"
Magnus added. "Is it safe?" Hadrian asked Royce, looking at the Gilarabrin.
"Should be."
"Should be?" Royce gave him a sinister grin. "If it wasn't, we'd already be dead," Arista pointed out.
"What she said," Royce told him.
They stepped out onto the square, their shoes making wet noises as they walked across the bloody puddle. They made a slow circle around the beast, which remained quiet and still except for the ever-slapping tail. "I think it got all of them," Hadrian announced. "Gazelle always take their dead if they can." "I wish I had a sugar cube or something to give him," Royce said, looking at the Gilarabrin with a sympathetic expression. "He's been such a good boy." They reached the sea quicker than Hadrian would have expected. They followed a more direct route, not needing to dodge the gazelle, and of course, return trips always seemed shorter. No one stopped to stare at the city. No one had any desire to explore. Their feet were no longer weighted by the dread of the unknown. A sense of urgency filled the party and drove them forward without pause. Despite a lengthy series of language lessons with Myron, Royce was unable to persuade Gilly to leave the city. It refused to pass the lions, and Royce had no choice but to abandon his newfound pet. He sent it back to resume its old duties in the Vault of Days, but did not mention why. "Look at that!" Hadrian exclaimed, when they came in sight of the Harbinger once again. The ship was where they had left it, in the sheltered cove, but not how they had left it. A new mast was set, and a beautiful sail furled across a new yard. New boards and caulking were visible along the hull near the glowing green waterline, and parts of the cabin were touched up with new boards as well. "Wyatt and Eldon have been busy."
"Amazing,"
Magnus said, clearly impressed.
"And just the two of them."
"With Eldon, it's more like 3.5, Hadrian corrected.
"And look,"
the dwarf said, trotting forward to where a series of planks were supported by floating barrels and linked by rope.
"They built a gangway. Excellent craftsmanship, especially for the time given."
Magnus was the first on board, followed by Morven, with Hadrian and Arista coming up behind. Royce lingered on the rocks, eyeing the rocking ship with a sour look. "Wyatt! Eldon!" Hadrian called. The ship was in fine shape. The mast, rail, and wheel block had a new whitewash, and the deck was nicely scoured. "Where do they get the paint?" Arista asked. Hadrian was looking up. "I'm still impressed by this mast. Even with Eldon, how do they set it?" Not finding them on deck, they headed for the cabin. In the timeless world of the underground, it was possible they were both sleeping. Magnus was the first one through the door, and the dwarf abruptly stopped, making an odd sound like a belch. "Magnus?" Morven asked. The dwarf did not answer. He collapsed as more than a half-dozen goblins burst out of the hole, shrieking and skittering like crabs. Morven retreated, pulling his sword, and in the same motion cut the head off a charging gazelle. Hadrian pushed Arista behind him and stood next to Morven, who had moved beside him. 5 gazelle advanced across the deck, holding their curved blades and small round shields adorned with finger-painted triangle symbols and tassels of seabird feathers and bone. They hissed as they approached in a line. 4 more emerged from behind the cabin. 3 had bows, and one, far smaller than the rest, was decorated in dozens of multicolored feathers. This one danced and hummed. There was one missing. Hadrian was sure he had seen another exit the cabin, not a warrior, not an Obadaza. "Gaunt, Myron, Arista, get off the ship," he told them as he and Morven spread out to block the gazelle's advance. Morven stroked his blade through the air, warming up, and Hadrian could see he was off tempo. His wounded arm would not allow him to move as he needed to. Myron backed up, but Arista and Gaunt refused. "No," Gaunt said. "Give me that big sword of yours." "Do you know how to fight?" "Ha! I was the leader of the Nationalist Army, remember?" Hadrian lunged forward, but it was a feint, and he dodged left, spinning in a full circle. One of the goblins took the bait, rushed forward, and was in just the right spot when Hadrian came around with his swords. The goblin died with 2 blades in his body. Hadrian drew them out dramatically and shouted a roar at the others, causing them all to hesitate. While they did, he stepped on the dead goblin's fallen satchel and slid it behind him to Gaunt. He roared again and kicked the shield back as well. "Galenti," he heard one of the gazelles say, and the others immediately began to chatter. "Yes," he said in Tenkin. "Get off my ship, or you will all die." Arista and Morven looked at him, surprised. No one moved on either side except Gaunt, who picked up the shield and sword. "No, na you, but leave not. Our ship borrowed for a time, but ours again. Leave it. Fight no more, you and we. I, Drash of the Clun, I too fight in arena. We all fight." He pointed at the ground at the dead. "Not them, those young fish, not sharks." He pointed at Gaunt, Myron, and Arista. "Young fish and breeder. Like ones we find here, young fish too. Good eating. You not want to fight. You leave." Hadrian brought his swords together and let them clash loudly. He held them high above his head in an X and glared at the goblin chieftain, which caused them all to step back. "You saw me in the arena," Hadrian said. "You know these swords. I come from Old City, where no gazelle drum beats, no horn blows, all dead. I did this." He gestured behind him. "We do this. You leave my ship now." The chieftain hesitated, and Hadrian realized the ploy too late. The focus of his opponent's eyes shifted to something behind Hadrian. At that moment, he realized his mistake. He had given the finisher enough time to move into position. The missing gazelle, the assassin, was behind him. No, he thought, not behind him. The finisher would not kill the chief of a clan. He would seek the Obadaza, the witch doctor. Arista. From behind him, she screamed. Hadrian spun, knowing before he did that he was too late. The poisoned blade would already be through her back. Like Ezrahaden, Arista was helpless to a blow she had never seen coming. As soon as he turned, the chief launched his attack. It was a sound plan, and Hadrian knew it. All 3 rangers had targeted him and let loose the moment they heard Arista scream. 3 arrows struck Hadrian in the back, and he felt the missiles, soft, muffled hits. 2 landed between his shoulders, and 1 near the kidneys. But there was no pain. Turning back, he saw the arrows lying on the deck, the tips blunted. The chieftain stared at him, shocked, and for a moment Hadrian was equally bewildered, until he felt the weight as he moved. Slung on his back was Jerish's shield, which was so light Hadrian had forgotten about it. The thin metal had stopped the arrows like a block of stone. They had killed Arista. They had killed Wyatt and Eldon. Hadrian felt the blood pound in his ears, and his swords moved on their own. 3 gazelle died in seconds, including the chieftain. Somewhere beside him, Morven was fighting, but he hardly noticed as he cast caution aside and fought forward, dashing madly, wildly through the ranks, killing as he went. Another round of arrows flew at Hadrian as he charged. Without a shield to protect him, with no time to turn, he was dead. He expected to feel the shafts pierce his chest and throat. They never reached him. Instead, the arrows exploded in flame and burst into ash an instant after leaving their bows. Hadrian cleaved the archers aside. Only the Obadaza remained. A wall of fire erupted between the two of them and flared up whenever Hadrian tried to move toward him. The song and dance of the gazelle witch-doctor changed to a scream of terror as his own wall rushed back at him. The flames attacked their master like dogs too often beaten, and the Obadaza was consumed in a pillar of fire that left no more than a charred black spot in the deck and a foul smell in the air. Arista? Hadrian turned and saw her standing unharmed in her glowing robe. The finisher lay dead on the deck with a length of rope around his neck. Royce stood beside her. Morven and even Gaunt waited with blood-covered blades. There were smears on Deegan's face and a dark stain on his chest, and his arms and hands were dripping. "Are you all right?" Hadrian asked. Gaunt nodded with a surprised expression. "They still fight with one arm," he replied, sounding a little dazed. "Magnus!" Arista shouted as she rushed forward. The dwarf lay face down in a pool of dark blood. They carefully rolled him over. The wound was in his stomach and spewed rich, dark blood. Magnus was still awake, still alert, his eyes rolling around as he looked at each of their faces. His hand shook as the dwarf fumbled at his belt. He managed to knock Alvastone loose, and it fell to the deck. "Give to Royce 1 full blade." His eyes closed. "No!" Arista shouted at him. She sat down, laid a hand on his chest, and started humming. "Arista, what are you doing?" Hadrian asked. "I'm pulling him back," she replied. "No, you can't. Last time you—" She grabbed his hand. "Just hold on to me and don't let go." "No, Arista," he shouted, but it was too late. He could tell she was already gone. "Arista!" She knelt with her eyes closed, her breathing quick. A soft, gentle humming came from her, as if she were a mother cat. Hadrian cradled her small hand in both of his, trying not to squeeze too hard, but making certain to keep a tight hold. He had no idea what good it did, but because she had told him not to let go, he swore that only death would break his grip. "Nothing else around," Hadrian heard Royce say. "There's a gazelle ship down the coast, but it's about a mile away, and I didn't see any activity." "Is he dead?" "I think so," Morven replied. "Arista is trying to save him." "Not again," Royce said dismally. "Didn't that almost kill her last—" "Shut up, okay?" Hadrian snapped. "Both of you, just shut up!" Hadrian stared at her face, watching her head droop lower and lower, as if she were falling asleep. "What does that mean? Is she losing? Slipping away? Dying?" Frustration gripped him. His stomach twisted and every muscle tensed. Her shoulders slumped and she tilted. He caught her with his free hand and pulled her to him, pressing her limp head to his chest. "Still humming? Is that a good sign?" He thought it was. He cradled her with his left hand while still holding tight with his right, his palm growing slick with sweat. Arista jerked her head as if she were having a dream. She did it again, and her humming stopped, and she mumbled something. "What is it?" he asked. "I didn't hear you. What did you say?" Another mumble, too soft, too slurred. She jerked again and appeared to cry out. He held tight as her body went limp against him, her head hanging. "Arista?" he said. She stopped breathing. "Arista!" He shook her. "Arista!" Her head flopped, her hair whipping back and forth. "Arista, come back! Come back to me! God damn it, come back!" Nothing. She lay like a dead weight against him, as loose as a doll. He pulled her tight. "Please," he whispered. "Please come back to me. Please. I can't lose you. Not now." He lifted her head. She appeared to be sleeping the way he had seen her dozens of times. There was a beauty about her face when she slept that he could never explain, a calm softness. Only she was not sleeping now. There was no reassuring rise of her chest, no breath on his face. He pressed his lips against hers. He kissed her, but her lips did not move. They remained slack, lifeless, and when he pulled back, she still hung in his arms. He hoped that maybe some power from within him could awaken her, like in a fairy tale, that the kiss, their first, could somehow call her back, awaken her. But nothing happened. Their first kiss, their last, and she never felt it. "Please," he muttered, as tears began running down his cheeks. "Oh, dear Maribor, please don't do this." His own breath shortened, his chest too tight. It felt as if a blade had sliced through his stomach and he was falling to his own death. He held tight to her, pressing her body against his, her cheek against his face, as if holding her could keep him. Her hand jerked. Hadrian held his breath. He felt a squeeze. He squeezed back harder than he had planned. Her body stiffened. Her head flew back. Her eyes and mouth opened wide, and she inhaled. Arista sucked in a loud breath, as if she just surfaced from a deep dive. She couldn't speak, and drew in breath after breath, her body rocking with the effort. Slowly, she turned to look at him, and her expression filled with sadness. "You're crying," she said, as her hand came up and wiped his cheek. "Am I?" he replied, blinking several times. "Must be the sea air." "Are you all right?" Hadrian laughed. "Me? How are you?" "I'm fine. Tired, as usual." She grinned. "But fine." "He's alive!" Morven shouted, stunned. They simultaneously turned their heads just in time to see the dwarf rising groggily. Magnus looked at Arista and immediately began to weep. "The wound," Morven said, shaking his head in disbelief. "It's healed." "Told you I could do it," she whispered. Arista woke to the gentle motion and creaking of the ship at sea. She felt physically drained again. Her body weighted. Both arms shook when she lifted them, her hands quivering. She found her pack left beside the bed and reached in, feeling around for food. She pulled out a travel meal and silently thanked Ibis thinly, as if he were the god of food. Just as before, she devoured the salt pork, hard bread, and pickle. She swallowed 3 mouthfuls of water and leaned back against the wall for a moment. Eating exhausted her. In the dark, she listened to the ship. It creaked and groaned, verse and chorus, riding up and down. She let the movement rock her head, feeling the food work its magic. She thought of Ulrich, and in the darkness saw his face. Young, and yet strangely lined, with that silly beard that had never looked right on him, his kingly beard, meant to make him appear older. It had never fully filled in. She thought of her father, and the hairbrushes he had brought her, his way of saying he loved her. She remembered her mother's swan mirror, lost when the tower collapsed. It was all gone now. Certainly all of Medford, perhaps all of Mellingar as well. She could still hear the sound of her mother's voice, and remembered how it had come to her from out of the light. What is that place? She had come close to it twice now. It had been easier with Magnus. She had not seen her loved ones, only his. They spoke to him in Dwarfish. She didn't know the words, but the meaning was clear. Kindness, forgiveness, love. What is that place? What is it like inside? She sensed peace and comfort and knew it would be a good place to rest. Arista needed rest. But not there. Not yet. Taking the remaining walnuts from her meal, she climbed out to the deck. The length of the ship lay before her, illuminated by the green sea. Royce was in the rigging with an unpleasant, sickly look on his face. Hadrian was at the stern, both hands on the wheel, his teeth clenched as he focused intently on the rising and falling waves. Myron and Egan worked together near the bow, tying off a loose rope that was allowing the jib to flap. Gaunt pulled and Myron tied. Magnus sat at the waist, coiling a length of rope, looking like a bearded child left to play on the floor. "The sleeping princess awakes." It was Morven calling down from the yard above. She smiled at him, and he waved back. "Forget her," the thief barked. "Get to the end of that yard." Arista walked across the deck, pausing once reaching the dwarf. She popped another walnut into her mouth. "Feeling all right?" she asked. The dwarf nodded without looking at her. "Oh, good." She sat down beside him. A warm wind came off the sea and blew through her hair, clearing her face. She looked up and spotted Hadrian taking a precious moment away from steering to look at her and wave with a smile. She waved back, but by then his eyes had turned back to the problems of the sea. She looked around the deck again. Then her head tilted up and she scanned the rigging. Everything was illuminated eerily from below by the glowing sea, which gave the whole ship a ghostly appearance. "Where are Wyatt and Eldon?" she asked Magnus. "Dead," the dwarf said, coldly. "Oh," she replied, unsettled by the blunt response. She leaned back on her hands, forgetting to chew the walnut as she remembered the two sailors. She had liked them both, and regretted now that she had never spoken to either very much, but then, she guessed, no one but Myron had spoken much to Eldon. She slipped her hand in her pocket and withdrew the little figurine Eldon had carved of her, and rubbed it with her thumb. "Poor Allie," she said, shaking her head sadly. Then a thought came to her. "Are you sure they're dead? Or did the goblins just take them? Did anyone actually see—" "Found them partially eaten," Magnus growled. "Wyatt's legs and arms were gone, his chest torn open, gnawed out like a turkey ready for stuffing. Only half of Eldon's face was there, the skin hung off one side, and bite marks on his—" "That's enough." She stopped him, raising her hands up before her face. "I understand. You don't have to be so graphic." "You asked," he said tartly. She stared at him. He ignored her. Magnus huffed, stood up, and began to walk away. "Magnus," she said, stopping him. "What's wrong?" "What you mean?" he said, but did not turn. He looked out over the side of the ship, watching the luminous waves roll. You act as if you're angry with me." He grumbled to himself, something in Dwarfish, still refusing to face her. Overhead, the wind was still ruffling the jib. Myron and Gaunt had paused in their work, both staring at them. Royce was yelling at Morven about mainstays and yards. "Magnus?" she asked. "Why did you do it?" The dwarf blurted out. "Do what?" He whirled at last to face her. His eyes were harsh and accusing. "Why did you save my life?" She didn't know what to say. "What do you care if I die?" He snapped at her, his eyes fiery. "What difference does it make? You're a princess, I'm just a dwarf. You forced me on this trip. I never wanted to come. You took half my beard. Do you know what a beard means to a dwarf? Of course you don't. I can see it in your eyes. You don't know anything about dwarves." He flicked the bottom of his severed whiskers at her. "You got what you wanted out of me. You have the blasted horn, and you can find your own way back out. You don't need me anymore, so why then? Why'd you do it? Why did you... He clenched his teeth, squeezed his eyes shut, and turned his head away. She sat back, shocked. "Why did you risk your life to save mine?" he said, his voice now little more than a whisper. "Adrian said you almost died. You stopped breathing like you did with Ulrich. He said he thought for sure you were dead this time." "He was your brother," Magnus shouted. "But me? I murdered your father. Have you forgotten that? I was the one who locked you in the tower. I closed the door on you and Royce and sealed you all in the dungeon under requester, leaving you to starve to death. Did all that just slip your mind? Now Ulrich is dead. Your family is gone. Your kingdom is gone. You have nothing. And Royce..." He pulled out the glistening dagger. "Why did he give me this?" "I wanted to see it, yes. I would have been his slave for the chance to study it for a week. And then he just gave it to me. He hasn't taken it back or even said a word. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Worth more than a mountain of gold, more than all that back in the tomb. He just gave it to me. After what I did, he should have killed me with it. He should still kill me. So should you. Both of you should have laughed and sang when I..." The hand went to his stomach, and he bit his lower lip, making the remains of his beard stand up. "So, why did you do it? Why?" He stared at her now with a desperate look on his face, a pained expression as if somehow she were torturing him. "I didn't want you to die," she said simply. "I didn't really think beyond that. You were dying, and I could save you, so I did." "But you could have died, couldn't you?" She shrugged. Magnus continued to glare at her as if he might either attack her or burst into tears. "Why is this such a problem for you? Aren't you happy to be alive?" "No!" he shouted. Over his shoulder he saw Myron and Gaunt still staring, but now with concerned faces. "You should have let me die. You should have let me die. Everything would have been fine if you had just let me die." "Why?" she asked. "Why would it have been better?" "I don't deserve to live, that's why. I don't, and now..." A dark expression came over him, and he looked back out at the sea. "What? What happens now?" "That's just it. I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. I've hated you for so long." "Me?" she asked, shocked. "What did I—"
"All of you. Humans. The water flooded the caverns, so we came to you for help. Not a handout, but a fair trade. Work for payment. You agreed, and to a fair price. Then you herded us into the Barak ghetto in Trent. We mined the Dithmar Range and you paid us all right. Then came the taxes. Taxes for living in your filthy shacks. Taxes on what we bought and sold. Taxes on crops we raised. Taxes for not being members of the Novron Church. Taxes for being dwarves. Taxes so high, a number of us turned their backs on Drome to worship your god, but still you didn't accept us. You denied us the privilege to carry weapons, to ride horses. We worked night and day, and still didn't make enough to feed ourselves. We fell into your debt, and you made slaves of us. Your kind whipped my kin to make us work, and killed us when we tried to leave. They called us thieves, just for trying to be free.
He shook his head miserably.
My whole family, Clan Daeron, slaves to humans. He spat the words. The elves never treated us that badly. And it wasn't just my family, it was all the dwarves.
He hooked a thumb at Myron.
He knows. He told you how centuries ago the dwarves helped you, saved you when you were desperate. And how did you repay us? Tell me, Princess, can a dwarf be a citizen in Mellengar?
He didn't wait for her answer.
Dwarves are never granted citizenship anywhere. Without it, you can't practice a trade. You can't join a guild or open a business. You can't legally work at all, and even in Mellengar you put us in the most vile corners, the downhill alleys where all the sewage runs, and the shacks are rotting, and where on warm days you can't breathe. That's what you've done to us. To dwarves. My great-grandfather worked on Dromandor.
He straightened up as he spoke the name of the ancient dwarven fortress.
Now humans defile it.
Not anymore, she reminded him.
Good for them. You deserve what you got.
He placed his hands on the rail and stared down the side of the ship. Myron left Gaunt alone with the rope to listen.
I'm the last of Clan Daeron, the only one to escape, a fugitive, an outlaw because I chose to be free. They hunted me for years. I got good at disappearing. You found that out too, didn't you? Your people disgraced and killed mine. Your kind never did anything unless it was for profit, and you call us greedy. I've heard your tales of evil dwarves, kidnapping, killing, imprisoning, but that was all you're doing. Why would a dwarf kidnap a princess, or anyone? That was you using us as an excuse for your own sins. Every few years, knights would come into the ghettos and burn them. Those so-called defenders of the law and decency would come in the middle of the night and set fire to our miserable shacks in the dark, and always in winter.
He turned and faced her once more.
But you...
He sighed, his eyes losing their fire, fogging instead with bewilderment and weariness.
You risked yourself and saved my life. It doesn't make sense.
He sat down, looking exhausted.
I've hated you for so long, and you go and do this.
He put his face in his hands and began to rock forward and back.
Maybe,
Myron said, coming behind the dwarf and placing a hand on his bag.
Maybe Magnus did die.
The dwarf looked up and scowled.
Maybe you should let him die,
the monk added.
Let the hate, fear, and anger die with him. This is a chance to start over. The princess has given you a new life. You can choose to live it any way you want, starting right now.
The dwarf lost his scowl.
It's scary, isn't it?
Myron said.
Imagine a different life. I was scared too, but you can do it.
He's right, Arista said. This could be a new start.
That all depends, Magnus replied, and we'll find out soon enough.
The dwarf stood up.
Royce, he shouted, come down a second.
The thief looked irritated, but grabbed a line and slid down, touching the deck lightly.
What is it? I can't leave Marvin up there alone, and I'm not feeling very well as it is.
Magnus held out Alvestone.
Take it back.
Royce narrowed his eyes.
I thought you wanted it. Take it. You might need it. Sooner than you think.
Royce took the dagger suspiciously.
What's going on?
Magnus glanced at Arista and Myron, and lastly at Gaunt, who had finally secured the jib and walked over.
Before we left Aquesta, I made a bargain with the Patriarch.
What kind of bargain? Royce asked.
I was supposed to kill Deegan after we found the horn, but before we left the caves. I was hired to kill him and return the horn to his grace.
You plan to betray us?
Again?
Royce asked.
Yes.
You were going to kill me? Gaunt asked. Royce stared at Magnus and looked down at the dagger. Myron and Arista watched him closely, tense, waiting.
Why are you telling me this?
The dwarf hesitated briefly.
Because Magnus died before he could go through with it.
Royce stared at the dwarf, turning Alvestone over and over in his hands, and pursing his lips. He glanced at Arista and at Myron, then nodded.
You know, I never did like that short son of a bitch.
He held out the dagger.
Here, I don't think I'll be needing it.
Magnus did nothing for several minutes but stare at the dagger. He seemed to have trouble breathing. He finally stood up straight.
No,
the dwarf shook his head.
Magnus thought, when you gave him that dagger, it was the most valuable gift he could ever receive. He was wrong.
Royce nodded and slipped Alvestone back into the folds of his cloak. He gripped the rope and began to climb. Magnus stood looking lost for a moment.
Are you all right?
Myron asked.
I don't know.
He looked down at the deck.
If Magnus died, then who am I?
Whoever you want to be, the monk said. It's a pretty wonderful gift.
How far are we? Arista asked Hadrian, sitting down on the wheelbox beside him. The fighter was still grappling with the ship, still struggling to keep its sails balanced.
Not sure, but judging from the last crossing, we should see land in the next hour, unless Royce and I messed up really bad on the course, or I wreck us. Too far this way, and the sails collapse and we lose headway, which means we can't steer. Too far the other way, and the wind will flip us. Wyatt made this look so easy.
Is it true what Magnus told me? Did you really find them?
Hadrian nodded sadly. He was a good man. They both were. I keep thinking of Allie. They were the only family she had. Now what's going to happen to her?
She nodded. So much death, so much sadness, there were times she felt she might drown. Overhead the canvas fluttered, like the sheet of a maid making up a bed. The rings rattled against the poles, and the waves crashed into the hull. She watched Hadrian standing at the wheel, his chin up, his back straight, and his eyes watching the water. The breeze blew back his hair, showing a worn face, but not hard or broken. He had his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and the muscles of his forearms stood out. She noted several scars on his arms. 2 looked new, red and raised. His hands were broad and large, and his skin so tanned that his fingernails stood out lighter. He was a handsome man, but this was the first time she had really noticed. His looks were not what attracted her. It was his warmth, his kindness, his humour, and how safe it felt to sit beside him on a cold, dark night. Still, she had to admit that he was a handsome man, in his tattered, coarse cloth and raw leather. She wondered how many women had noticed, and how many he had known. She glanced back across the sea behind them. The crypt of emperors seemed very far away. "You know, we really haven't had a chance to talk since getting out." She looked at the waves breaking at the bow. "I mean, you said some things in there that... well, maybe they were only meant for in there. We both thought we were dying, and people can..." "I meant every word," he told her firmly. "How about you? Do you regret it?" She smiled and shook her head. "When I woke up, I thought it might have been a beautiful dream. I never really considered myself the kind of woman men wanted. I'm pushy, controlling. I butt into places I shouldn't. And I've far too many opinions on far too many subjects women aren't supposed to be interested in. I never even bothered to try to make myself more appealing. I avoided dances and never presented myself with my hair up and neckline down. I don't have a clue about flirting." She sighed and ran a hand over her matted hair. "I never cared how I looked before. But now, for the first time, I'd like to be pretty. For you." "I think you're beautiful." "It's dark." "Oh, wait." Hadrian reached over to his backpack. "Close your eyes." "Why?" "Just do it and hold out your hands." She did as instructed, feeling a bit silly as she heard him rummaging through his pack. Then silence. A moment later she felt something in her hands. Her fingers closed and she knew what it was before she opened her eyes. She began to cry. "What's wrong?" Hadrian asked in a sudden panic. "Nothing," she said, wiping the tears away and feeling foolish. She had to stop this. He was going to think she cried all the time. "Then why are you crying?" "It's okay. I'm happy." "You are?" Hadrian asked skeptically. She nodded, smiling at him as tears continued to run down her cheeks. "It's not worth getting all that excited over, you know. Everything else in that place was gold and encrusted in jewels. I'm not even sure this is real silver. I was actually so disappointed that I considered not giving it to you, but after what you said..." "It's the most wonderful gift you could have given me." Hadrian shrugged. "It's just a hairbrush." "Yes, it is," she said. "It really is." Chapter 25. The Arrival. Medina faced the Galareblin. She waited for it to attack, to kill her and the rest of her family. But the beast did none of those things. The monster stared at her for a moment, then spread its wings and lifted off, flying away. They all waited, staring out through the missing wall. "Horses!" someone said, and soon Medina also heard the sound of trotting hooves. 12 elves rode on white mounts. They wore lion helms and long purple capes that draped over the back of their mounts. Drawing off their helms in unison, they revealed long white hair, sharp pointed ears, angled brows, and luminous eyes of green, as if a magical fire burned within. The lead rider looked about the shattered ruins of the castle. The mere turning of his head revealed a startling, unworldly grace, and it was easy to understand how they were once thought to be gods. His eyes settled on Medina, and Emilia wondered how she could manage to stand beneath his stare. "Erondon irwondon fe aswendar, susien vai erunian Novron fe instaria," he said. His voice sounded like the ringing of fine crystal. Medina continued to stare back at the elf. Nimbus rose, and moving to Medina's side, replied, Erondon Modina vai Erunion Novron fe instaria. The elf stared at Medina for a long time, then dismounted, his movements as fluid as silk blowing in the wind. Emilia thought his expression was filled with contempt, but she knew nothing about elves. "What did you two say?" Medina asked. He introduced himself as Lord Irawandana of the Ascendwar tribe. He said the Gilarabrin heard your claim and came to ask if you were, in fact, the daughter of Novron. I told him yes. Vai erdurian Novron un Persephone. Saimor Gurgernian fi heisiclor glindor dur avemparta seniori. Uli vermar, fi veriden ves ujeria. Vesferol borietan. He asks, if you are the daughter of Novron and Persephone, why have you not presented the horn for challenge at Avampartha? He says that the Ulivermar ended some time ago, and by failing to present the horn, you stand in violation before Ferrol. Vi hillen jes linaya, hes filhari fi ish, Tyler Balian. Sein lorai es ronyor, ahit estan. He says that not producing the horn, your violation releases them from all treaties, agreements, and requirements to abide your commands. Tell him I'm in the process of retrieving the horn. Nimbus spoke in the musical language, and the elven lord replied. He insists that you must present it at once. Nimbus spoke again, and the elf turned and consulted with one of the mounted riders. I explained that it was in the ancient city of Persepliquus, and would be brought here soon. I hoped that I did not overstep my... Medina took Nimbus's face in her hands and kissed him on the mouth. I love you, Nimbus. The Chancellor looked befuddled and, stepping back, checked to see if his wig was on straight. He's coming back, Emilia told them. Once more Nimbus did the talking. There appeared to be some kind of minor dispute, and once the elven lord looked over Nimbus's shoulder at the girl sitting on the floor, then nodded. With the tone of general agreement, the elf remounted his horse and rode back out of the courtyard with the others. What? Medina asked. They have decided not to wait, and will go to Persepliquus to meet the horn. Should you be telling the truth, they will hold the challenge ceremony there. If you are lying, Irawandana will claim his right to rule through default. I presume that will mean they will continue their march to rid the world of mankind. Either way, you must go with them. When? You have just enough time to grab a change of clothes, I think. I tried to arrange a small retinue, but they refused. I did manage to gain agreement for the girls to go. Ali deserves to be with her father when he returns, and Mercy will comfort her if he does not. I told him they were your daughters. Thank you, Nimbus. You may very well have saved all our lives. I fear it may only be a stay of execution. Not if Arista succeeds, and every day granted to us is another day to hope. Mintz climbed out of the hovel, pulling his hood up and yawning. The others had kicked him awake, as it was his turn to check the horses. The rule in their group had always been that those who worked ate. It was a simple rule, with little room for interpretation, but early on a cold winter's morning, when he was bundled in blankets and half asleep, the thought of going outside in the wind and snow made forgetting even simple rules easy. Finally, he had relented, knowing they would just kick him harder. He stood up and stretched his back as he did every morning, thinking about how old he was getting. It was still early, and the sun was only now breaching the tree line, casting sharp angles of golden light in slants, making the snow crystals glimmer. It was warmer, but the night's chill still lingered. He decided it was the wetness that made it feel worse. At least when it was cold, the air and even snow were dry. Mintz walked to the line of horses waiting for him. He knew them all by name, and they knew him. Each of their heads turned, their ears rotating his way. They were lucky. The bitter cold had ended abruptly, and none of the horses had died. Even the one Mince was certain had stopped breathing survived. "Morning, ladies and gents," he greeted them, as he did each day, with a nod of his head and a wave of his hand. "How are we this miserable excuse of a day, huh? What's that, simpleton? You don't agree? You think it's a fine day, you say? Much warmer than yesterday morn? Well, I don't know if I can agree with you, sir." "What's that, Mouse? You agree with simpleton?" I don't know. It just seems too quiet. Far too quiet." It did. Mince stood still with his feet in the slush and listened. There were no wind or sound. It was a strange sort of stillness, as if the world were dead. Perhaps it is. Who knew what had happened up north, or to the south for that matter? What if they're all dead now? What if the four of us are all that are left? A crow cawed in a nearby tree. The stark call made the silence desolate. A sense of emptiness and loss hung in the air. Mince felt the line tethering the horses, making sure it was still secure, then pulled open the feed bags. Normally they jostled each other, trying to stick their noses in, but this morning something drew their attention. The horses' heads turned, their ears twitching to the left, their big eyes peering. "Someone's coming," Mince whispered to Princess. Her head bounced up and down, which shocked him, but then she quickly followed that with a shaking as well. A few moments later he heard hooves, and he ran to the hovel to wake the others. "Who is it?" Brand whispered. "How should I know?" Mince replied, pulling himself fully inside. "It's certainly not Hadrian and the rest," Elbright pointed out. "They left their horses with us." "Maybe it's Renwick coming back," Kyne suggested hopefully, and this returned several positive looks and nods. "One of us should look," Elbright said commandingly, getting to his knees and pulling on his cloak. "Not me," Mince said. "Let Brand do it. He's the bold one." "Hush," Elbright snapped. "I'm going." He pulled a bit of the tarp aside and looked out. "Do you see him?" Kyne asked. "No. Maybe they—" "Shh!" Elbright held up his hand. "Listen." Faint voices carried across the stillness of the winter morning. "They went down here," a voice said. "Oh, my. That does look rather unpleasant. Is your Grace certain?" "Absolutely." "They don't sound like elves," Kyne whispered. "Like you know how elves talk," Mince said. "It doesn't sound like Renwick either," Brand added. "Will you all shut up?" Elbright hissed, slapping Kyne on the head. "It's so deep you can't see the bottom," the faint voice spoke again. "It's very deep indeed. There are no tracks near it. They are still inside, still down there, still dredging up secrets and stirring old memories. But they are coming. Already they are quite near. And they have the horn. How do you know that? Call it an old man's intuition. That's good, isn't it? That they have the horn? Oh, yes, that's very good." The sound of crunching snow could be heard, growing louder. "They're coming this way," Elbright said. "Can you see them yet?" Kyne asked. "There are 4 of them. One looks like a priest in a black frock. 2 are soldiers, and there's an old man in bright-coloured robes with long white hair. The soldiers are kind of strange-looking." "What are they doing here?" Brand asked. "They're horses," a voice outside said. They were much closer now. The boys could hear the squishing of the slushy ground. "You can come out, young men." They looked at each other nervously. "Renwick, Elbright, Brand, kine, mince. Come. We are going to have breakfast. Elbright was the first one out, emerging from the tarp carefully, his head turned from side to side. They each followed him slowly, squinting in the sunlight, and just as Elbright had described, 4 men stood before them in the small clearing. They looked terribly out of place. The man with the long white hair was wearing purple, red, and gold robes, and he leaned on a staff. To either side stood the soldiers, in gold breastplates, helms, and sleeves. They also wore colourful pants of red, purple, and yellow. Each held a spear and wore a sword. The priest was the only normal-looking fellow, standing with his weight on one leg in the traditionally drab black habit of a Novron priest. "Who are you?" Elbright asked. "This is His Grace, the Patriarch of the Novron Church," the priest told him. "Oh," Elbright said, nodding. Mince could tell he was trying to sound like he knew who that was, but his friend knew better. Elbright was always doing that, making out like he was more worldly than he was. "These are his bodyguards, and I am Monsignor Merton of Ghent." "Guess you already know us," Elbright said. "What are you doing here?" "Just waiting," the Patriarch replied. "Like you, waiting for them to climb back out of that hole and change the nature of the world forever. Certainly, you can't begrudge us the desire of a front-row seat." The old man looked at his guards, and they trudged off. "How's Renwick?" Mince asked. "Did he make it to Equester?" "I'm sorry," Monsignor Merton replied kindly. "We travelled by sea, around the Horn to Vernes, and then by coach. We left quite some time ago, so it is entirely possible that he arrived after we left. Was he a friend?" Mince nodded. "He rode to Equester with news that the elves were attacking from the southeast," Bran said. "They came right by here, they did." "I'm sorry I can't tell you more," the priest said. "Pleasant little place you have here," the old man mentioned, looking around. "It's nice that you put your camp under the holly tree. I like the splash of green on such a day as this, when it seems as if all the colour has been stolen. It has been a long, cold winter, but it will soon be over. The new world is about to bloom." Mince heard the distant sound of music, and instantly he threw his hands to his ears. "Is that—" Elbright asked, alarmed, raising his own hands as Mince bobbed his head. "Relax, boys," the Patriarch said. "That melody is not enchanted. It is the Ibn Rin, the Irvian anthem." "But it's the elves," Elbright said. "They're coming." "Yes." The Patriarch glanced up the hill, and then down at the hole. "It's a race now." Chapter 26. The Return. "I love this chamber," Arista said as they spread out blankets on the same flat rock. Overhead the glowworms glimmered and winked, and she noticed for the first time how much she missed seeing the sky. Magnus gathered his rocks in the centre once more. "This is nothing compared to the wonders that I've seen in the deep. My grandfather once took me into the mountains of the Dithmar range of Trent, to a place only he knew. He told me that I needed to know where I came from. He took me deep into a crevasse, to where a river went underground. We disappeared inside for weeks. My mother and father were furious when we finally returned. They didn't want me to get ideas. They had already given up. But my grandfather, he knew." Magnus sparked a stone against another. "The things he showed me were amazing. Chambers hundreds of times the size of this one,
made of shimmering crystal, so that a single glowstone could make it bright as day. Stone cathedrals with pillars and teeth, and waterfalls that dropped so far you could not hear the roar. Everything down there was so vast, so wide, so big, we felt immeasurably small. It's sometimes hard to believe in Drome, seeing what has become of his people. But in places like this, and certainly in halls like the ones my grandfather showed me, it's like seeing the face of God first-hand.
Arista spread her blanket next to Hadrian.
"What are you trying to do there, Magnus?" Hadrian asked. "Provide a little light. There are lots of this kind of stone here. My grandfather showed me how to make them burn. Smoulder, really."
"Let me help." Arista made a modest motion, and the trio of rocks ignited and burned as a perfect campfire.
The dwarf frowned. No, stop it, I can get it."
Arista clapped, and the fire vanished. "I just wanted to help."
"Yeah, well, that's not natural."
"And making rocks glow by slamming them together is?" Hadrian asked.
"Yes, if you're a dwarf."
Magnus got his rocks glowing, and the rest gathered around them to eat. They were each down to their last meals, and hoped to emerge above ground the following day, or the last leg of the trip would be a hungry one.
"Aha!" Myron said.
He had laid his books out near the rocks, giddy that there was enough light to read by.
"Discover the proper pronunciation to another name?" Hadrian asked. "Is Deegan's real name Gwyant?"
Oh no, I found Mondoulet, the one Anton Boulard and Ezra Harden spoke of."
"You found him?"
"Yes, in this book. Ever since I read Mr. Bullard's last scribbled words, I've been trying to find information on him. I reasoned that he must have read something shortly before he died. As these were the only books he had with him in the library, it stood to reason that Mondoulet was mentioned somewhere in one of them. Wouldn't you know, it would be in the last book I read, Migration of Peoples, by Princess Fairelane. It's really a very biased accounting of how the Instaria clan took control of the Elven Empire, but it mentions Novron, the Horn, and Mondoulet."
"What does it say?" Arista asked.
"It says the elves were constantly warring between the various tribes, and quite a bloody and violent people, until they obtained the Horn."
"I mean, what does it say about Mondoulet?"
"Oh," Myron looked embarrassed. "I don't know. I haven't read that yet. I just saw his name."
"Then let's be quiet and let the man read." Everyone remained silent, staring at the monk as he scanned the pages. Arista wondered if all the glaring distracted Myron, but as he rapidly turned page after page of dense script, she realized that the monk was unflappable with a book before him.
"Oh," Myron finally said. "Oh, what?" Arista asked. "I know why the horn didn't make a sound when Deegan blew it."
"Well?" Hadrian asked.
The monk looked up. "You were right. Like you said in the tomb, it's a horn of challenge."
"And?"
"Deegan's already king. He can't challenge himself, so it made no sound."
"What does all this have to do with Mondoulet?" Arista asked.
Myron shrugged. "Still reading."
The monk returned his attention to the book. "We should be out tomorrow, right?" Arista asked Hadrian, who nodded. "How long have we been down here?"
Hadrian shrugged and looked to Royce.
The thief, having completed his survey of the perimeter, took a seat around the glow of rocks with the rest of them and fished in his pack for his meal.
"At least a week."
"What will we find up there?" she asked herself as much as anyone else. "What if we're too late?"
"So, the Uliver Mar is the reign of a king," Myron said. "Usually 3,000 years, the average lifespan of an elf, apparently."
"Really?" Morven asked, and glanced at Royce. How old are you?
Not that old.
Remember the emperors in the tomb? Arista said. Mixing elven blood with human reduces the lifespan. Yeah, but you'll still outlive everyone here, except maybe Gaunt, right? Why me? Gaunt, who had been miserably picking at the remains of his meal, looked up. You're an elf, too. Gaunt grimaced. I'm an elf? You're related to Novron, right? But I don't want to be an elf.
You'll get used to it, Royce smirked.
Ah, here it is, Myron said. Morndule was a member of the Mirraleaf, and during the time before Novron, they were the ruling tribe. He paused and, looking up, added, Unlike us, elves don't have consistent nobility. Whichever tribe the king is from becomes the ruling one and holds power over the rest, but only for one generation, or the length of the Sullivan. Then they face the challenge, and if a new king wins the throne, his tribe becomes the new ruling elite.
But not anyone in the tribe can challenge for the chance to be king, I'll bet, Gaunt said. There's still a hereditary nobility in the tribes, right? There always is.
For once, I have to side with him, Royce said. People might like to give the appearance of giving up power, but actually giving it up, that doesn't happen.
Technically, I think anyone can challenge, Myron explained. But true, traditionally it's the leader of a given tribe. However, he is elected by the clan leaders.
Interesting, Marvin said. A society without nobility, where leaders are elected. See, Gaunt, you really are an elf.
So, someone blows the horn, fights, wins the challenge, and becomes king, Arista stated. He's expected to rule for 3,000 years. But what if he doesn't? If he dies in an accident, then the crown goes to his next of kin. That part I get. But what happens if the king dies and doesn't have any blood relatives? Then what? That would also end the Sullivan, Myron said. And the first person to blow the horn then becomes the new king, and he then presents it to anyone else to challenge him. And that's exactly what appears to have happened. Myron tapped the page in the book. After the Battle of Avampartha, as Novron was poised to invade his homeland...
Wait a second, Marvin said. Are Novron and Novron the same person?
Yes, Myron, Arista, and Hadrian all said together. Just as Teshlor is the bastardized pronunciation of the elf warrior Teshalor, Novron is the bastardized form of Novron. So, as I was saying, Novron was poised to invade his homeland when the Sullivan ended, and the Elven High Council presented the horn to Novron, making him king and ending the war.
The Sullivan ended just then?
That sounds awfully convenient, Roy said. I'm guessing the Elven King didn't die of natural causes. Myron looked back down and read aloud. And so it came to pass that in the night of the day of the third turn, thus was sent Morndule of the tribe Mirraleaf, and by the council he was thus charged with the... Myron stopped speaking, but his eyes raced across the page. What is it? Arista asked, but Myron raised a finger to stall her. They all watched as Myron reached up and turned another page, his eyes widening, his eyebrows rising.
"My ma, monk!"
Magnus erupted. "Stop reading and tell us!"
Myron looked up with a startled expression. Morndule murdered the Elven King.
And if they had any children, they were also murdered, weren't they?
No, Myron said, surprising Royce. His only son survived.
But that doesn't make sense, Arista said. If his son was alive, why didn't he become king? Why did the Sullivan end?
Because, Myron replied, Morndule was his son.
It took a moment for this to register. The timing was different for each of them, as around the circle of flickering light they each made a sound of understanding. So, Morn Dulé couldn't become king because he had committed murder? Hadrian asked.
Regicide, Myron corrected. Significantly more deplorable in Elvish society, for it places at risk the very foundation of their civilization and the peace that Fairall granted them with the gift of the horn. As a result, Morn Dulé was banished, stricken from Elvish society and cursed by Fairall, thereby barred from Alison, the Elvish afterlife.
So, why did he do it? Arista asked.
Princess Fairlane doesn't actually say. Perhaps no one knows.
So, Novron blew the horn and became king, and that ended the war. Hadrian finished the last of his meal and folded up his pack.
That was certainly the plan, Myron said. No one was supposed to blow the horn after Novron did. No one was supposed to challenge his rule. According to the laws of the horn, if it is presented but no challenger blows the horn within the course of a day, then the king retains his crown.
But someone challenged?
Morn Dulé, Myron said. As it happens, there are no restrictions on who can blow the horn, other than they must be of elven blood. Even an outcast, even one cursed by Fairall, can still challenge. And if he wins...
If he wins, he's back in, Royce finished.
Yes.
But he lost, right? Morven asked. Novron was a battle-hardened veteran of a lengthy war, Hadrian concluded, and Myron said Morn Dulé was just a kid.
Yes. The monk nodded. It was a quick and humiliating defeat.
But this doesn't make sense, Arista said. Ezra Harden told us he was convinced that Morn Dulé was still alive.
Nephrun did not kill Morn Dulé. While the challenge is usually a fight to the death, Nephrun let him live. Perhaps because he was so young, or maybe because, as an outcast, he was no threat. What is known is that Morn Dulé was exiled, never allowed in Erevan again.
So, how did Novron die? Morven asked.
He was murdered.
By whom?
No one knows.
I would wager on Morn Dulé, Royce said.
Arista pulled on her lower lip, deep in thought.
What?
Royce asked.
I was just thinking about what Ezra Harden said when he was dying. He warned that the Ulivamar was ending, and that I had to take the heir to Persepliquus to get the horn. But his very last words were, "Patriarch is the same." I always assumed that he was never able to finish the sentence before he died. But what if he said all he meant to? Myron, how many patriarchs have there been?
22, including Patriarch Nilnev.
Yes. And how old is he?
I don't recall reading about his birth, but he's been patriarch for 60 years.
Myron, what are some of the other patriarchs' names?
Before Patriarch Nilnev was Patriarch Evelyn. Before him was Patriarch Lenvin. Before that...
Arista's eyes widened. Is it possible?
Is what possible? Royce asked.
Arista got to her knees. Does anyone have anything to write with?
I have a bit of chalk.
Myron produced a white nib from a pouch. Nilnev, Evelyn, Lenvin, Venlin. Arista scrawled the words on the flat rock.
There are 2 N's on Evelyn, the monk corrected.
She looked up and smiled. Of course there are. There would have to be. Don't you see? Ezra Harden was right. He changed his name, his appearance. He must have found a position in the Censor Council of Emperor Nerion, which would have been easy given his mastery of the art. Ezra Harden knew that Venlin and Nilnev were the same, In fact, every patriarch since the first has been the same person. Moandule. It would explain why the church was so intent on finding the heir, Hadrian said. If they killed the bloodline of Novron, the Uliver Mar would end early. Which would be fine if Moandule had the horn. The fact that he didn't was probably the only thing keeping Gaunt alive when they had him locked up. This explains why the Patriarch has sent so many teams down here. What he didn't realize, though, is you actually needed the heir to succeed. Ezra Harden took precautions. That's why he told me that the heir had to come. I'm not sure exactly what he did, but I venture to say that anyone other than Gaunt touching the horn's box would have been killed. That also explains why the Patriarch hired Magnus to kill Gaunt. With the heir dead, a single toot of the horn would make Nilnev king by default, just as it was supposed to do with Novron. Hadrian said. Yes, but if the Patriarch blows the horn and Gaunt is still alive, then he's not claiming an empty throne, but rather announcing his right to challenge, right? Arista looked to Myron, who nodded. So, if Gaunt wins, he becomes king of the elves, and they have to do whatever he says. And if he tells them to go back across the Nidwalden and leave us alone, they will. Theoretically, Myron said. So all we have to do is make the Patriarch think he succeeded. We'll tell him Gaunt is dead and keep him hidden until the horn is blown. Then we'll spring the trap. Are you forgetting about this fight-to-the-death thing? Gaunt asked. That won't be a problem, Arista reassured him. He's old, even for an elf. A breath of wind could kill him. He doesn't want to fight you. He's terrified of a fight. That's why he wants you dead. Gaunt sat silent, his eyes working. So, what do you say, Deegan? Arista asked. You wanted to be emperor. How does King of the Elves sound to you? Arista reached the surface and lay on the wet ground, exhausted. The dazzling morning light shone in her eyes and played across her skin. She had so missed the sun that she lay with arms outstretched, bathing in its warmth. The fresh air was so wonderful that she drank it in as if it were cool water discovered after crossing an arid desert. For a time she had thought she might not make it out of the hole and back to Amberton Lee. Even with the rope around her, she clung to rocks, shaking from both exhaustion and fear. Hadrian was always there, offering encouragement, calling to her, pushing her to try harder. There were a few places where Royce and Hadrian had to pull her up a particularly difficult section, and her progress was often slow. Even with his wounded arm, Morven climbed faster. Still, now that it was over, she was proud of her accomplishment, and the sun on her face was the reward. She was awakened from her reverie when she heard Magnus quietly say, "He's here." Getting up, she saw 4 men walking swiftly toward them. The Patriarch was flanked by 2 guards, and behind them was Monsignor Merton, whom Arista had met once in Irvanon. They appeared out of place, descending the ragged slope with the bottoms of their robes wet from being dragged across the melting snow. Accompanied by Hadrian, Morven, Magnus, and Myron, Arista moved away from the open maw of the shaft, and pushed through a large copse of forsythia threatening to bloom. Hadrian took her hand and pulled her close. "Give me the horn, quickly," the Patriarch said, extending his hand. Glancing over his shoulder toward the hilltop, he added, "The elves have arrived." Arista pulled off her pack and took out the box. Gaunt died before he could blow it. The Patriarch smirked at her as he took the box. His eyes were transfixed as he drew out the horn and held it up. "At last," the old man said, and placed it to his lips. He blew into the horn, and a long, clear note of ominous tone cut through the air. It lacked any musical quality, sounding instead like a cry, a scream of hate and loathing. Each of them instinctively took a few steps backward until Arista felt the little branches of the forsythia jabbing her. The old man lowered his arms, a smile on his face. "You did very well." Horses thundered over the top of the hill. Arista was amazed by the elegance and grace of the elven lords, dressed in gold and blue, with lion helms. With them was Modena, accompanied by Mercy and Ali, who looked exhausted. One of the riders dismounted, removed his helm, and approached the group. He pointed to the horn and spoke quickly in Elvish. Arista couldn't decipher every word, but caught the gist of his introduction as Irawandana of the Ascendoir, who had been the acting steward of Erevan. He inquired who had blown the horn. The patriarch stood before the elfin lord and raised his arms. As he did, his features changed. His face grew longer, his nose narrowed, his brows slanted, his ears sharpened, and his eyes sparkled with a luminous green. His frame became slighter, his fingers longer, thinner. The only thing that remained unchanged was the white, near-purple hair. "Behold, Mor Indule of the Mirrorleaf, soon to be King of Erevan, Emperor of Elan, Lord of the world." The words were spoken slowly, deliberately, such that even Arista understood each one. He threw his head back, casting his arms straight out to his sides, and slowly rotated, giving them all a fair view. Everyone, including the elves, stared, stunned by the transformation. Moandule and the elven lord spoke quickly to each other. Irawandana pointed toward Modena during the exchange. Arista was catching only bits and pieces, but her heart sank when she heard Myron utter, "Uh-oh." He added, "Moandule knows about Gaunt." "What?" Arista asked. "He just told Irawandana that he blew the horn, and the elven lord said he has brought his opponent. But Moandule said Modena is not the heir, that Deegan is, and that Deegan is hiding in the hole behind us." Moandule turned to face them. "I know all about your plan. Your guardian should have paid more attention to Ezra Harden's warnings. Or did you merely forget what he told you the last time you met?" Arista looked at Hadrian quizzically. "He said a lot of things." "He explained," Moandule said, "that he couldn't tell you anything because all his conversations were being overheard." "You've been listening?" Arista asked. "I paid close attention to Ezra Harden until he died, but he rarely said anything of importance. Listening to him was easy, as I knew him so well. While you were on your little trip, I monitored the dwarf. The art did not work as well with him, but it was enough." He looked at Magnus. "I'll deal with you after I'm crowned. In the meantime, you might as well signal to Royce to bring Gaunt up. He's quite safe. No one can harm him or me now that the blessing of Fairall is upon us. We are protected from everyone. It's only during the competition that we can be harmed, and only by each other. So the last of Novron's line is safe until dawn tomorrow. There are rules to this ritual, and we must observe them." A rustle in the thickets announced the approach of two figures from the mouth of the hole. Deegan shuffled forward with Royce behind him. Gaunt looked sick, pale and sweaty, such that his bangs stuck to his forehead. Moandule turned to Lord Irawandana and announced in Elvish, "This is the heir of Nephlon." He then motioned toward Gaunt. The elven lords and an old owl-helmed elf looked skeptically at Gaunt. They appraised him for several minutes, then spoke at length with Moandule. When they were finished, the elves, along with Mon Doulé, returned up the hillside, leaving the party in the snow. "What happened?" Hadrian asked.
"The challenge will begin at sunrise tomorrow,"
Myron explained. The elves made camp on the crest of the hill. The rest of them gathered outside the hovel, which hid in the shelter of the holly trees, part way up the slope. Hadrian built a fire and asked the boys to gather more wood, which they did, restricting their search toward the bottom of the hill. The process was slow, as the boys continued to look over their shoulders toward the top of the hill. Modena and the girls were permitted to join their own kind, and she found a place for the girls near the fire before approaching Arista. She was dressed in a dark, lavish gown, and raised the hem to pick her way around the others. "What's going on?" the Empress asked. Arista reached out and took her hand the moment she was near. "It'll be fine. Deegan, as Novron's last descendant, will fight tomorrow. If he wins, he'll become ruler of the elves, and they must obey him." Modena's face was creased with worry. She looked at those circled around the fire. "If Deegan loses, we have no hope. You've no idea what the elves are capable of. Aquesta was destroyed in just a few minutes. The walls fell, and every building not made of stone has been burned. I'm afraid to even consider the number of dead. I tried everything, but they walked through us with so little effort. If Deegan fails—" "He won't fail," Hadrian said. "Arista has a plan." "I can't take the credit," she said. "It was Ezra Harden's idea. I think this was his intent from the moment he escaped Gutara." "What is it?" the Empress asked. Arista and Hadrian exchanged looks before Arista said, "I can't tell you." Modena raised her eyebrows. "The Patriarch is really an elf and a very powerful wizard. He's the one who challenged Deegan. Apparently, he has the ability to eavesdrop on conversations like this one." Modena nodded. "Then don't say a word. I trust you. You haven't let me down yet." "How are the girls?" Arista asked. "Frightened. Ali has been asking about her father, and Eldon. I assume they're— Yes, they were killed. As was my brother." Modena nodded. "I'm sorry. If there's anything The Empress choked up and paused. She wiped her eyes. "Dear sweet Maribor, I swear Gaunt can have the throne, and I'll go back to farming for the rest of my life and be content with an empty stomach, if only he can win. I want you to know that we're all in your debt for what you have done, for the sacrifices of Ulrich, Wyatt, and Eldon. Whatever happens tomorrow, you are all heroes today." Hadrian, Royce, and Morven took Gaunt aside for some last-minute sparring tips. Arista focused her attention on the hilltop, where multicolored tents rose to the sounds of alien voices singing ancient songs. The tension around the fire was palpable. Out of everyone, except perhaps Gaunt, Monsignor Merton showed the greatest anxiety. He sat on an upturned bucket, staring into the fire. Before long, Myron sat beside him, and the two had a lengthy talk. Myron was the only one who showed no signs of concern. After speaking to Merton, he spent his time with the boys, discovering how they had built the hovel and asking numerous questions about how the horses had fared while they were gone. They told him how the cold cracked their spit, and the monk marvelled at their tales. He helped them cook a fine dinner, and generally kept the boys busy with chores both in preparation and clean-up. The sun set, and darkness enveloped them save for the light of the campfire. It was not unlike the one Arista had sat beside less than a year earlier, and very close to the same spot. A little farther up the slope, perhaps. So much had happened. So much had changed since the night she had ridden with Etcher. Amberton Lee was a different place now. With him she had felt lost in the wilderness. Now she was at the centre of the world. Ancient stones upon the lea, dust of memories gone we see. Once the centre, once the all, lost forever, fall the wall. She, too, was different. Perhaps they all were. "Why don't you and the girls bed down in the shelter there?" Hadrian said to Medina, seeing the girls yawning. "You don't mind, do you, boys?" They all shook their heads, staring, as they had been for some time, at the Empress. "Where will Deegan sleep?" Medina asked, looking across the fire to where Deegan was repeating the girls' yawns. "Near the fire with the rest of us, I suppose," Hadrian responded. The Empress lifted her voice and said, "Deegan, you will sleep with me in the shelter tonight." Deegan rolled his eyes. "I appreciate the offer, I do, but, really, this isn't the night for—" "I need you rested. The fate of our race depends on your victory tomorrow. The shelter is the most comfortable place. You will sleep there. Do you understand?" He nodded with an expression that showed no will to argue. Medina stood, looked at Arista, and then embraced and kissed her. "Again, thank you." She went around the fire, thanking, embracing, and kissing each. Then, wiping her face, Medina returned to the shelter of the hovel. "Do you think it will work?" Arista asked Hadrian, who smirked. "Sorry, I'm just nervous. This was my idea, after all. And a damn fine one at that. Have I mentioned how smart you are?" She scowled at him. "I'm not that smart. You're just blinded by love. Is that a bad thing?" Her expression softened. "No." He sat propped against one of the trees, and she lay down in his arms. When he squeezed her, she felt a weight lifted, and she revelled in the warmth and safety of his embrace. Her eyes drifted to the stars. She wanted to tell them not to leave, to order the sun never to rise, because for this one moment everything was perfect. She could stay as she was, stay in Hadrian's arms, and forget about what was to come. One of the great disappointments about living so long is that when the moment of triumph comes, there's no one to share it with, Mont Doulé said, as he stepped into the ring of firelight, looking at them with a pleasant smile. His guards followed and placed his chair for him. Mont Doulé sat, showing no disappointment with their glares. Arista closed her eyes and reached out delicately. She sensed Mont Doulé's power. In her mind, magic appeared as a light in darkness. The Oberdaza flickered like torches, but Mont Doulé burned like the sun. She avoided him and focused on his guards. They were not men, or even elves. They were the same as the Gilarabrin, pure magic. "It's a bit chilly, isn't it?" the old elf said. "And what a pitiful excuse for a fire." Mont Doulé clapped his hands, and the flames grew tall and bright. The boys jerked back in fear. Monsignor Merton got up and took several steps back, his eyes wide. The old man held his hands out to the licking flames and rubbed them together. "Ah, much better. My old bones can't take the cold like they used to." "Magic," Merton whispered, "is forbidden by the church." "Of course it is. I don't want mongrels practicing my art. It's insulting. Would you like it if I wore your clothes? Took them out, got them all dirty, and made fun of them in public? Of course not. And I won't allow humans to defile what is mine." "How is magic yours?" Royce asked. "Inheritance. My family invented the art, so it is mine." Wretched thieves stole it, so I took it back. Ezra Harden was the last of the thieves. He used my art to destroy Persepliquus." The old man's eyes drifted off, looking at something unseen. "He killed all of them. Did it to stop me. But he failed. Not only did I survive, but I was able to keep him alive as well. I needed to know where the boy was, you see. I thought in time he would relent, and eventually he did, although unknowingly." The old man smirked and looked back at them. "Is anyone else hungry?" Mondoulet spoke words unknown to Arista, and made a gesture with his fingers, and before them a banquet of food appeared. A tableful of hams, ducks, and quails were roasted to bronze perfection and wreathed in vegetables, candied walnuts, and berries. "What's wrong, Merton?" Mondoulet asked, without bothering to look at the priest, who had an expression of horror across his face. "Are you shocked?" "Of course you are, and with good reason. But please, eat. The food is delicious, and I so hate to dine alone. Go ahead, everyone. Dig in." Mondoulet did not wait for them and began tearing off chunks of ham. Glass goblets appeared on the table and filled themselves with a deep red liquid. The patriarch picked up one and drained it to wash down the ham. The goblet was full again before he set it back onto the table. No one else touched the food. "Where is he?" Mondoulet asked. "Where is my worthy adversary? Hasn't run off, has he? The rules clearly state that if he fails to show, I win by default." "He's sleeping," Adrian said. "Ah, getting a good night's rest. Very wise. Personally, I can never sleep before these things. Gaunt takes after his ancestor. Novron slept the night before, too. I knew him, you know. Your beloved Novron. Ah, but yes, you already discovered that little fact. Here's something the books won't tell you. He was an ass. All those tales about him saving humanity for the love of a farmer's daughter are absolute rubbish. He was no different than anyone else, and like everyone, he sought power. His tribe was small and weak, so he harnessed all of you as fodder for his battles. The Instaria are the best warriors, of course. I will grant them that. There's no point in denying it. That is their art, and he taught it to your knights. Still, humans would not have won if not for Senslor, who taught them my art as well. Novron was so arrogant, so sure of himself. He played the wise, forgiving conqueror at Avampartha, and those in power were more willing to bow before him. They were all frightened children at his feet. The boy from the inferior clan. Your great god was just a vindictive brat bent on revenge. The old man bit into a leg of duck and sat back with a glass of wine in his other hand. He leaned on one arm of the chair and looked up toward the stars. He followed the duck with a fresh strawberry and swooned. "Oh, you've got to try one of these. They're perfect. That's the problem with the real thing. You can never find them at their peak. Or they're too big or too small, too tart or sweet. No, I must admit, I pride myself on creating a good strawberry." He licked his fingers and looked at them. No one moved. "It was you," Merton said at last. "The one you spoke of at the cathedral. The ancient enemy controlling everything." "Of course," the old man said. "I told you that if you thought hard enough you'd figure it out, didn't I?" He picked a grape this time, but grimaced as he chewed. "See,
I'm not nearly as good as these. Far too sour.
You are evil.
What do you know of evil? Mondulay's tone turned harsh. You know nothing about it.
I do, Royce said. Mondulay peered at the thief and nodded. Then you know that evil is not born, but created. I was turned into what I have become. The council did that to me. They made me believe what they said. They put the dagger in my hand and sent me out with words of blessing. Elders who I revered, who I respected and trusted as the wisest of my people, told me what needed to be done. I believed them when they said the fate of our race was upon me. Back then, we were as you are now, a flickering flame in a growing wind. Novron had taken Avampartha. The council convinced me that I was our nation's last hope. They told me my father was too stubborn to make peace, and that he would see us all die. As long as he breathed, as long as he was king, we were doomed. No one dared move against him, as the murderer would pay first in this life and then in the next. Mondulay plucked another strawberry, but hesitated to eat. He held it between his fingers, rolling it. 10 priests of Heir swore I would be absolved. Because the existence of the elven race was at stake, they convinced me that Heir would see me as a savior, not a murderer. The council agreed to support me, to waive the law. They were so sincere, and I was so young. As my father died, I saw him cry. Not for himself, but for me, because he knew what they had done, and what my fate would be. "Why are you here?" Arista asked. Mondulay seemed to have just become aware of them around him. "What?" "I asked why you were here. Won't they allow you in the elven camp? Are you still an outcast?" Mondulay glanced over his shoulder. "After I am king, they will accept me. They will do whatever I say." He shifted in his seat and stroked one of the long arms of the chair. It was of unusual design, but strangely familiar in shape. It wasn't until he moved that Arista realized she'd seen similar ones in Avampartha. The patriarch had brought his own chair with him, not from Aquesta, not from Ervanon, but from home. He hasn't touched anything but that chair. She imagined Mondulay sealed in the crown tower, living in isolation, surrounded by elven furnishing, doing what he could to separate himself. Mondulay looked over to where Magnus sat. "I would have honored our agreement, dwarf. Your people could have had Delgos once more. I have no use for that rock. Of course, now I will have to kill you. As for the rest, you've done me a great service by retrieving the horn, and for that I am tempted to let you all live. I could make you court slaves. You'll be wonderful novelties. The last humans. A shame you die so quickly. But I suppose I could breed you. The princess looks healthy enough. I could raise a small domestic herd. You could perform at feasts. Oh, don't look so distraught. It's better than dying." Morven's expression hardened, and Arista noticed the muscles on his sword arm tighten. She threw him a stern look. He glared back, but relaxed. "Why bother to create the new empire?" Arista asked quickly. "Just to destroy it?" "I broke Ezraharden's spell and released a Gilarabryn from Avampartha to show my brothers how weak the human world is, to encourage them to march the moment the Ulivermar ended. Others took it upon themselves to use the occasion to their advantage. Still, I took advantage of Saldor, Galion, and Ethelred's blundering to press for the eradication of the half-breeds. While my word will be undisputed as king, killing any who bear even a small amount of elven blood might not be popular with my kin once I assume the throne. And I cannot abide having their abomination survive. I was the one who started the idea that elves were slaves in the old empire. It made it easier, you see. It's so simple to hate those you feel are inferior. You're so sure of yourself, Marvin said. This protection of Farrell is some sort of religious blessing placed on you by your god. It's supposed to prevent anyone other than Gaunt from harming you, right? Thing is, a week ago Novron was a god too. Turns out that was just a lie. A story invented to control us. So, what if this is too? What if Farrell, Drome, and Maribor are all just stories? If it is, I could draw my sword and cut through that miserable throat of yours and save everyone here a lot of trouble. Morven, don't, Arista said. Mondulé chuckled. Ever the Pickering, aren't you? Go on, dear Count. Swing away. Don't, Arista told him firmly. Morven's eyes showed that he was considering it, but the Count did not move. You are wise to listen to your princess. He paused. Oh, but I forget. You're his queen, aren't you? King Ulrich is dead. You left him down there, didn't you? Abandoned him. To rot. What poor help you turned out to be. Morven, please, let it go. He'll be dead tomorrow. Do you really think so? Mondulé snapped his fingers, and a huge block of stone making up a portion of the ruins exploded, throwing up a cloud of dust. Everyone jumped. The old man laughed and said, I don't agree with your assessment. I think the odds are decidedly in my favor. It's a shame, though, that there will be so few of you left. He paused to look them over. Is this all that survived? A queen, a count, a thief, the Teshlor, and... He looked at Myron. Who exactly would you be? Myron, he said, with his characteristic smile. I'm a monk of Maribor. A monk of Maribor, indeed. The heretical cult. How dare you worship something other than an elf? He smirked. Didn't you just hear your friend? Maribor is a myth, a fairy tale to make you think that life is fair, or to provide the illusion of hope. Man created him out of fear, and ambitious men took advantage of that fear. I know of what I speak. I created an entire church. I created the god Novron out of the traitor Nephron, and a religion out of ignorance and intolerance. Myron didn't look concerned. He listened carefully, thoughtfully, then recited, Erebus, father unto all that be, creator of Elan, divider of the seas and sky, brought forth the four, Farrell the eldest, the wise and clever, Drome the stalwart and crafty, Maribor the bold and adventurous, Muriel the serene and beautiful, gods unto the world. Do not quote me text from your cultish scriptures, Mondulé said. I'm not, Byron said. It's yours. Section 1, paragraph 8 of the Book of Farrell. I found it in the tomb of Nephron. I apologize if I did not get all the words correct. I'm not entirely fluent in Elvish. Mondulé's grin faded. Oh, yes, I recall your name now. You are Myron Lanachlin from the Winds Abbey. You were the one left as a witness while the other monks were burned alive. Is that right? That incident was Saldo's doing. He had a fetish for burning things. But you are as much to blame, aren't you? You forced him by refusing to reveal what you knew. How do you live with all that guilt?
Seemingly better than you live with your hatred,
Myron replied. You think so? Mondoulet asked, and leaned forward. You're about to become a slave, while I am about to be crowned king of the world. His attempt at intimidation had no effect on the monk, who, to Arista's astonishment, leaned forward and asked, "But for how long? You are ancient, even by elven standards. How short-lived will your victory be? And at what cost will you have achieved that which you think is so great? What have you had to endure to reach this moment? You wasted your long life to obtain a goal you can't possibly live to appreciate. If you hadn't allowed hatred to rule you, you might have spent all those years in contentment and love. You could have—" "I'm already enjoying it," Mondoulet shouted. "You have forgotten so much." Myron sighed with obvious pity. "Revenge is a bittersweet fruit that leaves the foul taste of regret. Patriarch Venlin, the Perdith addressed to the Dolomans, circa 2131. "You are clever, aren't you?" Mondoulet said. "Clever are the children of Ferrol, quick, certain, and dark their fate. Novron of the Instaria." "Shut up, Myron," Hadrian growled. Arista also saw the flare in the elf's eyes, but Myron appeared oblivious. To her relief, Mondoulet did not strike out. Instead, he stood and walked away. His two guards followed with the chair. The banquet vanished, and the fire's flames dwindled to mere embers. "Are you insane?" Hadrian asked Myron. "I'm sorry," the monk said. "I'm not." Morven clapped the monk on the back, grinning. "You're my new hero." Chapter 27. The Challenge. Trumpets announced the grey light of the pre-dawn. The elves had transformed the top of Amberton Lee overnight. Where once only the desolate remains of ancient walls and half-buried pillars stood, the crest of the hill now displayed 7 great tents marked by shimmering banners. In the misty haze of melting snow, a low wall of intertwined brambles created an arena marked by torches that burned blue flames. Drums followed a loud fanfare and beat to an ominous rhythm, the heartbeat of an ancient people. Deegan shivered in the cold, looking even worse than the night before. Hadrian, Royce, and Morven fed him coffee that steamed like some magical draught. Gaunt clutched the mug with both hands, and still the liquid threatened to spill from his shaking. Arista stood with her feet in the cold dew, every muscle in her body tense as she waited. Everyone waited. Aside from the 3 whispering last-minute instructions to Gaunt's ear, no one else spoke. They all stood like stones on the Lee, unwilling witnesses. Medina waited with the girls, prepared to face what could be their last sunrise. The boys stood only a few feet from her, with Magnus and Myron. The lot of them formed a straight line, uniformly standing with their arms folded across their chests, all eyes on Deegan. Mondoulet appeared relaxed as he sat in his chair, his legs outstretched and crossed, his eyes closed as if sleeping. The rest of the elves milled about in small groups, speaking in hushed, reverent tones. Arista guessed this was a sacred religious event for them. For those in her party, it was just terrifying. She turned when she heard Monsignor Merton say, "I know you have a good reason." At first she thought he was speaking to her, but when she saw him, His eyes were looking up. "But you have to understand. I'm but the ignorant fool you made. I don't mean that as an insult, of course. Perish the thought. Who am I to pass judgment on your creation? Still, I hope you have enjoyed our talks. I am entertaining, at least, aren't I, Lord? You wouldn't want to lose that, would you? Many of us are entertaining, and it would be a shame if we disappeared altogether. Have you considered how you might miss us?" He paused, as if listening, then nodded. "What did he say?" Arista asked. Merton looked up, startled. "Oh? What he always says." She waited, but the Monsignor never explained further. The drums grew louder, the rhythm faster. The sky began to lighten, and birds, newly returned to the north, began to sing. The faces of the men and elves grew more serious as the priest of Fairall entered the ring with a thurible burning agarwood incense. He began singing softly, in Elvish. Gaunt placed a hand to his chest, rubbed his shirt, and whispered to himself. Arista cringed, and Hadrian said something sharply but quietly, and Gaunt pulled his hand away. Arista glanced at Maughan Doulay, and suspected the damage was done. The old elf narrowed his gaze at his opponent. Maughan Doulay rose from his seat and walked toward Gaunt. He glanced to the eastern horizon. "Not long now," he said. "I just wanted to wish you good luck." The once patriarch held out his hand. Gaunt looked at it hesitantly, but reached out to shake. Maughan Doulay was quick and nimble, and he tore Gaunt's collar wide, revealing the medallion hanging there. He staggered backward as Hadrian and Royce quickly pulled Gaunt away. Maughan Doulay sneered and glanced at Arista, then Hadrian, and lastly, Myron. He looked about quickly, nervously. "Not long now," Royce reminded him. "And how will you fare when your magic is useless?" Maughan Doulay smiled, and with clenched teeth he began to laugh. "Muir Aran Dulwir!" Maughan Doulay shouted suddenly. All the elves turned to face him. Everyone else looked at Myron. "He evokes the right of champion," Myron said. "What does that mean?" Royce asked. "It means he asks for someone else to fight in his stead." "Can he do that?" Arista asked. "Yes," Myron replied. "Remember the inscription on the horn. Should champion be called to fight, evoked is the hand of Fairall, which protects the champion from all, and champion from all, save one, from peril. If the champion wins, Maughan Doulay will be king." "Berinith con Dulyar ben lar Irwandana," Maughan Doulay shouted, and there was a loud murmur among the elves as they all turned to face the elven lord. "Oh, damn," Hadrian said. "He had to pick the big guy. I'm pretty sure he knows how to fight." Lord Irwandana stepped forward in his shimmering armour. He said something that none of them could hear. Maughan Doulay replied by nodding, and Lord Irwandana raised his hands and shouted, "Dulyar e finis don Iskabareth ben Maughan Doulay." "He just accepted," Myron reported. Gaunt, who had been shaking his head, erupted, "I'm not fighting him. I'm supposed to fight the old guy, not this guy." "Myron," Arista spun the monk to face her, "can Gaunt do the same? Can he pick a champion?" Yes, I believe so. It would only make sense, as the entire competition is designed for a fair contest between the opponents." She watched Lord Irwandana remove his cloak. The elf looked imposing even from across the field. "Hadrian is the only one who has any chance of winning. Name him your champion. Myron, tell Gaunt the words he needs to say." "They weren't on the horn," You just heard him, Royce reminded him. Just repeat what you heard Mondulé say, and quickly.
Oh, right. Muir wir Aron Dulwir,
Myron said. Tegan, say it. Say it loud.
Muir wir Aron
Gaunt stumbled and hesitated.
Dulwir,
Myron whispered. Dulwir! Gaunt shouted. The heads of the elves turned. Now, the next line, and substitute my name for Irwandana, Hadrian said. Myron fed him the words, and Gaunt recited them. The elves looked confused for a moment until Gaunt pointed at Hadrian. Myron gave Hadrian the next line, and Arista stood shaking as she heard him recite it aloud, accepting the role of Gaunt's champion. Deegan, she said, give Hadrian the medallion back. But he said, I know what he said, and he'll let you have it after the fight, but right now he needs all the help he can get. Give it to him now. Deegan tore the chain off his neck and handed it to her. Boys, Hadrian shouted, fetch me that bundle near my blanket, and the shield. The 4 boys sprinted down the slope to the camp. You can beat him, can't you? Arista asked, while slipping the chain over his head. She was trembling. You will beat him for me, won't you? You can't leave me like Emery and Hilfred. You know I couldn't take that, right? You know that. You have to win. For you, anything, he said, and kissed her hard, pulling her to him. The boys returned and threw open the bundle, revealing the brilliant armour of Jerish Gralad. Help me on with this, Hadrian said, and everyone, including Deegan and Myron, looked for ways to assist. An elf appeared before them, holding one of the strange halberd weapons they had seen images of in Persepliquus. He held it out to Hadrian. You know how to use this? Arista asked. Never touched one before. Something tells me he has, she said, as across the field Lord Irwandana lifted his own halberd with both hands spread apart, holding it like a double-bladed quarterstaff. He spun it with remarkable speed, such that the blades hummed. Yeah, I think you're right. Hadrian took a breath and turned to her. Their eyes met at just the moment the sun broke over the trees and shone on their faces. Hadrian looked beautiful, glimmering in his golden armour. He appeared like an ancient god reborn onto the world of man. The priest of Fairall shouted something, and neither needed Myron to translate. It was time. Arista found it hard to breathe, and her legs grew weak as she watched Hadrian enter the ring of torches. He stepped to the centre and waited, planting his feet in the packed snow and shifting his grip on the strange weapon. She looked at Mondulé and saw he was no longer smiling. His face showed concern as Irwandana entered the ring. The blue torches flared with his passing, and the elven lord strode about the place casually, confidently. Hadrian's the best in the world, Arista, Morven whispered to her. Better than any Pickering, better than Braga, better than an elven lord? She asked sharply. He's probably played with that weapon since he was a child. Some 1,500 years ago. The drums rolled, and the horns blared once more in a sharply definitive sound that hurt her ears. She tried to swallow, but found her throat tight. In her chest, her heart hammered, and her hands rose to her breast in an attempt to contain it. Hadrian waited, awkwardly, as if uncertain whether the fight had begun. Irwandana walked around the circle of blue burning torches, spinning his spear, rolling it across his shoulders, down his arm, and around his wrist, grinning at the crowd. He threw the weapon up, where it rotated above his head, and whirled it such that it made the sound of birds in flight. He caught it again, and laughed. How good is he? Arista asked Morven. Can you tell by the way he moves? Oh, he's good. How good? You fought Hadrian. Can he beat him? He's real good. Stop saying that and answer the damn question.
I don't know, okay? Morven admitted. I can only say that he's really fast. Faster than Hadrian, I think.
What about all the whirling? Can you tell from that?
That's nothing. He's just trying to intimidate. Well, it's working on me.
Hadrian stood still, waiting. Irwandana continued to spin the spear with his hands.
I must commend you on at least knowing how to hold the Ula Davar, Irwandana told him. Yeah, but I don't know how to do all that fancy spinning stuff, Hadrian replied. Does that help, or is it just needlessly tiring your muscles?
Irwandana closed the distance between them with brilliant speed and slashed at Hadrian. One stroke aimed down and across with the top blade, and another up with the bottom blade. Hadrian dodged the first strike and parried the second with a last-minute swing.
That was good, Morven whispered. I'd be dead right now.
In the first exchange? Arista asked. Yeah. Contrary to popular belief, sword fights don't last long, a few minutes at best. I watched his feet and they fooled me. He's very good.
Irwandana jabbed. Hadrian slapped the blade aside. He jabbed again and again, each time Hadrian caught the stroke. Very nice, Irwandana said. Now let's see how good you really are.
The elf slapped the shaft of his spear, causing it to hum and the blade to quiver. He jabbed again, this time too fast for Arista to see. Hadrian blocked, caught, and slapped, but then Irwandana swung.
Duck! Morven shouted. Oh, no! Hadrian did duck, stabbing his lower blade into the snow. Irwandana's first stroke passed over Hadrian's head, but then the second came down. Before it landed, Hadrian pulled on his planted pole and slid himself across the snow on his knees, leaving Irwandana to strike nothing but the bare ground. Both combatants paused, breathing hard. Whoa, Morven said. That was really good. You don't move like a human, Irwandana said. And you fight surprisingly well for a talking Brideath. The reaction on Irwandana's face was immediate. His happy grin vanished. Arista looked to Myron. I don't know that word, the monk replied. I wouldn't think you would, Royce said. I taught him that one. Irwandana lashed out again. He moved with blinding speed, spinning forward so that the jewel blades flashed in the growing sunlight, their movement visible only by the streaks of light they left. She could hear the sound of the humming knives vibrating the air. Hadrian leapt back, looking uncertain how to deal with the oncoming whirlwind of metal. He dodged and dodged again as the blade swept close to his head and legs equally. The elf lord drove him back to the edge of the thicket wall. Once there, he flicked the bottom blade, lashing out at Hadrian's chest. With an agile spin, Hadrian traded places and slammed the elf lord with his elbow while tripping him with the pole. Lord Irwandana quickly somersaulted to his feet, with a look of shock on his face. You fight like... Lord Irwandana stopped. He was breathing hard and eyeing Hadrian with concern. Hadrian now advanced. This time the blades collided. Staccato strikes sounded across the hilltop. Poles spun up against each other, striking, crossing, clipping. Again, there were the hum of bees, and then more strikes. Irwandana pushed Hadrian back, jamming him, driving him off balance, his whirling poles streaking in the golden light. Hadrian stumbled and staggered off balance, and the elf lord flashed a grin. He pressed his attack, but then Hadrian made an unexpected twist and raked Irwandana across the side with his long blade. A clean stroke. Hadrian's blade sliced from neck to leg. The elven lord fell back, shocked. He felt along his side with fear on his face. At the same time, Hadrian looked at his weapon. Neither found blood. They looked bewildered for a moment. Then Irwandana shook it off and regained his stance.
He no longer made an effort at exhibitionism. They circled each other, more hesitant than before, each feinting and falling back, reaching, searching for a weakness in the other. Irwindana charged again. Once more the blades clamoured, ringing with a sound horrible to hear. One blow after another, the metal collided edge to edge, razors striking razors. Just listening to the noise made Arista weak. Once more Hadrian fell, and again Irwindana stabbed, this time faster, forcing Hadrian to log-roll away. Irwindana chased, but wasn't fast enough, and Hadrian was able to get back on his feet and caught the elf in mid-stride. The elf lord was too late to pull back, and Hadrian's short blade sliced down the back of Irwindana's exposed calf. "Ha-ha!" Hadrian laughed. "Not fast enough. Now you're—" No blood. Once more the two looked at the clean blade and the unscarred flesh, and slowly Irwindana began to smile. "Oh, dear Maribor," Arista cried. "Not again! Oh, please, God, not again!" "What is it?" Morven asked. "What's wrong?" "Hadrian can't harm him. I don't understand. Did we make a mistake when naming him as champion?" The elf lord, grinning with confidence, attacked again, this time more openly. Hadrian dodged and counterattacked, and his strike found Irwindana's neck. The long blade came slicing across from under the exposed throat, from the bottom up. Irwindana's head jerked up, but once more the blade did not bite. The elf lord laughed. "I am a god," he said, and began to strike out at Hadrian without fear. "No!" Arista screamed. She looked to the others desperately, tears filling her eyes. "Oh, God, Royce, do something! Save him! Please! You have to save him!" Royce looked at Hadrian as he retreated under the constant bombardment from Irwindana. The Elven Lord wasn't letting him rest. It was all Hadrian could do to dodge or glance aside the blows. It wouldn't be long now. He pulled Alvastone from its sheath. He had never found anything that the blade could not cut. Hadrian had even used it to blind the Gilarabrin, and that was supposed to be impervious to all weapons, except the one bearing its name. In the ring, Irwindana struck wildly from high over his head. Hadrian lifted his pole to block, and the long blade struck it. The crack was tremendous, as the pole broke in two. The blade struck Hadrian in the chest. The armor prevented the blade from penetrating, but Royce heard something snap, and Hadrian cried out. Still, he managed to trip Irwindana to the ground. Hadrian was breathing hard, his face clenched in pain. He spat blood and staggered. "I'm sorry, Arista. I'm so sorry." "Say goodbye to your champion, Gaunt," Mont Doulé declared. "I will be king now, as it was meant to be." Royce sprinted for the old elf. Mont Doulé looked amused for a moment, then shocked. His guard stepped out, but at the last minute, Royce sidestepped and dove for Mont Doulé. He drove the dagger at the old man's chest. The chair toppled, with both of them falling over and sprawling across the snow. They got to their feet simultaneously. Mont Doulé remained unharmed. "The blessing of Ferrol is upon me, fool. You can't harm me, but no such protection defends you." With a wave of his hand, a column of flame formed around Royce. Fire coursed up his body and engulfed him. "Royce!" Arista shouted. She raised her hands to counter the spell, but before she could, the thief stepped out of the flames. Everyone stopped. Even Irwindana paused. When the flames abated and died away, Royce remained unharmed. "That can't be," Mont Doulé said. Then the old elf's eyes widened. "Irwindana," he shouted. "Forget that one, kill this one! Kill Royce Melbourne!" The elf lord looked puzzled, glancing back at Hadrian, who had collapsed to his knees and was struggling to breathe, his arm and legs drenched in blood. "Gaunt isn't the heir. Hadrian is worthless," Mont Doulay shouted. "It's this one. Royce Melbourne is the heir of Novron. Kill him! Kill him now!" Royce looked as stunned as anyone. Irwindana left Hadrian and walked toward Royce and Mont Doulay. "Myron! Morven!" Arista shouted. "Water! Bandages, now!" She entered the ring and threw her arms around Hadrian, lying him down. "Royce?" Hadrian asked. "Royce is the heir?" "Yes," Arista told him as she poured water over his wounds and began binding them tightly with linen. "Why didn't I see it? Arcadius didn't just happen to bring you two together. Somehow he knew. He was reuniting the heir and the guardian. Ezra Hardin must have known too. Gaunt was just a diversion. When he begged me to help find the heir, he never said Deegan Gaunt. He just said the heir. He's why we were able to reach the horn. Ezra Hardin knew that only the true heir could get past the Gilarabrin. All this time, the heir and the guardian were together." "But why didn't Ezra Hardin tell us?" "To keep him safe. That's why he led everyone to Gaunt." "Can Royce defeat Irwindana?" Hadrian shook his head. "Not a chance." "Then we have to hurry. You still have to fight to win." "But I can't hurt him." "Only because the true heir never named you as champion. Once Royce does, you'll be able to hurt him. You'll have to fight, and this time, you must win." She stood up and shouted, "Royce, don't fight. Just give me some time and then name Hadrian as your champion." She knelt back down to tend to his wounds. "Arista, I can't." Hadrian lay on his back, his chest heaving for air, blood smeared on his cheek and pooling around him. "You can beat him," Myron said as he tore more bandages. "No, I can't." "You don't understand," the monk interrupted. "I speak not from faith in you, but from fact. You are a Teshlor knight. Teshlor was the best warrior in the world, and the leader of the Instaria warrior tribe. Irwindana is from the Hunters tribe. He doesn't know how to fight." "Believe me, he does." "Not like you do." "Okay, fine. But you fail to take into account that I can't move. My ribs are broken. I can't even stand up." "Leave that to me," Arista told him, and began to hum. Irwindana spoke briefly to Mont Doulay in Elfish, as Royce slowly retreated from them, backing away between the tents and down the snowy hill. "Just kill him!" Mont Doulay demanded, as his guards helped right his chair. Royce stopped his retreat and crouched, digging his feet in the snow and feeling the weight of Alvastone in his hand. He had heard what Arista had shouted, and he looked over to where Hadrian lay. His friend was in bad shape, but Arista was going into one of her trances. "Come here, little prince," Irwindana jeered, walking toward him. Royce was surprised that the elf could speak Apollonese. "It is our turn to dance." He waved the halberd, spinning it like he had when fighting Hadrian. Royce looked over at Arista once more, then tossed Alvastone away. Irwindana smiled. "So you're going to make this easy for me, are you?" "Not really," Royce replied. "I just don't want to accidentally hurt you." "I don't think you understand how this works, little prince." "On the contrary, I think it's you who is confused." "Just kill him and get it over with, you idiot!" Mont Doulay ordered. Irwindana advanced, racing down the slope, and lunged. Royce dodged, backing farther away. "You're quick," Irwandana told him. But then, you are the descendant of one of us. The Elf Lord spun his pole once more and advanced. Irwandana attacked, and with each swipe, Royce dodged and withdrew farther down the slope on the east side of the Lee, nearing the place where Arista had killed 2 Surret knights. "Stop running, little prince. Accept your fate. We are done with human rule. I would prefer to wear the crown, of course, but even a Mirraleaf is better than a mixed blood. It is time that mankind left Elan for good. And then you live happily ever after." "Indeed we will. We will roam the world as we once did. We will destroy the goblins, and then it'll be just the dwarves and us again, and eventually, just us. The Erevan will rule Elan again. When that day comes, Fairall will walk among us once more. Do you really think Mond Dooley will honor any agreement he made with you? He hates you more than he does us. It was your people that betrayed him. They convinced him to kill his own father. He wants to be your king, so he can enact his revenge on those who hurt him the most. You're lying. Am I? For 3,000 years he's sought his revenge. Kill me, and you will place a tyrant on your throne, and his first order will be your death. He is still an elf. Better that he rule than a half-breed like you. Whatever bonds of kinship he had, he lost long ago. Even so, even if he kills me, if my death and the death of every clan leader is the cost, so be it. We will be rid of your kind, of your blood." He struck out, and once more Royce dodged, but this time he realized too late his own mistake. Irwandana had anticipated the move. He saw the feint and compensated, swinging around with the long blade. Royce was caught. The metal entered him with a surprisingly quiet hiss. Looking down, he saw the blood-coated tip as Irwandana pulled the blade free. Royce collapsed. "Royce!" he heard Hadrian cry. "Do it! Do it now!" The Elf Lord raised his blade once more. "Farewell, son of Novron." Royce took a breath. "Berinith con Dula Ben Hadrian Blackwater," he said as loud as he could manage. "Dular e Phoenix Don Iscabareth Ben Royce Melbourne," Hadrian replied quickly, even as Irwandana's stroke came down. The tip of the long blade slammed against Royce's chest, but he barely felt it. A bright spark flashed, and a loud crack echoed as the blade shattered and sent bits of metal skipping down the hillside. Irwandana stood above him, stunned. Royce muttered and coughed. "My friend is going to kill you." Irwandana looked down at him, confused, but Royce took little notice now. He lay staring up at the blue sky. "You were right, Gwen. You were right." The Elven Lord looked over his shoulder and saw Hadrian bandaged and standing in the ringed arena. With what sounded like an elvish curse, Irwandana spat on Royce, glared at Mond Dooley, and walked back toward the ring. Irwandana entered. "Your weapon is destroyed," the elf said in a pitying voice as he gestured at the halberd, lying in 2 pieces. "No, it's not." Hadrian reached behind him and drew out the great spadone blade. Irwandana hesitated, but then threw aside his broken pole and drew his own sword, which gleamed much the same way as Morven's. The two moved to the center of the ring. Irwandana attacked first, spinning and swinging. Hadrian took hold of the advance guard of his sword with his offhand, gripping his blade up to the flanges, and caught the attack with 2 hands, much the same as if he had still wielded the pole. He pivoted and spun the sword around, but the elf slipped away. He riposted instantly, but Hadrian was there with the hilt guard again. There was a spark, and the two separated once more. This time they both panted for breath. Irwandana attacked again, and fainted. Hadrian saw the ruse and moved to cut, but then the elf leapt in the air and spun. Irwandana flew from the ground so nimbly that he appeared to fly, leaving Hadrian's sword nothing but air. Irwandana flipped, and as he touched down, he struck Hadrian across the back with a hammer punch from his sword's pommel. The blow drove Hadrian to the dirt once more. Hadrian was down as Irwandana attacked. Once more reflex saved him. Hadrian rolled aside and kicked Irwandana in the knee, causing the elf to stagger back long enough for Hadrian to gain his footing. Arista, Morven, Magnus and Myron rushed to Royce, where he lay on the hillside, struggling to breathe. Arista wasn't a doctor, but Royce looked bad. Already the earth around him was dark with blood. His chest and sides were slick and shiny, violently thrusting to breathe. Both eyes were rolled up, exposing only whites. "Stay alive, Royce," Arista told him. "Do you hear me? You need to stay alive." Royce muttered something, and drew in air with a horrid gurgle. I saved him." "Not yet, you haven't. It's not over. Royce, listen to me." Arista took his hands. "You can't die. Do you understand? Do you hear me?" He jerked, his head twitching. "Damn it," she said, and placing her hands on his chest, she closed her eyes and began the chant. Immediately she felt the resistance, a solid separation, as if a wall stood between them. The hand of Heir left no cracks or seams. The shield was perfect and impervious. She opened her eyes. "I can't help him," she told the others. "Hadrian, hurry! He's dying!" At the sound of her voice, Irwandana smiled. "I don't even have to fight to win. I'm faster than you are. I can avoid you until he dies. Then Mondule will be king. But rest assured, I will kill you then. You will be the first, then I will kill your woman, and that empress of yours, then every last man, woman, and child on the face of Elan." Hadrian nodded. "You could do that. And when your son and grandson ask about this day, you can tell them how in the fight that decided everything, you did nothing. You chose to run until the time ran out because you were afraid of being killed in a fair fight by a human, a fight ordained by your god Heir. Then they'll know that your race gained their dominance through cowardice, and that mankind was truly the greater race." Irwandana glared. "Go on. You can admit it. You're afraid of me." Hadrian raised his voice. "You're afraid of me, and I'm only a human. I'm not even a noble or a knight. Do you know what I am? I'm a thief. Both of us are. Royce and I." Hadrian pointed down the hill. "We're nothing but a pair of common thieves. My father was a lowly blacksmith. He worked in a pathetic village not far from here." Hadrian let himself laugh. "An orphan and a blacksmith's son. Two human thieves who terrify the invincible elven lords. It's so pathetic." "I'm afraid of no human." "Then prove it. Don't wait for him to die. Don't be a coward. Have at me." Irwandana did not move. "I thought as much," Hadrian said, and turned his back on the elf. There was no sound. Hadrian knew there would not be. Years with Royce had taught him so. It was the look on the faces of those who watched that let him know Irwandana had moved. Hadrian had already shifted his grip on the two-handed pommel of the spadone. His fingers spread in the fashion his father had taught him. His knees bent as his back bowed and his arm moved. 1 minute he was on the hill at Amberton Lee, and the next he was in Hintondar, behind the forge, as his father shouted instructions. "Don't look," Danbury ordered, trying on the blindfold. "Trust your instincts. Don't guess. Know what he is doing. Believe it. Act on it." Hadrian swung outward to his right. The great sword of Jerish Gralad caught the morning sun on its worn blade and glinted, shining for one brief moment. "It's more than fighting, Haddie," Danbury said. "It's what you are. It's what you will be. What you must be. Trust in it." Hadrian's knees hit the snow, sending up a burst of ice crystals. He could see the shadow now, the rushing darkness of Irwindana running at him from behind. Pulling against the weight of the spadone, he started the pivot, the collapsing rotation. It was a blind attack. "You don't have to see your opponent to kill him," his father had explained. "You just have to know where he will be. That's the key to everything. And if you know, what good are eyes? What good is seeing? Trust in what I've taught you, and you'll hit him." Hadrian continued the spin, one knee coming up, his shoulder twisting his waist as he put his full weight into the arc. He didn't look. He didn't need to. He knew. He knew exactly where Irwindana was, and where he would be. He felt metal kiss metal as Irwindana tried to parry. The force of the spadone, the weight behind it, was too much to deflect. The metal sang, but there was hardly a quiver to the stroke as it carried through the weak defence, driving the sword from Irwindana's grip. The spadone continued in its stroke, and Hadrian hardly felt the impact as it cut into the elf's side. Irwindana's body offered even less resistance than his blade, and Hadrian completed the swing as if he were performing it alone behind the blacksmith's shop. The only difference was the splash of blood. The blue torches flared brilliantly white, then went out with a loud snap. "Heir Wandon," the priest of Fairall announced, and then, looking at Hadrian, added, "It is done." "No!" Mondoulet cried, raising his arms. He looked as if he was trying to speak when he coughed and blood sprayed the front of his robes. To either side his guards started to draw their weapons, but disappeared with a loud pop. Mondoulet collapsed, face first. Behind him, Monsignor Merton stood, holding the blood-stained alvastone in both hands. The elves did not move or react. Instead, they stood silently, their faces solemn, their eyes downcast. No one looked at Irwindana, and none bothered with Mondoulet. Instead, they started down the hill toward Royce. "Hadrian!" Arista screamed. He pushed his way through the elves, then finally past Modena, the girls, and the boys, to find Arista kneeling on the ground, clutching Royce. The ground was soaked, and his friend's eyes were closed. "Help him," Hadrian told her. "I can't. I tried," she cried, her eyes frightened. "Well, I won," he said, and looked to Myron. "The blessing's gone now, right?" The monk nodded. "There. See? Do it. Do it now. Pull him back." "I tried," she shouted at him. "Don't you think I tried? I was waiting, and the second wall was gone. I went in, but I still can't reach him. Hadrian, he doesn't want to be saved. I think he wants to die." Hadrian felt the strength at last go out of his legs, and he collapsed to his knees. "He sees her, Hadrian," Arista cried, cradling Royce's head on her lap. "He sees her in the light. He doesn't even hear me. All he sees is her, and he keeps saying he did it. He saved you." Hadrian nodded. Tears filled his eyes, and he reached out and brushed the hair away from Royce's face. "Damn it, Royce! Don't leave me, pal! Come on, buddy, you have to come back! I finally did it. I killed the bad guy, saved the kingdom, won the girl, and you're ruining it all for me. You don't want to do that, do you? Please, we still need you." "What happens if he dies?" Gaunt asked from above him.
"The elves will be without a king," Myron said in a shaking voice. "The next elf to blow the horn will be king, unless there is another challenger and a fight. But either way, an elf will be crowned."
"Do you hear that, Royce? It isn't over. You have to live or we all die. You won't have saved me after all. Come on, pal." He lifted him, cradling Royce in his arms. "You can't leave now." Hadrian studied his face. No change. "There's just nothing to keep you here anymore, is there?" Tears ran down Hadrian's cheeks. "I love you, buddy," he said, and laid him back down. Those watching fell silent as they listened to Royce's breathing. It grew shallower and slower, fainter with each rasping in and out. Somewhere a bird sang, and the wind blew across the hilltop. "Who is he?" Hadrian heard a small voice disturb the silence. "Mercy, shush," the Empress Modena said. "His name is Royce. Now be quiet." Hadrian looked up suddenly. "What?" Arista asked. "Gwen," he said. "Huh?" "Gwen told me how to save him." "She did?" "Yes. Something about... It was the last time I saw her. One of the last things she ever told me. I didn't realize..." "Realize what?" Arista asked. "She knew." "Knew what?" "She knew everything," Hadrian replied. "I remember she told me what to do to save him, but at the time I didn't understand. Damn, I wish I had Myron's brain." Hadrian took a breath and tried to calm down. "I was with her in the Rose and Thorn, at the table. Royce was there. No, he wasn't. He was in the kitchen doing something. He was happy. Happy about the wedding. Yes, we were talking about the wedding and about how Royce had changed over the years. I felt bad taking him away from her, and she said that he had to go or I would die." He looked back toward the arena, where Irawandana's body still lay. "She meant this. She saw this. But then she said something else. She said... Oh, what did she say?" He struggled to remember her voice, her words. "He's seen too much cruelty and betrayal. He's never known mercy." That was what she had said, but then there was something else. Something she wanted him to do. "You have to do this, Hadrian. You have to be the one to show him mercy. If you can do that, I know it will save him." "No," he said, stunned. "Not show him mercy. Oh, God! She wanted me to show him mercy!" He leapt to his feet and grabbed the little girl standing beside Modena. She pulled back, frightened. "Relax, honey. Don't be afraid," he said softly. "Just tell me your name." The girl looked at Modena, who nodded. "Mercy." No, what's your full name?" "Mercedes, but no one calls me that except my mother. At least, she used to." "What's your mother's name, honey?" Hadrian asked, his hands trembling as he held her. "My mother is dead." "Yes, dear, but what was her name?" The little girl smiled. "Gwendolen Delancey." "Did you hear that, Royce?" Hadrian shouted. "Her name is Mercedes." He kept shouting at him. "Elias or Sterling if a boy, right? But there was only one name for the girl. Mercedes. There was only one name, because Gwen had already named her. This is your daughter, Royce. This is your and Gwen's daughter. How old are you, sweetie? 5? 6? 6? She said proudly. She's 6, Royce. That would have been the year we spent locked up in Alban, remember? Gwen took her baby to Arcadius. She probably didn't want you to feel trapped, or maybe she didn't want her growing up in a whorehouse. In any case, she knew she would die before introducing you to your daughter. That's why she told me to. Royce, you have a daughter, you old bastard." He reached out and took hold of Royce's face. "Part of Gwen is still here. Do you hear me?" "Is he my father?" Mercy asked, drawing closer. "My mother told me that one day I would meet my father and that he would take me to live in a beautiful place and I would become a fairy princess and a queen of the forest." Royce's eyelids twitched. "Now," Hadrian told Arista, but it was not necessary. She was already chanting. The chanting quieted to a hum, and then Arista went silent. She jerked abruptly and violently. Hadrian took hold of her. He had one hand on each of them as he prayed to Maribor. Every muscle in Arista's body was taut, and her head hitched as if she were being slapped. Then suddenly, she shook, and her breath shortened to gasps. The time between gasps grew until she stopped breathing entirely. All around them, the crowd stopped breathing as well. "Royce!" Hadrian screamed at him. "She's your daughter, and if you die, she'll be an orphan just like you. Are you going to abandon her and leave her alone like your parents did? Royce!" Both bodies lurched in unison, and they gasped for air. Arista, damp with sweat, laid her head against Hadrian. Royce breathed deeply, and slowly his eyes fluttered open. He didn't speak, but his eyes focused on the little girl. Chapter 28. Full Circle. The rear wheel of the wagon fell into another hole and bounced so hard that Arista woke. She pulled back the blanket and squinted at the sky. The sun was low on the horizon, and the movement of the wagon made the forest on a hill to their right look as if it were marching in the opposite direction. Her neck and back were sore, her muscles stiff, and she was still groggy. She realized that, despite the bouncing buckboard, she had slept the day away. Now her stomach ached from hunger. Her teeth felt fuzzy, almost sandy, and her left hand was numb from her lying on it. She rode in the back of the wagon that Magnus and Deegan drove. Hadrian had made her the best bed he could, laying down all their blankets as padding in the space left by the consumed supplies. Medina and the girls rode with her. Ali and Mercy were asleep between her and the Empress. The two curled up in tight balls, their knees pulled to their chests. Medina sat with a blanket around her shoulders, staring off at the landscape. The sled runners had been replaced by wheels, and they travelled on a rutted, muddy road that formed a dark line between two fields of snow that occasionally showed a patch of matted, tangled weeds. Seeing them got her thinking. She wiped her face with the blanket and, digging her brush out of a nearby pack, began the arduous process of clearing the snarls from her hair. She pulled, grunted, and then sighed. Medina looked over with a questioning expression, and Arista explained by letting go of the brush and leaving it to hang. Medina smiled and crawled over to her. "Turn around," she said, and taking the brush, the Empress began working the back of Arista's head. "You've quite the rat's nest here." "Be careful one doesn't bite you," Arista replied. "Do you know where we are?" "I have no idea. I'm not really much of a world traveller, you know." This doesn't look like the road to Aquesta. No, Medina said, as she worked on a particularly tough snarl. It's too late to travel that far today, and neither you, Royce, nor Hadrian were up for a long trip. After all, you three had a pretty big day. But the people in... Medina patted her shoulder. It's all right. I sent Merton back with instructions for Nimbus and Amelia, and Royce sent the elves with him. Well, most of them. A few insisted on staying with their new king. There's nothing left in Aquesta to go back to. The city was destroyed. I ordered the remaining stores to be divided between those who survived. The people will be sent to Culnora, Rattlebore, Kilnar and Vernes, but organised into equal groups so no one city is too overwhelmed. Arista laughed and shook her head, making it hard for Medina to work. Are you sure you're the same Thrace Wood I once knew? No, I don't suppose I am, Medina replied. Thrace was a wonderful girl, naive, starry-eyed, bursting with life. For a long time I thought she was dead and gone, but I think... No, I know. Some part of her still exists. But I'm Medina now. Well, whoever you are, you're amazing. You truly are the Empress worthy of ruling all of mankind. Medina lowered her voice and said, I'll tell you a secret. It's not me at all, really. Sure, on occasion I come up with something intelligent, and I'm usually surprised by it myself. But the real genius behind my throne is Nimbus. Amelia deserves everything this empire can give her for hiring him. The man is a wonder. Quiet, unassuming, but utterly brilliant. If he had a mind to, he could replace me in a heartbeat. I am convinced he could organise a perfectly lovely coup, but he has no aspirations for power at all. I haven't been in politics long, but even I can see that a man as capable as he, and yet so absent of greed, is a rare thing. Do you know, he still sleeps in his cubicle? Or at least he did until the castle was destroyed. Even though he was Chancellor of the Empire, he lived in a tiny stone cell. He, Amelia, and Brecton are my jewels, my treasures. I don't know how I could have survived without them. Don't forget Hadrian, Arista reminded her. Hadrian? No, he's not a treasure of mine, and neither are you. She paused in her brushing, and Arista felt Medina kiss her head. There's not a word that can describe how I feel about the two of you, except perhaps miracle workers. The centre of the village clustered along the main road. Wood, stone, and wattle and daub buildings with grass-thatched roofs lined either side, beginning at the little wooden bridge and ending before the slope that climbed a hill to the manor house. They consisted of a ramshackle assortment of shops, homes, and hovels, casting long shadows. Beyond them, Hadrian could see people in the fields, working in the strips closest to the village. Down in the valley, near the river, the fields were nearly clear of snow, and villains worked to spread manure from large carts. Hooded in wool cowls, the workers laboured. Long curved rakes rose and fell in the faltering light. In the village, smoke rose from a few of the buildings and shops, but none came from the smithy. As they approached, the horses announced their arrival with a loud, hollow clop-clip-clop as they crossed the bridge. A pair of dogs lifted their heads, the sign above the shoemaker's shop squeaked as it swayed, and farther down the road a stable door clapped absently against its frame. The intermittent warbling wail of lambs called out from hidden pens. Hadrian and Royce led the procession through the village. Behind them rode 3 elves, Royce's new shadows. Now that Royce was their king, and given what had happened to Novron and his predecessor, they were adamant about his protection. The change in the elves' demeanour had been dramatic. The moment Royce got to his feet, they all knelt. The sneering looks of contempt were replaced instantly with reverence, If they were acting, Hadrian thought they were all remarkable performers. Perhaps it was seeing Royce come back from the dead, or some magic of the horn, but the elven lords couldn't appear to be more devoted to him. Royce didn't protest his new protectors. He said little on the subject, and rode as if they were not there. Hadrian guessed he was humouring them, for now. Everyone, especially Royce, was too exhausted to think, much less argue, and Hadrian had just a single thought: to find shelter before dark. With that in mind, he headed south, following the little tributary of the Burnham River he knew simply as the South Fork, which brought them to his boyhood home of Hintendar. A man sitting in front of the stable was filing the edges of the coulter on a moolboard plough when he caught sight of them. He had a bristling black beard and a dirty, pockmarked face. He was dressed in the usual hooded cowl and knee-length tunic of a villain. The man stared, shocked, for a handful of seconds, then emitted a brief utterance that might have been a squeak. He ran to the bell mounted on the pole in the middle of the street and rang it 5 times, then bolted up the main street toward the manor house. "Peculiar man," Hadrian remarked, stopping his horse at the well and, in turn, halting the whole party. "I think you scared him," Royce said. Hadrian glanced back at the elves, sitting in a perfect line on their great white stallions and their gleaming gold armour, the centre one holding aloft a 10-foot pole with a long blue and gold streamer flapping from it. "Yeah, it was probably me." The two continued to watch the man run. He appeared only as tall as an outstretched thumb, but Hadrian could still hear his feet slapping the dirt. "Know him?" Royce asked. Hadrian shook his head. "What's the bell for?" Royce asked. "Emergencies, fires, the hue and cry, that sort of thing." I'm guessing he didn't see a fire. "Always stopping here?" Myron asked. He and Morven sat on their mounts just behind the elves and just before the wagon. "The ladies want to know." "Might as well. I sort of planned to ride up to the manor to announce ourselves, but I think that's being taken care of." He dismounted, letting his horse drink from the trough. The others got down as well, including Arista and Medina, the Empress still wrapped in her blanket. They left the sleeping girls wrapped up in their covers. Hadrian was just about to rap on the bakery's door when a crowd of people began filing into the village, following the cow path from the fields. They carried rakes over their heads and trotted into the street, stopping the moment they saw them. Hadrian recognized most of the faces: Osgar the Reeve, Harbert the tailor, Algar the woodworker, and Wilfred the carter. "Hadji!" Armigel shouted. The old brewmistress pushed her way through. Her broad hips cut a swathe through the crowd. "How did ye? What are ye doing here, lad? And what have you brought with you?" "I," was all he got out before she went on. "Never you mind answering. You needs to be gone. Take the lot of you and go." "You need to work on your manners, dear," Hadrian told her. "The last time I came to town, you hit me, and now—" "You don't understand, lad. Things have changed. There's no time to explain. You need to get out of here. His lordship caught the storm after you left last time." "Had he?" Dunstan the baker and his wife approached, staring at him in disbelief. They were both dressed in worn wool, covered in speckles of mud, and their bare feet and legs were caked with drying earth. "How are you, Dun?" Hadrian asked. "What are you doing in the field?" "Ploughing," he replied dully, as he stared at the strangers on his street. "Well, trying to. Things have warmed up a lot, but the ground's still not quite soft enough." "Ploughing? You're a baker?" "We bake at night." "When do you sleep, then?" "Quit your yammering and go, shoo! Away with you!" Armigel shouted, waving at him as if he were a cow in her vegetable garden. "Haddy, you don't understand. If they find you here—" "That's right," Dunstan agreed, as if he suddenly woke from a dream. "You need to go. If Lorette sees you—" Lorette? The envoy? He's still here?
He never left, Osgar said. He charged Lord Baldwin with disloyalty, Wilfred the Carter put in.
Seward died in the fighting, Armagul said sadly. Lorette locked up poor old Baldwin in his own dungeon, and that's why you and your friends need to get.
Too late, Royce said, looking down the road toward the manor house. A line of men are marching down the hill.
Who are they? Imperial troops?
Hadrian asked. Looks like it. They're wearing uniforms, Royce said.
What's going on?
Arista asked, coming forward. She beamed a smile at Dunstan and Arbor.
Oh, Emma!
Arbor spoke to her with a fearful tone, but said nothing more. Arista appeared puzzled for a moment, and then laughed.
Oh, dear!
Armagul went on as she noticed the wagon, where Ali and Mercedes were stretching and yawning. A sorrowful expression came over the brewmistress.
Ye got wee ones with ye too?
Is it too late to hide them? Arbor asked. They can see us from there, Osgar answered. Morven stepped up near Royce, peering up the road at the small figures coming down the hill. How many do you count? 12, Royce replied, including Lorette.
12?
Morven said, surprised.
Seriously?
Royce shrugged. Maybe the fellow that ran up there mentioned we had women and children.
But 12?
11, really. Morven rolled his eyes and folded his arms across his chest in disgust as he watched them approach.
So, Lorette has you all working in the fields?
Hadrian asked as he dismounted and tied up his horse.
Ah, you daft man, Armagul shouted. What are you making conversation for? They're coming to arrest you. If you're lucky, that is. They'll haul you to the dungeon, beat you, starve you, and likely torture you. That Lorette is not right in the head.
Mintz and the boys took it upon themselves to gather the horses and tie them to the wagon, taking time to pause and nod politely to the townspeople. They soon heard the stomp of feet as the soldiers from the manor house marched at them in an even rhythm. They moved in a two-line formation of 6 men in back and 5 in front. They wore chainmail and flat helms. Those in front carried spears, those in the rear crossbows. Lorette rode behind them on a pale speckled mare with a black face and one white circled eye. Lorette looked much the same as he had the last time Hadrian had seen him. The man still had hawkish features and brutal eyes. His attire, however, had improved. He wore a thick brocade tunic, along with a velvet cape and handsome long gloves neatly embroidered with chevrons that ran up his wrists. His legs were covered in opaque hose, and his feet covered by leather shoes with brass buckles, which caught what remained of the setting sun.
Aha! The blacksmith's son!
Lorette exclaimed, the moment he saw Hadrian's face clearly.
Back to claim your inheritance, or have you run out of places to hide? And who is this rabble?
He smirked and waved his hand in the air.
Outlaws, the lot of you, I'm sure.
He paused a moment as he took notice of the elves, but his sight fell back to Hadrian.
You've brought them here to roost, eh? Think you can hide out amongst your old friends?
He pointed at Royce.
Oh, yes, I remember you. And you, too.
He looked at Arista.
I don't think they'll be quite so quick to take you in this time. Not after the beating I gave them.
He looked at Dunstan, who stared down at his own feet.
They learned their lesson about harbouring fugitives. Now it's time for you to learn a lesson, too. Arrest the lot of them. I want chains on these two.
He pointed at Hadrian and Royce. The soldiers managed only one step forward before Hadrian drew his swords. The rest followed his lead. To his left, Deegan stepped up, and beside him Magnus held his hammer. To his right, the elves advanced to stand in front of Royce, causing him to sigh. Even the boys drew daggers, except for Kine and Mintz, who didn't have any, but they put up their fists nonetheless.
The soldiers hesitated. Lorette drummed his fingers on his saddle horn. "I said, arrest them!" One of the soldiers near Royce jabbed forward with his spear. The nearest elf severed the metal tip from the shaft. The guard backed up, holding the wooden staff. None of the others moved. Lorette's face reddened. "You are defying arrest. You are challenging an imperial envoy and duly appointed magistrate and executor of this estate. I demand you surrender at once. Surrender, or by the power invested in me by the Empress herself, I will have you shot where you stand." No one moved. "I don't recall investing anything in you, much less the power to kill members of my personal entourage," Medina said, as she walked forward from the rear of the party. Lorette put a hand to shield his eyes from the setting sun, and squinted in her direction. "Who is this now?" "You don't recognize me?" Medina asked in a light and lilting voice. "And yet you are so quick to evoke my name. Allow me to introduce myself. Perhaps it'll jog your memory. I am the slayer of Rufus's Bane, the High Priestess of the Church of Novron, Her Most Serene and Royal Grand Imperial Majesty, Empress Medina, Novronian." She cast off the blanket. Several people in the crowd gasped. Arbor staggered backward, causing Dunstan to catch hold of her, and Hadrian was certain he heard Armagil mutter, "I'll be buggered." The Empress stood in her lavish gown. She was also adorned in the long black velvet mantle embroidered with the imperial crest, which she'd put on before presenting herself. No, it's not possible," Lorette muttered. "It's a trick! A trick, I say! I won't be hoodwinked. Look at this child! She's an impostor! A fake! All of you, lay down your arms and come peacefully, and I will only execute the blacksmith's son and his companion. Defy me, and all of you will die." At that moment, the 6 soldiers with the crossbows began to sniffle. They blinked hard, their eyes watered, and they crinkled their noses. One by one they began to sneeze, and then the thick, sinewy skein of the crossbows snapped in loud pops, the metal bolts dropping helplessly to the dirt. Hadrian glanced at Arista, who smiled mischievously at him. "Before you get yourself into any more trouble," Medina said, addressing Lorette, who was now clearly concerned, "allow me to introduce the rest of my contingent. This is the Princess, or rather now Queen Arista of Melangar, Conqueror of Ratibor, and Sorceress Extraordinaire." "I think she prefers Wizardess," Myron whispered. "Pardon me, Wizardess. This is Royce Melbourne, newly crowned king of the ancient realm of Erevan. With him, as you may have noticed, are 3 of his elven lords. This short gentleman is Magnus of the Children of Drome, a master of stone and earth. Beside him is Deegan Gaunt, leader and hero of the Nationalists. Over here is the legendary swordmaster Count Pickering of Gaelalin. This is the Marquis of Gloucester, the famed and learned monk of Maribor, and while he shouldn't require any introduction, before you stands Hadrian Blackwater, Teshlor Knight, guardian of the heir of Novron, champion of the Empire, and hero of the realm. These defenders of the Empire have passed through the underworld, fought armies of goblins, crossed treacherous seas, entered and returned from the lost city of Persepliquis, and this very day halted the advance of an unstoppable army and defeated the being who long ago murdered our saviour, Novron the Great. They saved not only the Empire, but all of you as well. You owe them your lives, your respect, and your eternal gratitude." She paused to stare at the wide-eyed Lorette. "Well, envoy, magistrate, and executor, what say you?" Lorette looked at the faces around him. He saw his men laying down their weapons. He glanced at the faces of the villagers, then kicked his horse and bolted. He didn't head back up the road to the manor, but rather fled out to the open fields. I could make him fall off the horse, Arista mentioned, but Medina shook her head. Let him go. She looked at the soldiers. The rest of you can go as well. Wait, Hadrian said. Lord Baldwin is imprisoned at the manor, is that right? The soldiers slowly nodded, their faces coated in concern. Go free him at once, Medina said. Tell him what you have seen, and that I will be visiting him and his household tomorrow. In fact, tell him he will have the honour of hosting me and my court until such time as I arrange more permanent accommodations. They nodded, bowed, and walked backward for a dozen steps before giving up, turning, and running up the street. I think you made an impression, Hadrian told her, then looked at the villagers. They all stood like posts, staring at Medina, their mouths agape. Armigil, you do still brew beer, right? Hadrian asked. What, Hattie? She said, dazed, still staring at the Empress. Beer, you know. Barley, hops. It's a drink. We could really do with a barrel about now, don't you think? He waved a hand in front of Dunstan. Maybe a warm place to rest, perhaps a bite of food. He snapped his fingers 3 times. Hello? Is that really the Empress? Armigil asked. Yeah, so she's going to be able to pay you if that's what you're worried about. This snapped her out of her daze. The old woman scowled at him and shook a finger. You know better than that, you overgrown skunk. How dare you be calling me inhospitable? Whether she's the Empress or a tart dragged from the gutter, you know they both would be equally welcome to a pint and a plate in Intendar, at least now that Oberlin himself is gone. She looked at Dunstan and Arber. What are you doing standing there and gawking for? Throw some dough in the oven. Osgar, Harbert, get over here and lend a hand with a barrel. Alga, see if and your wife has any more of that mince pie, and tell Clipper to cut a side of salt pork from... No! Hadrian, Arista, Morven, and Deegan shouted all at once, startling everyone. They all began to laugh. Please, anything but salt pork, Hadrian added. Is mutton okay? Abelard asked, concerned. Abelard the shearer and his wife Gertie had lived across the street from the Blackwaters for years. He was a thin, toothless, balding man who reminded Hadrian of a turtle, the way his head poked out of his cowl. They all nodded enthusiastically. Mutton would be wonderful. Abelard smiled and started off. And bring your fiddle, and tell Danny to bring his pipe, Dunstan shouted after him. Looks like spring came a bit early this year, eh? Arista was being careful, having learned her lesson before. This time she limited herself to just 1 mug of Armigil's brew. Even then, she felt a tad light-headed. She sat next to Hadrian, on top of flour sacks piled on the wide pine of the bakery floor. The floor itself was slippery from the thin coating of flour that the girls loved playing on. Allie and Mercy slid across the floor as if it were a frozen pond, at least until enough people arrived to make a good slide impossible. Arista thought about offering to help Arber, but she already had 6 women working in her cramped kitchen, and after everything, it felt too good just sitting there, leaning against him, feeling Hadrian's arm curled around her back. She smelled the sweet aroma of baking bread and roasting lamb. She listened to the gentle chatter of friendly conversations all around her, and drank in the warmth and comfort. It made her wonder if this was what Ulrich had found within the light. She wondered if it smelled of baking bread, and remembering, she was almost certain it had. "What are you thinking?" Hadrian asked. Oh, I was hoping Ulrich was happy. I'm sure he is." She nodded, and Hadrian raised his mug. "To Ulrich," he said. "To Ulrich," Morven agreed. Everyone in the room with a glass, mug, or cup, even those who had never heard of Ulrich, raised drinks. Her eyes landed on Ali, who now sat between Medina and Mercy, nibbling like a bird on a hunk of brown bread. "To Wyatt and Eldon," she whispered, too quietly even for Hadrian to hear, and downed the last of her cup. "I wanted to say how sorry I am, Dun," Hadrian told his friend as he handed out another helping of food. "Was it bad? What happened after we left?" Dunstan glanced up to see where his wife was. "It was hard on Arba," he said. "I think I looked worse than I was. She had to do most of the work around here for close to 6 weeks. But all that's over. I'm used to getting my head cracked now and again." Dunstan grinned, then stared curiously at Hadrian and Arista, sitting arm in arm. Royce had just entered, and Dunstan glanced nervously over at him. "You better watch yourself. He doesn't look the type to be understanding about such things." Dunstan moved away, leaving Arista and Hadrian looking at each other, puzzled. Royce hesitated at the door, his eyes on the girls as they sat at Medina's feet. The Empress was one of the few in the room to sit on a chair. It wasn't her idea, but the Bakers insisted. He walked over and sat beside Hadrian. "Where are your shadows?" Hadrian asked. "You look concerned." "Just that if you started another war, I'd like a heads-up, is all." "The level of confidence you have in my diplomatic skills is overwhelming." "What diplomatic skills?" Royce frowned. "They're outside. I talked with them about space," Royce said. "You did?" "They speak Apollonese, and I do know some Elvish, remember?" Royce sat back against the table leg, his eyes on Mercy as she giggled at something Ali whispered in her ear. "Why don't you go talk to her?" Hadrian asked. Royce shrugged, his brow creased with worry. "What is it?" "Nothing." Royce stood up. "It's a little warm in here for me." They watched him gingerly step around those on the floor and slip back out. Hadrian looked at Arista. "Go ahead," she told him. "You sure?" "Of course I am. Go." He smiled, gave her a kiss, and then stood to chase after Royce. Arista sat for a moment, looking around her at all the friendly, rosy faces, talking, laughing, smiling. The bowls of steaming pottage were coming off the open hearth and making their rounds. Abelard, seated on an overturned bucket, was rosining his bow and plucking strings on his fiddle when he waited for Danny, who sat beside him finishing up a plate of lamb. The place was filling up, and sitting room was getting scarce. Despite the crowd, a wide berth was maintained around Medina, who planted herself in the corner across from the door, smiling more brightly than Arista had ever seen her. Only the girls dared come within an arm's length, but every eye in the room repeatedly glanced her way. Arista stood up and found Arba throwing a round loaf in the oven. She leaned against the counter and wiped her head with the back of her flour-covered hands. "That's the last of it," she said, and smiled at her. "I was worried about you," she told Arista. "We both were." "Really?" "Oh, yes. The way you left that night, and then, when the soldiers came, we were afraid for you. The village was in turmoil that whole week. Men came through here 4 times, spilling the flour and searching. I didn't know what they wanted you for. I still don't." "It doesn't matter any more," Arista said. "That's over, and everything is going to be different from now on." Arba's expression showed she did not know what to make of that. "Say, do you still have that dress I gave you?" "Oh, yes." She looked down at Arista's robe. "You'll be wanting it back, of course." She started to leave, and Arista took her hand. "No, that's not why I was asking." "But it's okay. I took real fine care with it. Never wore it once. I just looked at it a few times, you know." "I was just thinking. You should try it on, because I think you're going to be needing it." "Oh, no. I'll never need a dress that fine. Like I told you before, There's no chance of me going to a fancy ball or anything like that. That's just it, Arista told her. I think you will. That is, if you accept. Accept what? I'd like you to be the maid of honor at my wedding. Arba looked back at her, confused. But, Irma, you're already married to Vince. It was Arista's turn to look puzzled, and then she laughed aloud. Hadrian caught up with Royce at the footbridge. It was dark, but the moon was bright, and he spotted his friend's dark figure leaning over the rail, staring into the dark waters trickling below. "Crowd getting to you?" Hadrian asked. Royce didn't reply. He didn't even look up. "So, what will you do now?" "I don't know," Royce said softly. "You realize that being the real descendant of Novron makes you not only the king of Erevan, but emperor of Apelidorn as well. Have you spoken with Medina?" "She already told me she would step down." "Emperor Royce," Hadrian said. "Doesn't really sound right, does it?" Hadrian shrugged and leaned against the same rail. "It could, in time." Except for the bakery, the street was dark, although there were some lights on at the manor house. They were tiny dots from where they stood, like bright yellow stars at the top of the hill. "I hear you're going to marry Arista." "Where'd you hear that?" Myron mentioned something about doing the honours. "Ah, right. Well, I thought he'd do a good job, and neither of us are real thrilled with the idea of a Church of Nephron ceremony." "I think it's a good idea." Royce looked back at the water below. "And don't wait. Marry her right away, and start being happy." The breeze rustled the bare limbs of the nearby trees and blew a faint hiss as it passed under the bridge. Hadrian pulled his collar tight and looked over the edge. He stared down at the dark waters below. "So, are you going to look for who killed her?" Hadrian asked. "You know, don't you? Do you want me to come?" "No," Royce replied. "He's already dead." "Really? How do you feel about that?" Royce shrugged. "I knew it wasn't Merrick," Royce said, tearing a leaf and throwing it over the edge of the bridge. "I still remember his face, looking up at me, telling me it wasn't him, explaining how it couldn't have been him. He was confounded by it. Merrick, confounded. That was my first clue. Today I got the final clue." "What clue?" "Emperor Royce." He was terrified of that possibility. Royce Melbourne on the throne. Could there be a more frightening thing? That's why he never told us. He brought us together hoping you would change me, but he couldn't fix me. I'd spent too many years learning to hate. I'd lost the value of life. Then he learned about Mercedes. I'd lost my humanity, but she was clean. He would educate her, make her into the perfect ruler. Arcadius? But why would he kill Gwen? That's my fault as well. I told him that she had agreed to marry me. He knew we would come for Mercedes, and all that he invested in her would be lost. He never thought in his wildest dreams that I would ever take that step with Gwen, and when he found out, he had to kill her before she had the chance to tell me about my daughter. He looked up at the stars and ran a hand across his face. When he spoke, his voice quavered. I told Arcadius. She was at the Winds Abbey. He hired Merrick to take her and bring her to Colnora. He was there before the meeting, hiding with a crossbow. Royce turned to Hadrian, and his eyes were moist. But what I can't understand is that he loved her too. So how could he pull that trigger? How could he watch her scream and fall? How frightened must he have been to do that? How much of a horror am I? Royce. Adrian placed her hand on his shoulder. You're not like that anymore. You've changed. I've seen it. Arista and Myron, they've mentioned it as well. Royce laughed at him. I killed Merrick, didn't I? I never even gave him a chance. And if it wasn't for Arista, Medina would have died in the fire I set. I can't be a father, Hadrian. I can't raise... I'm evil. You didn't kill Magnus. Even after he told you his plans to double-cross you again, you let him go. You forgave him. The old Royce didn't know what forgiveness was. You aren't him anymore. It's as if... I don't know. It's like some part of Gwen came to you when she died. She's still alive in there somewhere. Still, literally, your better half. Royce wiped his eyes. I loved her so much. I miss her so much. I can't help feeling it's my fault. My punishment for the life I've led. And Mercedes? What about her? Is she a punishment? She's your daughter. A part of Gwen that still lives. She has her eyes, you know. And that smile. The gods don't give a gift that precious to someone so undeserving. And you're my priest now. Adrian stared at him. Royce looked back down at the stream below. She doesn't even know me. What if she doesn't like me? Few people do. She might not, at first. Maribor knows I didn't. But you've a way of growing on a person. He smiled. You know, like lichen, or mould. Royce looked up and scowled. Okay, forget what I said. Definitely steer clear of the priesthood. He paused, then said, She does look like Gwen, though, doesn't she? And her laugh. Have you heard it? She told me that her mother said her father would make her a fairy princess and that they would live in a beautiful place where she would be a queen of the forest. Did she? Adrian nodded. Seems a shame to disappoint her, and if Gwen told her that, it must be true. Royce sighed. So, will you take the throne from Medina? Emperor Royce? I don't think so. But I'm stuck with the job of Elven King, aren't I? How's that going, by the way? Funny as it sounds, I think they're terrified of me. A lot of people are terrified of you, Royce. He laughed. I feel like one of those guys in the circus that train bears with just a chair and a whip. They destroyed half of Apelladorn without a single loss of life on their side, and the only thing stopping them from finishing the job is me and their crazy religion. They really hate humans, but are convinced I was chosen by Ferrell to be their ruler. To disobey me is to disobey their god. To kill me is unthinkable. So here they are, ruled by a human who they must obey and can't kill. You know they've got to be panicking. Only you aren't human. No. I'm neither. Maybe that'll help. Perhaps. So, you still haven't told me. What do you plan to do? Roy shrugged. I don't know yet. How could I? I don't know anything about them, really. I do know that I've seen cruelty from both sides. After seeing how Soldo's empire treated people like me, I can understand the elves' hatred. The old me certainly remembers that feeling, the certitude of justice, the purity of unquestioned purpose. And the new you? Roy shook his head. I forgave Magnus, for Maribor's sake. Why did you? Tired, I guess. Tired of killing. No, that's not really it. The real reason, I think, is that part of me wondered what Gwen would think. I can't imagine her wanting to kill Magnus any more than she would want me to punish the elves for what they did. She was such a better person than I am. And now that she's gone, Hadrian squeezed his shoulder. Trust me, She's proud of you, pal.
He gave him a second, then, in a bright tone, said,
How is it we never had king and emperor on our list of potential careers? When you think about it, it beats the heck out of winemakers, actors, and fishermen.
You always think everything is so easy, Royce replied, wiping his eyes.
I'm just a glass-half-full kind of guy. How's your glass looking these days?
I have no idea. I'm still trying to get over the sheer size of it.
Hadrian nodded. Speaking of glasses... He lifted his head when he heard the sound of a fiddle and pipe. He put his arm around Royce's shoulder and led him off the bridge. How about a nice pint of Armagul's brew? You know I hate beer. Well, I'm not sure you can really call what she brews beer. Think of it more as an experience.
Chapter 29. From out of a clear blue sky. A surprising number of people survived the attack on Aquesta and came out of their underground bunkers to find a different world. The elves were gone, and so was the city. All that remained were the bodies of the dead and the shattered rubble of the once strong walls. In the weeks that followed, the weather grew warm, the snow melted, and people took to the roads. Many dispersed south or east to Culnora, which had managed to survive unscathed. Some, those originally from there, ventured north to find a ravaged land which they vowed to rebuild. A few remained in Aquesta, picking up the stones and brushing away the dirt. The Empress took up residence at the unlikely estate of Lord Baldwin. It took several weeks before the full contingent of the imperial government was re-established, but soon messengers in imperial uniforms were racing across the roads bearing news and orders from the Empress. Much to the dismay of the Equestrians, the Empress decided not to return. She announced plans to build a new city at Amberton Lee, which would be named New Persepliquis, after the ancient imperial capital. She called on all artisans, engineers, map-makers, stoneworkers, wood-carvers, road layers, and a host of others to come. With many out of work and, in many cases, homeless, they came in droves. Among this assortment of workers came a surprisingly large number of dwarves, the largest assembly of little folk seen in centuries. No one knew from where they came, but once they arrived, the work began in earnest, and those passing near the Lee remarked at the sounds of hammers in the dark night. Rumours spread along with the people. One story maintained that it wasn't the elves who had destroyed Aquesta, but nationalists who invented the lies about them to strike fear across the countryside. These stories told that Deegan Gaunt fought in single combat against the Empress's champion, Sir Hadrian, to decide the fate of the Empire. Another bit of gossip held that Rufus's Bane had risen from the dead and laid waste to the countryside, hunting the Empress. When it found her in Aquesta, she led it away to save her people and single-handedly slew it once again on a hilltop. They said it remained there in a secret place guarded by priests who watched over it to make certain that it did not rise again. The most outlandishly incredible, and therefore most popular tale, was one replete with amazing adventures, monsters, heroes, and villains. It was the story about how the elves invaded, and nothing could stand against them. In this version, the Empress, in her wisdom, sent 10 heroes into the bowels of Alan to seek the Relicon from the tomb of Novron. Among them were the Teshlor Sir Hadrian, a dwarven prince who they befriended in the depths, a pious monk, the last giant to walk the world, and the good wizardess Arista, whose evil twin sister was the Witch of Melangar. The story told of how this courageous band fought through caves, sailed across underground seas of glowing water, battled hordes of goblins, and slew a Gilarabrin. It told how 3 of them fell in battle, but the remainder emerged victorious. According to this story, Sir Hadrian, armed with the Relicon, defeated the king of the elves and saved the Empire. The tale grew with each passing tinker, and new characters were added, including a thief, a sailor, and a master swordsman.
All that really mattered was that the Empress was alive and well, and that Amelia the Beloved was with her. Not all the news was welcome, however, as edicts declared dwarves and half-elves were to be recognized as full citizens of the Empire. This touched off the spring riots in Colnora and Vernes, which Sebrekton squelched with a contingent of Imperial troops. In the north, the realm of Melangar all but vanished. What the Imperial invasion had not destroyed, the elves had. The young King Ulrich, who never married and had no heirs, did not return. Nor did his sister. After more than 700 years, the line of Essendon ended, and it was Count Marvin Pickering, now Imperial Governor Pickering, who returned to administrate the province of Melangar. By all accounts, he was a good and just man, and before long rumours of his marriage to Lady Elenda Lanachlin circulated. The death of Archibald Ballantyne left the province of Chadwick vacant of a lord. The seat was replaced when the Empress appointed Deegan Gaunt Earl. In her announcement speech, she said that the appointment was not only deserved, but appropriate. By Summer's rule, heralds were crossing the Empire shouting in every village about the news from New Persepliquis. The first buildings were standing on the mount at Amberton Lee, just enough to allow the Empress to move her court, and she was using the holiday to celebrate the move and commemorate those who had given their lives to save the Empire. The games were held in the newborn city, which was little more than chalk and string outlines. Thousands came, hoping to glimpse Sir Hadrian or Sir Sebrekton on the field, but neither entered the competition. Sir Enwick won top honours, unhorsing Sir Elgar in the final tilt. The highlight of the celebration, however, was the marriage of Sir Sebrekton to Lady Amelia in a moonlight ceremony performed by Patriarch Merton. On the last day of the celebrations, Empress Modena made the startling announcement that she had adopted, as daughter and heir, the half-elf child Ali, henceforth to be known as the Imperial Crown Princess Olenna Novronian. The celebration lasted a full 2 weeks, and when it was over, the roads were filled with carts and wagons of soon-to-be footsore travellers on their long journeys home. The hilltop at Amberton Lee, now officially renamed New Persepliquis, was once more filled with the sounds of hammers, chisels, and saws. Sheep grazed on the southern slope, and milk cows on the north. As the sun began to set, lights appeared in the windows of the palace, a simple 30-room blockhouse. It was the first of the dwarven constructions, and designed to be servants' quarters for stable hands and groundskeepers. For now, it housed the whole of the imperial government. On the front steps, which were broad and afforded a fine view from the hilltop, a small group gathered to watch the sunset and the approach of the imperial carriage. "It really is coming along nicely," Hadrian told the dwarf, as he sat with his arm around Arista. He was dressed in a soft tunic, and she in a comfortable blue linen dress. "It's hard to imagine this is where I fought only 4 months ago." The now levelled land revealed tiers where buildings would be constructed partially into the sides of the hill. Huge blocks of stone marked corners that anchored string lines held in place with stakes that designated future walls, roads, and pathways. Most were rectangular, but some were octagonal, or completely circular. Still, others defied any description, looking haphazard and bewildering from their footprints in string. "It's beautiful," Arista said. "Bah, you can't tell a thing yet," Magnus scoffed. He tapped his temple. "If you could see what's in here, then you could really appreciate it. This city will make the old one below us an embarrassment." He looked out across the hill. "But it will take time. Years. Decades, really. But yes, it will be beautiful." The laughter of children blew in with the evening summer breeze, as down the slope Ali and Mercy chased fireflies, where a holly tree stood, and 5 boys once spent days in a tent they called the hovel. The carriage pulled to a stop, and when the door opened, the white-wigged Chancellor Nimbus stepped out. He was dressed in his usual outlandish colours, and on his chest was the massive gold chain of his office. He smiled at Modena and Amelia, and greeted them all with a sweep of his hand and a lavish bow. "It's about time you arrived," Modena said, rising to meet him. "Forgive me, Your Eminence," he said, dusting himself off, "but there was a great deal to be done before blowing out the last candle in Aquesta." "How long will you be staying?" Amelia asked. "I'm afraid not long. I've really only come to see what you've started here, and to say goodbye." "I can't believe you won't stay. I don't know how I will get along without you." "Alas, as I told Your Eminence in our correspondence, it really is time for me to move on. You have matters well in hand. New Persepliquus is coming along nicely. When I accepted this chain of office, we both knew it was temporary. I will be leaving in the morning." "Really?" Amelia asked. "So soon? I thought we'd have a few days at least." "I'm afraid so, my lady. I've had many farewells, and found that they are best kept short." "You've been wonderful," Modena told him, squeezing his hand. "This empire wouldn't have survived without you. Every citizen owes you a debt of gratitude." Nimbus addressed Amelia while gesturing towards the Empress. "We did all right with her, didn't we? I think that board really helped." "Yes," Amelia agreed, and raced down the steps and hugged him tight. She kissed his cheek, startling the Chancellor. "Thank you. Thank you for everything." Modena motioned for Nimbus to come closer, and briefly whispered in his ear. "Oh, yes, the new couple," Nimbus said, looking at Hadrian and Arista. "Congratulations on your wedding. What will you do now?" "Yes," Modena said, "now that the honeymoon is over, and you've been duly knighted, Sir Hadrian, what are your plans?" "Don't look at me. Arista's running this show. I thought we'd be back in Medford by now." "Oh, right." She rolled her eyes. "I could just see you as king in the royal court, listening to the earls and barons griping about who has the right to water cattle on the north bank of the Gaelwar, or settling a dispute with the clergy over their refusal to pay a tax on the vast tracts of church-owned land. No, I know how it would turn out. I would be the one left alone in the throne room, sorting through the tangled string of a dozen petitions while you're off hunting or jousting. I'm sorry, but I've had more than my share of ruling, and it would only make us both miserable. That's why I gave Mellingar to Morven. It also made it easier to admit Mellingar to the Empire, as he didn't have any problem with accepting a governorship as opposed to a crown. Do you know what our good knight here has actually been doing with his time? During our honeymoon?" Arista bumped Hadrian with her shoulder. "Why, he was too busy to take part in the joust." Everyone looked slightly uneasy, wondering what she might say next. Arista paused a suitable moment to let their minds wander, then said, "He's been working as the smithy in Hintendar." Magnus chuckled. Modena modestly smiled, but Russell Bothwick roared. He slapped his thigh until his wife, Lena, laid a calming hand on his leg. "You're a romantic, you are," he said, through laughter-invoked tears. "Stoking a forge instead of—" "Russell!" Lena burst out. "What?" he asked, looking at his wife, bewildered. "I'm just saying that the man has got his priorities all wrong." "Well, it's not like I'm there all day and night," Hadrian said, defending himself. "The fact is, they don't have one. Grimbold left over a year ago, and they have all this work. They're desperate. I hate seeing my father's forge lying cold. It was taking twice as long to till the fields with dull hoes and spades." "But it hardly seems the best use of time for the last living Teshlor knight," Nimbus remarked. "And you?" He looked at Arista. "The last master of the art. What have you been doing?" "I learned to bake bread really well." She too received many surprised looks, not the least of which came from Modena, Amelia, and Lena. No, seriously, I've gotten good. Arba says I'm ready to marble rye and wheat together.
Nimbus glanced at Medina, who nodded. The Empress leaned forward. I would like to ask you both something. The Lord Chancellor and I have been corresponding on this matter, and I think he's right. There is so much that needs to be done. There will be warlords, more uprisings like the riots this spring. With the elves back across the river, goblins have begun raiding again. And, of course, something must be done about Turdal 4.
I'll second that, Magnus grumbled. It was bad enough when humans controlled Drumondor. Now there's Gazelle wandering its halls.
The Empire needs people of good character to guide and protect the people. Good arms, strong arms, wise arms. I can only do so much. She gestured at those in her court. We can only do so much. The realm is vast, and we can't be everywhere. Plus, there's the matter of stability. While I am alive, the Empire will be strong, but even small kingdoms have fractured at the passing of a monarch. The larger the Empire, the greater the threat. With no structure in place, no solid tradition to hold us together, the Empire could break into civil wars. Two of the things that made the old Empire so strong, so cohesive, Nimbus told them, were the Sensarium and the Teshlor Guild. The Grand Council was created from the best and brightest of both. They maintained order and could govern in the absence of a ruler. Until these institutions are restored, until wizards and knights of the old order patrol the roads and visit the courts of distant governors to ensure they are upholding the law, until they guard the borders of Calais and Estrandor, the Empire will not be safe or whole. Imagine what 100 Hadrians and 100 Aristas could do, Medina told them. And you? She glanced at Myron. We need a new university. Sheridan is gone. We can think of no one better to lead such a project.
But
the monk began. Think of it as a bigger monastery. Nimbus interrupted. Administering to a larger flock. You will teach them of law, philosophy, engineering, languages, including Elvish, and of course about Maribor. Teams can be sent into the old city to retrieve any volumes that still remain there. They can be the seeds that can help you spread knowledge to all who are willing to learn. We will collect all the works and place them under a huge dome of the greatest library ever constructed, Medina added.
That does sound nice, but my brother monks,
there will be plenty of work for all.
I've already started laying the foundation for the scriptorium, Magnus told him. It's 5 times the size of what we had at the Winds Abbey.
And the Sensarium? Arista looked at the dwarf.
Magnus smiled sheepishly.
The walls are already going up. If you look out there, to the left, you can see them.
So, this has already been settled on? She asked, pretending to sound indignant. While certainly no one, Nimbus replied deftly, least of all those present here, would ever ask any more of you two, and while you have earned a long and well-deserved rest, I was confident you would not abandon your Empress or the empire you fought so hard to establish.
Where's the Guildhall to be?
Hadrian asked.
Magnus pointed.
Across the square from the Sensarium, of course, just like in the old city.
At least we'll be close neighbours, Hadrian said. We can have lunches together. Arista grinned at him. And in between them will be a fountain and a statue of Ulrich, Wyatt, and Eldon, Medina explained.
Well?
Hadrian asked her. Arista narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips. You're replacing yourself with us, aren't you? She asked Nimbus. Yes, you are to be the seeds of a new Grand Council. At least you're honest. All right, she said, and then glared at Magnus. But I will be the one to decorate the interior of the Sensarium. I've seen dwarven tastes, and it isn't conducive to the art. Magnus scoffed and grumbled something under his breath. The door to the palace opened, and Royce stepped out. "Adrian, do you know where—" Royce stopped the instant he saw Nimbus, a look of shock on his face. "Royce?" Adrian asked. Royce said nothing, but continued to stare at the wigged Chancellor. "Oh, that's right," Medina said. "You've never met Nimbus, have you?" "Yes. Yes, I have," Royce said. He stepped forward, approaching the Chancellor. "I thought you were dead." "No," Nimbus replied. "I'm still alive, my dear friend." Everyone looked at them, confused. "But how? Does it matter?" "I came back," Royce told them. "I tried to free you. I tried to save you, but Ambrose told me—" "I know. But I wasn't the one who needed to be freed, and I wasn't the one you needed to save." The morning arrived bright and clear. Golden sunlight slanted across Amberton Lee, casting shadows marking the growing city that spread out like a newly planted field of hope. In the valley, a low mist, like a white cloud, shrouded the twisting Burnham River, and the air was still and quiet, even on the hilltop. Medina was already up. She wrapped a cape over her shoulders and headed out to the porch. She found Royce sitting there, his feet dangling from the side, watching the girls as they raced down the dewy hillside, chasing after Mr. Rings. "You realize you're taking one of my favorite girls from me?" she said. He nodded. "I made Lord Wymarlin of the Islewin tribe steward, and gave him orders to set Erevan on a peaceful footing. I've left them alone too long, and need to check on his progress." Royce looked out at the girls. "Besides, I don't want her growing up only knowing half the story. I need to learn it too. I have to cross the Nidwalden, where no man has ever set foot, see Estramnadon and the first tree. 3,000 years seems impossibly long now, but one day— It will be better if both sides became friendlier neighbors, I think. They aren't ready to embrace men, and men aren't prepared to welcome them yet. But in time, maybe. I've asked a number of those with mixed blood to pack their belongings and meet me at Avampartha. There aren't many of us left now. A shame, as they could make perfect ambassadors, a foot in each world, as it were. They can be bridges for the future. We'll start there, and then I'll send them back here. Perhaps one day we'll see an actual bridge across the Nidwalden, with carts going both ways." He pointed at the two girls. "That is the start of it. The heir of one throne and the heir of the other, chasing an overgrown rodent together." Hadrian and Arista came out to the porch. They took up seats beside Royce and nodded good-morning greetings. "Just make sure you take good care of her," Medina said. "Believe me, no harm will come to that little girl so long as I live." Hadrian laughed suddenly, and Medina and Arista turned to him. "What?" Arista asked. "Sorry, but I just got a vision in my mind of Mercedes' poor would-be suitors. Can you imagine the courage of the lad capable of asking him for her hand?" They all laughed, except Royce, whose face darkened as he muttered, "Suitors? Never really thought." Hadrian slapped Royce on his shoulder. "Come on, I'll help you with your gear." Royce finished loading the last saddlebag onto a pack-horse the grooms had brought out. He once again checked the cinches of the pony Mercedes would ride. He was not about to trust the security of her saddle to anyone. Myron was there, petting the horses' noses and saying a blessing over them. When he caught Royce watching, he smiled and said one over the new king as well. "Goodbye, Royce. I'm so pleased to have met you. Do you remember what we talked about at the Winds Abbey, the last time we were there?" A smile tugged at the corners of Royce's mouth. Everyone deserves a little happiness.
Yes, never forget that. Oh, and if you find any books across the Nidwalden, bring them the next time you visit. I'd love to learn more about the elves.
So, this is goodbye, Hadrian said, as he and Arista came down the palace steps hand in hand. You'll finally be rid of me, Royce told him. You'll be visiting again soon, won't you? Arista asked. He nodded and smiled. I doubt they have Montemorsi on the other side of the river. I only have room to bring a few bottles. Then I'll be sure to always have it on hand, Arista told him. In her hands, she held out the horn of Glindora. It's supposed to go with the ruler of the elves. Thanks. No escort for the king? Hadrian asked, looking around. They're meeting us at the crossroads at the bottom of the hill beyond the forest. I didn't want them staring at me while we said goodbye. He took Arista's hand and placed Hadrian's on top of it. I am officially turning him over to you. He's your problem now. You'll have to watch out for him, and that won't be easy. He's naive, gullible, immature, horribly unsophisticated, ignorant about anything worth knowing, and idealistic to a fault. He paused to make a show of thinking harder. He's also indecisive, pathetically honest, a horrible liar, and too virtuous for words. He gets up twice each night to relieve himself, wads his clothes rather than folds them, chews with his mouth open, and talks with his mouth full. He has a nasty habit of cracking his knuckles every morning at breakfast, and, of course, he snores. To remedy that, just put a rock under his blanket. That was you? All those nights when we camped? Hadrian looked shocked. Arista put her arms around the thief and hugged him tight. Royce squeezed her back, then looked into her eyes for a long moment. He's a very lucky man. She smiled and kissed him goodbye. Hadrian grabbed him next, hugging him and clapping him on the back. Be careful out there, pal. I'm always careful. Oh, and do me a favour. See that Magnus gets this. Royce handed him Alvastone. Wait until I'm gone, and tell him the Maker said he should have it. Medina, Amelia, and Nimbus came out of the palace with the two girls and Mr. Rings, who Amelia held awkwardly in her arms. The Empress was wiping tears from her cheeks and struggling to keep her lips from shaking. When she got to the steps, she bent down and hugged Mercedes, holding her for several minutes before letting her go. When she did, the little girl ran down the steps and pointed. Is that my pony? Royce nodded, and Hadrian threw her up onto it. Bye-bye, Ollie, she shouted, petting the pony's mane. I'm off to become a fairy princess. Amelia handed up the raccoon. Nimbus was dressed in travelling clothes, a small pack on his back, and his familiar leather satchel at his side. You're leaving now as well? Amelia hugged Nimbus. I regret to say I must be off, your ladyship. It's time to go. I'm sure your family in Vernus will be happy to see you return. He smiled and, dipping his head, removed his chain of office and placed it in her hands. Where's your horse? Hadrian asked. I don't need one, Nimbus replied. I think the Empire can spare at least that much, Medina told him. I am certain it can, Your Eminence, but I honestly prefer walking. It took another round of hugs, kisses, waves, and wishes of safe travels before Royce, Mercedes, and Nimbus actually started down the slope. Ali ran alongside all the way to the trees, and then waved madly before turning and running back to Medina. Nimbus walked with them, and Royce was careful to keep a slow, even pace. They entered the forest, and soon lost all sight of the palace, the city, and the hill. They travelled in silence, listening to the morning symphony of bird songs and honeybees. Mercedes was mesmerized by her new pet. What's my pony's name? She asked. I don't think it has one yet. Would you like to name it?
Oh, yes. Let me see. What's yours called, Daddy?
Mine is Mouse. The Empress gave her that name. Mercedes crinkled her nose.
I don't like that. Is mine a boy or a girl?
Boy, Royce told her.
Boy. Okay.
She tapped her lips with a perplexed expression, then furrowed her brow in serious thought. How about Elias? Nimbus suggested.
Or perhaps Sterling.
Royce stared at the ex-chancellor, who smiled pleasantly in return.
Sterling is nice,
Mercedes said. The forest thinned, and they reached the open field where the old roads crossed the new ones, freshly pressed by holiday travellers, leading west to Ratibor and north to Colnora. A short distance away, a group of riders in gold and blue on white mounts waited.
This is where we part,
Nimbus told them. Royce stared at the thin man in the wig. Who are you, really? Nimbus smiled.
You already know that.
If it hadn't been for you, Royce paused. I've always regretted that I never said thank you.
And I wish to thank you as well, Royce.
He was puzzled. For what?
For reminding me that anyone, no matter what they've done, can find redemption if they seek it.
The thin man turned and walked down the road toward Ratibor.
Royce watched him go, then turned to his daughter.
Let's go visit the elves, shall we? He asked.
Just then, thunder cracked from overhead, shaking the ground and rustling the leaves on the trees.
Royce looked up at the clear blue sky, confused.
Look, Mercedes said, pointing down the road.
Royce turned to see Nimbus standing still, his head bent back, his eyes looking up.
A white feather drifted downward. It swirled, blowing on a gentle breeze, until it was close enough that the tall, spindly man in the white powdered wig reached up and caught it between his fingers. He kissed it gently, then slipped it into his leather pouch. He pulled the bag closed and continued on his way, whistling a merry tune, until he passed behind a hill and was gone.
The end. This has been a sci-fi audio production of Heir of Novron by Michael J. Sullivan, narrated by Tim Jared Reynolds, and directed by Rob Granis. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Sci-Fi Audio recommends The Warded Man by Peter V. Brett, narrated by Pete Bradbury. As darkness falls each night, the Corlings rise. Demons who possess supernatural power, who burn with an all-consuming hatred of humanity. For hundreds of years they have terrorized the night, slowly culling the human herd that shelters behind magical wards, symbols of power whose origins are lost in myth and mystery, and whose protection is terrifyingly fragile. It was not always this way. Once, men and women battled the Corlings on equal terms. Once, under the leadership of the legendary Deliverer, and armed with powerful wards that were not merely shields but weapons, they took the battle to the demons and stopped their advance. But those days are gone. The fighting wards are lost. Night by night, the demons grow stronger, while human numbers dwindle under their relentless assault. Now, with hope for the future fading, 3 young survivors of vicious demon attacks will dare the impossible, stepping beyond the crumbling safety of the wards to risk everything in a desperate quest to regain the secrets of the past. Together, they will stand against the night. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So visit us at recordedbooks.com to learn about our latest releases and special offers. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.